The war on two fronts has always been a nightmare for the German militarists, but in the prevalent conditions of 1939 it could have disastrous consequences for the Third Reich. All these fears are clearly evident in the various strategic and operational plans of the Army General Staff. Britain, France and the Soviet Union would have been capable in 1939, with no fewer than 270 divisions, with thousands of tanks and planes, to clamp the German army in the vice of two fronts. In the last year of peace, from January 1 to September 5, 1939, Germany had obtained from the USA war materials to the value of $23,000, France to the value of $16 million, and Great Britain to the value of $21 million. It can be proved that Germany ranked in a decidedly bottom position by far with regards to purchasing armaments from abroad. This fact too demonstrates that Hitler had not been drafting any hastily prepared plans or, indeed, armament programs geared to 1939, as he was dissuading his generals from any arms escalation even in the summer 1939. He was not anticipating the likelihood of a decisive crisis before 1943 to 1945, so that the construction of roads and the urban development still occupied the central position of his economic policy. There was no German plan of operation at the outbreak of the war, neither against the western neighbor France, nor against the sea power Great Britain. Until the spring of 1939 there was merely a plan for the protection of the eastern border. The drafting of an operational plan against Poland, Operation White, was only ordered on April 3, 1939 and, in fact, with the explicit explanation, in case of need, to eliminate any threat from this direction. This was done at the time when an armed conflict was becoming plainly evident, brought about by the announcement of the British blank check, in conjunction with the chauvinistic and warlike posturing of the Poles, when their own excessively overestimated strength apparently blinded them to the deadly peril. Even immediately after the campaign of Poland, no plans for an offensive against the West had been drawn up in Germany. Few preparations were made for even a defensive war against France. A small section of the German Air Force was stationed in western Germany, to prevent France from obtaining complete freedom of action in the air. Only 2 army divisions were placed on the Siegfried Line, 2 more were added in September, as against a potential French strength of more than 80 divisions. The Germans won a decisive victory, in the campaign in France in 1940, without great superiority in either manpower or equipment. Air Force. The total ready-for-action strength of the German Luftwaffe, Air Force, is stated not only by the German, but also by the opposing side as 3,000 aircraft. Other sources indicate 1,000 bombers and 1,050 fighters. The possibilities for the replacement of planes were very scanty. There were no 4-engined bombers, and even the twin-engined medium bombers, Dornier 17 and Heinkel 111, did not prove adequate. The Junkers 88, the standard long-range bomber, during the war, was available by 1939 only in small numbers, and did not see service in Poland. Good as it was, the twin-engine Junkers 88 was not a true heavy bomber. Britain's and France's combat-ready air fleets alone comprised 7,300 aircraft. In 1939, Britain had 2,327 aircraft of first-line capabilities at her disposal, of which 1,715 were based at home ports, comprising 855 bombers, 560 fighters, 300 reconnaissance planes, 222 were with the Navy and 354 were overseas. Up to the beginning of the war, the German Reich had not even been developing any long-range strategic assault bomber aircraft, whereas Britain had done so since 1934 and the United States since 1935. Thus it was discovered, by British and American economists, that Germany's, aircraft production in the autumn of 1939 had been 675 a month, no more than that of Great Britain. Her tank production was less, she had started the war with only 3 months' supply of aviation petrol. It was Britain placing the strongest emphasis on strategic aerial warfare, having already on April 1, 1918 created the RAF as an independent part of the armed forces, their command clearly separated from that of the Army and the Navy. Britain had already at that time formed several bomber units into an independent air force for a strategic air war and had been continuing this development since 1925. The aircraft best suited to this purpose was considered to be the heavy, strongly armed long-range bomber, which it had been developing since 1934 and which had been in series production since 1936, so that by 1941 it was available, at long last, in sufficient number for aerial warfare. Long before 1939, Britain's purposeful groundwork was geared to this task, and it incorporated in its plan for an aerial war against Germany a fixed sequence for striking targets and which, from its inception, allowed for a considerable span of time to ensure success. The Germans had never planned for independent, of the front-line troops, bombing. Their bomber force was an auxiliary for the army on the ground, and they had to improvise the air attack on Great Britain in the summer of 1940. The following statement also deserves attention. Britain was making studies of German industry with a view to strategic aerial attacks for the first time in the mid-20s. The United States had prepared for entering the European air war with a list which contained 124 targets from the field of electrical power stations, transport systems, and the fuel industry, as well as 30 targets from the aviation and light metals industries. Details for the particular bomber units appointed to carrying out the attacks were already set down in 1932 in the United States and Britain. Hence, Britain and the US were already planning to strategically bomb Germany even before Hitler came to power. Navy. The German fleet was significantly decreased compared to 1914 and was thus inferior to the French and, faced with the overwhelming Anglo-French superiority, could not venture on the high seas. There were no aircraft carriers, there were 57 U-boats, of which only 42 were of any real military value. If one takes into account that less than a third of the total number of U-boats can be on mission, enemy engagement, while the remaining ones are either outward bound or on their return journey or at the shipyard for overhauling or are assigned to training purposes, then the small number of German U-boats in 1939 diminishes even further. However, not more than half were large enough and sufficiently broken in for action in the Atlantic. In fact, 18 U-boats were sent into action against England at the start of war, and 3 others put to sea in the Baltic to support the operations against Poland. From 1933 to 1938, the German Navy had made no plans looking toward a high seas fleet which could rival that of England. Compared with the 57 very much smaller German U-boats, Britain and France had 135 submarines at the beginning of the war. German Admiral of the Fleet Raeder had this to add. Our 2 battleships and 3 armored cruisers were facing a total of 22 British and French battleships. We had no aircraft carriers. The enemy, on the other hand, had 7 aircraft carriers. We had 2 heavy cruisers as compared to 22 of the other side. The ratio for the light cruisers was 6:61 and for the destroyers and torpedo boats 34:255. Winston Churchill stated on March 16, 1939 in the House of Commons. The German Navy in the next few years will not be able to form a line of battle for a general engagement. Winston Churchill in his memoirs. Now, 1939, the Germans had only begun rebuilding their navy and had no ability even to form a line of battle. Thus there was no challenge in surface craft to our command of the seas. There was no doubt that the British Navy is overwhelmingly superior to the German in strength and in numbers, and no reason to assume that its science, training or skill was in any way defective. It had to face enormous and innumerable duties, rather than an antagonist. A Soviet source. The German Naval Air Force was totally inadequate in 1939 in Germany. German Admiral Erich Raeder declared before the Nuremberg Tribunal on May 17, 1946. There is manifold proof to show that I was not expecting a war in the autumn, 1939, at all, and in view of the small extent of rearmament of the German Navy this was quite natural. I have stated quite clearly in my speech before the U-boat officers in the German harbor city of Swinemund, north of Stettin, that we could not count on it. Great Britain. In 1939 Great Britain was by no means as scantily provided with armaments or, indeed, orientated to a defensive policy as one is always led to believe. This is established by the fact alone that British production of airplanes and tanks equaled or exceeded that of National Socialist Germany, not to mention the Navy, unsurpassed in strength and capacity. Before 1914, as well as before 1939, the British Admiralty had to hand plans of attack devised for the destruction of the German fleet and for invasion across the Channel. Already at the close of 1937 Churchill stated that the Navy was strong and that, even during the years of disarmament, at least £50 million was spent every year upon keeping in order the plant and organization already stabilized on the largest scale. On October 3, 1938, 3 days after signing the German-British Declaration of Peace and Friendship, Chamberlain was unexpectedly announcing rearmament at all costs. For a long period now we have been engaged in this country in a great rearmament program, which is daily increasing in pace and volume. On February 22, 1939, 1 month before Prague, he stated in Blackburn, "The figures of our rearmament are indeed staggering. Perhaps they have got so big that people have ceased to be able to take them in." Even assuming that he was exaggerating, one has to take into consideration that such statements, coming from the mouth of a prime minister, would make a lasting impact on the nations affected. Indeed, they were intended to goad the French ally into an intensified arms build-up. Their effect was to spread the armament fever and a war psychosis to all sides and push toward a crisis. Britain had ready 6 divisions, could, in the shortest possible time transfer another 10 to the continent, and, in the second echelon, add another 16 divisions, in all, therefore, 32 divisions. The air forces of Great Britain comprised more than 3,000 first-line aircraft. On September 1, 1939 Chamberlain declared in the House of Commons, "The main and most satisfactory point to observe is that there is today no need to make an appeal in a general way for recruits such as was issued by Lord Kitchener 25 years ago. That appeal has been anticipated by many months, and the men are already available. With her many dominions and England-friendly nations in all parts of the world, ocean-ruling Albion was able to procure raw materials and armaments even in time of war. In 1939, the volume of armament of the British Isles was already roughly on a par with that of the level of Germany. Proportionate to the population, Germany equals 80 million, England equals 50 million people, it was even twice as much. In addition, in the case of war, Germany was left at the mercy of an effective blockade. Britannia, on the other hand, ruled the waves. If one wants to assess the armament potential of Britain, France, and Germany in the year 1939, one has to take these political, strategic, and geographical factors into account. Likewise, one has to bear in mind that the British War Cabinet had based their strategy on a lengthy war. England was using a minimum of her own forces, at least at the beginning of the war, while she was proposing to enter into the fray the armies of her allies instead. Furthermore, this is not inconsistent with Chamberlain's initial notion that Hitler could be defeated easily and quickly with the support of the resistance within his own ranks. In this case also, Britain would not require an overpoweringly large army contingent on the continent. At the beginning of September 1939, the British War Cabinet stated that the war would go on for 3 years, and prepared a plan of mobilization for the reserves, based on this time scale. This plan proposed an increase of the fleet, the creation of 55 divisions by the autumn of 1941, as well as the expansion of the fleet of aircraft to 12,000 planes by spring 1940. Germany's situation with regard to the essential kinds of strategic raw materials was considered to be extremely serious. According to British plans there were stocks for only 6 months. The principal method of economic warfare against Germany, for which plans had been drawn up since spring of 1939, was the naval blockade. It was to be translated into action by the home fleet in the North Sea, in the Mediterranean and in parts of the Baltic. Already several years before the war, an advisory committee for trade inquiries in wartime was set up in Britain. These so-called blockade planners had worked out plans for a blockade against three hypothetical opponents already in 1937, Germany, Italy and Japan. The worldwide scale of these measures bears an impressive testimony to the balance of power at a time, when the real concern in Germany was how to achieve good housekeeping of raw materials, as there was much too little of it, and other countries had already begun cancelling trade agreements with Germany, particularly those covering non-ferrous metals. In 1937, the Association of German Heavy Industries had written a memorandum, the contents of which were secretly passed on to the British government by Dr. Gordeler, estimating that Germany fell short of her requirements for raw materials by 40 to 60%, had a shortage of 25 to 30% in foodstuffs and animal feeds, and her exports had shrunk by one-third. The maximum home output in the next 4 years would not produce more than 50% of iron and steel requirements, 70% of zinc, 45% of lead, and 15% of copper. Home production of raw materials was not more than 25% of Germany's needs. France. In August 1939, France's mobilization was practically completed. Winston Churchill spoke of 5 million trained French soldiers. On August 28, the British ambassador in Paris, Phipps, reported to London a conversation with French Foreign Minister Bonnet. Bonnet was calm and seemed not altogether unhopeful of the possibility of maintaining peace. He thinks it curious that Hitler should have allowed the mobilization of about 2,700,000 French combatants without striking beforehand. Of the total of about 5,500,000 men that general mobilization would produce, there would be little more than 500,000 more combatants, the remainder being composed of persons fulfilling war services in the rear, etc. The Soviet ambassador in London was well informed of the French fighting strength. France, in 1939, had at her disposal 110 divisions without reckoning its anti-aircraft forces, its coastal defense forces, and its troops in Africa. In addition, there were about 200,000 soldiers of Republican Spain, who had taken refuge in France after the victory of Franco and had asked to be incorporated in the French forces. The French army possessed 4,000 modern tanks and 3,000 large-caliber guns of 150 mm and higher, without reckoning divisional artillery. The French Air Force consisted of 2,000 first-line aircraft, of which about two-thirds were modern as then understood, namely, aircraft with a speed of 450 to 500 km per hour in the case of fighters and 400 to 450 km in the case of bombers. France had at her disposal, in June 1940, not counting Britain, Holland and Belgium, a much stronger tank force than Germany had. Before their entry into the war, England and France had spent, each country individually, as much or more on rearmaments than had Germany. The total war expenditure for Britain and France, having been standardized along military points, in accord with the existing agreements and obligations, were in the year 1939 much above those of Germany. At the outbreak of war in September 1939, France had a considerably bigger army than Germany, well equipped and securely entrenched behind the famous, imposing and, as was believed, impregnable Maginot Line. Czechoslovakia, 1938. Between 30 and 40 Czech divisions were deploying upon Germany's eastern frontier, and the weight of the French army, at odds of nearly 8 to 1, began to lie heavy on the western wall. A hostile Russia might operate from Czech airfields, and Soviet armies might wend their way forward through Poland or Romania. The Czech army, whose peacetime footing amounted to 120,000 men, had in midsummer 1938 1.5 million men under arms in the 30 to 40 divisions, 21 regular divisions, 15 or 16 second-line divisions already mobilized, equipped by a highly organized and powerful industrial machine, standing behind the strongest fortress line in Europe. To break the Czech army and pierce or turn the Bohemian fortress line would require practically the whole of 35 divisions, the main strength of the mobile and fully trained German army. Thus at the moment of attacking the Czechs, only 5 effective and 8 reserve divisions would be available to protect the whole of Germany's western frontier against the French army, which could mobilize 100 divisions. The Czechoslovak army was a formidable force, its well-equipped 34 divisions probably a match in themselves for the half-trained German army of 1938. Poland. The strength of the Polish army at the beginning of war was estimated, as is generally acknowledged, at about 55 infantry divisions, 12 cavalry brigades, and 2 motorized units. In autumn 1939 Poland had at her disposal 1.5 million soldiers. Having reached the already quite sizable number of 200,000, 211,000 men, in the Polish peacetime army, a comparison of the figures clearly demonstrates the aggressive intentions of the Polish army, whose gradual mobilization had been underway since spring 1939, especially when considering that this mobilization was undertaken without having been threatened or, indeed, having been made to feel threatened by Germany. In spring, on March 25, 1939, the British ambassador in Warsaw, Kennard, told his foreign minister that, according to confidential information from competent persons, 750,000 men had already been called up. The Polish Air Force had more than 1,200 planes at its disposal in autumn 1939. Without a doubt, the Polish military was still set fast in outdated strategic and technical ideas. They were attaching too much importance to the cavalry, underestimated the enemy's capabilities, had at their disposal insufficient tanks, anti-tank guns, artillery, aircraft and anti-aircraft units. Furthermore, their strategic immobility, the absence of any defensive strategy whatsoever, the poor fighting spirit of the many soldiers of the ethnic minorities in the Polish army, only 52.7% of the population of Poland were Polish, and, not least, the illusion being entertained by Warsaw regarding their friends, France, Britain and the United States, have all contributed considerably to the catastrophe of September 1939. All the same, the fact remains that, in an evaluation of Poland's military potential before the outbreak of war, the German leadership could not have taken all of these deficiencies into account while, on the other hand, the Polish leadership had not been aware of these shortcomings. The Polish leadership had geared their policy toward the deployment of a strong military force, and expressed in figures it was considerable for this state. And any German chancellor would have had to respond bearing this policy in mind, and not any perchance weaknesses of the Polish army. The Soviet Union. While the German Reich in 1939 had 75 divisions, 1,000 operational aircraft, tactical air force, and 3,000 tanks at her disposal, the Soviet Union alone could boast, in the summer of 1939, that she could deploy at a moment's notice, for the fight against Germany on her western front, 136 divisions, 5,000 medium and heavy guns, 9,000 to 10,000 tanks and more than 5,000, according to some sources 5,500, aeroplanes. This was no mere showing off. The Soviet Union had formally volunteered these forces during the British-French-Russian Military Convention in July/August 1939 to the Western powers for immediate fighting against Germany, which also reveals a lot about the attitude of mind of the Soviets, who were undertaking the completion of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact at the same time, on August 23, 1939. Not because of the refusal by Britain or France, but mainly because of the Polish and the Romanian refusal to allow passage of the Red Army across their territory, did these negotiations founder, so that the enormous might of the Red Army did not go into action in Europe in the year 1939. That this offer of deployment of arms was proposed in earnest is also confirmed by Soviet historians. They affirm that the Soviet government during the whole course of the pre-war period was prepared to use armed force against Germany, the aggressor. The Red Army had been vastly increased in recent months. The incorporation of reserve units in the Red Army in late 1938 had increased the Russian peacetime army to 2 million men, which was nearly triple the number of peacetime German soldiers. During the years from 1934 to 1938, the Red Army had doubled their manpower and their fighting strength, according to a statement made by the former Soviet Defense Commissar, Voroshilov, on March 13, 1939. The vast USSR, the most militant country in the world, had for years been shifting the main emphasis of the industrial output onto the heavy and armaments industries, and already since the year 1937 was spending about 25% of the total Soviet gross domestic product on military purposes, Germany 1937 equals 10%, 1938 over 39 equals 15%. Chapter 9. Psychological Preparations for War. In view of all these facts, what form did the anti-German propaganda take? Winston Churchill would begin his agitating by making false statements, against his better judgment, as soon as he touched upon his favorite theme of German rearmament. Then these assertions of his, proven to be false, were not only taken up by worldwide propaganda, a free press, but also by governments that used them for their own ends, principally Britain, France, the United States and the USSR. So, for example, in a speech to Churchill's constituent on August 27, 1938. But the danger to peace will not be removed until the vast German armies, which have been called from their homes into the ranks, have been dispersed. For a country which is itself not menaced by anyone, in no fear of anyone, to place over 1,500,000 soldiers upon a war footing is a very grave step. It seems to me, and I must tell it to you plainly, that these great forces have not been placed upon a war footing without an intention to reach a conclusion within a very limited space of time. For those weak with figures, 1,500,000 is 1.5 million. Several pages further Churchill informs us that the Czechs alone in May 1938 had called 1.5 million men to the colors. However, this fact is not embellished with a similarly tinted commentary. When the Czechoslovakian multinational state with a population of 15 million, of these, only 7 million were Czechs, mobilized 1.5 million men, then this, apparently, is considered to be quite all right. When Poland with her population of 35 million, 15 million of them were foreign minorities, likewise mobilizes 1.5 million men, then this, too, is considered to be quite right. But for Germany and her 80 million people to have, in the face of an intensifying crisis, just a self-same size army of 1.5 million, which is in proportion to the population only a fifth part of the Czech contingent, this then is seen by Churchill and the people who share his views as a peace-threatening crime and a proof of her striving for world domination. Churchill in a speech in 1936. Germany, on the other hand, fears no one. She is arming in a manner which has never been seen in German history. She is led by a handful of triumphant desperadoes. Money is running short, discontents are arising beneath these despotic rulers. Very soon they will have to choose on the one hand between economic and financial collapse or internal upheaval, and on the other a war which could have no other object and which, if successful, can have no other result than a Germanized Europe under Nazi control. Therefore it seems to me that all the old conditions present themselves again, the striving for hegemony of a continental power that must be eradicated, and that our national salvation depends upon our gathering once again all the forces of Europe to contain, to restrain, and if necessary to frustrate German domination. In his memoirs Churchill frankly stated, in 1938-39 British military expenditure of all kinds reached £304 millions, and the German was at least £1,500 millions. It is probable that, in this last year before the outbreak, Germany manufactured at least double, and possibly treble, the munitions of Britain and France put together, and also that her great plants for tank production reached full capacity. They were therefore getting weapons at a far higher rate than we. The French 40-hour week could not rival the output of a Germany working harsh hours under wartime conditions. The German munitions plants were working at high pressure. The wheels revolved and the hammers descended day and night in Germany, making its whole industry an arsenal, and welding all its population into one disciplined war machine. What Churchill was proposing to arrange with the help of his mendacious agitation about the German rearmament, he explained in the House of Commons debate on March 16, 1939 quite openly, garnished with all too common lies. It must be remembered that Germany, like all countries, is now at full extension in armament production, groaning and straining in that tremendous effort. Already she is spending 26% of her national income on warlike preparations. All labor, skilled and unskilled, is employed to the utmost. The park railings and even iron crosses in the graveyards are being melted down as scrap. Therefore, I was very glad to hear Lord Chatfield yesterday lay down the sound doctrine that it is the duty of the Royal Navy to seek out and destroy the enemy's fleet. That is the true note to strike. To be any more prejudiced and provocative is all but impossible. But even the fact that this man, in one and the same book, was contradicting himself with such frequency, even when discussing the matter of German armament, and that here, too, Winston could produce this sort of schoolboy rhetoric by the yard, did not seem to bother anyone. The German war machine had lumbered falteringly over the frontier, German-Austrian frontier, March 1938, and come to a standstill near Linz. In spite of perfect weather and road conditions, the majority of the tanks broke down. Defects appeared in the motorized heavy artillery. The road from Linz to Vienna was blocked with heavy vehicles at a standstill. General von Reichenau was deemed responsible for a breakdown which exposed the unripe conditions of the German army at this stage in its reconstruction. On the occasion of a meeting at the War Ministry, the leading German generals drew up a memorandum, which was presented to the Reich Chancellery on September 27, 1938. Churchill confirms. Emphasis is laid on the shortage of officers. No fewer than 48,000 officers and 100,000 NCOs were necessary to bring the German army up to war strength, and in the event of a general mobilization, no fewer than 18 divisions would find themselves devoid of trained subordinate commanders. Also, anti-fascist historians need to be tied down to the question of the German rearmament, so that they must discuss their assertions in some detail. Thus, a book published under U.S. license in the year 1947 contains the following brief reference. The vast majority of the population knew nothing of secret meetings and secret orders. Here too, not a single word is to be found about the subject matter or about questions relating to work and to personnel matters of the alleged secret meetings and orders in connection with the German rearmament. But such empty pronouncements are historically worthless. The author continues. The number of firms that was working on certain armament projects was a limited one before 1939, the work itself was screened off. Here, likewise, no amount, no locality and no product is mentioned. Important, however, is the admission that the number of German firms engaged in rearmaments was until 1939 a limited number, a statement contradicting all of the inflammatory theories of propaganda. Continuing, one needs to pay close attention to the line of reasoning. There are grounds for the supposition that the stated economic program of the party was designed according to the demands of rearmament and war. In this, the autarky of the German economy was to be all-important. New industrial plants of vast dimensions emerged, which were to produce Buna as a substitute for rubber, make petrol from coal and, allegedly, manufacture the Volkswagen, so as to free the German economy from dependency on foreign countries. The financing of the thought-out plan for these large-scale measures, which was assuming gigantic proportions, was a job in itself that was solved by increasing the volume of currency in circulation and by increasing the deficit spending of the Reich. If these measures that any country in the world would catalogue under national economy and not under political armament were indeed devouring sums of gigantic proportions needed for the financing, then, by all accounts, there should not have been much space and financial strength left over for the actual rearming. What in fact was the reality? The expansion of the four-year plan factories, which were to reduce the dependency on imports, had been planned to be fully developed only in 1943. Their present capacity in output, 1939, was of no consequence. No matter which historical research we look at, everywhere we find the very low German armaments level confirmed, just as we find the systematic inciting of other nations with lies about the feverish rearming of the Third Reich from 1933 onward, and that the ending of the economic crisis in Germany, 1933, was accomplished by a fully developed armament program, thereby threatening the peace of the nations. In the opinion of these moralists, what might a sovereign state be allowed at all? Should it be permitted to rearm for self-defense? As we can see, all the others may do so, but not the Germans. Germany was encircled by hostile nations that were expertly equipped and better armed, bound to each other by military alliances. During the whole period that the Reich government was in office, not one single new munitions factory was built. Nonetheless, those selfsame powers that were exploiting world empires, were accusing Germany of aspiring to world domination, of conspiring against peace and of being guilty of criminal planning. Any of the facts that stand in contradiction to the thesis of a conspiracy against world peace are, without further ado, one is never at a loss for reasons and slogans, clarified as the amateurism of the conspiracy. Perhaps Hitler could have avoided being reproached of amateurism, if he had been emulating the United States after the Second World War, stockpiling 75% of all strategic material reserves for 3 to 5 years, and if he had taken up position in 69 countries of the globe, or rather in over 2,200 individual bases throughout the world, never mind the even more awe-inspiring example of the Soviet Union. The powers surrounding Germany were not, incidentally, filled with dread because of a Third Reich armed to the teeth, but instead were cherishing the illusion to be standing in Berlin within a matter of days after the outbreak of war, aided by their friends, as well as the power of resistance from within the Reich. Had the Poles, the French, the British or the Soviets been in fear of German armaments or the German determination for attack, then in the year 1939 the Polish public and the Polish authorities would not have behaved with such unconcealed aggression, recklessness, prejudice and hatred toward the German minorities at their mercy and toward the Reich. Likewise, the French, the British, the US American and the Soviet press organs would not have dared any such provocations. Whoever fears the other side because of greater strength would not deliberately trample upon the other's legitimate rights, but would carefully weigh them in the balance, because then, within the bounds of all human probability, the threat of the use of arms has vanished. In the British cabinet one was fully aware of the true level of the German armament. After all, reliable sources of information were at London's disposal. That is why it is all the more unforgivable, when influential men in Britain, to say nothing of the Free Press and the BBC, during the 30s employed inflammatory agitation about German rearmament fever, although in private they assessed the German armament and military forces potential as realistically, as did, for example, Robert Hudson, Secretary of the Department for Overseas Trade, on March 9, 1939 during lunch with the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski. As for the Germans, they were bound to come to terms since they were on the verge of bankruptcy, having no gold or foreign currency and being increasingly short of raw materials. The Swedish mediator Birger Dolorus, certainly above suspicion, was writing with regard to the assessment of the German Wehrmacht made by the Polish propaganda during midsummer 1939. The German panzers, tanks, were said to be only cardboard dummies. The German soldiers were said to be deserting in their hundreds. Their uniforms were only barely said to be held together with cords. There is not a single document to verify that Poland in 1939 believed in a supposed armaments fever or in a striving for world domination in Germany. Polish diplomats even used to regard the signing of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 23, 1939 as clear evidence of the desperate situation in which the Reich found itself. Adding to this, the unleashing of anti-German feelings because of measures taken by the Polish authorities, was the ever-worsening warmongering in the Polish press and on the radio, where one could not publicize the reports fast enough about the alleged manifestations of the German condition of exhaustion to be observed within the Reich, in the sphere of foodstuffs, in the inadequately equipped Wehrmacht and such like. The Poles, however, were portrayed as the best soldiers in the world, thereby arousing in them a feeling of infinite superiority compared with the Reich. It was believed that the structure of the Polish army, their fighting spirit and their technical equipment, to be immeasurably better, whereas the situation of the Reich, in contrast, was hopeless, since the encirclement was complete. Poland considered herself a great power. These words were not written in the period from 1933 to 1945. It is the result of a historical research by an expert who, in his book on the German minority in Poland published in 1954, entitled the relevant chapter Warmongering in Poland, Die Kriegsschätze in Poland. Paul Reynaud, the former French finance minister, prime minister from March to June 1940, said in the Chamber of Deputies on February 26, 1938. Is it not common knowledge that the Germans do not have half the officers required for the formation of their divisions? Likewise, in the year 1938, November, a manifesto of the Comintern was published, stating, Hitler Germany is neither in the military or in the economic sense ready for war. She is short of raw materials, foodstuffs, money. Her army does not have enough trained units. These are statements made by influential and well-informed politicians, 1 year before the war to win world domination allegedly planned since 1933. The Soviet ambassador in London recalled the diplomatic talks between the representatives of the Soviet Union, Britain and France in the months before the outbreak of war, and he drew the conclusion that was equally familiar to all the participants of the talks. It will be seen that the armed forces of the anticipated signatories of the Triple Pact were very impressive, and far surpassed the then forces of Germany and Italy. How did the French foreign minister assess the situation? We were expecting an easy and quick victory. It must be admitted that much information from abroad led us to believe that our adversary was quite badly off indeed. I received such bits of news either directly or from our ambassador, who, as was his duty, sent them to us with due reservation. Apart from the usual old tales of striking German workers and soldiers who refused to fight, we were periodically provided with the hope of an imminent assassination, already prepared, which would bring about the downfall of National Socialism. And the British Foreign Minister? It became more and more apparent to one as Halifax talked, that, what Britain depends on more than anything else to end the war before the world collapses, is the internal collapse inside of Germany. They had definite confidence in their Secret Service reports that the oil and gasoline supply is definitely not over 4 months and that there is a definite feeling in Germany against war, and if it got too tough economically, Hitler would be out. The former foreign minister of the Reich, Joachim von Ribbentrop, in his closing remarks to the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, pertinently outlined the situation of the Reich. If I deny that this German foreign policy planned and prepared for a war of aggression, that is not an excuse on my part. The truth of this is proved by the strength that we developed in the course of the Second World War and the fact how weak we were at the beginning of this war. History will believe us when I, Ribbentrop, say that we would have prepared a war of aggression immeasurably better if we had actually intended one. What we intended was to look after our elementary necessities of life, in the same way that England looked after her own interests in order to make 1/5 of the world subject to her, and in the same way that the United States brought an entire continent and Russia brought the largest inland territory of the world under their hegemony. The only difference between the policies of these countries as compared with ours is that we demanded parcels of land such as Danzig and the corridor which were taken from us against all rights, whereas the other powers are accustomed to thinking only in terms of continents. Chapter 10. The Foreign Policy of the Great Powers on the Eve of War. Great Britain. The policy of European balance of power during the pre-war years. Winston Churchill describes to us in his memoirs with rare frankness the basic principles of British foreign policy before the Second World War. According to these, from the outset one thing is for certain for any Englishman, and that is that any European great power, no matter at what moment in time or under what circumstances or in what system of government, was going to be aggressive and ruled over by tyrants as soon as it had attained a certain degree of strength and internal stability. Upon these premises a policy rule is constructed, and Britain's foreign policy is always conducted in conformity with it, thereby not only guaranteeing perpetual disagreement within Europe, but she has also been using it for administering justice among the nations. Yes indeed, Churchill even admitted that for him, and thus for British policy, there was no difference between the Hitler regime and the various other forms of government encountered in European history. This leading Englishman thus acknowledges that his own crusader role was devoid of any justification and not bound to any ethical values. Over and above that, he admits that the British foreign policy had, for the past 400 years, not been orientated toward rights and justice, nor humanitarian sentiments or international understanding, but was rather geared to an autocratic principle, whereby all other states would be declared, according to demand, tyrannical, aggressive and criminal. For 400 years the foreign policy of England has been to oppose the strongest, most aggressive, most dominating power on the continent. Faced by Philip II of Spain, against Louis XIV under William III and Marlborough, against Napoleon, against William II of Germany, we joined with the less strong powers, made a combination among them, and thus defeated and frustrated the continental military tyrant whoever he was, whatever nation he led. Observe that the policy of England takes no account of which nation it is that seeks the overlordship of Europe. The question is not whether it is Spain, or the French monarchy, or the French Empire, or the German Empire, or the Hitler regime. It has nothing to do with rulers or nations, it is concerned solely with whoever is the strongest or the potentially dominating tyrant. Therefore we should not be afraid of being accused of being pro-French or anti-German. If the circumstances were reversed, we could equally be pro-German and anti-French. No British historian, no British government has ever denied these observations made by Churchill. On the contrary, Lord Halifax, in his speech on June 30, 1939 at the Royal Institute of International Affairs, expressed himself in a similar sense. Exactly the same is said in the memorandum that the U.S. State Department presented to President Truman before the start of the Potsdam Conference, July 1945, in order to inform him about the British tradition of the policy of balance. Lord Vansittart, for many years the highest civil servant in the Foreign Office and later chief diplomatic advisor to the government, also confirms. If such a domination, of a continental power, were established, we should be confronted with a position which we have for centuries endeavored to prevent with the instinctive knowledge that any lasting hegemony in Europe must of necessity reduce this country, Britain, to a second-class power. Churchill's statement demonstrates to the world that also in the Second World War ethical principles such as protection of the small nations, international justice, the struggle for freedom and democracy, safeguards against tyrants were nothing but propaganda slogans for Britain. It is grotesque for a country such as Britain that in 1939 still had at her disposal 40 million square kilometers, was ruling over a large number of foreign nations and, moreover, was claiming the ocean for herself, that she should pose as defender of the rights of small nations and of the free world. It is no less grotesque that these British politicians should accuse a nation that had only 600,000 square kilometers to call her own, that is to say 1.5% of that of the British landholding, of striving for world domination, and, furthermore, that they were believed. Even on the occasion when Churchill becomes still more explicit and calls the Second World War a British War, with this line of reasoning, as used on BBC London, he refused the peace negotiation proposals from the Belgian King and from the Queen of the Netherlands made after the campaign of Poland in 1939, and declares as its aim the annihilation of Germany. The public worldwide chooses to disregard this without any comment to be heard, as indeed later, after the war, his cynical admission. That one had, unfortunately, killed the wrong pig, was also passed over in silence. Thus, world opinion seems hardly a suitable yardstick for international law. Even a diplomat from Churchill's own Conservative Party admitted. To the world at large, Churchill appeared to be the very embodiment of a policy of war. To have brought him into the government and the balance between peace and war was still quivering, might have definitively tilted the scales on the side of war. A pretext for justifying their antagonistic attitude has always been found in British politics. The Versailles Dictate had put a noose around the neck of the Weimar Republic and had plunged the German nation into strife and economic chaos, although they had made the democratic form of government their own. The new German liberal constitution did not result in even the smallest hint of clemency and consideration. But when this chaos gave way to dictatorship, that very change served as the pretext for a new war. In the words of the Englishman, William H. Dawson, the fact that there was in 1933 a completely different Germany from what her enemies had planned, can be explained in that the Allies had done their utmost to weaken and destroy Germany, physically by dismembering her, financially with the reparations, in her reputation with misrepresentations and defamation, in her spirit with a heap of insults and humiliations of every conceivable means. Therefore, In view of the misery that the Weimar Republic had to suffer from 1919 to 1932, researchers arrived at the conclusion that it was a miracle to have survived those years of distress and disgrace. When the Germans could see a way out of this chaos, National Socialism simply had to be made into the villain, from this time onward, so that the treatment of the Germans as inferior beings and outcasts could be justified once more. Once again British, French and US politicians and newspaper publishers, in conjunction with the Soviets, got worked up over the eternal troublemaker. They put the responsibility for the looming war onto the German government, should they continue rearming, even at a time when Germany, in contrast to her neighbors, was totally defenseless. They were the ones who, with an enormous outpouring of propaganda, got to work on classifying the nations into good ones and bad ones, into peace-loving and aggressive systems of government and, by means of alleged secret information, were feigning an imminent danger that was threatening different countries. The British Foreign Secretary Eden was already quite blunt during a talk with the Polish Marshal Pilsudski in the year 1935 by asking him, "Do you think, Monsieur le Maréchal, we should remain on our little island?" Similar the highest civil servant in the Foreign Office, Vansittart, in the year 1933. If Hitler fails, his successor will be Bolshevism, power political depreciation of the German area. If he succeeds, he will have a European war in 5 years. At the same time, that is to say in the year 1933, this same Vansittart had already drawn up a memorandum that had but one purpose: Germania esse delenda, Germany must be destroyed. This man had for years held the highest civil servant position in the Foreign Office, and also in the Chamberlain government he continued exercising his influence, in spite of the fact that Chamberlain removed him from his post in 1938 and tried to put him on ice with the appointment of chief diplomatic advisor of the British government. Since any German unity was objectionable to these people anyway, the resurfacing German strength that was becoming more and more noticeable due to Germany's regeneration eventually had to serve once again as the pretext for interfering on the grounds that it was disturbing the balance of power. This despite the fact the Reich at this time, in contrast to the period before the First World War, had not participated in the armament race, and Germany's foreign trade was not about to create havoc on the world market. Yet Germany had become too powerful for their liking, although they had managed to create an armaments lead of several years and to once more put a cordon of alliances, formed by the victorious nations of World War I, around the vanquished nation. The British Defence Committee, and this is characteristic, had already decided as early as the spring of 1934, at a time when it was a verifiable fact that Germany did not have the military might on a par with Great Britain and was not making any territorial demands, that the ultimate potential enemy in a general war would be Germany. Countless prominent personalities in Britain, France and the United States explained their anti-German attitude with the mere fact of a Germany having become too powerful. Foreign Secretary Eden declared in 1943, at a farewell breakfast for Soviet Ambassador Maisky, who was leaving London to take up the post as Deputy Commissioner for Foreign Affairs in Moscow. During the last century and a half England and Russia have always been in the same camp when any serious crisis arose in Europe. That is what happened in the time of Napoleon, it was the same in the years of the First World War, and it has happened now in the days of the Second World War. What is the explanation? It is that Britain and Russia are two great and powerful states at opposite ends of Europe who cannot reconcile themselves to the creation in Europe of the unquestioned domination of any third power. Such an excessively powerful third state becomes a menace both to Britain and to Russia, and as a result they unite against it and ultimately bring about its downfall. Even when among his friends, Mr. Eden was not in the habit of dwelling on the particularly abysmal depravity of National Socialism in comparison with other forms of government and different epochs in Europe. He too held the view of his Prime Minister that there was no difference between Philip II of Spain, Napoleon, Kaiser Wilhelm II and Hitler. What alone was crucial was the balance of power in Europe. Winston Churchill, who after a brilliant political career had been exchanging a long list of ministerial seats up to the highest that the British governmental hierarchy has to allocate, that of Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1924 to 1929, told the Soviet ambassador in London, Maisky, at the end of July 1934. "The British Empire," said Churchill, "is my be-all and end-all. What is good for the British Empire is good for me too, what is bad for the British Empire is bad for me." In 1919 I considered that the greatest danger to the British Empire was your country, and therefore I was an enemy of your country. Now I consider that the greatest danger for the British Empire is Germany, and therefore now I am an enemy of Germany. At the same time I consider that Hitler is making ready to expand not only against us, but also to the east, against you. Why should we not join forces to combat our common enemy? I have been an adversary of communism, and remain its adversary, but for the sake of the integrity of the British Empire I am ready to cooperate with the Soviets. This distrust of Germany did not only apply to German might as a political factor, but equally to her economic potential and to her intellectual prowess. Already in the year 1919, the Times had written, "If Germany were to start trading within the next 50 years, then we would have fought this war, First World War, for nothing." The British historian and general, J.F.C. Fuller, said in retrospect that it was not Hitler's political teachings that provoked the war, the cause, this time, was his successful endeavor to construct a changed economy. It is in the envies, greeds and fears of men that the roots of war are to be found. The British diplomat Lord Lothian, future ambassador to the USA, had written to a friend on July 23, 1936. "My whole point is that you cannot deal with Nazi Germany until you give her justice. Once you have given her justice, two things may happen. On the one hand, the moderate forces in Germany may begin to resist. On the other hand, Great Britain may be willing to consider making war, if Germany proceeds to action which may lead to the hegemony of Europe." Winston Churchill in the year 1936. "We will force Hitler into the war, whether he wants it or not." Then on January 18, 1945 and again in Fulton after the war, in March 1946, in the presence of President Truman, Churchill stated, "It was, the Second World War, also about the acquisition of the German markets." From a conversation of Churchill with the High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, Karl J. Burkhardt, at the beginning of 1937. "Churchill was telling me that Germany was again getting too strong, the Germans were only impressed by power, in the event of an armed conflict, the excessive encroachments of National Socialism would help the British to a strong system of alliances. The simple fact that a great and competent people had found themselves again was to be used as an exaggerated propaganda slogan of excessive encroachments, at the beginning of 1937, by utilizing the rumors that the selfsame London Central Office was circulating throughout the world. The aim was obvious, the forming of an alliance system for smashing Germany to pieces." American General Robert E. Wood stated at a Senate committee that Churchill had said to him in November 1936. "Germany is getting too strong, and we must smash her." This is not the only evidence. Churchill gave his opinion quite openly in a conversation with the former German ambassador in London, von Ribbentrop, in the summer of 1937. Churchill: "If Germany gets too strong, she will be crushed again, as in 1914. Ribbentrop: "This will not be quite so easy this time, as Germany has friends." Churchill: "Oh, we are pretty good at getting them round at the end. You must not underrate England. Do not judge by the attitude of the present administration. Once a great cause is presented to the people, all kinds of unexpected actions might be taken by this very government and by the British nation. The International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, like the British governments of the post-war period, have declared the documentary papers of this conversation as nowhere to be found. However, there is much that speaks in favor of the statement's authenticity. The non-existence of any documentary papers about this conversation in either the British or in the captured German archives. The absence of any documents to the contrary relating to this conversation which, after all, did take place. The refusal of the International Military Tribunal Nuremberg to examine Churchill as a witness. Churchill's acknowledgement in his memoirs. Therefore, The unsuccessful application in Nuremberg by the Defense Council of Reich Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, bearing in mind the situation of the Reich government at that time, has a legitimate significance in the light of Realpolitik. On the basis of this statement of Churchill which has been mentioned, and those of other important British statesmen, according to which England would bring about a coalition against Germany within a few years in order to oppose Hitler with all available means, as a result of these statements, Hitler became henceforth more keenly anxious to increase his own armaments and to busy himself with strategic plans. Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty, opened the Commons debate on the outcome of the Munich Conference on October 3, 1938. He insisted that she, Great Britain, would have been fighting for the balance of power, which was precious to some British hearts. He believed that it was his mission and that of his country to prevent Germany from achieving a dominant position on the continent. The British historian A.J.P. Taylor confirms. The most outspoken opponents of Munich, such as Winston Churchill, asserted quite simply that Germany was becoming too powerful in Europe and that she must be stopped by the threat of a great coalition or, if necessary, by force of arms. Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty, when he resigned in protest against the Munich settlement, was concerned with the balance of power and British honor, not with self-determination or the injustices of Versailles. The fundamental attitude of these factions had already been definitely decided in this direction months, if not years, before the Munich Conference. The Polish Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Warsaw, Count Schembeck, had noted in his diary on July 7, 1938. Van Sittert is the main force behind the encirclement policy against Germany, which is guided and promoted by certain elements of the British government. They would also like us to be a part of the encirclement policy of Germany and, therefore, encourage the pressure put upon us in this regard by all the British factions of the left, which are combining now into a party of war, and who are even endorsing the idea of a preventive war. The British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, had revealed these interrelations in his memoirs already with reference to February 1938, and he spoke of pressures being exerted on him. Almost every day I would receive unsolicited advice to take some action, of which the plain consequence, if the bluff did not succeed, was to make it rather more likely that the issue must be war. The Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, reported in his memoirs on a lunch with Churchill on September 28, 1938, the eve of the Munich Conference. And we afterwards drove together to the House of Commons. Churchill declared that the only hope lay in resolution and if necessary in war, and threatened that, if Chamberlain once again decided on an inglorious retreat, he, Churchill, would show him. The following day, Halifax was meeting his Prime Minister returning from Munich at London Airport. While accompanying him back to the city, Halifax recommended that he should take this man, Churchill, back into the cabinet, along with some particularly belligerent officials from the Labour Party, as well as Eden, the former Foreign Secretary, who had resigned in February 1938 because of the course of appeasement. The manner in which Churchill intended to solve the German problem was well known in London. If this man could state to the press advisor at the German embassy, Fritz Hesse, "If a mad dog is about to attack me, I shall shoot it down before it can bite me," he would have expressed himself in an even blunter way to his colleagues. One of these, Lord Van Sittert, did not consider it any the less moral to be saying, "But my dear Hesse, you will not be able to prevent a war between Germany and Britain. You see, Mr. Hitler wants to make Germany the supreme power in Europe, and I believe that my information about this is correct. You understand that we cannot allow this to happen." Indeed, in England, historical hatreds were common, dislike of Germany sprang from the attitudes rooted in the past and incapable of moderation. Winston Churchill never did agree with German equality of armaments and, as he was to admit, at least later, in all openness, had been recommending to permanently prevent the rearmament of Germany. When he was traveling all over in 1936, trying to get all the countries of the League of Nations into ganging up against Germany, these travels were, at that time, not as successful as he would have wished. Although of similar mind, most of the Versailles politicians, moreover, did not want to grant Germany after 1933 the principles of equal rights and the right to self-determination, just as they had also refused to grant them when it was the Weimar Republic. It had to be made clear to the German nation that the fighting of the Allies during the First World War, ostensibly against the German monarchy, was directed against the German nation as such, despite initial assurances to the contrary. The victors of Versailles wanted to uphold by force, irrespective of the historical research findings to the contrary, the theory of it being exclusively a German war guilt, in order to support their systems of reorganization from 1919. Winston Churchill was announcing still in 1933 that Germany alone had been responsible for the war and that the Versailles Treaty was just. He never renounced this fundamental basis of his agitation throughout his life, rather he went beyond his thesis in hysterical fashion as the later war premier, in that he spoke in February 1944 of a 30 years war fighting German aggression starting in 1914. Churchill waged war, with weaponry or with words, on the German Empire, the Weimar Republic and the Third Reich. But at the same time he was speaking of peace, justice and equality amongst the nations and of an unselfish and peace-loving Britain that would protect the small nations. Important party followers of Churchill's European politics had positions in the Foreign Office, the civil service, and were at the helm in the media. They too belonged to that minority in Britain who, from 1935, were determined to crush Germany by means of another war, and considered it not only morally justified but also the only correct policy. I was especially astonished at the time that even some Americans, whose names I have forgotten, but among them was also the ambassador, supported this view fervently. So it is hardly surprising to find that Lord Halifax was already early on working along lines exactly in accordance with this politics of the balance of power. Already in August/September 1938 he was interfering in the German-Polish relations with his promise to Foreign Minister Beck that Great Britain would support Poland at Danzig as much as possible, at a time when Hitler had not yet taken into consideration talks with Poland about that matter. Halifax made that pledge to the Poles, although he himself liked to describe the Danzig solution, produced at Versailles, as an absurdity, and in spite of being informed by his ambassador in Warsaw to the effect that it is fairly clear that it is only a question of time before Danzig becomes wholly German, and that M. Beck would have great difficulty in inducing the Polish people to swallow this without some quid pro quo. That the actions of Lord Halifax were orientated toward the long term with the ultimate aim of breaking the German power is still more drastically shown in that he, at a very early stage, had been encouraging Hitler to make demands, which he would then promptly attack most vehemently with all the means of propaganda and diplomacy, although Hitler was acting according to Halifax's suggestions. His predecessor at the Foreign Office, Anthony Eden, had already prepared the ground. On May 4, 1937, the British diplomat Lord Lothian visited the German Chancellor for the second time and told him about an official statement that the Foreign Secretary had made during a speech in Leamington, Central England, on November 20, 1936, declaring that Britain had no primary interests in Eastern Europe. Neither did Britain, so Lothian was affirming, stand in the way of an Austrian solution. This would more likely be Mussolini and the Pope. As another envoy from Britain, Lord Halifax arrived to see Hitler on November 19, 1937. He stated the following. The view was held in England that it was perfectly possible to clear out of the way the misunderstandings which existed at the present moment. The great services which the Chancellor had performed in the reconstruction of Germany were fully recognized, and, if the public opinion of England took up an attitude of criticism from time to time towards certain German problems, it might no doubt be in part because people in England were not fully informed of the motives and attendant circumstances of certain measures taken in Germany. Thus the Church of England followed with anxiety and disquiet the development of the church question in Germany, and Labour Party circles were critical of certain action taken in Germany. In spite of these difficulties, he, Lord Halifax, recognized that the Chancellor had not only performed great services in Germany but also, as he would no doubt feel, had been able, by preventing the entry of communism into his country, to bar its passage further west. He, Halifax, said that everyone in England respected Germany as a great and sovereign country, and that it was only upon this basis that she would be treated. Englishmen were realists and were perhaps more convinced than others that mistakes had been made in the Treaty of Versailles which had to be put right. On the English side it was not necessarily thought that the status quo must be maintained under all circumstances. It was recognized that one might have to contemplate an adjustment to new conditions, a correction of former mistakes and the recognition of changed circumstances when such need arose. He must emphasize once more in the name of government that possibility of change of the existing situation was not excluded, but that changes should only take place upon the basis of reasonable agreements reasonably reached. A Czech historian put these matters into the following words. The German documents reveal that Hitler derived special encouragement from Lord Halifax's visit in November 1937. Lord Halifax was then Lord President of the Council, ranking second in the cabinet to the Prime Minister. According to the document recording the interview, he gave Hitler to understand that Britain would allow him a free hand in Eastern Europe. Halifax may not have meant as much, but that was the impression he conveyed, and it proved of crucial importance. Then, in February 1938, Mr. Eden was driven to resign as Foreign Minister after repeated disagreements with Chamberlain, and Halifax was appointed to succeed him at the Foreign Office. A few days later, the British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson, called on Hitler for a confidential talk, in continuation of Halifax's November conversation, and conveyed to him that the British government was much in sympathy with his desire for changes in Europe to Germany's benefit. As the documents show, these events precipitated Hitler's action. An Englishman. At the Munich conference, Chamberlain was fully aware that his Foreign Secretary, Halifax, and Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty and Member of Parliament, had encouraged the Poles in the summer of 1938 to adopt in Danzig a confrontational attitude toward Germany, in spite of the fact that Halifax had convinced the German leadership during his visit to Germany in 1937 that Great Britain considered the return of Danzig to the Reich as right and proper. The British Prime Minister knew perfectly that this deceitful policy, practiced by his own ministers, would very quickly lead Europe into another war, but he lacked the courage to discuss this situation with Hitler. During the period following the Anschluss of Austria, Hitler was again encouraged by Great Britain. This time he was to make demands on Czechoslovakia, which took him by surprise. The same course of events was repeated during the Sudeten crisis, which was not even of Hitler's making. From then on, Hitler was portrayed by the Anglo-American world press as the culprit, the aggressor and imperialist, and a coalition of powers was subsequently formed against him. It was in this fashion that the policy of the balance of power was pursued, an approach against which Henderson was to caution his foreign minister on July 18, 1939 most urgently, albeit without success. Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister at the time, had originally wanted peace, even if it was only for the reason of gaining more time to facilitate a more extensive rearmament program. But the Peace and Friendship Declaration on September 30, 1938 in Munich was his last independent foreign policy act. Any subsequent important decisions, whilst they all bear his signature, were taken against his will, prompted by the urgings of the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, by some highly placed senior officials at the Foreign Office, by a considerable number of members of Parliament from the Conservative Party but, above all, also from the Labour Party, by the influential shapers of public opinion, and by U.S. President Roosevelt. After the Munich conference, there gained acceptance in Britain the demand to restore the European equilibrium, unbalanced by Munich. That the starting point of meddling in foreign affairs on the basis of a complete about-turn to a readiness for war was not solely to be found in London became evident after Chamberlain had made his outrageous claim that America and the world Jewry had forced England into the war. Anybody who is familiar with this earlier history cannot fail but reach the conclusion that the British decision in the spring of 1939 to refuse the people of Danzig, to say nothing of West Prussia, the right to self-determination, and then do everything that was bound to aggravate German-Polish tensions, was neither based on ethical principles nor on a preference for the status quo. Great Britain tolerated, even supported unreservedly, the activities of Polish chauvinism in 1939, designed to change the status quo, the great power aspirations at the expense of Germany, but also the Soviet expansion at the expense of Poland and the Baltic states. Naturally, no legal maxims were required when it came to the westwardly moving of the Polish frontier. One did not even try to keep up the pretense, and all this was done for the sake of the dear Poles. Winston Churchill at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. As for the River Nysa, in previous talks I had always qualified the moving of the Polish frontier westwards by saying that the Poles should be free to take territory in the west, but not more than they wished or could properly manage. It would be a great pity to stuff the Polish goose so full of German food that it died of indigestion. The words, I, and always, and German food, and Polish goose, ought to be heavily emphasized. We need to examine British secret diplomacy during the year 1939 in the light of this later admission. Although at that time Churchill was not in the British cabinet, he was nevertheless one of those influential men, who were able to push Chamberlain into the direction they wanted. The nearer we get to war, the more his chances improve. Foreign Secretary Eden, in office again from 1940 onward, having already been active against Germany before the war when Foreign Secretary, or when a private individual, stated on December 16, 1944 in the House of Commons. I have for many years held the opinion, as a private individual, that it would not be possible for the Polish state to maintain an independent national viability if the system of the corridor is retained. As a correspondent in Geneva, I had to sit in on this wretched Danzig affair. In truth, it was never going to work. There was only one possibility to solve this problem, which was to give East Prussia to Poland and move the population from there to settle in another place. Here, too, we need to underline some words, for many years, and we shall likewise arrive back in pre-war times and find an astonishing accord with the ideas and actions of his powerful friends and of his successor and predecessor, Lord Halifax. In 1939 Anthony Eden had long ceased to be a private person, but was instead one of the most influential men in British society and politics, having been His Majesty's Foreign Secretary from December 1935 until February 1938. Just how little these British statesmen were concerned about the fate of Poland is also evident from the many comments and especially from the actions before September 1939 and during the war. Winston Churchill in Yalta, in 1945. As for myself, I do not take much interest in the Poles. This lack of interest in Poland could also be deduced not only from his attitude toward the Polish government in exile, but also from his efforts to suppress the truth about the massacre of over 10,000 Polish officers in the forest of Katyn. Furthermore, Churchill did not mention Poland, his ally, in his calculation of percentages at the Moscow Conference in October 1944, when he pushed across the table to Stalin a sheet of paper on which he had written his requested sphere of influence quota, expressed in percentages, for the Eastern European countries. President F.D. Roosevelt was acquainted with the perfidious Poland policy from London and was condoning it, as his remark to Foreign Secretary Eden, March 1943, reveals. The big powers would have to decide what Poland should have. So the great powers in question did decide, while debarring all continental European states, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly already during the years before the war, on the foreign policy framework of their own allies and their Versailles fellow travelers, which included Poland. By using their propaganda and their economic capabilities, they would establish their value judgments according to their interests, the good, peace-loving democracies and the bad, barbaric Germans. In this connection one has to agree with the communist historians. Poland had become irredeemably dependent on the imperialistic Western powers, who imposed on the Polish government a policy that was not in the interest of the Polish people and which, in the end, destroyed the Polish state in 1939. Poland was chosen to serve the selfish aims of Great Britain according to the balance of the powers. Misjudging London's true motives, Warsaw assumed this role with passionate zeal, and shattered Britain's policy on Germany from Munich to March 15, 1939. British politics after the Munich Conference was determined to devalue the declaration of peace and friendship signed by Chamberlain and Hitler on September 30, 1938 and, to say the very least, to renew France's, and thus of Britain's, alliance agreements in Eastern Europe which had been created by the Versailles settlement, although they had become rather uncertain since then. The means used by London for this end were extremely questionable. The domestic and foreign policies, the mass media and the economy were now geared to a warlike development instead of being orientated toward peace and friendship. The city is itching for war, that is how a French historian in the year 1958 defined the situation at that time in London. Churchill admitted that, from October 1938 onward, he had been determined to come to blows with Hitler, and he was most definitely not only speaking for himself. The British pro-war group was drawn from every party in the land, with the strongest willingness for war being expressed by the members of the Liberal and the Labour Party. On the day that Chamberlain arrived back in London from Munich, the confirmed German hater Alfred Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty, sent a message to Chamberlain in which he criticized Chamberlain's foreign policy and announced his resignation from the cabinet. The parliamentary debates from 3 to October 5, 1938 on the Munich Conference, in their lengthy and extensive polemics, highlighted the following developments. The cabinet that had decided in mid-September that the Sudetenland be returned to Germany no longer stood by its decision unequivocally. These debates confirmed the press in their conviction that it was open season on Germany. Chamberlain did not confront the agitators, who were unrestrained in their attacks on the Munich Agreement and, as for example Churchill, would describe the Chancellor of the Reich as highwayman and gangster and the Munich Agreement as German extortion. But little by little he went along the same line, and he strengthened the position of his Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, who had also suddenly threatened with his resignation with reference to the Munich settlement, in a way so that gradually sole responsibility for British foreign policy was passed to Halifax. Chamberlain announced, under the pretext of the German danger, the hitherto biggest rearmament program. The policy of the inevitability of war was launched energetically by means of every media outlet widely spreading fictitious alarming reports, by coalition arrangements with other powers, by encouraging an uncompromising stance toward Germany, by repeating inflammatory slogans, Germany equals aggressor nation, and by the deliberate withholding from the general public the German endeavors for peace. The pressure on France to set the French defenses in order became stronger, whereby pressure is to be understood to mean, at the very least, the unremitting zeal of the British government in suggesting to the French ally the need for a greatly increased rearmament. The preparation for a national auxiliary service and the public promotion of the preliminary groundwork, making ready for the introduction of universal conscription, was vastly speeded up. Chamberlain's policy was also attacked by leading conservatives in Parliament, such as Eden and Churchill, with phrases which clearly revealed that they also would have preferred war to the Munich Declaration. But it was the leaders of the Labour Party that formed the most united pro-war group. Chamberlain received a vote of confidence, albeit with a relatively small majority. The Liberal and Labour members all voted against Chamberlain, and at least half of the more prominent Conservatives pointedly refrained from voting for Chamberlain and his policy. Further steps along this readjusted British policy were the speech of Lord Halifax in Edinburgh on October 23, 1938, in which he emphasized that an armed peace in Europe could not be seen as a permanent peace on the basis of mutual understanding. The incorporation of the Canadian industries into the British program for rearmament in the air from November 1938 onward, and the visit to Paris by Chamberlain and Halifax on November 24, 1938 to discuss armament and military measures. The statement by Halifax to his ambassador in Paris of November 1, 1938 remained obviously without any effect. Henceforward we must count with German predominance in Central Europe. Incidentally, I have always felt myself that, once Germany recovered her normal strength, this predominance was inevitable for obvious geographical and economic reasons. It is one thing to allow German expansion in Central Europe, which to my mind is a normal and natural thing. On November 17, 1938, Winston Churchill made a long speech recommending the setting up of a Ministry of Supply. On November 30, 1938, the Secretary of the Department of Overseas Trade, R.S. Hudson, was emphasizing in the House of Commons, for no apparent reason, the threat of commercial competition from Germany and the supposed need for economic and political countermeasures. During these feverish weeks of November 1938, the leading circles in London brought about that change of direction in Britain which was to lead to war, deciding to wage war on an enemy who was threatening the lifeblood of British trade. The policy of uncompromising firmness, which, in the light of the international situation, could have no other solution than war, was determined then. It only awaited the opportunity to come out into the open. Poland was to provide the government in London with that opportunity. On December 4, 1938, the British Minister of Education stated that in Britain the opinion was growing that a conclusive agreement with Germany could no longer be reached. The furor about the Munich Agreement might have subsided in the following months, had not the conservative leaders contrived by various means to keep the public in a state of alarm about Germany. Earl de la Warr, Education Minister in the Chamberlain Cabinet, insisted in a speech at Bradford on December 4, 1938, that the feeling was prevalent in Great Britain that nothing could ever be done to satisfy Germany. This was a propaganda trick designed to create the very opinion which he claimed existed. On December 7, 1938, the British Secretary of State for the Colonies, M. Macdonald, gave a brusque rebuff to Germany in his speech on the question of colonies, without this issue having even been raised by Berlin. On December 16, 1938, the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, reported to his Minister for Foreign Affairs on the phraseology with which public opinion is regularly fed here. The situation after Munich is described here as one which is neither peace nor war. Prime Minister Chamberlain's statement that a new era has begun which will ensure peace in our time is seen by all as an illusion which will quickly vanish when confronted with reality. On January 11, 1939, Chamberlain in Halifax with an advisory staff of 6 civil servants flew to Rome in order to intimidate Italy and to make known the discord between Germany and Poland, but also with the USSR. Hitler apparently was planning to establish an independent Ukraine, although London had at that time received no such indication from either Berlin or Warsaw. A clarification of German foreign policy, a disarmament conference, a common ground against Bolshevism, an effective peace initiative and a relaxing of positions, these German suggestions were not supported by these politicians. On January 23, 1939, Chamberlain gave a speech in the House of Commons with this result. The introduction of voluntary national service, which was intended to make Britain ready for war. The public announcement of the British government that, in the event of vital interests of unnamed European countries being threatened, Britain would militarily intervene on the continent. With that, the policy, which had intended military intervention only in the case of an attack on the British Isles, was given a public annulment. With this step and the previous one, Chamberlain had made not only U.S. President Roosevelt's standpoint his own, which the President had announced on January 4, 1939 in an address to Congress as choosing methods short of war, but also carried out these methods. During the months of December 1938 and January 1939, Lord Halifax and other British public figures reinforced Roosevelt's stance with a number of false alarmist reports and a flood of corresponding articles in the press. Hitler was planning to establish an independent Ukraine. This information came from Western Europe. He intended to destroy the Western powers in a surprise attack. Before turning to the east, he might seek to push Italy into war in the Mediterranean to find an excuse to fight. He was amassing German troops near the Czechoslovak border. Germany was facing an economic and financial crisis, which forced Hitler to use aggressive measures. Hitler's mental condition, his insensate rage against Great Britain and his megalomania, are seen as a direct hazard. London, in the meantime, also felt encouraged by the secret German opposition, whose contact-seeking endeavors had increased since autumn 1938 and who were nurturing hopes that a British show of strength or rather a preventative war would trigger a military putsch in the German Reich. Another British initiative to be mentioned is the puzzling diplomatic game directed against Germany arising from the fear that Poland might choose the German side and thereby break the ring of encirclement. By discussing British fears about an agreement or even an alliance between Poland and Germany, the historians hereby admit themselves, albeit unintentionally, that Germany had not been threatening her eastern neighbor but, on the contrary, was seeking cooperation with Poland. Lord Halifax admitted to his ambassador in Paris on November 1, 1938. Poland can presumably only fall more and more into the German orbit. So the men privy to the European policy of that period, alas, a not insignificant part of the then Western opinion, realized that the fears of London were that a settlement of Danzig and the problem of the corridor might still be achieved. France, too, was firing a disruptive barrage in order to forestall any possibility of success of the visit by the Foreign Minister of the Reich, von Ribbentrop, to Warsaw, January 1939. He, Beck, took care not to tell the British that negotiations with Germany had reached deadlock. On the contrary, he implied that the question of Danzig would soon be settled. Once more, the British took alarm. They feared that Poland might draw closer to Germany, as had happened in 1938. The participation of Poland in a peace front seemed to them vital. She alone could make the threat of a second front a reality. The British did not suppose that Poland herself was in imminent danger from Germany. On the contrary, they feared that she might choose the German side, particularly with Memel in the market. The Poles, too, felt in no danger. On February 6, 1939, Chamberlain stated in the House of Commons that Great Britain, in the event of the vital interests of France being threatened, would unconditionally back France militarily, and that French Foreign Minister Bonnet had already given an identical assurance to London. This reciprocal promise referred specifically to the eventuality of a war and not to an attack by Germany. Already in this alliance, as indeed later in the guarantee to Poland, the question of the aggressor was ignored. Great Britain entered this far-reaching and unconditional commitment despite the fact that France, because of her many alliance obligations, for example toward Poland, the USSR, Czechoslovakia, was likely to be dragged into every conceivable European trouble spot. In mid-February 1939, Britain and France withdrew from some important obligations of the Geneva General Act pertaining to the neutrality laws and, in particular, to the maritime laws. They withdrew, thereby, with effect from August 16, 1939, from the arbitration procedures regarding neutrals countries. This was decidedly a war measure calculated for a European conflict. On February 21, 1939, Chamberlain declared that there was at present no reason for a disarmament conference, as it would fail anyway, and he added that all parties in Britain now stood together behind the armament program. But he acknowledged the lately emerging leanings toward peace in Britain in that he conceded, a few days later, that there might possibly be a chance to negotiate about disarmament toward the end of the year. On March 10, Halifax expressed his disapproval of this last statement. After Neville Chamberlain had already attended a reception at the Soviet embassy on March 1, 1939, the Prime Minister again paid the Soviet ambassador a visit on March 9, 1939, for a Prime Minister a most unusual attitude. And with that was expressing, according to Churchill's statement, the new interest which Great Britain is taking in the possibilities of increased trade and cooperation with Russia. In the documents on British foreign policy there is the evidence that, besides Chamberlain, the Secretary of the Overseas Trade Department, Mr. Hudson, had also on the same March 9 tried to press a British credit on the Soviet Union in a way that Maisky had become very concerned and worried about this and could only explain this move from some hidden, political motives. Britain's effort to enlist the Soviet Union against Germany is thereby already established at a time and there was not even a pretext available. The occupation of Bohemia and Moravia occurred 6 days later. Chamberlain wrote in October 1939, looking back over his time in office, he did not believe that it was possible for me to do more than I did to prepare the country for war after Munich. Even if this later vindicatory remark from Chamberlain might have been perhaps exaggerated, it really bears witness to the pressure that was exerted on the Prime Minister from his own ranks during those months. All these measures reflect the British drive, after the declaration of peace and friendship with Germany, at a time when Hitler was indisputably abiding by this declaration. The British government could not rightfully seek to justify itself by claiming that this course had become necessary within the context of European peace and of European security, as it signified really an obvious violation of the principles of peaceable conduct as agreed on with Germany. It had to be obvious to any reasonable person that the fires of war were being fanned with these British actions. Winston Churchill declared on March 10, 1939 to Bernard Baruch, Roosevelt's chief advisor, who was not without knowledge of the internal situation within the British leadership. War is coming very soon. We will be in it and you, the United States, will be in it. The British government was aware that Germany was not looking for a fight with Britain, and that she was also making efforts toward peace and friendship with regard to other countries. Hitler's sole reaction within the context of the British drive for action was Germany's occupation of Czechia on March 15, 1939, which, however, as described separately, was due to a whole range of other causes. Hitler's speech on October 9, 1938 in Saarbrücken, which was interpreted as a provocation by the Western powers, merely highlighted the dangers that were bound to result from the British attitude and warned against continuing with that policy. In no way, however, did it represent a turning away from the Munich signature. The British reaction to March 15, 1939. The British government, together with the French government, was demanding in a note to Hitler an explanation of his actions in Prague. The British Prime Minister had not intended using the proclamation of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia as an opportunity for a belligerent reply. However, as was becoming the usual practice by then, he again submitted to the pressures exerted on him. He, Chamberlain, did not think it necessary to recommend any practical action to Parliament. Chamberlain's attitude, on March 15, 1939 in the House of Commons, aroused a violent reaction, not only on the part of the Labour and Liberal opposition party but even from certain elements in the Conservative Party. In particular, Eden sharply criticized the foreign policy of the government and gave the warning that the annexation of Czechoslovakia would be followed by new acts of aggression on the part of the fascist dictators. Eden vigorously demanded the setting up of an all-party coalition government with the task of effective resistance to aggression, which would for this purpose enter upon close cooperation with other peaceable states. Lord Halifax revealed to the German ambassador in London, von Dirksen, on March 15, 1939. I could well understand Herr Hitler's taste for bloodless victories, but one of these days he would find himself up against something that would not be bloodless. The tactics, employed for imposing their will by those groups working toward war, went well beyond establishing their own position in the event of a conflict. Lord Halifax's peculiar silence in the weeks prior to the German occupation of Prague, when he was fully aware of the approaching crisis, and especially his failure actually to answer Ribbentrop's letter of February 28, gave the Germans the impression that the occupation of Czechoslovakia would not have any notable or unfavorable repercussions on Anglo-German relations. Further developments clearly show that Halifax was determined to mislead Germany into presuming that not only would he not put up any opposition to the imminent action in Czechoslovakia, but that he would really even favor it. The whole attitude from Chamberlain and Halifax with regards to the Czech question from November 1938 up to March 15, 1939 makes it obvious, therefore, why they did not dare to turn the German action into an official reason for their protest and their efforts of inciting the British public opinion. But with Van Siddert's help they presented a dishonest excuse for their political about-face, which could then be registered into the official protocol. So it happened that, at a well-chosen moment in time, on March 17, 1939, the Romanian ambassador in London, Virgil Tilia, following a telephone call from Paris which had apparently been arranged by the Foreign Office, sent a false report to the British Foreign Secretary stating that Germany had presented an ultimatum to Romania, or rather, the German government were to have demanded from Romania a monopoly of Romanian exports, as well as force Romania to adopt measures of restriction of her industrial production in the interest of Germany while, concurrently, the Romanian frontiers would be guaranteed by the German armed forces. The news of a German trade delegation staying in Romania, coincidentally in the middle of March 1939, served as the peg on which to hang the story. The supposition that Mr. Tillia's lie was put about by the Foreign Office by way of a fabricated telephone call from Paris could be reinforced, meanwhile, to the point of becoming conclusive proof. In British leading circles one was willing, at that time, to follow a path which is paraphrased as "Stop Hitler," by refusing compromise and by means of methods short of war. These plans were geared to action and initiative, and one did not even take the trouble to claim, be it only for propaganda reasons, that Great Britain's security was being menaced by Hitler. Merely a voluntary decision of the Romanian government to develop their trade with Germany was interpreted by influential British circles as another disturbance of the European balance, and from that was derived the necessity of intervention against Germany. In the words of the Prime Minister, if Germany obtained control of Romania's resources in oil and wheat, etc., whether this was achieved directly or indirectly, this would mean a great accession of strength to Germany, and a weakening of the other side. Already at that time, Chamberlain liked to refer to German economic activity, to peaceful German work and performance, as economic penetration, which would have all the results of a conquest. He linked this to the question how to stop Germany save by an ultimatum or, in other words, by a preventive and precarious war. Although the British Prime Minister did not want to make himself responsible for such a war, he could count on enough fanatics in the Foreign Office who would seize on his remarks high-handedly and who were only too willing to put them into action. Was not the case of Romania, as mentioned by Chamberlain, which was seen as difficult to distinguish between flagrant acts of war and economic penetration with all the results of conquests, nothing short of a call to action for his Foreign Office colleagues. The Tillia lie, as regards timing and content, was too well incorporated into London's already up-and-running politics of rumor spreading to suspect the source to be any other than the Foreign Office. This was at the time when the British government had not as yet elected Poland as the country that, so one imagined, could be roused against Germany, not even by alarming world opinion. As was well known, they feared that Poland might draw closer to Germany and assumed, therefore, they would not meet the desired response in Poland. Taking advantage of its worldwide communication network and the anti-German orientated objectives of other countries, the Foreign Office was influencing world opinion by suggesting that, as well as Romania, there was the Ukraine, the Western powers and the Mediterranean region, which were in direct danger of an imminent German attack. Poland hastened expeditiously to abet this London-induced psychosis with her own alarming news reports. The Soviets, for their part, were using this agitation for their own ends as well. This Romanian shock report was conforming too neatly to the British mentality and to the intellectual understanding of world opinion. In addition, it was too accurately aligned with the goal of the agitation and which, selected for propaganda purposes, had already been blown up out of all proportion by Churchill in the House of Commons debate after the Munich Conference, opening the route to the Black Sea. Since Germany had no common frontier with Romania, but was separated from the nearest Romanian tip of land by 350 kilometers of Hungarian territory, a German hostile intention toward Hungary was also psychologically worked into this report. In this way the causes for the disintegration of Czechoslovakia could be misrepresented, and the media could go to town on this falsification by claiming that Hitler's march on Prague was to be seen as the next step in his planning of other acts of aggression against the peoples of the world, as Mr. Eden had already predicted in the House of Commons debate on March 15, 1939. British touchiness about the successful commercial policy that Germany pursued with the Balkan countries was especially pronounced in the case of Romania, since Romania could become Germany's most important supplier of oil, and because Great Britain had considerable vested interests there in the oil industry and other sectors of the economy. The specific proof that Lord Halifax had personally concocted the Tillia lie is revealed by the chain of clues of his actions on March 17. Already on March 16, Halifax had indicated to the Soviet ambassador, through Sir Robert Vansittart, the change of policy on Great Britain's part that would be related in the speech by Chamberlain on March 17. Several British historians confirmed that Halifax had persuaded his Prime Minister into taking this action of making a stand against Germany. On the morning of March 17, Halifax already knew that Chamberlain would deliver a speech which would be a rather stiff one, because he said as much to the American chargé d'affaires, Johnson. Certainly, he did not tell him everything, but enough to have Johnson sent a telegram to Washington. They are suspicious that Hitler will keep on moving, and that rather quickly. In the afternoon, Tillia asked to urgently see the British Foreign Secretary. Only then did Halifax hear officially of the German ultimatum. During this conversation he told Tillia that in the evening Chamberlain was making a speech into which, essentially, the consequences of this latest information had already been incorporated. Apparently, Tillia did not seem surprised about these facts. Halifax had it taken down in the minutes of this afternoon conversation with Tillia that the Romanian minister had left a telegram with him, in which he was instructed to take this step of informing the British Foreign Secretary. This telegram, however, cannot be found in anywhere, and nobody has referred to the telegram as a source. Evidently Tillia was also left in the dark about a telegram that had been recorded in the minutes, since he actually only spoke of a telephone call from Paris. What is noticeable is that the news of the ultimatum was restricted exclusively to London, whilst in all the other capitals all was quiet regarding this affair. For example, the British ambassador in Bucharest, Sir Samuel Hoare, sent a telegram to London on March 18. 2. It appeared to me so utterly improbable that the Minister for Foreign Affairs, of Romania, would not have informed me that an immediate threatening situation had developed here that I called on him as soon as your telegrams to Warsaw and Moscow had been deciphered. He told me that he was being inundated with inquiries regarding the reports of a German ultimatum which had appeared in The Times and Daily Telegraph today. There was not a word of truth in it. At the same time Lord Halifax was developing an excessive zeal trying to find out what the intended reaction was going to be from Warsaw, Belgrade, Ankara, Athens, Paris, Moscow and Washington in the case of German hostilities against Romania. Even after indisputable refutation of the Tillia swindle and in spite of the protests received from Bucharest, the British leadership refused to deny this lie. Instead, the British government used this to justify actions which would have serious consequences. Chamberlain gave his expected speech in Birmingham, basing it on the latest information from Lord Halifax. Hitler was regarded from now on, as intended by the British policy, no longer merely as aggressor, but as a man who was planning to dominate the world by force. The British government, and, in its shadow, the French government, were bringing unusual pressure to bear on Romania, in order to prevent the conclusion of an economic treaty with Germany. Gafencu, complained of the enormous pressure which up to the last moment had been exerted on the government from abroad, in order to prevent the conclusion of the Waldat Treaty. For example, the British minister had called on him concerning an alleged German economic ultimatum, which he had denied. The minister again called because his denial was not believed in London. Gafencu also complained of the incredible rumors which had been circulated in order to overthrow him. Based on the Tillia lie, Halifax intensified on the same day of March 17 the drive to include the Soviet Union in the coalition against Germany. He put forward the suggestion that the USSR should be prepared to offer assistance to Romania against German aggression and to effect a suitable agreement. The links for diplomatic and military talks with the USSR, which had already been formed after Chamberlain's visits to the Soviet embassy in London on 1 and March 9, 1939, would thus be consolidated. Although Chamberlain would have come to know, at the very latest, on March 18 that there never had been a German ultimatum aimed at Romania, he still took the initiative for something to be done at once as a demonstration against further German advance, with the explicit request that the USSR, France and Poland join together in a system of collective security. Soviet historians might be right when they write. Over the course of a month from March 18 to April 17, no talks about an alliance, between Britain, the USSR and France, were taking place, but instead there were made attempts by the British government to push the USSR to take diplomatic actions against Germany of the kind that were bound to have resulted in a worsening of German-Soviet relations and which should have caused Germany to abandon the realization of her immediate aims regarding Romania and Poland. They were intent on provoking Germany to attack the USSR. They quote, amongst other things, a Foreign Office memorandum of May 22, 1939 as proof, in which is stated that it was essential, if there must be a war, to try to involve the Soviet Union in it, otherwise at the end of the war the Soviet Union, with her army intact and England and Germany in ruins, would dominate Europe. On March 20, 1939 Chamberlain wrote to Mussolini, I have heard many rumors that Herr Hitler is planning some new coup. Does this mean that the events in Czechoslovakia are only the prelude to further attempts at control of other states? If it does, I foresee that sooner or later, and probably sooner, another major war is inevitable. Chamberlain let it be known that to him Germany appeared determined to impose her will upon all other nations. Yet Mr. Chamberlain did not regard it necessary to rap the media hotheads and rumor-mongers within his ranks on the knuckles and to distance himself from these rumors and catchphrases. The talks with the Polish Foreign Minister, Beck, taking place in London from 4 to April 6, 1939, clearly showed how intensely the British leadership was, time and again, playing the cards Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia, against a reluctant Poland that did not consider herself, as indeed the Balkan countries thought likewise, in any danger, in order to get this country on her side by inducing a fear psychosis. These attempts, which were the outcome of the many deliberations and the diplomatic exchanges since the beginning of March 1939 between London and Paris, also plainly reveal the purposeful action of the Tilia lie by the Foreign Office. Any politician that had no connection whatsoever with the Tilia hoax would hardly have tried, after the many official denials a fortnight earlier, to shock the Polish government, which refused to be impressed by the fictitious German economic ultimatum to Romania, with the threat of a German attack from the air on Romania. Beck rebuffed this remonstrating from Halifax as purely theoretical. Principally Britain, but other countries too, would later refer to the establishment of the Protectorate over Bohemia and Moravia as one of the decisive reasons for war. This is but a pretext, because the intentions of the British government had already been settled before Prague, the various drives by the British government after the Munich conference and the staging of the Tilia swindle put the matter beyond doubt. Carte blanche to Poland on March 31, 1939. Mid-March 1939 onward, the British government had begun to clearly outline their policy of intervention on the European continent and to increase, without any regard to the legal position, the likelihood of an outbreak of war, if not making war altogether unavoidable. Lord Halifax put Poland into a state of alarm, and he suggested changing the Polish-Romanian alliance, which was directed against the Soviet Union, into an anti-German pact. Actually, neither Poland nor Romania was prepared for such a change, yet, all the same, Warsaw was again being instructed herewith that Britain was resolved to do battle against Germany, and that Poland could be certain of the unconditional assistance from London. Identical assurance had already come in from the United States. The British and French fears, which had surfaced on the occasion of Ribbentrop's amicable meeting in Warsaw at the end of January 1939, but previously in evidence in November 1938 with regard to a possible German-Polish arrangement over Danzig, were finally checked with the perception that had already been indicated on November 15, 1938 by Kennard. Such a policy, that Poland would have eventually come in on the German side, wrote Kennard, would have been so unpopular in Poland that I do not think it could have been carried out so long as there were a good chance of the Western powers defeating Germany. I believe that Poland would have remained neutral as long as possible, but that, when it became clear that Germany was losing, public opinion would have forced the government to join the Western powers unless some previous action of Soviet Russia had compelled Poland to commit herself to repelling the advance of Bolshevik troops through Polish territory. At a time when the French foreign minister had gained the impression that, in the view of the Polish government, there was no imminent danger of an attack by Germany upon Romania, by Hungary upon Romania, or by Germany upon Hungary. Chamberlain, Lord Halifax and Bonnet tried on March 22, 1939, to secure her, Poland's, participation in the organization which we were trying to build up for the defense of Romania. Chamberlain stated at this London conference, the object in view was to prevent the expansion of Germanism. In order to do this, Germany must be made to feel that she would meet with resistance in the East. If Poland and Romania gave the impression that they were not favorable to any scheme for the organization of defense against Germany, it would be impossible to produce such an impression on Germany. The Soviet Union was to be integrated into this system afterwards. Both Chamberlain and Bonnet agreed that neither Romania nor Poland felt themselves threatened, that these two countries did not see any indications of an expanding Germanism, and that both countries, apart from the tiresome minority question in Poland, were living in perfectly peaceable relations with Germany. But at the same time Chamberlain and Bonnet were also in full agreement that one only needed to make these countries aware of this threat with enough persistence, over and over, to have them eventually do what Paris and, principally, London wanted. As neither the Tilia lie nor the many rumors had made any impression up to now, when even the establishment of the Protectorate over Bohemia-Moravia by Hitler failed to produce the slightest change in the Polish and Romanian policies, London now felt obliged to state things somewhat more plainly. Bonnet agreed with this conclusion, and thought that something might be done on these lines. He had gained the impression that the Poles did not like vague obligations, but, if something precise could be put before them, they would probably accept. On the same day that this discussion in London was taking place, with Chamberlain and Bonnet agreeing to try this new tactic, the British ambassador in Warsaw, Kennard, sent a telegram to the Foreign Secretary. Mr. Beck would clearly not achieve one of our objects, namely, to give public warning to Herr Hitler. 2. But publication with Poland's consent might be possible after Poland had been assured in secret discussion that effective and immediate steps to resist German aggression were contemplated by Western powers. 3. Difficulty about Danzig is that it is not in itself a good casus belli, and while Mr. Beck would be glad to know, though he could not admit it, that he was not without backing in the event of negotiations with Germany taking a nasty turn, yet he is naturally thinking more of what he can get than what he can give in the way of collective security. The occupation of Memel has brought him a step nearer to our ideas, and his offer of secret discussions should not, I feel, be rejected out of hand, but used to complete his conversion. Still on that same March 22 information arrived in London, parallel to the Kennard dispatch, that Beck felt himself obliged to lean more toward Germany and would not greatly care for a British declaration of aid against the Reich. Yet even this did not induce the British government to abandon their plan. In the meantime, the U.S. Ambassador Extraordinary in Paris was particularly busy. On March 23, 1939, Bullitt urged President Roosevelt that some nations in Europe should stand up to Germany quickly. Next, he got in touch with the Polish ambassador in Paris, who defined the game, which the Western powers were planning to have with the European nations, in these words. The ostensible endeavor to cooperate with Russia in a form and within a sphere which merely covers the needs of Chamberlain's internal policy gives rise to the suspicion that here it is not only a question of defending those nations threatened by the new methods of German policy, but also of an ideological fight against Hitlerism, and that the final aim of these actions is not peace, but the instigation of a revolution in Germany. It is a distressing, even tragic fact that, regarding the present situation, it is not a question of the interests of a single country being at stake but, without exaggeration, of the avoidance of a catastrophic armed conflict. I instance here the case of Poland. I am not acquainted with the text of the British proposal, nor with Herr Hitler's intentions, but on careful examination of some unmistakable aspects, I have formed my own opinion with regard to the actual situation. The British initiative, which is imprudent, frivolous in its form and defective in its contents, confronts the Polish government with the alternative of either compromising their relations with Germany or seeing their negotiations with London fail. In the former case, Hitler may feel obliged to use force against us, to which we could reply in no other way than by armed resistance. This would lead to a general European conflict. In the second case, the failure of negotiations with London would be proof for Hitler of the dishonesty and weakness of British and French policy, which in turn would encourage him to further expansionist undertakings in Eastern and Central Europe, leading sooner or later to the disaster of war. In these circumstances it is not only childish but criminal to attempt to make Poland responsible for war or peace. It must be placed on record once and for all that the responsibility rests principally with France and England, whose senseless or ridiculously weak policy has led up to the situation and the events now occurring. The question asked by Bullitt, whether we would accept a joint alliance, if one were offered us by Britain and France tomorrow, was avoided by Lukashevitz with the remark that this would depend on British military preparedness. Up to now, the British measures had not convinced Poland that England was fully committed to break off her relations with Germany. Until now it was to be just the others, for example, Poland, that were to compromise their relations with Germany. Bullitt made my views his own, had these views conveyed to Chamberlain and followed this up, on March 26, with the statement that the United States had the means of exercising real pressure upon Great Britain, and he would lend his very serious consideration to their mobilization. During that period, to be exact on March 24, 1939, the British government was informed by the Prince Regent of Yugoslavia, Prince Paul, that the Polish government will in no circumstances commit themselves in advance to fight against Germany in hypothetical circumstances. Not only did the Polish, British and French governments have no grounds whatsoever for claiming that Germany was threatening Poland, but the secret dispatches of British military experts suggested, on the contrary, that purely from the military aspect the present moment was the best to go to war. In these actual words, the British Air Attaché, J. L. Vachel, informed the Foreign Office via the British Embassy in Berlin on April 6, 1939. As you know, I returned last evening from a brief visit to Poland, during which I had an opportunity to discuss the situation with a number of different people in Warsaw, and on my way back paid a visit to Danzig, where, owing to the kindness of Mr. Shepherd, Recht, Shepherd, our Consul General, I was able to get an insight into the local situation. During my stay in Warsaw, the ambassador showed me a dispatch which he had received from Berlin, which expressed the opinion that, from the army point of view, the present was a most favorable opportunity for a preventive war to be undertaken against further German ambitions, and that it would even be to our advantage to provoke such a war. British documents revealed conclusively that strategic points of view such as these were not just a consequence, but rather the basis of the British guarantee to Poland. Worldwide opportunities were at the disposal of the British government to impose their will of the balance of power politics. At the end of March, 1939, a wild rumor that Germany was about to invade Poland was spread by the Berlin correspondent of the News Chronicle. The rumor served the British government's purpose. They did not believe it, but the public demanded action. The government would therefore publicize their offer to Beck. In this way domestic opinion would be satisfied, and Beck, having received an open pledge, would feel bound to reciprocate by giving his own pledge to Romania. The British therefore began to plan for pressure to be brought on Beck for the Romanian guarantee. Admittedly, the British government was not exactly quite this weak-willed under the sway of their press, or, rather, the public opinion in the country, since, after all, it was the government which was largely directing public opinion in the country. In fact, long before the will of public opinion was attracting attention, there had already been discussions by the leading groups in London and Paris about the plans to get Poland to compromise her relations with Germany, or, rather, about the vital factors to be brought in later and given as the reason for the guarantee. Also, the guarantee to Poland was not at all a spontaneous act, triggered by a newspaper report, but had been carefully coordinated with the secret reports to hand. That the British government could not care less about the will of the people, that is, did not see itself in the role of executor of public opinion, is also shown in the way that both their recent measures and their guarantee to Poland, deciding over war and peace in Europe, had been pushed through by a handful of men without any debates in Parliament, yes, even without consultations in Cabinet. On March 31, 1939, Neville Chamberlain did thus hand over unconditionally, without having been beseeched or pushed, and without any need, the decision-making for the deployment of the might of the British Empire, with all the consequences, to the Polish government, indeed, even to subordinate Polish representatives. This fullness of power was conferred in a manner that ignored the question of the aggressor. Chamberlain gave this carte blanche to a country which had clearly demonstrated their own lust for war by their partial mobilization of only a few days previously and by the lack of restraint shown by their populace toward the German Reich and the German minority groups. By no means could be ranked among the close allies of Britain, but was formerly and still in the year of 1938 regarded by the British government with much skepticism and had been judged as unreliable. Sudeten crisis had since 1918 continually and absolutely, in the minorities question as in her foreign policy attitude, disregarded the principles of the League of Nations, and which had, during the years of 1938 to 1939 as well, never given any indication to the world at large of a new direction for reconciliation with her minority groups and her neighbors. Had, ever since 1919, been proclaiming her expansionist aims and had been striving for them, not at least by its 1921 war of conquest against Soviet Russia. Had a dictatorial government. Could not be at all protected by Britain. Was not threatened by Germany. This binding by Britain to every Polish action, of whatever nature, represents a unique event in the annals of diplomacy. The British government extended the blank check in a unilateral commitment against Germany, while ignoring the dangers for Poland looming from the USSR, which were known to every Western politician, as the many diplomatic communications of the pre-war period verify. The awareness of these dangers was fundamental knowledge for every European politician. However, the British guarantee was not in respect to the Polish-German national frontier, but was taken up rather for the permanent fixing of the territories in West Prussia and eastern Upper Silesia that had been stolen by Poland in 1918 from Germany, as well as for retaining the unacceptable, special status of Danzig. That no rights were guaranteed here, and that subsequently it was a working against peace, is plainly evident. This spontaneous act even surprised the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski. It is not certain who was responsible, but probably it was Halifax. In particular, I do not know how the British government learnt that the situation was ripe for such a guarantee. At all events, it was not we who told them. The British guarantee statement was not even made known beforehand to the Polish ambassador, despite the fact that on March 30, 1939 he had been in extensive talks with Lord Halifax. Possibly this is to be attributed to the fact that Raczynski was refusing to acknowledge that Poland was threatened by Germany, since Raczynski had affirmed again during these talks that such a danger was non-existent. But this was not exactly news for Lord Halifax. He had sufficient proof to hand of Hitler's desire for an understanding with Poland. The French government, as well, did not apprehend any imminent coup against Poland. On the day of the guarantee announcement, Chamberlain emphasized what Lord Halifax on April 3, shortly before the arrival in London of the Polish Minister for Foreign Affairs, Beck, was reiterating in the House of Lords. His Majesty's government have no official confirmation of the rumors of any projected attack and they must not, therefore, be taken as accepting them as true. These plain facts did not, however, prevent Lord Halifax from informing, with deceitful intent, the world at large, as in the following case telling the Romanian government that we, the British government, have been led to take this interim action regarding Poland alone in view of the information in our possession, which seems to indicate the possibility of immediate action against that country. The motives that were underlying the guarantee when conferred by the British government can both be derived from the verifiable fact that London was not worried about any German aggressive intentions and also from the fact that Halifax, despite the available reassuring news, informed the world of German aggressive intentions. After all, the motives can also be deduced from the text of the guarantee itself. Prime Minister Chamberlain said in the already mentioned speech of March 31, 1939. Any change in the legal facts of the case between Poland and Germany, or rather Danzig, will unleash a war from Britain against Germany, if, according to the views of the Poles, restriction of their rights should be present. Great Britain spontaneously placed herself under the obligation to give military assistance for war, should Poland describe an action as a threat to her independence, requiring a military response. Not facts, therefore, were the decisive factor for determining the likelihood of war, but rather random grounds that Poland might choose as pretext for a resolve for war. These included, as was to be demonstrated, also German negotiation proposals, even German offers of a compromise, as these were always rejected by the Polish side as being a veil to cover our capitulation. In this connection it is to be emphasized that Ambassador Kennard, to whom a draft of the British guarantee had been forwarded for his observations, had expressly asked the British Foreign Secretary, with reference to the Polish war psychosis at that time, that the word unprovoked, in the event that unprovoked action were taken, be inserted into the intended guarantee. Equally expressly, Lord Halifax refused this, as the German technique of aggression is so varied and so insidious that it might well be that Poland might in certain circumstances be driven in self-defense to commit a technical act of provocation. Chamberlain had given this guarantee to Poland also, in the name of France, without, however, having received beforehand authority from the French government. The French had shown little willingness to die for Danzig, nevertheless, with this decision from London, as well as later with the ultimatum and with the declaration of war by Britain on September 3, 1939, the French were maneuvered into a position which left hardly any avenue open to them for opposing Great Britain's policy of war. Thus, for better or worse, Paris had to agree belatedly to the British guarantee to Poland also in the name of France. If the British government, on learning about German aggressive intentions toward Poland and out of concern for peace being threatened by Germany, had given the guarantee to assist Poland in the event of an unprovoked attack by Hitler, then this guarantee would have been legitimate and not even detrimental to peace in Europe. Had she given a guarantee under these circumstances, Britain would have once again appointed herself, entirely on her own authority, as adjudicator over European nations with equal rights and as guardian of the value systems of this world, naturally favoring her national interest. This policy might still have been construed as British, if Britain could have discerned a provoked war from a war of aggression and had been striving impartially for a fair settlement. For the first time in British history, though, London transferred to a foreign power unconditionally the decision-making on the issue of war or peace and approved in advance any of the measures intended by Poland. The era was over when a French Prime Minister, Poincaré 1923, could still say, "The British government had no intention of getting drawn into a war which could result from a Central or East European conflict, fearing that such a conflict could well be caused by the imprudent actions of powers whom it does not wish to encourage in a policy of adventure by giving in advance a pledge of assistance." Winston Churchill was the one who called the British guarantee to Poland in March 1939 a milestone to disaster, yet who, nevertheless, approved of this decision, was indeed glad about it, as he expressed himself at the Tehran Conference in 1943, without giving a thought to the foaming Polish chauvinism in the spring and summer of 1939. This is in particular what the British wartime premier wrote about the guarantee to Poland. History may be scoured and ransacked to find a parallel to this sudden and complete reversal of 5 or 6 years' policy of easygoing placatory appeasement, and its transformation almost overnight into a readiness to accept an obviously imminent war on far worse conditions and on the greatest scale. Our guarantee to Poland was a milestones to disaster. Here was a decision at last, taken at the worst possible moment and on the least satisfactory ground, which must surely lead to the slaughter of tens of millions of people. Winston Churchill admits further that not only he himself, but also every politician who understood the situation, had been or should have been aware, at the time when the agreement was concluded, of the warlike explosive force of the guarantee to Poland. But no one who understood the situation could doubt that it, giving the British guarantee to Poland, meant in all human probability a major war in which we should be involved. This same Winston Churchill declared on April 3, 1939 in the House of Commons. Having begun this new policy there can be no turning back. To stop here with a guarantee to Poland would be to halt in no man's land under fire of both trench lines and without the shelter of either. We must go forward now until a conclusion is reached. Having begun to create a grand alliance against aggression, we cannot afford to fail. We shall be in mortal danger if we fail. It has become a matter of life or death. From this time on, Winston Churchill applied himself vigorously along these lines, that is to say, along the lines of a hardening of positions and of finalizing an unconditional pact of alliance with the Soviet Union. The State Secretary and member of the resistance in the German Foreign Office Ernst von Weizsäcker wrote, "In a normal pact of alliance the partners agree to mutual military assistance in the event of an unprovoked attack by a third party. Whether such a case exists is naturally determined by the partner who is asked to help. But here it was the opposite. Warsaw had it in their hands to drag the British Empire into war. If it was not the purpose of the guarantee to bring about a war, then most definitely the aim was to prevent a renewed peaceable revision of the regulations of the Versailles Dictate." Duff Cooper, the British Minister for Economic Warfare. Never before in history have we ever given the decision, on whether Great Britain was to interfere in a war or not, to another power. Now the decision rests with a handful of men, whose names, possibly with the exception of Colonel Beck, are completely unknown to our nation, as were their deeds which they were to commit in the year 1939, author's note. Therefore these strangers can by tomorrow demand the outbreak of a European war. A Frenchman, Professor Henri Libre, gave his opinion in 1958. History teaches that Poland and her leading personalities, whose megalomania was well known and whose courage or rather foolish boldness left no room for common sense, would be the last people that could be entrusted with such a responsibility, unless one wanted to hurtle toward a catastrophe. Liddell Hart, the prominent British military author and historian, admitted that the guarantee to Poland, the way it had been given, did have a war-provoking effect, which was further intensified by the introduction of compulsory military service in Britain. Russell Grenfell, another British military historian, understood. A guarantee is itself a challenge. It publicly dares a rival to ignore the guarantee and take the consequences, after which it is hardly possible for that rival to endeavour to seek a peaceful solution of its dispute with the guaranteed country without appearing to be submitting to blackmail. The German historian Michael Freund realized. The British Pact of Mutual Assistance with Poland was the turning point of the European question. Britain had cast the die. The British are now prepared, as French Prime Minister Daladier said, to see their frontier at the Vistula and no longer on the Rhine. The British blank cheque, apart from the fact that it rubber-stamped the mistreatment of the German minority in Poland, also violated the wishes of the people of the German city of Danzig which, as is well known, was not under Polish sovereignty. Every attempt from the population of Danzig to free themselves from the bonds that were put on it by Versailles and that were, in the years following, constantly pulled tighter by Poland, economic pressure, expanding the Polish sphere of authority, was now seen as the trigger for Britain's decision for war. Every independent country is allowed to conclude alliances with whomever it wishes and for whatever issue, it is allowed to join any military, economic and political union it may consider necessary. But when, on the other hand, free German city wants to reunite with Germany, not wishing any longer to be economically ruined by a foreign power and to let herself be conquered step by step, this then is seen as resulting in a British declaration of war against Germany. The British letter of license had the effect that was to be expected by all participants. Not only did the Polish government not impose any restrictions on their country in line with their situation, but on the contrary, as on past occasions they lost sight of the extent of their possibilities. A few days after the announcement of the guarantee, the Polish foreign minister travelled to London. After the talks held there from 4 to April 6, 1939, even Colonel Beck was much surprised about the way he was worked on and was made into the hero of the resistance against Germany. Beck disappointed the hopes of the British with his usual great power arrogance. He was not likely to be moved by gentle promptings from Chamberlain and Halifax. The British hopes, which Beck disappointed, and the promptings, which he resisted, were, just like the unfounded rumors of German troop movements toward the Polish frontier, which had been circulated throughout the world on schedule, and similar to the rumors of German movements from May 21, 1938, solely aimed at one thing, to leave Poland holding the baby. Beck had well noted these Foreign Office endeavors. He regarded the negotiations, according to the view of Joseph Potocki, head of the Western Department at the Polish Foreign Ministry, as a means of intimidating the Germans, and was not interested in the precise terms of the agreement. To put it more aptly, he was not interested in the preconditions from London, which were considerably more extensive. He, Beck, had not noticed any signs of dangerous military action on the part of Germany. No negotiations were proceeding over Danzig, the German government had never contested Polish rights in Danzig, and had recently confirmed them. If he were to go by what the Germans themselves said, he would say that the gravest question was the colonial question. Neville Chamberlain acknowledged on April 3, 1939 in the House of Commons that he was trying to encircle Germany, albeit with defensive intentions. Just how defensive this encirclement was, is revealed by casting a glance at the two countries invited by Britain for this purpose. Poland had been offering repeatedly since 1919 to preemptively strike at Germany from the east. In spite of that, or just because of that, Poland became an important piece in the British game. The Soviet Union had openly threatened all non-communist states with destruction. In spite of that, or just because of that, Britain was trying to secure their military assistance against Germany. Furthermore, just how offensive this encirclement was intended to be, is also evident from the diplomatic talks with Foreign Minister Beck in London. Not enough for Lord Halifax to have Beck's promise of support in the case of a German-British war, in every other conflict in which Germany became embroiled, Poland was to fight as well, and she moreover was to revise her rejection of Soviet assistance. Furthermore, she was to change the Polish-Romanian agreement, which was directed against Moscow, into an anti-German pact. Even Beck refused to take that many vague risks all at the same time. Lord Halifax propelled this policy onward, although he knew and recognized that neither Hitler or Mussolini wanted war. To state more precisely the situation, the British government was pushing the Polish foreign minister into the widening possibilities of a likely war, and they put their signature to the reciprocal guarantee knowing full well that Beck wanted to humiliate Hitler and set conditions, which would only lead to a worsening of the crisis. Chamberlain was also following the same course. The Prime Minister, Chamberlain, agreed that the gravest matters were at stake, namely, the future of the two countries. It was essential that they should not find themselves left with the worst of both worlds, namely, to find that they had provoked Germany without at the same time providing themselves with effective defense. The outcome of the London talks was the conclusion of a mutual guarantee agreement. According to the terms, Poland also committed herself to assist Britain unconditionally, irrespective of the aggressor. The general feeling of the public at large and of the government in the principal capitals at this time was reported by, amongst others, the American charge d'affaires, Geist, on April 6, 1939. The peaceful atmosphere of the German capital presented a stark contrast to Paris and London, where rumors of war and talk of war were the dominant themes. There was general confidence in Berlin that it would be possible to keep the peace in 1939. On April 23, 1939, the British charge d'affaires in Berlin, Ogilvy Forbes commented in his concluding remarks of a report about the 50th birthday of Adolf Hitler that it appeared to him that the acclamation by the masses as a whole seemed artificial and apathetic, and not savoring of that enthusiasm which constitutes an essential factor in any nation which may be called upon at a moment's notice to face the prospect of war. The policy of rumors and of encirclement from March to August 1939. Next to the diplomatic endeavors, an important part in preparing for the Second World War was played by the rumors, spread systematically, and the vilification about the alleged objectives of German foreign policy, of German troop movements, of German armament efforts, and of German plans for world domination. After the Anschluss of Austria to the Reich, British diplomats brought Czechoslovakia into play, which took him, Hitler, by surprise. False rumors of German troop movements had set off the May 1938 crisis. As a result, Czechoslovakia mobilized her army and kept the army at war strength for a whole month, irrespective of the clear refutation of the rumors. All the East European nations, and particularly Romania and Poland, were thrown into a state of alarm with fictitious German plans for an offensive, and the neighboring countries were urgently requested to state whether or not they would fight in the war that was imminent. The British press did not show itself ungenerous after the Munich Conference in 1938 and gave much space to the problem of the Ukraine and to the German aspirations relating to this, hinting, at the same time, no doubt as a way to startle the USSR, that this territory was not within the British sphere of interest. Even remarks by members of the cabinet were along the same lines. On March 10, 1939, Stalin had, in his speech to the 18th Communist Party Congress, to say it in the words of a British propagandist, expressed his certainty that, with all the reports by foreign reporters on German ambitions with regard to the Ukraine, that is, reports such as I myself have written, the wish was father to the thought. At that time Stalin stated these very words. The uproar raised over the Soviet Ukraine is characteristic of the British, French and North American press. The representatives of this press were shouting themselves hoarse at the Germans were marching on the Soviet Ukraine, that they were at present in possession of the so-called Carpatho-Ukraine, with a population of approximately 700,000, and that the Germans would carry out, no later than by spring of this year, the annexation of the Soviet Ukraine, with a population of more than 30 million, to the so-called Carpatho-Ukraine. It seems that the aim of this suspicious clamoring was to infuriate the Soviet Union against Germany, to poison the atmosphere and to provoke a conflict with Germany, although no apparent reasons existed. It is even more characteristic that certain politicians and representatives of the press in Europe and in the United States of America who, having lost patience with waiting for the anticipated campaign against the Soviet Ukraine, have turned to exposing the real background of the non-interventionist policy. They explain quite frankly and put it in black and white that they felt very let down by the Germans, since they, instead of advancing further to the east, against the Soviet Union, have now, just imagine, turned toward the west and are demanding colonies. On May 19, 1939, and in spite of the repeated denials both by Stalin and the German press, Winston Churchill again made references to the danger of a German attack upon the Ukraine in the House of Commons, and once again without the smallest shred of factual evidence. Thus the tendencies were becoming more and more obvious toward the creation of an anti-aggression front of democratic states, which included the USSR, from those British forces, such as Churchill, Duff Cooper, Vansittart, Eden, who want a decisive conflict with Germany, and, who are definitely preparing for a war and regard Soviet Russia as a state with large reserves and potential military power. It was not in Germany, but rather in Great Britain and in the USA that war was at the center of deliberations and talks. Just Poland alone received in the summer of 1939 at least 49 alleged secret reports about an imminent attack, always bound up with the question as to what would be Poland's intentions. Already in March 1939 Polish newspapers had to warn about the spreading of rumors that are causing unrest amongst the people. Arrests of panic-mongers take place regularly. At the beginning of July 1939, the Polish Minister for Foreign Affairs stated in reply to the British ambassador in Warsaw, the number of rumors saying that the Germans were about to march into Poland had now reached 49. He had conferred with the Chief of the General Staff, and it was subsequently decided that not a single Polish soldier should be mobilized. At the same time the French General Staff was inundated with similar messages concerning France. Nobody could describe this systematically pursued purposive policy as endeavors for peace. Every psychologist is well aware of what it means to place the concept war at the center of deliberations and talks. Added to this, there are some governments who, for reasons of internal affairs, no longer dared to practice a policy of appeasement, as this would have been the end of their cabinet. Here are a few illustrations for these rumors. After March 15, 1939. But the British government is being swept along by the rapidly growing groundswell of public indignation in the country. A deluge of rumors inundates the British government. The British files are filled with messages and news about the Germans' new plans in the East. Straight after Hitler had entered Prague, rumors emerged that the Reich, directly after playing the Slovak card, wanted to lead off with the Croat card in the same manner, in order to establish itself on the Adriatic. April 1939. Rumors are following one on the heels of the other. The Polish military attaché in Berlin tells the British charge d'affaires that the German army is ready to march. The French General Staff is informed by Swiss sources that the Reich plans a sudden attack against France. Lord Halifax in a confidential report to President Roosevelt on April 4, 1939. The British fleet might at any moment be the object of a Nazi lightning attack. In spite of rumors of German plans for the invasion of the Ukraine and Holland, Switzerland and Romania. Despite various rumors, as regards Danzig. Definite. The German government are contemplating securing the return of Danzig to the Reich by her Hitler's birthday, April 20. Towards the end of June, another rumor suggested that a German coup in Danzig was about to take place. When the putsch failed to materialize, it was then covered up with clumsy excuses as, for example, that the Führer had retreated faced with the warnings and the determination from the democracies. To stir up some action, Lord Halifax made this prognosis on June 12, 1939 to the Soviet ambassador. It seems to me that Herr Hitler will find it difficult to face the Nuremberg Conference without first having made an attempt to solve the Danzig problem, and that, if this is so, we must expect July and August to be disturbed months. Maisky saw through these unfounded digs quite clearly, having not remained unaware, on the basis of several other indications, that Halifax was aiming at getting the Soviet Union involved in those disturbed months of July and August, instead of taking measures to free the atmosphere from conflict. Already in a previous conversation, held in Geneva on May 22, 1939, Maisky had felt obliged to retort that Halifax evidently did not understand very well the psychology of men like Hitler. He was not at all a fool. He, Hitler, would never engage in a war if he thought he might lose it. Even our present negotiations were forcing him to display a certain care. So far, for example, he had not attacked Poland. But if a triple pact of mutual assistance were concluded, Hitler would be obliged to retreat. It was the British politicians who were continually leaking explosive clichés to the free press and would thus point international tension in the direction of detonation. Level-headed and responsible commentators on politics and current affairs were gradually silenced, even if it was only for the reason, at least at first, that they were not selling anything sensational or thrilling. In the end, only those were regarded as patriotic and peaceable who would speak out in favor of no compromise in the sense of humiliating Germany. This concerned the authoritarian countries like Poland, as indeed it did also concern the democratic governments, which were sustained by public opinion, and were easily toppled. Just how easily especially the appeasement politicians in the British government could be intimidated with a nod in the direction of bringing down the government, is described by the British historian A.J.P. Taylor. They, the government, never attached practical value to the Soviet alliance, and they drifted into negotiations unwillingly, driven on by agitation in Parliament and in the country. Now the British were already committed, their hands tied not so much by their formal alliance with Poland, as by the resolution of British public opinion. The British government did not content themselves with the wave of rumors of alleged German marching orders toward the east and the west. In any case, there is no trace of attempts from the British government to counteract any rumors, but resumed their diplomatic encirclement of Germany after the guarantee pledged to Poland. On March 9, 1939 they initiated diplomatic talks with Moscow with the aim of militarily committing the USSR in Central Europe. Heedless of others, and without any hesitation, that very power was thus dragged into the quarrels, comparatively so ridiculous, of the European nations, which must be regarded by every European with any insight as the biggest threat to the order of the European nations. The British government were promising to the Netherlands, Switzerland, Romania and Greece a guarantee of independence, and they tried to include Turkey and Yugoslavia as well. They were evading the German-Italian efforts to achieve peace. They demanded in April 1939, applying heavy pressure, that Sweden join a blockade against Germany in the event of war, and they reinforced Roosevelt's moral declaration of war, the request to Hitler and Mussolini made on April 15, 1939 to give a non-aggression pledge to a whole host of states, even outside Europe. On April 14 the British government made an official proposal to the Soviet government that it should give Poland and Romania the same kind of unilateral guarantee that Britain and France had given Poland on March 31, and Romania and Greece on April 13. A same kind of unilateral guarantee meant likewise, ignoring the question of aggressor, transferring decision-making powers about war and peace in Europe to Warsaw, and making a decision for war easier for the Polish leadership. On the occasion of a visit to London in April 1939, the Romanian Foreign Minister Gafencu recommended to the British that they should declare that a change of the British attitude toward Germany would depend on a rearrangement of the Czech situation, on which Hitler seemed prepared to negotiate, alas to no avail. Instead, Gafencu was requested to extend the Polish-Romanian Treaty to become directed against Germany. Following the recommendations from Washington to introduce compulsory military service prior to the announced Reichstag speech to be given by Hitler on April 28, 1939, the British government decided to take this step 2 days before and actually announced the condition of a danger of war. In this way, London had deliberately created a situation that would not only have prevented Hitler from giving way, but which was bound to provoke. This policy was all the more serious at this stage, as now there was no going back, not for their own government and not for the other's government, also because Great Britain and France had already started working toward incorporating the USSR into the anti-German coalition. Neville Chamberlain introduced conscription on April 26, 1939, without Germany giving any cause for this. It was done without consulting Parliament, and he justified taking this step into a definite zone of war with the excuses of wanting merely to avoid the charge of rejecting his, Hitler's, advances and of not having done more. The importance that Chamberlain attached to this measure is indicated in the fact that in 1937 the British government had rejected it with the comment that the services were much better related to supply than in 1914, and that wars are won not only now with arms and men, they are won with the reserves of resources and credit. British industry was not to be weakened, and conscription, as it was expressly stated in 1937, was only to be brought in after entering a definite zone of war. What was Chamberlain's reaction to the warnings, made since March 1939, from English circles in high places to beware of giving Germany any cause to feel encircled and to be on his guard against bringing in Russia, which might provoke immediate war? Chamberlain professed on March 26, 1939. To the most profound distrust of Russia. I have no belief whatever in her ability to maintain an effective offensive, even if she wanted to. And I distrust her motives, which seem to me to have little connection with our ideas of liberty, and to be concerned only with getting everyone else by the ears. Moreover, she is both hated and suspected by many of the smaller states, notably by Poland, Romania, and Finland. That a Russian alliance might divide the Balkan resistance to Germany, and that, if it drove Spain over to the Axis, we might thereby lose more in the West than we should gain in the East. Yet, Chamberlain did not only consent to coalition talks with that selfsame partner who was playing power politics rather than seeking peace, but he even intensified the tripartite negotiations that played such a great part in the events which directly preceded the outbreak of the Second World War. Undoubtedly he did so under pressure from the public, or rather, the opinion steerers of the press, from the party leaders, and from the Foreign Office. But it was his responsibility. Also, he fully understood, as indeed did Lord Halifax and the French government, the dangers for Poland and Romania, which the British policy evoked for these countries. Halifax put it candidly into these words in his memoirs. There, the Polish and the Romanian governments' fear of the Soviet was at least as great as, and probably greater than, their fear of Germany. An intelligent rabbit would hardly be expected to welcome the protection of an animal 10 times its own size, and whom it credited with the habits of a boa constrictor. While on November 1, 1938 Halifax had affirmed in a letter to Phipps, his ambassador in Paris, that Poland can never ally herself with Soviet Russia, and while already earlier, indeed in May 1938, in the face of the Sudeten crisis, these topics had been extensively debated in Paris, Beck's talks in London, at the beginning of April 1939, revealed anew that Poland did not fear Germany, but rather the Soviets. In spite of that, Chamberlain and Halifax were constantly talking their Polish partner into believing in the German threat, and they tried to impose on him Soviet assistance, thereby quite clearly disregarding Poland's vital interests. Churchill was trying recklessly, although not a member of the government at the time, to obtain for the Red Army the right of transit through the Eastern European countries. Above all, time must not be lost. 10 or 12 days have already passed since the Russian offer was made. The British people, who have now, at the sacrifice of honored, ingrained custom, accepted the principle of compulsory military service, have a right, in conjunction with the French Republic, to call upon Poland not to place obstacles in the way of a common cause. Not only must the full cooperation of Russia be accepted, but the three Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, must also be brought into association. On May 18, 1939, Churchill telephoned the Soviet ambassador. "Tomorrow," he said, "there will be a foreign policy debate in Parliament. I intend to speak, and to draw attention to the unsatisfactory way the negotiations with Russia are being carried on. But before speaking on this subject in public, I would like to know from you what exactly are the Soviet government's proposals, which Chamberlain doesn't want to accept. There are many rumors going about." Having acquainted himself with the Soviet proposals, Churchill declared afterwards, "I should think that they are all acceptable." Winston Churchill made the additional remark in his memoirs. When events are moving at such speed and in such tremendous mass as at this juncture, it is wise to take one step at a time. The alliance of Britain, France and Russia would have struck deep alarm into the heart of Germany in 1939, and no one can prove that war might not even then have been averted. The next step could have been taken with superior power on the side of the Allies. Looking at this past history, can there remain any doubt as to what Winston Churchill had in mind as the next step that he would have taken? Churchill explained further. It was a pity not to have placed him, Hitler, in this awkward position, which might well have cost him his life. If, for instance, Mr. Chamberlain on receipt of the Russian offer had replied, "Yes. Let us three band together and break Hitler's neck," or words to that effect, Parliament would have approved, Stalin would have understood, and history might have taken a different course. Anthony Eden volunteered to go to Moscow in order to complete the negotiations with the Soviets, but Chamberlain rejected the proposals. Lord Halifax tried once again to induce the Soviet ambassador on May 22, 1939 in Geneva, on the occasion of the Council of the League of Nations sessions, to accept the British suggestion of giving Soviet guarantees to the Eastern European countries, and to convince him of the risk that a full mutual military alliance involved. Then all of a sudden Halifax took it into his head to try to frighten me. Such a pact, the Triple Pact of Mutual Assistance, as proposed by the USSR, concerning all the East European countries, might arouse Hitler to fury. He would begin to shout about encirclement of Germany, this would unite the whole German people around him, and he would launch a war. In this way we would ourselves provoke precisely what we wanted to avert by our actions. But in July 1939, Hitler having already made numerous small diplomatic retreats, London had already disassociated themselves also from this realization, or, rather, from this restraint. In the second half of July 1939, a political agreement between Britain, France and the USSR opened up military negotiations, which were offensive in their design. This agreement of July 24, which was to come into force once a military convention had been concluded, would have committed Great Britain, France and the USSR to immediate mutual assistance in the event of war, without waiting for any measures from the League of Nations, that is, in the case of an act of direct or indirect aggression by Germany against one of the signatory powers or against another European state, inasmuch as an interested party were to call any one action. This might even be a peaceful unification, as to be threatening the independence or neutrality of that nation, and were to respond militarily. With the help of this agreement text, any interested party could single out any situation whatever and interpret it either as neutrality being threatened, or as a threat to independence, or as indirect aggression, or as a threat of violence, even when the countries rejected such an interpretation. According to this agreement text, a European war and, in the wake of it, a world war was bound to be triggered, for example, if an interested party defined the voluntary relinquishing of Danzig to Germany by Poland or a German-Russian trade agreement or the giving of moral, not even material financial, support by Germany to Finnish, Latvian, Lithuanian or Estonian right-wing parties as neutrality being threatened or indirect aggression. Given that the draft treaty of June 17, 1939 between Britain and France was already formulated in such a way that any miniature state in Europe could have picked a fight with Germany and triggered a war on all fronts, this political accord with the Soviets no longer even necessitated a row between Germany and one of her neighbors. The Reich government could have employed any action whatsoever, according to the wording of this agreement, with the same result. Even friendly endeavors toward her neighbors would have produced an automatic sequence of events arising from the military alliance of the enemy. Opinions of neighboring countries would have been declared invalid. Furthermore, the fact that, as Kennard wrote from Warsaw, Poles of all classes are obsessed with fear of communism and, no Pole would ever expect to recover any territory occupied by Soviet troops, did not interest London. From now on, just the opinion of an interested party counted, i.e. of Great Britain, of France or of the USSR. At the end of July, 1939, the Reich must make a decision. The sending of the Western military mission, to Moscow, puts an even more realistic and more threatening complexion on the negotiations between Moscow and the West. The French thought in more practical terms. They were only concerned to get the Red Army involved in conflict with Hitler, and did not mind if this were done at the expense of Poland. This, of course, did interest the British Foreign Secretary equally, who was trying to secure the Soviet Union's involvement by resorting to alarmist news reports about an imminent German attack on Poland, these having proved repeatedly effective in the past. The military talks with Stalin culminated in the reality that France, then Britain also, had agreed to the handing over of the Baltic states to the USSR and, at the last moment, they offered East Poland or, rather, the whole of Poland and Romania, without the consent of the countries concerned. It is of considerable significance that the political agreement of July 24, 1939 and the planned military convention did not fail because of reservations from Britain and France, but rather because of the refusal of Stalin, who declined to pull Britain's chestnuts out of the fire and to march through Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia without those countries' consent, while Britain was promising, in the event, to send only 2 divisions as support. In this way Chamberlain, who had already been talking since April 1939 of a zone which was neither peace nor war, not only aggravated the European situation, but from March 9 onward, at the latest from mid-July 1939, made it hopeless. Moreover, he himself did not believe that an alliance with the Soviet Union would preserve the peace. In mid-July he defined his position thus. Danzig is, of course, at present the danger spot. I have told Musso plainly that, if Hitler tries to get it by force, it will mean starting the European war. To which M replies, let the Poles agree that Danzig goes to the Reich, and I will do my best to get a peaceful agreed solution. But that is not good enough. So this solution was not good enough. On September 1, 1939, speaking in the House of Commons, he added this. We have no quarrel with the German people, except that they allow themselves to be governed by a Nazi government. As long as that government exists and pursues the methods it has so persistently followed during the last 2 years, there will be no peace in Europe. They were fighting, he told the Commons, for principles, the destruction of which would involve the destruction of all possibility of peace and security, and not just for the faraway city of Danzig. Stating this, Chamberlain unequivocally admitted that the British government, already before the Danzig dispute, had decided on a course which was resolved on the destruction of the Nazi regime, because of Hitler's foreign policy since 1938. Thus London now arrogated the right to determine for another state, in diplomatic relations with them, what form of government was allowed and which was not. In reality, not a trace of an ideological motive can be found in Chamberlain. Yes, Chamberlain knew and acknowledged that Hitler had been seriously contemplating an Anglo-German agreement, and that he had worked out a generous, no time limit, settlement with Poland. But there is no sign of any haste on the part of Germany. The time was past when even Chamberlain himself had uttered these words. The past treatment of Germany had been neither generous nor wise, unless this strong and virile people can be induced, in partnership with others, to improve the general lot, there will be neither peace nor progress in Europe in the things that make life worth living. Since then, Chamberlain had let himself be turned into the exponent of a policy which endorsed the neither generous nor wise treatment of Germany and thus stood against peace and progress in Europe. No longer were questions of rights and justice the decisive factor for London, neither in 1938 nor in 1939, but British principles. Chamberlain drew his courage from the positive assurance of American support and timely help, and from Roosevelt's rising tone. From the increase in armaments since Munich. From the decline in German finances and from the hope of a collapse of the German home front. Germany could not hold similar hopes with regard to her enemies, could not base her policies on such like expectations. In the middle of July 1939, Great Britain passed the Overseas Guarantee Trade Act providing export credits of over £60 million, which was to serve the purpose of making the purchasing of war material from Great Britain easier for Poland, Greece, Romania and Turkey. Although in the end this law did not come to fruition, it did at least give Poland a considerable psychological boost, especially since the Inspector General of the British Army, General Ironside, arrived on July 19, 1939 in Warsaw for additional General Staff talks, and especially when on August 3 London granted Poland a credit of £8.163 million for purchases in the United Kingdom. Based on the impressions formed from closely following the world press and on his familiarity with the proceedings within British secret diplomacy in the summer months of 1939, the British ambassador in Berlin, who had gained an accurate insight into the official stance and, to a large degree, also into internal matters of the Reich capital, conveyed a grave warning to his Foreign Secretary of State. In this communication from July 18, 1939, Henderson charged his government, in rather candid wording, with nothing less than pursuing a policy of war. It is very conceivable that the wise men of the future will say that we should have made war on Germany in 1939, just as many now say that we should have done so in 1938. But unless and until I am informed to the contrary, I express my opinions on the basis that we wish to avoid war, if possible. If that is axiomatic, our right policy in my view is to show the utmost firmness combined with an absence of anything which can only be construed here as deliberate provocation or intention on our part to wage a preventive war, or a fixed desire to humiliate Hitler himself. If we drive him into a corner he will not be able to extricate himself without war. Hitler may already believe that Britain means to make war on Germany in any case. If he does not, it will not take very much more to make him think so. He has the advantage of being able to take the initiative when and where he likes, if he is convinced of that. Nor, honestly, do I think it politic or even fair unduly to stimulate the Poles. So many people, such as the Otto Strassers and others of this world, are seeking with intense pertinacity to drive us to war with Germany. I sometimes fear lest their campaign to that end may unduly influence our councils at home. There was nothing mentioned in that secret communication that Hitler was threatening Britain or other countries with the central idea of the conquest of living space or such like, or that Hitler's intention was to make war. Indeed, Hitler had contributed little to the course of diplomacy between April and August 1939. On August 8, 1939, the British newspaper Daily Mail noted that there were missing any statements from the Prime Minister as to whether he approves of these speeches that were made against Danzig and against Germany, and which inevitably are pushing towards war. Objectively speaking, it must be pointed out that from the German side there have been no speeches made by any leading statesman against Poland, such as was given by the Marshal, Rydz Smigli, Danzig is a Polish lung, last Sunday, August 6, in Krakow. If Britain is letting things drift any further along these lines, she will incur some blame, come the explosion. Was it not the British government that had willfully interfered in these foreign affairs, in this faraway city, thus making themselves jointly responsible? Had Chamberlain really acted according to what his party colleague, Winston Churchill, had in mind, who had recommended in 1933 to adjust, this defiance of history and reason, the East German border as established by Versailles, and who had called this one of the greatest practical objectives of European peace-seeking diplomacy? For British politics, the burning questions of rights and humanitarian issues in the German-Polish relations were no longer considered worth their attention in 1939, let alone their commitment, although Great Britain would still have been under the obligation, even at this stage, to provide for the protection of the minorities in Poland, because of the Versailles resolutions and because of Britain's membership of the Commission of Three in the League of Nations for Danzig. The Treaty for the Protection of Minorities and its observance had been, after all, the condition for the recognition of the Polish state. The letter from Clemenceau, President of the Supreme Council of the Versailles Peace Conference, to the Polish Prime Minister Paderewski dated June 24, 1919, calls to Poland's attention the fact that the Polish nation owes the recovery of its independence to the victory of the Allied powers. This fact, however, was to put quite specific obligations upon the great powers, which were to see to it that, by guaranteeing certain political humanitarian fundamental rights, the stability of this region, in which they had established permanently a new order, would not be jeopardized. Naturally, these obligations on the great powers were closely connected to their duties toward the defeated nations, which needed to be implemented. The securing of internal stability and the maintaining of peace in the Eastern Central European region with an internationally guaranteed protection of the minorities was to be given priority. But this seemed long forgotten. Recognizing German minority grievances as justifiable was now called betrayal of the national interests of Poland and a threat to Polish freedom and independence. Poland's desire to annex East Prussia and the Oder territories was henceforth tolerated, indeed, it was secretly encouraged. The persecution of the German ethnic minority in Poland, in the meantime, came to be regarded by the British as a minor point. With the remark that the Poles would never allow anybody to send them a Runciman, the German grievances were rashly dismissed without investigating or stopping the Polish degermanization policy. At the same time London was interfering in German-Polish relations by imposing on Poland an unconditional guarantee directed exclusively against Germany. Neither Great Britain nor the United States of America have taken, apart from a superficial effort by London on the last day before the outbreak of war, a single step to subdue the Polish chauvinism which had been boiling over for months. The following three quotations, although referring to Czechoslovakia, are also describing pertinently the British-French policy on Poland up to the outbreak of the war in 1939. Lord Halifax had stated on May 22, 1938 to German Ambassador von Dirksen that in the case of a German entry into Czechoslovakia, in whatever circumstances, even in the event of serious acts of provocation by the Czechs, the French would march against Germany. In the event of a European conflict, it was impossible to foresee whether Britain would not be drawn into it. In whatever circumstances, even in the event of serious acts of provocation by the Czechs, the man speaking these words was the one principally responsible for the carte blanche given to Poland 10 months later. State Secretary von Weizsäcker related his conversation of July 8, 1938 with the American ambassador in Berlin, Hugh Wilson. It had never been stated publicly in Britain, or even in France, that the Czechs must not go beyond a certain limit of patience if they did not wish finally to gamble away the support of the Western powers in the event of a conflict. Wilson entirely agreed with this and remarked that British politics had been like this for the past 10 years. Although in fact not wanting war, nothing of what was really necessary was done to avoid it. A German historian on the Sudeten crisis in 1938. Had Britain's staying away been definite, no big international conflict over Czechoslovakia would have developed in the first place. In reality, the decision was left up to Great Britain, not whether to remain neutral in a European war, that was quite impossible, but whether a European war was actually going to take place. It is thus obviously valid to transfer these three quotations to Poland in the year 1939, especially since on the whole it is indeed a matter of complete indifference to the London government whether or not Danzig or the corridor is German or Polish. But as it turned out to be, the London government was not exactly indifferent on this issue. Of course they were not interested in either Danzig or the corridor as such, but they were concerned that the Nazi pestilence, that means, the German competition, be wiped out, or rather be eliminated, according to the principles of the British policy on Europe. Britain contributed nothing at all during the whole course of 1939 to diffuse the ever-worsening European situation, but rather initiated several disastrous steps to exacerbate it. As mentioned before, even the British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, could not hold back his doubts about such a policy. On May 23, 1939, he wrote to his colleague of many years' standing, Kirkpatrick. Have the Foreign Office or His Majesty's government any views? It is not enough to say no to the dictator in a case where there is a grievance. The remedy has also to be found. Otherwise the no has but an ephemeral value. Of course, Henderson had been left in ignorance about the fact that his Foreign Secretary, Halifax, had only 2 days before, on May 21, once more told his proposals in Geneva to Karl J. Burckhardt in no uncertain terms. The British would fight for Poland in any German-Polish war regardless of the origins of the conflict. The British government could not hide behind being ignorant of the happenings in Poland that had for many months been discussed in the world press. Their own ambassadors had, upholding their duty of looking after the interests of Great Britain, repeatedly warned about the unpredictable Polish rashness and had recommended putting pressure on Warsaw. This is what Kennard telegraphed from Warsaw on March 30, 1939, one day before the statement was made about the guarantee to Poland. It is of course unlikely that the Polish government would deliberately provoke Germany. But in the present state of feeling here the possibility of some impulsive action cannot altogether be excluded. Kennard on August 16, 1939. As I was not entirely satisfied with those parts of my conversation with Mr. Beck relating to the press and the minority, I took these matters up again this morning with Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs who deals especially with these questions. I felt that the Polish government should make every effort to prevent the appearance in the Polish press of any article which might give extreme irritation to Herr Hitler, and that the authorities concerned there should be requested to avoid any unduly energetic measures of repression against the German minority. Kennard on August 17, 1939. I have impressed upon these people, the Poles, that at the present moment Hitler seems undecided as to what he will do, and that it is therefore essential that no incident, word in the press or case of maltreatment of the minority, should be allowed to give him a pretext to go off the deep end. I have even suggested to my American colleague, who has a good deal of influence here, that he should point out that it would do Poland considerable harm in the eyes of public opinion in America should Hitler produce a long list of cases of maltreatment of the German minority here or in any way show that Poland has behaved unreasonably. You may rely on me to do my best to control extreme feelings here, but one cannot of course push them too far, in fact it would be useless to do so. Henderson on August 16, 1939. What Hitler says about his attitude towards the press is unfortunately true. If we do want to avoid a catastrophe, we must face the fact. We will certainly have war if the press talks about Hitler yielding to intimidation. Surely if the press were told that quite clearly, it would realize its responsibilities. History will judge the press generally to have been the principal cause of the war. I am convinced that Hitler was speaking the truth when he talked about holding his generals back this year. Of all Germans, believe it or not, Hitler is the most moderate so far as Danzig and the corridor are concerned. If there is to be a truce, and it is the last hope, the ill treatment of the German minority in Poland must be stopped. I wish some English newspapers would send correspondents out to see for themselves and for you. Weizsäcker has always been very bitter to me on this subject. Our embassy at Warsaw knows nothing about it, just as I know nothing about what happens in the German provinces. How can it? Warsaw with its civilized and intelligent, not to say astute clique with which one consorts there, is one thing. Outside, in the country the Poles are an utterly uncivilized lot, calm and restrained. Yes, doubtless, at the top and if words mean anything. But elsewhere, no. I have heard too many tales from well-disposed neutrals to believe a word of it. But not even these recommendations could induce the British government to inform themselves and to caution the Poles to show restraint. Only on August 26 did London make the suggestion that the Polish leadership should approach the German government whether they would contemplate making an exchange of populations. At the same time, Poland should permit entry to neutral observers. Both proposals were to cut the ground from under Hitler's detailed complaints of the ill treatment of the minority Germans. Although Beck, in principle, saw no objection to the expulsion of the German ethnic minority, he refused, however, as a first reaction, to have neutral observers, without ever seriously taking up this matter again, whenever it was linked to negotiations. Even a subsequent reference from Kenner to use the roundabout way of involving the Pope and the excellent impression on public opinion abroad failed to change Beck's mind. It was the very same day when the Polish government, in view of the nature of Hitler's language, in his conversation with Henderson on August 25, had decided internally on immediate mobilization. Poland had once more developed an unfortunate liking for the method of pursuing political aims with violence or threats, which has been verifiably in evidence ever since the time of the re-establishing of the Polish nation in 1918. It was not only the British ambassador, Henderson, who was singularly impressed on learning that Hitler was willing, even yet on August 29, to negotiate with the Poles the question of an exchange of populations. He had obviously no knowledge that, already during the summer of 1939, the German citizens residing in Poland had received the advice to send their women and children to Germany. In the last week of August the German embassy, in Warsaw, was also to warn the unemployed or those of whom it may be assumed that they incur special danger, to repatriate. Those who remained were to try to protect themselves against the persecutions which were regarded as inevitable. Party functionaries and journalists were to seek refuge in the homes of friendly nationals of neutral states. Henderson admitted that we led her, Poland, far up the garden path as it is, and thus London had assumed the leadership and responsibility for this development. If war is fated to be, then it will be. But it will be the stupidest of wars, and history will say that the world was quite mad. The Poles will, I believe and fear, get a terrible hammering, and I cannot see what they can definitely gain out of it. To enlarge their frontiers will merely mean trouble, possibly from both sides, in the next generation. I only pray that we shall not regret leading them up the garden path for the satisfaction of kicking Hitler and his Nazi gangsters in the pants. The extension of the blank check on August 25, 1939. After the failure of the British-French-Soviet military talks and the startling conclusion of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, it was not the kind of alliance which the Western powers had hoped to conclude. Europe was found in diplomatic circumstances which none of the parties had foreseen. How did the leading British politicians, Neville Chamberlain and Lord Halifax, view this new situation, and how did they react? The U.S. ambassador in London, Kennedy, reported to his Secretary of State, Hull, on August 23, 1939, on his recent talk with the British Prime Minister, in which Chamberlain had said that there was nothing he could do in getting the Poles to make any concessions. Kennedy had added these words: "If the President, of the USA, is contemplating any action for peace, it seems to me the place to work is on Beck in Poland, and to make this effective, it must happen quickly. I see no other possibility." Kennedy a few days later. Frankly he, Chamberlain, is more worried about getting the Poles to be reasonable than the Germans. He feels there is a great body of public opinion in England, headed probably by Eden and Churchill, who will suggest to the Poles that they give up nothing and that they have Hitler on the run. This, of course, will mean war, but in the meantime he is urging Henderson to keep telling Hitler that, after all, the Danzig situation is a small item and that what really needs to be done is to work out the whole European economic political problem. On August 24, 1939, Neville Chamberlain admitted in the House of Commons that he had not as yet tried to get a factual assessment of the German grievances about Poland's treatment of the German ethnic minority. Having put herself in this position, it would have been vital for Great Britain to have made intensive efforts at objective mediation of disagreements and to curb all threats, mobilization, malicious press campaigns, and such like. None of that happened. Neither did Chamberlain restrain the British press, having acknowledged that their course of action, of course, will mean war, nor even made the attempt to restrain. On the contrary. On this memorable August 24, 1939, Chamberlain, for his part, did also deliberately give false information to the members of Parliament in the House of Commons and, therefore, has once again leaked to the press inflammatory slogans, which, of course, will mean war. He said in his speech, "The international position has steadily deteriorated until today we find ourselves confronted with the imminent peril of war. The German press declared that Danzig could not be the subject of any conference or any compromise and that it must come back to the Reich at once and unconditionally. They, the German press, published circumstantial accounts of the alleged ill treatment of Germans living in Poland. Now we have no means of checking the accuracy of those stories, but we cannot help being struck by the fact that they bear a strong resemblance to similar allegations that were made last year in respect of the Sudeten Germans in Czechoslovakia. But I think it will be agreed that, in face of this, German press, campaign, declarations by Polish statesmen have shown great calm and self-restraint. The Polish leaders, while they have been firm in their determination to resist an attack upon their independence, have been unprovocative. They have always been ready, as I am sure they would be ready now, to discuss differences with the German government, if they could be sure that those discussions would be carried on without threats of force or violence, and with some confidence that, if an agreement were reached, its terms would be respected afterwards permanently, both in the letter and in the spirit." In Berlin the announcement, of a German-Soviet non-aggression pact, was hailed, with extraordinary cynicism, as a great diplomatic victory which removed any danger of war, since we in France would no longer be likely to fulfill our obligations to Poland. We felt it our first duty to remove any such dangerous illusion. The steady deterioration of the international situation during the past few months did not, however, induce Chamberlain to readjust British policy, rather he warned against such dangerous illusions. While Chamberlain was exclusively quoting the German press and equating it with Berlin, he concealed from the members of Parliament the fact that up to this date Hitler had made no demand for an immediate unconditional return of Danzig to the Reich and, altogether, had shown considerable calm and restraint. Whereas Lord Halifax on August 24, 1939 in the House of Lords still made a crucial distinction between the aggressive Polish press and the attitude of the Polish government, Chamberlain no longer recognized the difference between the German government and the German press, despite the fact that Poland had an equally authoritarian government and that the Polish press, even though from a different basic position than that in Germany, was strictly censored as well. Chamberlain was continuing along the same path when he informed the members of Parliament in the House of Commons about military preparations in Germany but not, on the other hand, about those in Poland. It was untruthful to maintain that the Polish leaders had been unprovocative and had always been ready, as they would be ready now, to discuss differences with the German government. To be sure, Poland had been willing up to January 1939 to hold such discussions, that is, until the British government intervened, when they feared that Poland might draw closer to Germany. The obvious consequence of the unconditional guarantee, foisted upon the Poles and originally not even requested, was that from this time on Poland was no longer prepared to discuss differences with the German government. This connection was so obvious that Chamberlain, having had 5 months to study it thoroughly, must have been aware of it on August 24. That Poland, by the end of March 1939, was refusing under threat of war all talks with the Reich government must have been equally known to Chamberlain, as well as the fact that the German press reports from September 1938 about the ill treatment of the Sudeten Germans were factually correct. This had long since been confirmed by Ambassador Extraordinary Runciman. Falsehoods were bound to lead to further aggravation of the international situation. This all the more, as in his speech Chamberlain had not even considered how one could, with the help of political or diplomatic efforts, patch matters up again. On the contrary, he claimed that the time had come when they, the government, must seek the approval of Parliament for further measures of defense. What did his Foreign Secretary do on this memorable August 24, 1939? Lord Halifax had given the Polish ambassador to understand his clear determination for war in such a way that Raczynski, at that time, was still terrified of such an attempt. Halifax did not doubt for a moment that any attempt to patch matters up had been out of the question since the conclusion of the German-Soviet agreement. His Prime Minister had conceded only just previously, without, however, taking up the opportunity, that in Berlin the German-Soviet agreement was hailed as a pact removing the danger of war, and that Britain had been asked to do her part for the avoidance of war. However, Halifax believed, according to the motto, "My reason shows me no way out but war," that the Poles are not inclined to do this, although it was absolutely essential for the Poles to get in touch with the Germans, even if they were not ready to discuss Danzig, to start a discussion on minorities or some other subject. In the same communication, the American ambassador stated more precisely that England will definitely go to war if Poland starts to fight, but not, therefore, when Poland is being attacked. Considering the fact that the British government had practically driven Hitler into a situation where he had no other choice but to come to an arrangement with Stalin, Halifax's reaction after August 23 illustrates London's resolve for war quite drastically. In all openness were the friendly diplomats given to understand that from now on everything was geared to the inevitability of war with Germany. This outlook was altogether calculated to encourage the Poles, whose courage and fighting spirit the Western powers underrated, to renewed provocations. Unofficial, but very influential, circles in Britain stood by Lord Halifax's side. The Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, told about this. "Churchill has been telephoning daily, and this evening Lord Lloyd did likewise. Mr. Harcourt Johnstone came to see me, representing the Liberal Party. All these people express concern that the Poles should not weaken or give in to force, and I have been urging them in return to keep their strange and sometimes incalculable countrymen on the right lines." Besides Dalton and Harcourt Johnstone, I received telephone calls daily from Churchill, Bracken, Sandys and others, in which the same anxieties recurred: would the Prime Minister keep his word to us, and would we ourselves stand firm as the cornerstone of Britain's peace front on the continent? This attitude, i.e. of contempt for any peace policy, was exemplified in the letters, both signed and anonymous, which poured in day after day. In the early stages of the crisis, they had advised us to bomb Danzig flat or to take advantage of the Nazi rally at Tannenberg, which did not in fact take place, to destroy Hitler and his friends with a single well-planted bomb. And the repercussions? During this anxious time I called almost daily on Lord Halifax, whose confidence I had gained and who from time to time showed clearly that he shared my own view of the situation, rejection of appeasement, though he felt obliged to put to me very different arguments evolved by the inner cabinet. He usually noted down my comments, evidently as ammunition for use in that forum. With the backing of these forces, Lord Halifax began during the last days of peace a further undertaking, which historians tend to define as dishonest. Cf. the chapter, The Last Days of Peace. Although the British government had for a year been receiving from their own diplomats a steady flow of warnings concerning Polish obstinacy, they had never queried their unconditional guarantee in the event of Poland refusing negotiations. There was only one occasion, when the talks were brought round to this threat, during the visit of the Polish Foreign Minister in London from 4 to 6 April 1939, when Beck was not prepared to make a pact of mutual assistance with Romania, which was to take effect in the case of a German attack against Poland, as well as an Hungarian attack against Romania. In other words, when the British were dissatisfied, as they felt he, Beck, was not giving the cooperation they felt they must have. Thus, the British government was using their guarantee as nothing less than a means of exerting pressure in order to widen the crisis area. By August 25, 1939, already months of steadily accumulating tension resulting from the attitude of the Poles had passed, and U.S. President Roosevelt had by now addressed an official note to Warsaw in these words. The President expresses the belief that, in the interest of public opinion in the United States, as well as public opinion in other parts of the world, it is in the highest degree important that history should not record, in the event that any military crisis results from the Danzig issue, that the first act of aggression of a military character was brought about by Poland. On August 23 Lord Halifax had learnt from the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, that Poland was not going to negotiate, that is to say, he, the ambassador, was very skeptical of the value of such action, as long as we were still engaged in the technique of the nerve war, which might well continue for some little time yet. One day later he heard from Warsaw that the Polish government had taken very serious military measures involving mobilization of practically two-thirds of the Polish army. In spite of this alarming news, the British government extended on August 25, on their own initiative, the guarantee to Poland to cases of any action which threatened indirectly the independence and threatened the neutrality of the countries of Belgium, the Netherlands, Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, naturally only by Germany. A few days before, they had still been prepared to sell Poland, or rather Eastern Poland and, consequently, also the Baltic states to the USSR. Thus, it was not at all a genuine British concern to secure the independence or neutrality of these states. Therefore, also this passage in the extended Poland guarantee must have served another purpose than the one professed. Furthermore, the treaty carried the obligation not to conclude a separate armistice or peace, a clause that until now was only customary in treaties between warring parties. Novel in this agreement of August 25 was the fact that Chamberlain and Halifax were promising Britain's unconditional support also in the case of an indirect threat without, however, clarifying in the published text the precise meaning of this. In the supplementary secret protocol, however, Poland had it confirmed that this was directed at the Free City of Danzig. Hitler could not know of it, and assumed that Britain would not oppose the return of Danzig to Germany. Beck knew of it, and was able to refuse to discuss the future of Danzig with Germany, knowing that a German move to seize the Free City would be followed by British action in support of Poland. Beck knew that the secret protocol was precise and final. The case contemplated by Article 2 of the agreement is that of the Free City of Danzig. Even an indirect threat to Danzig would bring the treaty into operation. Great Britain must have realized, at least during the course of the talks with Moscow, which carried on for months, that Poland feared the USSR, while thinking to be superior to Germany, and though it was further known that Hitler, unlike Stalin, had no intention of annexing Polish land, but had even declared himself willing to guarantee the frontiers and the independence of Poland. In spite of all this, Britain's extended guarantee remained solely aimed at Germany. Therefore, London was demonstrably not concerned about the independence and the assets of Poland. Winston Churchill was to admit later. We ourselves have never guaranteed any particular frontier line to Poland. We had not gone to war for any particular frontier line. The statement made by Lord Halifax, August 23, 1939, in which he called any attempt to patch matters up as being out of the question, manifests clearly a desire for war serving British interests, not a desire for service helping Poland. What has decisively contributed to this British desire for war were the suggestive hints from members of the German resistance. Through the secret contacts, already established in the year 1934-35, among members from German ministries, Gordeler, Erich and Theo Kort, State Secretary von Weizsäcker and others, who, for their part, had already been arranging conspiracy plans with officers from the armed forces and individuals from the German economy and government administration as well as with British politicians, Churchill, Vansittart, Halifax, the British leadership was reinforced in their belief that firm language, a determination for war and, at any rate, war itself would bring down the Hitler regime by a revolution from within Germany. It was also a contributory factor that Chamberlain, attacked by many circles in Britain and in the USA, believed to be facing the downfall of his premiership, and hence he considered the now opening possibility of an easy victory over Germany and went along with war. Only when looking at it from these viewpoints, could the Poles, too, become entrapped by the delusion that within a few days of the outbreak of war they would be marching into Berlin, and that the Soviet forces, because of the expected rapid German collapse, would not have enough time to cross the East Polish frontier. But on the other hand, these illusions prove that one was aware in London, Washington and Warsaw just how much the decision, war or peace, was in one's own hands. The annihilation of Germany as a war aim. Since spring of 1939, Britain, allegedly the protector of small nations, had been trying to stir up the small nations against Germany by giving them all sorts of guarantees, by spreading false reports and thus causing alarm, and by probing and encouraging the resolve of these small nations. This was all bound to increase these countries' insecurity and dangers rather than to alleviate them. Why did Paris and London, for the sake of joining in with Moscow, virtually offer the Baltic and East Poland as a prize to Stalin? Halifax did fully appreciate the disadvantages and risks of allowing Soviet troops on Polish soil. The unilateral declaration of war on Germany in the course of the Poland campaign, which had already been decided on in a secret supplementary clause of the Anglo-Polish Agreement of Mutual Assistance, showed that this was not about ethical principles. The later stance of the British government, in particular their joining of military forces with the Soviet Union and the refusal to face up to Stalin's vast territorial demands at the conferences of Moscow, Tehran, Yalta and Potsdam, amplified further the extent of this moral uprooting. One only needs to compare the scale of the unopposed transfer to the Soviets by the Western Allies, absolute sole domination over all of Eastern Europe and the Balkans, participation in controlling the Mediterranean and the Near East, with that of tiny Danzig's desire of returning to the German Reich, which was used by these same powers as an opportunity to trigger a Second World War. Despite this background, Lord Halifax professed to be fighting for human rights, for peace, for ideal principles, and he stated on the BBC London on November 7, 1939. The new world that Britain is trying to make come true would bring about cooperation among all nations, based on equality, on self-respect and on tolerance of the human race. Britain would have to try everything within her means to combine the necessary revisions in a continuously changing world with safeguarding against upsetting the general peace by use of force. But that is exactly what he refused to be applied in the case of Germany. Justice, equality, self-respect, was called in London that which served the European balance, ergo, British power interests. A comparison between the war aims, as proclaimed later, and the facts comes automatically to mind. No sooner had it been openly stated that going to war against Germany was precisely because of her style of government, than it was laid down in the Atlantic Charter that all peoples could choose the form of government under which they would want to live. Every postulate drawn up during the Allied war conferences was disregarded when matters concerned Germany, but also Poland and the other nations of Eastern Europe. Van Sittert, the chief diplomatic advisor to the Foreign Secretary, declared to a member of the German resistance on August 31, 1939, thus the day before the start of the Poland campaign, trembling with excitement. Britain will be fighting this war to the outmost, and like Samson in the Bible, we will tear down the pillars of the palace and bury all underneath that. A timely ending of the war, this is probably a misprint. The German says Kriegsausbruch instead of the probably correct word Kriegsausbruch equals outbreak of the war, though it might mean, it is true, the death of thousands, it would not mean the death of millions. Winston Churchill admitted in November 1939, a few days after Belgium and the Netherlands had made mediation proposals, on the British radio. This war is a British war and its aim is the destruction of Germany. Not the destruction of National Socialism. Of course, Churchill did not fail to proclaim the destruction of Nazi tyranny. This is not a question of fighting for Danzig or fighting for Poland. We are fighting to save a whole world from the pestilence of Nazi tyranny, and in defense of all that is most sacred to man. If Hitler had set himself as the target of his policy to liberate the whole world from the pestilence of British tyranny over her empire and the defense of all that is most sacred to man, what kind of accusations would have been leveled at him? The British Field Marshal, Lord Milne, warned a few weeks after the beginning of the war against the dangerous theory that we are not fighting the German people. The war in Poland is typical of the inborn brutality of the German nation on the whole. War is war. I do hope that our striking is tough, manifold and absolutely merciless. As a peace-loving politician, Prime Minister Chamberlain made a rather curious admission in a letter of October 1939. In 3 days last week I had 2,450 letters, and 1,860 of them were "Stop the war" in one form or another. I was, I confess, anxious when I read Hitler's clever speech, Hitler's peace offer after the Poland campaign, and especially when the first American reaction was reported that he had made a very attractive series of proposals. Just how much the British government was at pains to sabotage every possibility for peace in pursuit of their war aims, is also clearly shown, among other things, by the reaction to the trip to Europe made by the American Under-Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, in February-March 1940. The American Secretary of State Cordell Hull wrote about this. The rumors about the mission of Sumner Welles in Europe filled the Allies and small neutrals with dismay lest the President, on Welles' return, should make a move for peace. Accordingly, on March 16, 1940, Mr. Roosevelt broadcast from the White House to dispel these fears. Along the same lines, I had made it clear to the press. Before leaving Rome, Welles issued a press statement that he had not received or conveyed any peace proposals. British Ambassador Lothian came on March 22, 1940, to thank the President and me for what he called the prompt way in which our government had acted to check and dispel the spread of the peace at any price sentiment based on all sorts of rumors about what Welles might do in Europe to bring about a negotiated peace, which would be the equivalent of a German victory. He said that efforts directed towards bringing about a negotiated peace might injure the British and French war situation. Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty and Minister for Economic Warfare, stated at the St. George's celebration on April 25, 1940, when toasting England. The coming peace treaty must be much harsher and more merciless than Versailles. We can make no distinction between Hitler and the German nation. After victory we must not allow ourselves to be moved by the claims of the Germans that only a few, only the members of the Hitler regime, committed the crimes. We must take Hitler at his word that he is the German nation. Lord Vansittart, Chief Diplomatic Advisor, to the Foreign Office, 1941. Hitler is no accident. He is the natural and continuous product of a breed which from the dawn of history has been predatory and bellicose. By the grace of God and for the salvation of man, we shall rescue the earth from Germany and Germany from herself. The tenor of his radio talks on the BBC in 1941. Violence and fraud, fraud and violence, this is the old German gospel. The Germans have never pledged their word without breaking it, they have never entered into an agreement without discrediting it, they have not touched an international law of loyalty without having besmirched it. For generations they have destroyed all and every trust among the people. Winston Churchill in the House of Commons on February 15, 1942. This, bringing of the United States into the war, is what I dreamed of, aimed at and worked for, and now it has come to pass. In a letter to Stalin dated January 24, 1944. We never thought of making a separate peace even in the year and we were all alone and could easily have made one without serious loss to the British Empire and largely at your, Stalin's, expense. Why should we think of it now, when our triple fortunes are marching forward to victory? Russell Grenfell wrote on Churchill's war aims and thereby about those of Great Britain. What was left as a war object for Mr. Churchill? They were our previous friends, the extirpation of Nazi tyranny and Prussian militarism. The tyranny, as such, was not oppressing the British people. That being so, what business was it of theirs if the Germans liked to live under a tyrannical form of government? Did not the Atlantic Charter declare that the British respected the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live? Therefore, if the Germans did not choose to throw off their Nazi tyranny for themselves, why should a lot of Englishmen have to die in throwing it off for them? Assuming, however, that the forcible suppression of tyrannies in foreign countries was a British duty, how came it that another tyranny was made a partner of the British in that process? The communist tyranny in Russia was worse than the Nazi tyranny in Germany, the general condition of the Russian people was far inferior to that of the Germans. Slave labor in Russia was on a gigantic scale compared to anything of the sort in Germany. Yet Mr. Churchill hailed Russia as a most welcome ally when she was brought into the war. One tyrant to help beat another. Clearly, tyranny of itself was no aim of Mr. Churchill's to destroy. He did not even show much interest in the overthrow of Nazi tyranny itself when a prospect of achieving it was brought to his notice, with the help of the German resistance. Mr. Churchill's threat to extirpate Nazi tyranny did not convince the Germans that such tyranny was bad for them. On the contrary, they would regard it as so successful that Germany's foes were determined to destroy it. And this is what Winston Churchill himself said in his memoirs, after the war had ended, about his own and his allies' blind rage objectives. My principal reason for opposing, as I always did, an alternative statement on peace terms, which was so often urged, was that a statement of the actual conditions on which the three great allies would have insisted, and would have been forced by public opinion to insist, would have been far more repulsive to any German peace movement than the general expression unconditional surrender. I remember several attempts being made to draft peace conditions which would satisfy the wrath of the conquerors against Germany. They looked so terrible when set forth on paper, and so far exceeded what was in fact done, that their publication would only have stimulated German resistance. They had in fact only to be written out to be withdrawn. It was from England that for the first time the annihilation of an entire people, in fact genocide against all Germans, was announced as a war object. At that time in Germany there was no program for a final solution of the Jewish question and no program for the annihilation of the Polish people. Furthermore, no German spokesperson or statesman have ever put forward the destruction of Britain or any other nation as a war aim, or even hinted that this would be their wish. For a state of affairs not directly affecting British interests, Great Britain declared war on Germany, demanded her annihilation and did everything possible for widening and brutalizing the war. Any historian, dealing with the background to the dividing up of Germany after the war, would have to admit that the plans for the partition of Germany had been already discussed in politics and in the media long before the diplomatic considerations attended to these plans. The resulting notions were supporting and recommending a permanent weakening of German principal power in Central Europe. Mr. Eduard Benes, immediately after his resignation as President of Czechoslovakia in October 1938, went so far as to suggest that a minimum of 800,000 to 1 million Sudeten Germans, mainly the intellectual classes and the bourgeoisie, should be driven from their homeland. Germany was no longer to be allowed to lay claims to any legal title of international law. In fact, she was an outcast, fair game for everyone. Churchill interpreted this goal thus. By unconditional surrender, I mean that the Germans have no rights to any particular form of treatment. For instance, the Atlantic Charter would not apply to them as a matter of right. There will be, for instance, no question of the Atlantic Charter applying to Germany as a matter of right and barring territorial transferences or adjustments in enemy countries. 3 post-war media items from Britain are given as an example of how this policy from that time was smugly upheld and was still found praiseworthy up to the new German reunification in 1990. Lord Beaverbrook Sunday Express, from March 23, 1958. One has to remember that the last war was aimed at destroying Germany. British historian A.J.P. Taylor, also in the Sunday Express, in October 1957. The Germans certainly would not like the partition of their country, but it is great for all the others. Britain has waged 2 wars against Germany, triggered by different motives. Fundamentally it was always about the same: there are too many Germans and Germany is too strong. If one allows all Germans to unite, they will overshadow Europe. Now a solution is handed to us on a plate, for which we should be grateful. Instead of that we declare that Germany must be reunified. The same historian, A.J.P. Taylor, who is one of the most violent German haters, gave in the spring of 1965 a series of lectures on BBC television, in the course of which he conducted a general attack against lending any British support for the reunification of Germany and stated, The British people are not interested in reunifying Germany. On the contrary, the large majority is delighted about the happy chance that has divided Germany and has deprived her of all her power. Wilson's, Prime Minister 1965 and leader of the Labour Party, strongest supporters are also those most opposed to German reunification. The United States of America. Roosevelt and the New Deal did a lot of good repair work, but they have not solved our problem any more than private industry has. We are ashamed to say, but the awful truth remains that our problem was solved temporarily only by the timely aid of the biggest of all evil, war. Does our faulty memory remember that at the outbreak of the Second World War the Depression had not gone? At that time our output had only reached the level of 1929, we still had 8 million unemployed, our national income was, according to 1939 prices, still $10 billion less than it was in the year when the stock market crashed and the Depression started. This is the sum total of experiences from the Roosevelt admirer and journalist William Shirer about the politics of Roosevelt's New Deal. Proclaimed in 1933, these economic political steering measures of the U.S. government were designed, but ultimately failed, to overcome the economic slump in the USA. President F.D. Roosevelt, however, managed to avert the domestic political crises threatening him with measures which are no credit to American democracy. The details of his war policy are no longer any secret, they can be read in any well-documented historical work. Here only a short summary can be given, demonstrating the basic outline of his foreign policy in the decisive years up to the outbreak of war. It all seemed quite harmless in the beginning. Since 1933 Hitler, had been caustically criticized in the American press. Some of the dispatches from American representatives in Berlin confirmed the dark suspicions of pessimistic American newspapers. From 1933 to 1939 multitudes of Americans were being slowly conditioned for war along some foreign frontier. As Hitler rearmed Germany, large numbers of persons in this hemisphere began to feel that his bid for power was a menace to them as well as to his European neighbors. As an example of what the dispatches from American representatives in Berlin looked like in those early days already, one only has to read the report of April 21, 1934 by the acting commercial attaché, Douglas Miller, about the situation in Germany. The fundamental purpose of the Nazis is to secure a greater share of the world's future for the Germans, the expansion of German territory and growth of the German race until it constitutes the largest and most powerful nation in the world, and ultimately, according to some Nazi leaders, until it dominates the entire globe. For the sake of historical truth it should be noted that such statements by some NS leaders had never been made. The press, but especially the financial circles, disapproved from the outset of Hitler's economic success, particularly since they could not surmount their own economic crisis. The point of contact between Hitler's success and the interests of the United States was the fact that 40% of Germany's foreign debt, approximately $1.8 billion, was based on American credits, which were raised during the time of the Weimar Republic, and repayment was to be made from now on according to guidelines that would not prevent the economic recovery of Germany. Hitler was determined to remove the financial and economic pressure from abroad, fully prepared and willing, however, to honor all German loans and commercial debts. The progress made, in comparison with the economic dependence of the Weimar Republic, is exemplified in a report published in the Commercial and Financial Chronicle about the Dawes Plan of 1924. Nothing like the proposed procedure is to be found in history. Germany is to be taken over and administered in the same way as a corporation no longer able to meet its obligations is taken over by the law and transferred to the hands of the bankruptcy commissioners. In reality, a foreign control of internal affairs has been imposed such as never before existed either in our times or in the past. Never before has it been proposed to take such complete possession of the wealth of a nation. Up to that time, the issue of the vast reparations imposed on Germany by the Versailles Dictate and concurrently the U.S. loan policy, cf. the Dawes and Young plans of 1924 and 1929 respectively, was contemplated in a very one-sided way with respect to the political and economic interests of the victors only. In June 1933, F.D. Roosevelt was still convinced that he could continue in the same way, thus radically disregarding, as had been done so far, the vital interests of Germany and of other European nations in favor of his own economic interests. He torpedoed the World Economic Conference, which assembled in London on June 12, 1933, with his refusal to re-establish the gold standard as a measure of international exchange value and declined to discuss the international monetary problems arising from the slump, the reparations policy and the new political situation in Germany. The questions which needed to be addressed all remained open: credit policy, price levels, limitation of currency fluctuations, exchange control, tariffs, quotas, subsidies and the resumption of foreign lending. Roosevelt laid the blame for the deplorable state of affairs, triggered by his own handling of the situation, at the door of the alleged aggressors. The more evident this sorry situation was becoming, the more presumptuous and provoking his actions would become. In order to cripple the economy of these aggressors, he immediately made bilateral agreements with the peace-loving democracies, and on January 31, 1934, entirely on his own authority, he set a new par of exchange between the dollar and gold amounting to only 59.66% of the previous one. With this radical devaluation of the American currency, the foreign trade of other countries, but especially that of Germany, was reduced considerably. All in all, Roosevelt's boycott of the World Economic Conference resulted in the following. As German exports became more difficult, this caused the inevitable striving for self-sufficiency. The endeavors for reaching agreements among the European nations, the political accord of the Four-Power Pact between Britain, France, Italy and Germany in July 1933, disarmament conferences, etc., were largely hindered, or rather, were wrecked. The free press of the United States was encouraged to intensify their antagonistic polemics. The economic recovery of Germany, Italy and Japan, quite in contrast to the depressive stagnation of the economic situation in the USA, was not apt to change Roosevelt's attitude toward those countries. He was constantly searching for new pretexts to distract the attention of the American people from their own economic disturbances, which he proved unable to fix, by alarming the population with alleged political dangers from abroad. It was no accident that the media in the United States had prepared the ground well, in the direction as indicated by Roosevelt, and this was attested to by foreign politicians and diplomats already before 1937. On April 11, 1935, Count Schembeck, the former Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs at the Foreign Office in Warsaw, noted in his diary a conversation with the American ambassador, Bullitt. At the end of my talk with Bullitt, I expressed the opinion that at the present time we were witnessing a worldwide aggressive policy aimed at Hitler, rather more so than any aggressive action on Germany's part. Already on April 4, 1935, Count Schembeck had realized that all the rumors, which are circulating about the war, always originate from the same source, that is to say, from Jewish circles and from Freemason circles, and they are spread by the second, two, and third, three, international, left-wing socialist movement. In the previous month, on March 18, 1935, the same Count Schembeck had recorded a comment made by the American ambassador in Warsaw, Cudahy, in his diary. The Jews and German intellectuals who have taken refuge there, USA, are swaying American public opinion in a direction that is not favorable to Hitler Germany. Regardless of some possibly justified charges of individual emigrants, it is difficult to clear the American government of the suspicion of having encouraged the lies disseminated by their press. It was Roosevelt himself who was spurring on the press toward inflaming the American people. Since the quarantine speech of October 5, 1937 in Chicago, in which Roosevelt recommended that the aggressors, of course, only the Germans, Italians and Japanese, be put in quarantine and that, the reign of terror and international lawlessness, a clear reference to the countries mentioned, should be fought, the U.S. President's policy of war was becoming increasingly evident. It was really big talk in a high key. He was far more worried about party reverses at home than about Japanese movements in Manchuria. An economic recession in the United States had made it clear that the ballyhoo of New Deal politicians had struck some very sour notes that greatly annoyed the ears of American workers who were out of jobs. The Morgenthau diaries give indisputable proof of the deep concern the administration felt over the wide break in the economic structure of the nation. The quarantine speech of October 5 had many macabre overtones designed to frighten the American people. It indicated that large portions of the world were experiencing a reign of terror, and that the landmarks and traditions which have marked the progress of civilization toward a condition of law, order and justice were being wiped away. Innocent peoples and nations were being cruelly sacrificed to a greed for power and supremacy, which was devoid of all sense of justice and humane consideration. If this sad condition of affairs existed in other parts of the world, it was vain for anyone to imagine that America will escape, that it may expect mercy, that this Western Hemisphere will not be attacked, and that it will continue tranquilly and peacefully to carry on the ethics and the arts of civilization. Here then we already have those inflammatory phrases, meant usually to smooth the way to war. The American press, although differing in their reaction to the request for collective pressure, was nevertheless united in acknowledging that President F.D. Roosevelt had given his first Crusader speech that would long be remembered. Leading authorities with expert knowledge of Roosevelt and collaborators of Roosevelt described this quarantine speech a milestone in the foreign policy of the United States. This first drum roll in the Democratic Orchestra was produced at a time when no territorial readjustment had been demanded by Germany, and further, when no European country felt threatened by Germany. While the German economy was recovering impressively in spite all the boycotts leveled against her, Roosevelt and his advisers were deeply concerned about the economic recession and unemployment at home, having come to realize that they were at the end of their improvisation. In January 1938 Roosevelt intimated that in order to solve the economic crisis he wanted to concentrate government expenditure policy on the building of battleships. In a special message from January 28, 1938, Roosevelt recommended to Congress the strengthening of the national defenses in view of the armament of other nations increasing at an unprecedented and alarming rate. The president said that adequate defense meant that, for the protection not only of our coast but also of our communities far removed from the coast, we must keep any potential enemy many hundreds of miles away from our continental limits. We could not assume, he stated, that our defense would be limited to one ocean and one coast and that the others would certainly be safe. At the beginning of February 1938, Roosevelt wrote, in a private letter to the influential British politician Lord Elibank, that he was working with heart and soul toward training the American public to join the crusade against Hitler. The reunification of Austria with the Reich on March 11, 1938, having been noted by Secretary of State, Hull, without expressing concern and without any critical or even disapproving attitude, was seen a few days later, possibly because the President himself had intervened personally, in the opinion of the German ambassador in the USA, Dieckhoff, as a breach of treaty, as militarism, as rape. The unwarranted Czech mobilization of May 20, 1938, and in its wake the Sudeten crisis, was aggravated by Roosevelt at the end of June 1938 with his public announcement to withdraw the reinforced U.S. fleet from the Pacific in order to concentrate it in the Atlantic. This was plain enough and was also understood in London as a further call to make ready for war. In August 1938, Roosevelt gave a speech in Canada, agitating again. The Dominion of Canada is part of the sisterhood of the British Empire. I give to you assurance that the people of the United States will not stand idly by, if domination of Canadian soil is threatened by any other empire. As he had already divided the world into peace-loving democracies and totalitarian states, it thus meant that the dangers of aggressive action threatening the American continent, repeatedly suggested to the American subconscious in those terms, could only refer to Germany and Japan. At the beginning of September 1938, President Roosevelt had his London ambassador Kennedy inform the British Prime Minister that, whatever course Chamberlain would adopt, the United States would think right. Kennedy assured the British Foreign Secretary that, in the event that Great Britain was drawn into a European war, the history of the last war would be repeated, leading a good deal more rapidly than in the last war to American intervention. This amounted to a far-reaching blank check, and Chamberlain undoubtedly had it in mind during the Munich crisis. I, Tansil, was able to discover in the State Department archives, however, no evidence of any real pressure upon the Prime Minister in favor of peace at any price. The reasons for Roosevelt's antipathy toward Germany can hardly be explained with the Jewish question, given that the influential circles in the USA were fully aware that the treatment of the Jews in Poland was considerably worse than in Germany. The protests against Poland's anti-Jewish measures, which up to the outbreak of war had been addressed to Congress in Washington, far exceeded the complaints made about anti-Jewish measures against the Reich, when expressed in figures and regards content. It is equally unlikely that Roosevelt's underlying reasoning was based on ethical or ideological motives, considering that he had tried already early on to join forces with Stalin, who governed in a far more tyrannical way than Hitler ever did, had not been elected by the peoples of the Soviet Union, and was actually demanding to get rid of all religions and democracies, whereas Roosevelt accused National Socialism, altogether unjustly, of pursuing precisely this goal. Just as, for example, a conference of Pan-American states debating the ceding to the USA of a frontier zone in Mexico would be of absolutely no concern to Germany, so, by the same token, the Munich Conference had nothing whatsoever to do with the United States of America. Regardless of this fact, the U.S. President interfered in the affairs of another, far distant, continent. Roosevelt, who in September 1938, having a bad cold, already wanted to kill Hitler and amputate the nose, and who then, perhaps the better to manage this, appealed to Hitler to agree to an international conference in some neutral spot, but with no involvement by the USA, had, after the Munich Conference, deep misgivings as to Chamberlain's appeasement policy and its implications. He told, darkly, that he suspected Britain and France might offer Trinidad and Martinique to Hitler to keep him satisfied, and if they did he would send the fleet to take both islands. In order to lend some real weight to this agitation for war, Roosevelt sent his ambassador Bullitt to Europe with instructions concerning this matter and giving him extensive power. At the same time he had his close friend and advisor, Bernard M. Baruch, return to Washington from Europe, and through him informed the press on a real and direct German threat to South America, a theme that was immediately taken up by Churchill for his own agitation. Bullitt, on the other hand, declared to the Polish ambassador in Washington, Jerzy Potocki, on November 19, 1938. It would be in accordance if the wishes of the democratic states at an armed conflict in the East should break out between the Reich and Russia. When I asked whether the United States would participate in a war of this kind, he, Bullitt, replied, without the slightest doubt, but only if Britain and France make the first move. Feelings in the United States, so he told me, were running so high against Nazism and Hitlerism that already today a psychosis was observable amongst Americans, similar to that which prevailed just before America declared war on Germany in 1917. Mr. Bullitt then mentioned the question of the Ukraine and Germany's intentions there. He confirmed that Germany had a complete staff of Ukrainian officials who were to take over the future government of the Ukraine and found an independent Ukrainian state under German influence. A Ukraine of this type, Mr. Bullitt continued, would, of course, be very dangerous for you as it would directly influence the Ukrainians in eastern Poland. Even Potocki appeared to have been rather surprised by these remarks, for he ended his report to Warsaw with the words, Mr. Bullitt was not too well informed about the situation in Eastern Europe, and this part of his conversation was somewhat superficial. A similar kind of bolstering to fight with Germany could be read in the note written by the League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig, Karl J. Burkhardt. Burkhardt reported to the General Secretary of the League of Nations, Avenal, on December 2, 1938, on a talk with the American ambassador in Warsaw, Biddle. He, Biddle, was telling me with a strange satisfaction that the Poles were ready to go to war over Danzig. They would meet the motorized power of the German army with their maneuverability. In April, he declared, there will be a new crisis. Not since the Lusitania was torpedoed has there been in America such religious hatred against Germany as there is today. Chamberlain and Daladier will be swept away by public opinion. This is a holy war. Already on December 1 the former acting U.S. Secretary of War announced at an American military convention that 10,000 factories had received their final war production program. A similar announcement was made on the same day in the House of Commons in Britain with regards to British industry. On November 14, 1938, the American ambassador in Berlin, Hugh Wilson, was called back to Washington by Roosevelt to make a report and for discussions. Wilson did not return to his post, so that Roosevelt's step was practically tantamount to breaking off diplomatic relations with Germany. On December 6, 1938, Roosevelt openly showed his disapproval to the recently signed German-French Peace and Friendship Pact. He was thus in good company with Stalin, whose ideological motives, as part of his policy, were to undermine peace and friendship among other nations. On January 4, 1939, 2.5 months before Hitler's entry into Prague, Roosevelt requested of Congress a revision of the neutrality legislation, approval for almost $1.3 billion for armaments, and he made a provocative and insulting threat to Germany. His reasoning: all about us rage undeclared wars, military and economic. All about us are threats of new aggression, military and economic. There comes a time in the affairs of men when they must prepare to defend, not their homes alone but the tenets of faith and humanity on which their churches, their governments and their very civilization are founded. The defense of religion, of democracy and of good faith among nations is all the same fight. To save one we must now make up our minds to save all. God-fearing democracies could not forever let pass, without effective protest, acts of aggression. There are many methods short of war, but stronger and more effective than mere words, of bringing home to aggressor governments the aggregate sentiments of our own people. With his statement, "Our American frontier is on the Rhine," he positioned some more marker flags. Nevertheless, whether or not Roosevelt actually made the statement, he most certainly did believe that America's eastern frontier was on the Rhine, and it was on this belief that he acted. This statement was merely repeating the ideas expressed to Congress on January 28, 1938, which he was to formulate anew at the beginning of February 1939 in the following words: in the event of war, the frontier of the United States would be in France. The U.S. Ambassador Extraordinary, Bullitt, while denying that Roosevelt had stated that America's frontier lay on the Rhine, did declare, however, that the President had most certainly said that he was sending aeroplanes to France, for the French army was the first defense line of the United States. In the same report of the Polish ambassador in Paris, Lukasiewicz, from February 1939, the view of Roosevelt is expressed that the recent successes of the Rome-Berlin axis, February 1939, which undermine both the prestige and the authority of France and Britain as imperial powers, threaten almost directly the real interests of the United States. There is talk not only of the immensely important means of coercion directed toward Britain, which would cause Britain to withdraw from any policy of compromise at France's expense, but also of equally effective means of coercion, principally of an economic nature, with regards to Germany and Italy, which could be used without any internal political resistance. This feasible pressure being considered, could in great measure prevent the outbreak of an armed conflict or avoid the development of the European situation in a direction which would be undesirable from the point of view of Washington. The first part of this sentence must have been written purely to put it on file, since the development of the situation in Europe was to run, in accordance with the wishes of the U.S. President, in the direction that an armed conflict in the East should break out between the Reich and Russia. The watchword of the U.S. government already declared that the American frontier has to be on the Rhine, the British frontier on the Vistula. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Polish government, by mid-January 1939, possibly also influenced by United States diplomacy, had finally decided to refuse the Reich government and, as of then, liked to portray any entering into the Danzig and Motor Road proposals as being equivalent to Poland losing her independence and accepting a satellite role. When looking back in December 1945, the U.S. ambassador in London, Kennedy, stated, "Neither the French nor the British would have made Poland a cause of war, if it had not been for the constant needling from Washington. The reports of 12 and January 16, 1939 by the Polish ambassador in Washington, Potocki, describe the contents of the talks with leading American politicians and diplomats. The following 5 characteristic features, tracing the unfolding events, are mentioned. Enlivening of the Foreign Policy, by F. D. Roosevelt. Fierce and unequivocal condemnation of the totalitarian states, which is certainly to mean only Germany, Italy and Japan, not, however, the Soviet Union, Poland, Spain, Portugal, China or any other country. Rapid and extensive war preparations. Pressure on France and Britain, also by referring to the armament statistics of the United States, to oppose any compromise policy from the totalitarian states and to reject any discussions that had as its object any territorial changes. Abandoning the isolationist policy by giving the assurance that, in the event of war, the USA would actively intervene on the side of France and Britain. On January 12, 1939, Potocki explained in detail. Public opinion in America nowadays expresses itself in an increasing hatred of everything fascist. Above all, propaganda here is entirely in Jewish hands. Jews own practically 100% of the broadcasting stations, cinemas, press organs and periodicals. The whole situation in this country constitutes an excellent forum for all classes of public speakers and for refugees from Germany and Czechoslovakia who are not backward in inflaming American public opinion with a torrent of anti-German abuse and vilification. It is interesting to observe that in this carefully thought-out campaign, which is primarily conducted against National Socialism, no reference at all is made to Soviet Russia. If that country is mentioned, it is referred to in a friendly manner, and people are given the impression that Soviet Russia is part of the democratic group of countries. Side by side with this propaganda, an artificial war panic is also created. Americans are induced to believe that peace in Europe is hanging by a thread and that war is inevitable. No effort is spared to impress upon the American mind that, in the event of a world war, the USA must take an active part in a struggle for freedom and democracy. The modus operandi was perfectly simple. All Roosevelt had to do was to stage correctly, on the one hand, the menace of a world war brought about by Chancellor Hitler, while on the other hand, a bogey had to be found that would gabble about an attack on the USA by the totalitarian countries. The Munich Pact was indeed a godsend to President Roosevelt. He lost no opportunity in translating it as France's and England's capitulation to bellicose German militarism. Furthermore, the brutal treatment meted out to the Jews in Germany as well as the problem of the refugees are both factors which intensify the existing hatred of everything connected with German National Socialism. In this campaign of hatred, individual Jewish intellectuals, and other well-known personal friends of Roosevelt have taken a prominent part. All of them want the president to become the protagonist of human liberty, religious freedom and the right of free speech. They want the president to punish all anti-Semitic agitation. This particular group of people, who are all in highly placed American official positions and who are desirous of being representatives of true Americanism, and as champions of democracy are, in point of fact, linked with international Jewry by ties incapable of being torn asunder. For international Jewry, so intimately concerned with the interests of its own race, President Roosevelt's ideal role as a champion of human rights was indeed a godsend. In this way Jewry was able not only to establish a dangerous center in the New World for the dissemination of hatred and enmity, but it also succeeded in dividing the world into two warlike camps. The whole problem is being tackled in a most mysterious manner. Roosevelt has been given the power to enable him to enliven American foreign policy and at the same time to create huge reserves in armaments for a future war which the Jews are deliberately heading for. It is easy for American domestic policy to divert public opinion in this country from an increasing anti-Semitic feeling. This is done by talking of the necessity for defending faith and individual liberty against the menace of fascism. The former League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig, Karl J. Burkhardt, an observer and expert without any pro-German leanings, commented on this document thus. This text could have come from a former German diplomat, who would not have been, however, so well informed. It has to be taken for granted that Mr. Burckhardt had cogent reasons for publicizing such a comment in 1960, since he would well remember, for example, a piece of advice from the president of the Jewish World Congress, Nahum Goldman, during the pre-war period. Your appeasement maneuvers in Danzig are harmful. Public protests against conditions in Danzig are essential, because of the general situation of the Jewish people as a whole. After all, this suggestion was aiming at intensifying the long-standing disputes in Danzig that were stirred up by similar interest groups. In February 1939, Ambassador Bullitt declared to his Polish colleague in Paris, Lukasiewicz, that point of view of official Washington circles lacks all idealism and results entirely from the necessity of defending the real interests of the United States. As far as Britain is concerned, the United States control various and immensely important means of coercion. The mere threat to make use of them would suffice to cause Britain to withdraw from any policy of compromise. All of these pieces of data are from an era before the German entry into Prague. Consequently, the motive for this stance could not be attributed to the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia. After Hitler had occupied Bohemia, Moravia and Mussolini had occupied Albania, Roosevelt sent a threatening letter to Chamberlain to the effect that America would no longer support the democracies, if they were to keep to the Munich agreements. By this was meant the peace and friendship declarations with Germany. On March 19, 1939, Lukasiewicz and Bullitt assured the Polish foreign minister that President Roosevelt would do everything possible to go into action against Germany. Bullitt informed the Poles that he knew Germany hoped to acquire Danzig, and that he was counting on Polish willingness to go to war over the Danzig question. He urged Lukasiewicz to present demands to the West for supplies and other military assistance. The ambassador extraordinary of the American president continued to set up diplomatic war preparations in Paris and London. On March 26, 1939, he urged his colleague in London, Kennedy, to inform Chamberlain that the United States hoped that Great Britain would go to war with Germany, if the Danzig dispute produced an explosion between Germany and Poland. How the USA, at the time still doubtful about the British leadership's determination for war, had thought to lend weight to their suggestions to London, is revealed in the secret talks between Bullitt and Lukasiewicz, which were being held at the same time. Bullitt assured his Polish colleague in Paris that the United States would be able to exert sufficient pressure to produce a British mobilization at the peak of the next crisis. President Roosevelt, who was aware of the intended British guarantee of March 31, 1939, had told his ambassador Kennedy in London that he thought the statement excellent and that it would have a very great effect. The United States, he thought, Ambassador Kennedy to Halifax, would consider that war was imminent, but the President, Roosevelt, did not think that this would do any harm. Roosevelt raised the panic barometer in his country with his many speeches, using them also to keep war at the center of all the deliberations, speeches in Warm Springs on 8 and April 9, on April 14 in Washington to the governing board of the Pan American Union. The secret alarming news sent from Paris by Bullitt and the French Foreign Minister, Bonnet, according to which there might be war at any moment, were not designed to produce a reassuring effect. While Roosevelt declared yet on April 14 that there is no such thing as encircling any peaceful nation by other peaceful nations, he nonetheless compared the Germans and Italians to the Huns and Vandals and, apart from anything else, this made it perfectly clear to what degree he himself was active as the one who was forging this encircling ring. Then later, at the Yalta Conference on February 8, 1945, Stalin would raise his glass in a toast to Roosevelt and would describe him, even though his own country had not been directly threatened, as the foremost maker of the tools with which the worldwide mobilization against Hitler was mounted. Roosevelt's intentions became even more obvious when, directly after his speech on April 14, 1939, he made an appeal to Hitler and Mussolini, in which he suggested that Hitler and Mussolini should give assurances of non-intervention for 10 years with regards to 31 countries, amongst which were even 2 countries in the Near East under foreign mandate. The United States would take part in any negotiations resulting from this. None of the countries mentioned had, up to that date, ever complained to Roosevelt about being threatened by Germany. The president's denunciation of the dictators as modern Huns and Vandals was bound to evoke a bitter reply. In order to raise the pitch of their anger and make their replies so extreme in language that the American public would become increasingly war-minded, the president held a press conference on April 15, 1939, and took advantage of his gifts as a showman to impress his audience with the manner in which he had verbally spanked Hitler and Mussolini. The comment from Bullitt of April 11, 1939 that France would refuse to join Britain in taking action to resist Germany, the British Mediterranean Fleet, according to a previous promise made to Australia, was sent to Singapore, induced Roosevelt, on April 15, 1939, to order the American fleet into the Pacific. The British Major General and military historian, J.F.C. Fuller, revealed further facts from the sphere of the U.S. secret diplomacy. Weigand, the doyen of American journalists in Europe, informs us that, on April 25, 1939, he was called to the American embassy in Paris and told by Bullitt, war in Europe has been decided upon. America, he predicted, would be in the war after Britain and France entered it. The statement is corroborated by the White House papers of Harry Hopkins, in which their editor says that, about this time, Winston Churchill told Bernard Baruch, war is coming very soon. We will be in it and you, the United States, will be in it. You, Baruch, will be running the show over there, but I will be on the sidelines over here. The so-called cash and carry clause, Section 2 of the Neutrality Act of 1937, had expired on May 1, 1939. Since that date the United States of America was delivering to Britain and France, completely unobstructed, all raw materials of military importance and armament goods. A further decisive step was taken. On May 23, 1939, the Japanese Prime Minister, Baron Hiranuma, at a secret conference with the advisor for the American Embassy, Eugene H. Dumont, suggested that he might sound out Germany and Italy, if Mr. Roosevelt was prepared to approach Britain and France, in order to hold a conference to try to solve the troubles of Europe. Mr. Hull viewed this approach as amazing, and brought it to Mr. Roosevelt's personal attention. But a reply was delayed for the better part of 3 months, by which time circumstances had changed, and a great opportunity which had been neglected was wasted, or evaded. American preparations for war were proceeding silently and secretly. On June 23, 1939, a secret barter agreement was made with Britain, a good deal of money was spent to buy various war materials, 19 new merchant ships were launched by August 9, contracts were about to be let for 100 more, and on August 10 a War Resources Board was created. Irrespective of any particular decisions and measures, the propaganda machine continued pointing the way to war. Regardless of whatever it was that any Axis power was keeping in South America, be it in the form of their embassies, firms, airlines, trade and military missions, associations, newspapers, publicity agencies, every particular that could be found was considered a sign of an impending aggression, especially by Hull, who, by referring to such indications, persuaded the Pan-American Conference in Lima to make a demonstrative declaration of solidarity of the two Americas. In the summer of 1939, F.D. Roosevelt was urging Chamberlain and Daladier to make promises to Poland, regardless of whether these could be fulfilled or not, which found their classical expression in these words, repeatedly told to Kennedy in London, to put some iron up Chamberlain's backside. At the same time, Roosevelt was doing everything to persuade Congress to amend the Neutrality Act. On May 28, 1939, Roosevelt had a conversation with the Czech ex-president Beneš at Hyde Park, north of New York. This was recorded by Beneš in his memoirs. I think the United States will also have to enter the war in any case. Europe alone cannot win the war against Hitler. And even if the United States does not enter the fight against Nazism, Nazism will attack the United States. It is necessary not to forget that in Hitler and his companions, the rest of the world is up against real madmen who are out of their minds and capable of anything. On July 6, 1939, the Under-Secretary of State in the Polish Foreign Ministry, Count Szembek, summarized the impressions of the Polish ambassador, Count Jerzy Potocki, who had returned from Washington. He was dumbfounded when noticing the atmosphere prevalent in Poland. In comparison with the war panic which has invaded the West, one gets the impression that living in our country is like living in a rest home. In the West, there are all kinds of elements openly pushing for war, the Jews, the big capitalists, and the arms merchants. All are presented these days with an excellent opportunity. They have found a tinder spot, Danzig, and a nation that wants to fight, Poland. They want to do business at our expense. The destruction of our country would leave them cold. But no, as everything would need to be rebuilt later, they would be the ones who would gain. The former American Secretary of War, James Forrestal, wrote in his diary, "If it had not been for Bullitt's urging on Roosevelt in the summer of 1939 that the Germans must be face down about Poland, neither the French nor the British would have made Poland a cause of war, if it had not been for the constant needling from Washington." On August 4, 1939, Roosevelt intervened directly in the negotiations between the Western military and the Soviets, just in those negotiations, where the outcome, as every politician was bound to realize, would have to result in either war or peace. Roosevelt indicated to Umansky, the Soviet ambassador in Washington, who was about to return to Moscow, that the USA saw the European situation in the same way as Great Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. That is why the USA was in favor of these three states concluding a military alliance in everybody's interest. A victory of the Axis powers in a war in Europe or the Far East would affect the position of the United States as much as it would affect that of the Soviet Union. Roosevelt subsequently had these notions also conveyed in a secret dispatch to Moscow. President Roosevelt even rejected Chamberlain's more or less noncommittal pleading for mediation and arbitration. On August 23, 1939, Sir Horace Wilson, acting on Chamberlain's behalf, saw Kennedy, the American ambassador. After the conversation, Kennedy telephoned the State Department. "The British wanted one thing of us and one thing only, namely that we put pressure on the Poles. They felt that they could not, given their obligations, do anything of this sort, but that we could." President Roosevelt rejected this idea out of hand. On August 24 the German charge d'affaires in Washington stated that the American press was doing everything in their power to establish Germany's war guilt unmistakably beforehand, and thereby to propagate the idea of intervention still more strongly among the people. On August 26, 1939, the British ambassador in Washington, Lindsay, reported on a conversation with Roosevelt, according to which the American president was delighted at the prospect of a new world war. Roosevelt also promised Lindsay that he would delay German ships under false pretenses in a feigned search for arms, so that they could be easily seized by the British under circumstances which would be arranged with exactitude between the American and British authorities. The British ambassador was personally perturbed that the president of one of the important countries could be gay and joyful about a tragedy which seemed so destructive of the hopes of all mankind. He reported that Roosevelt spoke in a tone of almost impish glee, and though I may be wrong, the whole business gave me the impression of resembling a schoolboy prank. Roosevelt never did show any consideration or understanding toward either Germany or Japan, although both countries wanted to avoid a conflict with the USA. He rejected every compromise in the European and Asian spheres, that is to say, in those areas which were really of no concern to him. Trying to wreck any peace proposals being considered by other statesmen, he was pressing for further alliance treaties, military pacts and pledges of assistance against Germany. Furthermore, this was already done some years before the war started, in a fashion that was going too far even for British government circles. There is scarcely any historian who would dispute that since 1937–1938 Roosevelt, by way of his public addresses, his secret diplomacy, his pushing, and by exerting his influence on the economy of other nations, had been decisively directing primarily Great Britain, France and Poland from afar and had been putting pressure on them. Roosevelt bears a crucially large share of the responsibility for the outbreak, for the widening and spreading, and for the brutalization of the Second World War. Here are a few examples of Roosevelt's measures from the beginning of the European War, recorded chronologically in numerous works. President Roosevelt rejected all German proposals for mediation. As is known, Hitler already ended the September 1939 Poland campaign with an offer of peace, which he announced at the Reichstag sitting of October 6, 1939. I remember this time all the more clearly, as my former chief, Dr. Dietrich, had, before this Reichstag session, sent for the Berlin correspondents of the American newspapers, acquainted them with the main considerations of the Hitler speech and, almost pleadingly, asked them to remember in particular, "This is the hour of President Roosevelt." Of course Dietrich did not realize then, just how futile such an appeal was bound to be, as the secret documents on Roosevelt's meddling in the preliminaries of war were as yet unknown. All the same, the Dietrich action was generally noticed, undoubtedly because it was done with Hitler's approval. This feeler did reach the White House, was even referred to at the President's press conference, but dismissed by the President with a slight wave of the hand. On October 3, 1939, Hermann Göring remarked to the American negotiator, W.R. Davis. "You can assure Mr. Roosevelt that, if he will undertake mediation, Germany will agree to an adjustment whereby a new Polish state and a new Czechoslovakian independent government would come into being. I agree that the conference should be in Washington." Neither Davis, who, after Roosevelt had refused him a personal discussion on his return, wrote a long letter to the President detailing his conferences in Berlin, nor the Reich government ever received an answer. Göring renewed the offer in mid-October 1939, and again at the beginning of 1940, when he had a discussion with the president of the General Motors Overseas Corporation, J. D. Mooney, and he concluded it by indicating a possible reshuffle of the Reich government. The overtures made by the former president of the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht, were also rejected. The contacts established by the Reich press chief, Dr. Dietrich, with the foreign correspondent and chief of the Berlin office of the Associated Press, L. P. Lochner, remained equally unproductive, as was Roosevelt's intent. Roosevelt justified his refusal of mediation with these words. He could not come to the fore as mediator without the consent of the two Western powers. Roosevelt, knowing about the secret agreements, was evidently doubtful from the start about the desire for peace on the part of Britain and France. No indications were forthcoming from London or Paris to be sounding out chances for peace. The realization of their war aims, namely the annihilation of Germany and the plan of a world government of the for policemen, USA, Great Britain, the Soviet Union and China, for the post-war period, mattered more to him than a reasonable program for world peace. On January 10, 1941, Roosevelt had sent his trusted advisor, Harry Hopkins, on a secret mission to London. On arrival at No. 10 Downing Street, Hopkins informed the British war premier, Winston Churchill, with gleaming eye and quiet constrained passion. "The President is determined that we shall win the war together. Make no mistake about it. He has sent me here to tell you that at all costs and by all means he will carry you through, no matter what happens to him. There is nothing that he will not do so far as he has human power." On March 15, 1941, President Roosevelt described his decision for war in an address, which was broadcast by radio throughout the world. "We know that, although Prussian autocracy was bad enough, Nazism is far worse. Nazi forces are not seeking mere modifications in colonial maps or in minor European boundaries. They openly seek the destruction of all elective systems of government on every continent, including our own. They seek to establish systems of government based on the regimentation of all human beings by a handful of individual rulers who have seized power by force. These modern tyrants find it necessary to their plans to eliminate all democracies, eliminate them one by one. The nations of Europe, and indeed we ourselves, did not appreciate that purpose. We do now. This decision is the end of any attempts at appeasement in our land, the end of urging us to get along with the dictators, the end of compromise with tyranny and the forces of oppression. The world has no use for any nation which, because of size or because of military might, asserts the right to goose-step to world power over other nations or other races. In effect, the President has declared war already. He has identified the enemy and speaks of victory. During the conferences on the Atlantic Charter on August 14, 1941, 4 months before the USA entered the war, Roosevelt again stated his preferences for fighting actions without a declaration of war by revealing to Churchill, "I may never declare war, I may make war. If I were to ask Congress to declare war, they might argue about it for 3 months." Roosevelt had the Atlantic Charter, that is to say the proclamation of the alleged war aims, so formulated, already long before the USA entered the war, that on the basis of his power he presented all other nations with an option, those on the side of freedom, democracy and peace, thus in favor of the Atlantic Charter, must follow the Anglo-American policy and fight for the destruction of Nazism, that is to say they must support the fight by giving all necessary assistance. Thus, Roosevelt could tell Congress on August 23. The Declaration of Principles is so clear-cut that it is difficult to oppose in any major particular without automatically admitting a willingness to accept compromise with Nazism. The Big Three, the Soviet government had also signed the Atlantic Charter on September 24, 1941, were in agreement from the beginning. That in the practical application of the Atlantic Charter it is unavoidable that the circumstances, necessities and historical characteristics of one or other country will have to be taken into account. And that, thanks to this proviso, none of the signatory states needed to abide by the postulates of this declaration of war aims, which subsequently none of them did. On September 1, 1941, the American Labor Day, Roosevelt announced, "We are engaged on a grim and perilous task. Forces of insane violence have been let loose by Hitler upon this earth. We must do our full part in conquering them. I know that I speak the conscience and determination of the American people when I say that we shall do everything in our power to crush Hitler and his Nazi forces." Roosevelt speaking to Congress on January 6, 1942. Japan's scheme of conquest goes back half a century. But the dreams of empire of the Japanese and fascist leaders were modest in comparison with the gargantuan aspirations of Hitler and his Nazis. Even before they came to power in 1933, their plans for conquest had been drawn. Those plans provided for ultimate domination, not of any one section of the world but of the whole earth and all the oceans on it. Destruction of the material and spiritual centers of civilization, this has been and still is the purpose of Hitler and his Italian and Japanese chessmen. They would wreck the power of the British Commonwealth and Russia and China and the Netherlands, and then combine all their forces to achieve their ultimate goal, the conquest of the United States. The world is too small to provide adequate, living room, for both Hitler and God. In proof of that, the Nazis have now announced their plan for enforcing their new German, pagan religion throughout the world, the plan by which the Holy Bible and the Cross of Mercy would be displaced by Mein Kampf and the swastika and the naked sword. After signing the Atlantic Charter, Churchill later told the British Parliament, January 27, 1942, that the Atlantic Conference gave him increasing assurance that the U.S., even if not herself attacked, would come to a war in the Far East, and that, if Japan were to run amok in the Pacific, we shall not fight alone. Roosevelt cynically confirmed this, his foreign policy, in an address to the Foreign Policy Association on October 21, 1944. Obviously, we could have come to terms with Hitler and accepted a minor role in his totalitarian world. We rejected that. We could have compromised with Japan. And we rejected that. Already during the Second World War, Sven Hedin, the renowned Swedish explorer and scientist, had written on the basis of and as a result of his historical research. This war will go down in history as the War of President Roosevelt. At the time of writing this, Sven Hedin was not even informed about all of Roosevelt's measures. Almost the same words as those used by Sven Hedin were used at the same time by American Senator Nye, who in 1936 was directing the Nye Committee investigation into the reasons for the USA entering the First World War, April 27, 1941. The same powers that were making fools of us during the Great War are again making fools of U.S. If we are ever involved in this war, it will be called by future historians by only one name, the War of the President, because every one of his steps since his speech in Chicago, of October 5, 1937, has been turned toward war. American General Albert Wedemeyer, who, under the Army Chief of Staff and future Secretary of State, Marshall, was charged with drawing up the victory program for the defeat of Hitler, added to this statement, after having examined Roosevelt's various war measures during the years 1940 to 1941, the following words. Thus we should have been openly involved in the war months before Pearl Harbor, had it not been for Hitler's evident determination not to be provoked by our belligerent acts into declaring war on U.S. Roosevelt had carried Congress along with him in his unneutral actions by conjuring up the bogey of an anticipated attack on America. We now know, thanks to the exhaustive examination of the German secret archives at the time of the Nuremberg trials, that there never was any plan of attack on the United States. On the contrary, the tons of documents examined prove that Hitler was all along intent on avoiding war with the United States. He did not declare war on us until compelled to do so by his alliance with Japan. In the words of the eminent British military historian, Major General J. F. C. Fuller, writing in A Military History of the Western World, p. 629, in 1956. The Second American Crusade ended even more disastrously than the first, and this time the agent provocateur was not the German Kaiser but the American president, whose abhorrence of National Socialism and craving for power precipitated his people into the European conflict and so again made it worldwide. From the captured German archives there is no evidence to support the president's claims that Hitler contemplated an offensive against the Western Hemisphere, and until America entered the war, there is abundant evidence that this was the one thing he, Hitler, wished to avert. Extreme provocation having failed to induce Germany to make war on us, and there being no prospect of Congress declaring war because of the determination of the great majority of the American people not to become active belligerents, Roosevelt turned his eyes to the Pacific. It could be that Japan would show less restraint, since it was possible to exert diplomatic and economic pressures that would practically compel her to make war on us. Claire Boothe-Luce shocked many people when she said at the Republican Party Congress in 1944 that Roosevelt has lied us, the USA, into the war. When, however, this statement proved to be true, the Roosevelt followers stopped denying it, and praised it by maintaining that he had to lie, in order to save his country, and then Britain and the world. Just what weight would the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg in 1945–1946 have attached to only a single one of these pieces of evidence, had one been able to ascribe similar quotations, guidelines and foreign political initiatives to the leaders of the NSDAP? The Soviet Union. The ruthless fighting motto of the German Communist Party, KPD, beat the fascists wherever you find them, applied in the field of domestic affairs, corresponded to the concept of foreign policy of the Soviet Union, which has also been orientated, from the outset, toward attacking and destroying the fascists. While the Communists professed, on the one hand, to recognize the fundamental principles of international law of the right of self-determination of nations, they considered themselves justified, on the other hand, in view of the drastic changes within the internal affairs of the Reich, to fall upon Germany with force of arms. For the Communists, no binding system of law and order exists within the structure of international law. They will only call upon the constitution of the international law, and it appears useful for tactical reasons. Then as later during the Cold War, the foreign policy of the Soviet Union was governed by ideological principles which do not rest on the universally binding notions of right, international standards of law, or formal treaties made, but solely serve the final objective of world domination. Up to Gorbachev's perestroika, the basic principles of Lenin were followed. Not one solitary Marxist can deny, without in general breaking with the principles of Marxism and socialism, that the interests of socialism rank higher than the right of self-determination of nations. If war does not happen of its own accord, then we have to make it happen. If we are forced to put up with this pack of capitalistic, thieving riffraff, who are all busy sharpening their knives at us, then it is our clear duty to make them turn these knives on each other. No power on earth can hold back the advance of the communist world revolution toward the Soviet World Republic. As Germany was one of the cornerstones in the Soviet scheme of world revolution, but fascism, or, even worse, Hitler fascism, stood in the way and, for this reason, had been declared enemy number one. Fascism equals the most terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, the most chauvinistic, the most imperialistic elements of capitalistic finance. So explains the Soviet Encyclopedia. It thus clearly establishes the orientation and intention of Soviet foreign policy during the years between 1933 and 1939 to 1941 with regard to the German Reich. Only military weakness prevented the Soviet Union at the time from attacking Germany. Since 1918 the Bolshevists have been pushing unceasingly, and with all available means at their disposal, toward the conquest of Germany, at a time when Hitler was not even politically active yet and when Germany in her foreign politics and in the economic and military field was being kept in an impotent state by the Versailles Dictate. Yet the Communists had not set their sights on this goal of world revolution in order to thwart a German invasion of Russia. Their planned world revolution was not, after all, directed against the barbaric, marauding nations or against nationalistic points of view, but it was orientated toward worldwide conquest, and, what is more, by every means of force. It is, therefore, not surprising that Moscow's foreign policy course since 1918 had been set along the guidelines resulting from the demands of Marxism-Leninism, independent of the politics or the structure of German governments. The Bolshevists admit consistently and openly that this has always been their position throughout the years up to the collapse of the Soviet Union. On August 1, 1931, Wilhelm Pieck, then a member of the Reichstag for the Communist Party who after the war was to become the first president of the German Democratic Republic, DDR, i.e., of Communist East Germany, stated the following. The Red Army in Soviet Russia is standing by to give military assistance to the Communist Army in Germany, as soon as they are ready to put an end to the bourgeois state. In 1932, Clara Zetkin, the Communist doyen president of the Summer Reichstag, had stated in her speech, to the accompaniment of heavy insults from the National Socialists, that she was speaking on Moscow's behalf, and that she could announce, as of now, the assistance of the Red Army, should the working people of Germany rise up for a war of liberation. Every German politician was compelled to reach the obvious conclusion regarding the situation within the Weimar Republic, later described by Soviet historians to this effect. During the transitional period of fascism on the way to power, the German Communist Party, KPD, was the biggest and most powerful section of the Communist International from the capitalist countries. At the end of the year 1932 there were within its rank roughly 300,000 members. The German Communist Party called on the people to organize a mass uprising for the downfall of the fascist regime. On January 22, 1934, from the pen of Kaganovich, Stalin's brother-in-law, the following observation appeared in the Moscow newspaper Izvestia. The conflict between Germany and France is strengthening our position in Europe. The disagreements among the European countries must be intensified. In order to enlarge the differences between Germany and France and widen it into a conflict, the Soviet Union offered to the French her well-equipped and well-trained Red Army in the case of a conflict with Germany. The guiding principle had long been fixed by Stalin in 1925 or, rather, in 1927, it had just as little to do with the person of Adolf Hitler or his aims and ideas as it did with National Socialism as such, and it was moreover not even solely concerned with Germany. On January 19, 1925, Stalin said to the Central Committee of the CPSU, "But when the war starts, we will not sit back and take it easy. We will have to fall in, but we go last. We will line up to bring the decisive weight to bear." This strategy Stalin confirmed once more shortly before his death. Or, Stalin on another occasion. We need to remember that Lenin had emphasized just how much depends upon delaying the unavoidable war with the capitalist countries, because the war must be put off until such time that either the revolution has entrenched itself in the colonies or, in the end, the capitalists are fighting each other. The basis for our relations with the capitalist countries lies in our affirming the peaceful coexistence between the two opposing systems. Founded on these motives and adhering strictly to Lenin's teachings of strategy and tactics, the Soviet Union was trying to aggravate the disagreements between the European countries. Openly fanning the flames of hatred, they were also sowing the seeds of discord in the European nations by making use, as was their wont, of their dialectical phraseology. The results: agitation against national unification in Germany, against the imperialistic annexations, i.e. the reunification of the Rhineland, of Austria, the Sudetenland, Bohemia-Moravia, and the Memel area with the Reich, and it seemed irrelevant that the Bolsheviks had been, once upon a time, fiercely against the Versailles ruling. Within the political context, the Second World War had already started on January 30, 1933. This agitating pose was in the tactical interests of the Soviet Union, given that it opened the prospects of a military coalition against Germany with its subsequent own potentials for expansion. Routinely ascribing a willingness and readiness for war to other governments are integral parts of the communist worldview and politics anyway. For this, facts are totally irrelevant. The Prague Marxist newspaper Pravo Lidu wrote on September 18, 1938, thus before the reunification of the Sudeten Germans with the Reich. We may not be strong enough to defeat Germany, but we are strong enough to get all Europe embroiled in a war. Here public expression is given to what is not only consistent with communist ideology, but which had already been arranged in the Comintern a long time ago. Let us briefly note the previously cited Soviet admission. Throughout the course of the pre-war years, the Soviet government was prepared to employ armed force against Germany. Marshal Voroshilov also affirmed to his opposite number, the French General de Menck, during the course of the British-French-Soviet military negotiations on August 22, 1939. When Czechoslovakia fell last year, we were waiting for a sign from France. Our troops were standing by, but no sign was given. Therefore, the Soviets were admittedly eager to act aggressively and apply force of arms during the pre-war years. If one follows through the Communists' line of reasoning, then it would be first and foremost Great Britain, France, and the United States incurring an historical guilt by the fact that, until late 1938, they had pursued a policy of non-interference with regard to Hitler, instead of promptly following the Soviet policy of meddling and destruction. Nikita Khrushchev acknowledged in an interview in November 1958. In 1939 Stalin saw an opportunity to weaken Hitler, before the coming attack on Russia, in that he encouraged him to wage war in the West. In July 1959, Khrushchev stated in Katowice. Was Stalin right when he concluded an agreement with Hitler at that time? Stalin decided to do so upon calculating that then war against the others would break out. He said to me at the time, "We will have to make war against Hitler. He cannot only just fight the West. But we must gain time." And so that is what happened. The Soviet Union continued also later, in spite of having concluded treaties in the meantime, Non-Aggression Pact of August 23, 1939, Friendship Pact of September 28, 1939, to intensively pursue the goal of defeating National Socialism or, that is to say, Germany, yes, even entire Europe, at the first given opportunity, all for reasons of communist morals. These morals acknowledge only that which serves Marxism-Leninism or, rather, the World Revolutionary Communist Party. The non-aggression pact with Germany was designed to gain time and strengthen our defensive forces. Not Britain and France were the true fighting force. The true fighting force against the fascist peril, the single-minded fighters from beginning to end, were the communist parties. The communists were fighting uncompromisingly against fascism. Stalin's agreement with Hitler did not render the world revolutionary objective invalid. Moscow's phraseology toward Germany since that time did lose some of its ferocity, it is true, but the dialectics remained unchanged, thereby awakening distrust. All signs indicated that Stalin had concluded this treaty merely in accordance with the spirit of Lenin's tactics, as was indeed openly admitted by Soviet historians after the war. The fundamental strategic tasks of the workforce remained unchanged throughout the whole course of the Second World War. They involved the destruction of fascism, but first and foremost in its Hitlerite expression, this being the biggest and most dangerous obstacle for the nations on the way to peace, to social progress, to socialism. Although the strategic line of the Communist parties remained unchanged in the years of the Second World War, the tactical forms of the working-class struggle were changed, depending on the then existing concrete historical circumstances of the various stages of the war. The tactics for the Communist parties were laid down by the Central Committee of the Communist International. In October 1939 it issued a proclamation, branding as imperialistic the war on both sides of the then warring factions. The slogan of the proclamation was this: "No support for the politics of the ruling classes." Already by the second half of September 1939 the Communist parties had begun to put into practice the new tactical line, which had been worked out by the Central Committee of the Comintern. In connection with the invasion of France by the German fascist conquerors, the French Communists changed their tactical stance. At the end of May 1940 the Communist Party approved a declaration on the struggle against the foreign invaders and the national traitors. The manifesto of the Communist Party of July 10, 1940 was the first invitation to begin launching into the anti-Hitler war. It laid the foundation for the resistance movement of the French nation. At the end of 1940, the Communists became the organizers of the first groups of fighting strength, which began their fight in 1941. This was the period of gathering together the anti-fascist patriotic forces. Everywhere the Communist parties were encouraging the patriotic movements to create an anti-fascist united front and to embark upon offering resistance, and they were the organizers. In these countries, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Albania, Greece and other countries, armed and highly trained units were set up to lead the fight against the foreign conquerors. The military defeat of several European countries and their occupation by the Hitlerite troops was creating, in the spring of 1940, changed conditions for the Communist parties in the fight for uniting the workforce against fascism. The USSR, when concluding the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 23, 1939, did not doubt for one moment Germany's intention to attack the Soviet Union, so we are informed by Soviet historians. From the first moment on, after the conclusion of the pact, war with Germany seemed inevitable in the coming weeks. Anyone versed in communist dialectical jargon must gather from these lines that not for one moment did Stalin take seriously the agreements with Hitler. Instead, they were for him, in accordance with the teachings of Lenin on strategy and tactics, merely means of deception, tactical measures in the service of his world revolution. Not at any time have these Soviet authors asserted that Moscow had endeavored to keep these treaties. Stalin's arrangements with Great Britain and France, just prior to the outbreak of war, were based on the same objective. Stalin realized that he would achieve a result furthering the world revolution, if he could succeed in getting the European powers embroiled in a war. So he stated his intentions to the members of the Politburo at a secret meeting on August 23, 1939. I am convinced that Germany, if we continue our alliance with France and Britain, will find herself forced to draw back from Poland. This way war will be avoided. But events will then assume a character which is threatening to us. If, on the other hand, we accept the proposals made by Germany, British and French intervention will become inevitable. In any case, we shall have to stay out of the conflict. Our interests demand it. We shall thus have to accept the German proposals and, with a polite refusal, send the British and French missions home. It is important for us that this war should break out. We must intensify communist efforts so as to be well prepared for the time and the conflict will come to its end. The Soviet ambassador in London, Maisky, confirmed this attitude, explaining in his memoirs that the Soviet-German agreement of August 23, 1939, was, of course, not an act of perfection, and the Soviet government never regarded it as such. The fact alone that in Soviet writings it is emphasized, again and again, that, since concluding the agreement with Hitler, the USSR regarded war with Germany as inevitable, without, however, giving any reasons for this inevitability, while for the year 1941 the expedient argument was used that Stalin had been taken by surprise, and was not expecting a German attack, demonstrates unambiguously that Stalin's intention, being focused on attack, had caused this inevitability of war. If it was a case of Stalin concluding the non-aggression pact with the aim to trigger a European war using Hitler, and Khrushchev later confirmed that this was Stalin's intention, then the next step along this path could only have been so calculated as to await the most favorable opportunity for defeating fascism and thereby to conquer the entire European continent. Although the Blitzkrieg, lightning wars, of the German Wehrmacht in Poland, Norway, the Netherlands, Belgium and France were a surprise for Moscow, a German excursion into the British Isles would have bound to expose the frontier with the Soviet Union once more and to such a degree that it would guarantee an unstoppable Soviet advance on the continent. The German leadership had ample proof to hand months before the start of the Russian campaign that the Soviets were, in fact, intending to utilize such an opportune break for an advance. Some of the proof was the ever-widening demands directed against vital German interests, which Stalin made, exploiting the European war situation, but also the intensified communist underground and espionage activities and the sabotage preparations in the German territories. For the Baltic states, for Finland, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia and Turkey, the Soviet actions against East Poland, the motive for and the timing of the invasion, the increased massing of troops after the end of fighting, the hurried construction of numerous airfields within the immediate vicinity of the demarcation line, etc., were bound to be startling and strange at a time when there were no indications that Hitler wanted to breach the non-aggression and friendship pact with the U.S. SR, if only to be heedful of the dangers of a war on two fronts. The Soviet pressure on these countries, which meant an obvious threat to the vital sources of raw materials, the oil center at Ploesti and the nickel deposits near Petsamo, was kept up even after Stalin's initial demands had been met. Further requests were made known, stretching to the point of establishing Soviet bases in the Dardanelles and Bulgaria, extending Bulgaria up to the Aegean Sea, the annexation of the remaining Bukovina, that is to say the further dismembering of Romania, and even the right of a say in the matter of the exit points to the Baltic Sea, further provisional demands, as they were. Already starting in late autumn 1939, and in spite of a virtually undefended German Eastern Front line, the Red Army was deployed on the Soviet western border. This deployment was offensively structured and vastly strengthened on a scale hitherto unknown, stretching from Finland and the Baltic through Poland as far as Romania and the Black Sea. This had to be regarded as further evidence of an imminently threatening large-scale offensive of Bolshevism. Up to June 1941, there had been deployed on Soviet western border regions, with extreme caution and very gradually, 13 armies of over 131 infantry divisions, 23 cavalry divisions, 36 motorized brigades and roughly 40 armored tank divisions, coming close to 4.7 million soldiers, facts which, furthermore, were admitted. One should compare this figure with the one in 1939, when the whole of the Red Army numbered only 2 million men. In June 1941, the Soviet Union had 21,000 tanks, which included some light and outdated ones, as well as the mainstays of the upcoming campaign, T-34 and KV-4K, Voroshilov. German military intelligence underestimated the Soviet army by 100 army units, and, besides, had no conception of their modern weaponry. Compare these facts, i.e., the almost crushing Soviet superiority right up to the date of attack on June 22, with these, the German deployment, which is really only worth mentioning as of January 1941 as a starter date, its massing of troops that was not in place before May 27, 1941, and its offensive formation that was not ready until June 15, 1941. There was lacking, up to this date, with a few exceptions, each and every type of tank unit, already required 17,000 rail transportations, in spite of it being a much smaller volume of forces, 118 divisions, 19 tank divisions, 15 and 1/4 motorized divisions, with a total of 3,050,000 men equals 75% of the army in the field. These facts forced the conclusion that the Red Army could not have been stopped in their advance to the Atlantic coast by any armed forces in Europe, neither in 1941 or in 1942, if Hitler had waited until their evident massing for a large-scale attack had started rolling. The Soviet historians do not attribute the Red Army's preparations for an offensive to some concrete measures coming from the Reich government. As the goal was world revolution, consistently pursued since 1917, this is not surprising. Any imputed German aiming at world domination, any claimed German predisposition of lusting for war and a mania for conquest, subjugating the European countries for reasons of securing the area for a German deployment against the Soviet Union, the vast contradictions of the capitalist system, etc., are mere sophistic ramblings and dialectical interpretations to disguise the Soviet Communists' own policy of expansion in their propaganda. Every non-communist has these phrases hurled in the face, as soon as he enters the political arena. Whereas in Nuremberg 1945-46 the evidence that had been available to the Reich leadership about an impending Soviet large-scale offensive was destroyed or, at least, denied to the public, a further body of evidence did reach the public after the war. Thus, the former Soviet General Alexei Markov, who in the spring of 1941 was in command of troops on the Soviet western frontier, put an account in the U.S. newspaper Saturday Evening Post of May 13, 1950, according to which Stalin, after the defeat of France in the summer of 1940, had ordered preparations for war against Germany, because Hitler had won too quickly. To his question of how much time he had available for getting his men ready for combat, he received from the Soviet General Staff the answer, "Until autumn, we are not yet ready. We will strike when convenient for us." But in the party's official publications from Moscow, too, the Soviets have admitted Stalin's aggressive intentions at that time. In May-June 1940, i.e. during the Germany's campaign in France, the Soviets changed their views on the war and resolved upon waging war and on the destruction of fascism. A further official source of the party added to this that, the prevalent mood on the eve of war, that of an easy victory over the enemy, should later prove to have a detrimental effect. Thus, the enemy was decided on from the start, as was the determination to defeat him, irrespective of whether only recently one had concluded with him a friendship pact and lucrative economic treaties. Further admissions can be obtained from the work The History of the Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, published by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the CPSU, Moscow 1960, Volume 1. The following quotations speak for themselves, refuting authoritatively the propaganda, dogmatized for years, of the sole German culpability for the Russian campaign or for the Second World War in general. On page 177 of the work it is stated that the foreign policy line of the Soviet Union remained, regardless of the German-Soviet non-aggression and friendship pact, unalterably geared toward preparing conditions for establishing a mighty union of nations and governments against Hitler Germany. Thanks to the German-Soviet pact, significant changes in the international situation were becoming apparent. With no consideration for the treaty with Hitler, Moscow was giving support on the eve and after the start of the war to the illegal fight of the anti-fascists in Germany. That the Soviet Union had considerably reinforced their offensive capacity in the time between 1939 and 1941 has been repeatedly emphasized by the Communists themselves. While already in June 1941 the army units, in the western military districts were in many ways superior to Germany's, the biggest part of the reorganization work there was meant to be achieved between July and September 1941. The Soviet Union's increased strength and capabilities allowed, in the event of war, the setting of a determined strategic goal, up to the total destruction of the aggressor in his own territory. The main consideration in the war operations for attaining these objectives was the attack, on whose theoretical elaboration great attention was focused. We will wage the war offensively by taking it into the enemy's territory. In accordance with the theory, i.e. the strategic conception, that breaking through the enemy's tactical defense is achieved with the help of offensive operations in depth, army units were supposed to break not only the tactical, but also, and this is especially important, the operative enemy defense in depth. This breakthrough was to be carried out like lightning, so that the enemy troops have no time for retreat. The forward-charging troops had to overtake the retreating enemy and deny his reserves the opportunity to reinforce defenses at the frontiers in between. They were to expose the enemy's flanks, and thus create favorable conditions for strikes into the flanks or for the encircling of enemy units. For the offensive operations, special importance was given to the shock armies, i.e. especially reinforced armies which were designated for the main object of the attack. The combat strength of these shock armies had to be extremely powerful, according to planning: 3 to 4 rifle corps, 12 to 15 rifle divisions, 1 to 2 motorized or cavalry corps, 3 to 4 air divisions, 10 to 12 artillery regiments, some armored regiments, engineer battalions, units for chemical defense, etc. For the main attack route, the operative concentration of troops for breaking through the enemy's defensive position was as follows: 1 rifle division per 2 to 2.5 kilometers, 50 to 100 field guns, and as many tanks per kilometer. There was planned a depth of 150 to 250 kilometers for the offensive operations, for the operation of the shock armies a depth of 75 to 100 kilometers. The general width of the front line could vary in this combat operation from between 150 to 300 kilometers, that of the shock armies from between 50 to 80 kilometers. The width of the main strike, i.e. the actual breakthrough zone, was to be for the front line 60 to 80 kilometers, for the shock armies this was to be 20 to 30 kilometers. The armies were to advance an average of 10 to 15 kilometers in 24 hours, the motorized units 40 to 50 kilometers. The offensive operations had to be opened with preliminary artillery and the deployment of infantry and tanks. Defensive operations were not receiving much attention. The defense was regarded only as a backup for safeguarding the attack. The attacking width for a rifle division was fixed at 3 to 4.5 kilometers, for that of a rifle corps at between 8 to 12 kilometers. The Air Force was assigned the task of carrying out operations in depth and to gain air supremacy. According to the Soviet view prevalent at the time, Red air supremacy could also be obtained on the operational scale, provided that the mission of the Air Force was done unexpectedly, was massed, and without any let-up, whatever the state of the weather. The orders and directives for the Soviet naval forces were also oriented toward attack. Here, too, quick, sudden and concentrated strikes against enemy ships, sea routes, coastal targets and mine barrages etc., were supposed to quickly put the enemy's fleet out of action. The massing of troops in the Special Military District, Kiev, was very strong. In this district were located 5 armies and a number of mechanized units. The forces stationed at the southwestern front were sufficient for settling not only defensive tasks, but also offensive tasks. Nevertheless, no measures whatsoever had been planned in the event of the enemy attacking without a declaration of war or should the fighting at the border not turn out in our favor. Thus far the strategic offensive planning of the Soviet Union against the enemy along the western border, Germany. Furthermore, it is typical of Soviet historical literature to systematically suppress the German-Soviet Friendship Pact of September 28, 1939. This can only be an indication that the Soviets took that accord even less seriously than the non-aggression pact with Hitler, signed 4 weeks earlier. Another testimony deserves attention. The then highly decorated Commander-in-Chief of the 20th Soviet Army, promoted at the beginning of 1942 to Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Army Group Fokhov, the General Andrei Andreevich Vlasov, who, in 1942 in Berlin after his capture, replied to the question of whether Stalin would have had the intention to attack Germany and what date for such an offensive would have been planned. The offensive had been intended for August/September 1941. The Soviets had been forming up since the beginning of the year, which, due to the bad Soviet railroad lines, went rather slowly. Hitler judged the situation perfectly and plowed right into the Soviets while they were deploying. This statement is all the more significant, since Vlasov mentioned this date in the year 1942, since the testimony was available in 1945 to the Inter-Allied Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, and, irrespective of this, the already cited Soviet General Markov had, in the year 1950, specified the same date period. Therefore, with so many corresponding pieces of evidence it should have been in the interest of a Soviet state historiography of innocence to at least change this date. The opposite is the case. In 1960, Soviet historiography, as already mentioned, moved the date for the completion of the military deployment to between July and September 1941, although remaining more or less silent about further details. It is to be mentioned only in passing that, on entering the USSR, German troops found Soviet General Staff maps that showed objectives advancing deeply into Germany, but also other unmistakable proof of a different kind, up to the point of Soviet school text books teaching the need for the conquest of Europe. Peculiar is the only word for describing the manner of appraisal that trivializes these facts and would like, most of all, to bury them completely, not accepting them as valid. It is a fact that Hitler, in his Mein Kampf, does draw attention to the need of essential, living space, Lebensraum, in the East, for the German nation. He does not, however, and this is a significant difference, claim that he was going to take it by military force, should he ever become head of the German government. Incidentally, it emerges from all the documents that there was no connection between this and the 1941 Barbarossa plan to invade Soviet Russia. While Mein Kampf was an agitation tract from a time of internal strife when Hitler was incarcerated, the plans for Barbarossa had been drawn up solely to forestall attacks of annihilation directed against the entire European continent by a Red Army ready and poised to strike. Given that later, in the course of the murderous conflict between Germany and the USSR, the notion of Lebensraum became an option, leading to the fatal consequences for the German occupational forces, resulted from the realities of this world. There would hardly be a victorious state that would not seek to counterbalance their enforced casualty toll by enlarging their influence, their economic sphere and their strategic security. We should not particularly need to refer to Versailles 1919, to Yalta, Potsdam and Tokyo 1945. It is historically incorrect and the Barbarossa plan or the German Poland campaign or the Second World War as such are deduced from Hitler's explications in Mein Kampf. Neither Poland or Great Britain nor France nor the USSR or the United States of America aligned their politics along Hitler's remarks, but they became active, quite irrespective of this, in their own expansionist Lebensraum interests anyway. Not the person Adolf Hitler, not the essence of his ideas of the mid-1920s, and not any single measure from the Reich government was a criterion for the Communists. Just the mere fact that he was not making himself available for Moscow's world revolutionary plans and was refusing to accept Marxism-Leninism as the absolutely ideal solution was sufficient to summarily condemn him, his party and, finally, the German people led by him as criminals, aggressors, conspirators, imperialists, militarists, capitalists etc. Hitler's success in 1933 to put a stop to the communist infiltration of Germany was reason enough for the communist system to start up a ruthless and worldwide campaign of defamatory statements and lies. For many decades, millions of people were forced, by use of communism's power structure, to acknowledge the thusly established value judgments as scientifically proven truths, as the intellectual common property of mankind, and to risk their lives for this. It was in accordance with communist tactics to subject one adversary, i.e. non-communist politician, after the other to a heavy propaganda barrage, and to get the remaining capitalist states, using all kinds of tricks and all kinds of dodges, hitched up to their endeavors to smash down this nearest enemy. So it comes as no surprise to the expert that exactly the same methods of defamation and the same slogans, as had been used against the German Reich, were transferred, after the Second World War, onto the United States of America and her allies. Communists stated openly that they even considered lies, slander, the breaking of treaties and the falsification of historiography as moral, insofar as these served their interests, i.e. world revolution. This reveals how unprincipled and perilous the foundation of values was from which the communists start out. As long as everyone was charged with a culpability and was even threatened with liquidation who did not think along Marxist-Leninist, at that time still Stalinist, lines of thought and did not submit to the will of Moscow, as long as every non-communist was labeled from the outset as aggressor and enemy of peace, 1. Could not promote peace or guarantee peace. Could not solve national problems. Could not create international trust and could certainly not establish legal principles. Chapter 11. The Last Days of Peace. The German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact. On August 22, 1939, Neville Chamberlain sent a letter to Hitler, obviously prompted by the events becoming apparent in Moscow, in which he underlined, in general terms, Britain's alliance commitment to Poland and the necessity of holding discussions in a climate of trust, without, however, herewith proposing any concrete steps as had now become imperative. In his reply, Hitler referred to the causes of German-Polish tensions and pointed out that Poland would feel spurred on to further provocations, if the British government carried on giving their unconditional support to these excesses and did not use their influence in Warsaw for establishing an atmosphere of confidence. It was already becoming obvious on this day that the British government had brought the negotiations to a complete standstill, which had been initiated at a secret conference on August 7 at the German-Danish border. Held at the estate of the Swedish industrialist Birger Dollerus, those talks were attended by Hermann Göring, General Karl Bodenschatz, an interpreter and 7 British business associates of Dollerus. Their outcome was that Hitler agreed to a secret four-power conference. On August 23, the Reich Foreign Minister, von Ribbentrop, signed the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact in Moscow. This accord could not have been foreseen. Hitler had concluded the pact, because the Anglo-French-Soviet negotiations, ongoing for months, were taking on a threatening character for Germany with the dispatch to Moscow of these Western powers' military missions at the end of July, thereby confronting him with the alternative either to face this massive alliance coalition or to foil it via diplomatic channels. These Allied endeavors included Soviet expansionist advances into Central Europe. Great Britain and France were willing to actually sign over to the Soviets the Baltic states, Poland and Romania, in stark opposition to the will of their peoples and governments, in the knowledge of the disadvantages and risks of allowing Soviet troops on Polish soil. It comes as a shock to discover that, on August 23, the French Foreign Minister, Bonnet, availed himself of the lie of alleging to London the Polish consent to Russian troops marching through Polish territory, and that Halifax recognizes this lie and, nevertheless, forwards a note to the head of the British delegation in Moscow, Admiral Drax, that he should endorse the statements of the French General de Menck. In July 1940, after resuming these contacts, the British ambassador in Moscow, Cripps, at the suggestion of his government, was recommending to Stalin to also take possession of the Balkans and of some reservations in the Dardanelles. The British guarantee to Poland, which merely concerned the German-Polish border, was thereby exposed, in the light of the thus contrived state of affairs, as a wicked hypocrisy that camouflaged war-minded intentions. The British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, admitted to Lord Halifax in a letter of August 22, 1939 that Hitler had been forced by Britain into taking this step in Moscow. But I cannot say that I was surprised, as I have always felt that our policy with Poland would only end by driving Germany and Russia together. At least, one cannot blame Germany. Taking cognizance of these facts, Hitler cannot be blamed that the non-aggression pact which he concluded with Moscow likewise made provisions for modifications, which in the secret additional protocol were expressed in the delimiting of the spheres of interest as, in the event of territorial changes, although such changes were by far less far-reaching than those which the British and French were willing to concede to the USSR. Nevertheless, the non-aggression pact with Stalin, unlike the Allied venture, was not a military alliance. Furthermore, Hitler had not concluded it with the idea of unleashing a war. Hitler's striving and the striving of the Reich Foreign Minister, von Ribbentrop, but also that of Field Marshal Göring in the unofficial diplomatic course of action taken from August 23 to September 1, 1939, continued to be focused, taking advantage of Moscow's change of course, on attaining amicable relations with Britain and a settlement with Poland, as the Reich government had informed Stalin as well as Mr. Chamberlain. Even the fact that Ribbentrop had asked the Soviets to mass troops along the Polish frontier is merely to be understood in that this display was to induce Poland into yielding and thus to an amicable settlement. Before the beginning of war, there were neither any plans for combined action against Poland, nor did the Reich government endeavor, until Britain's and France's declaration of war against Germany, to persuade the USSR into joining the German side in a conflict with Poland. These facts refute the hypothesis that the non-aggression pact had as its aim, on Germany's part, the destruction of Poland or the unleashing of a war in general. For the sake of historical truth, one must clearly bear in mind that Stalin's first attempt to chum up on March 10, 1939, was well taken note of in Germany and, besides, was correctly understood, but that there was no reciprocal response from the German side. Only after the Anglo-French Guarantee Declaration to Poland and after the Polish excesses against everything German does Hitler come to regard Stalin as a possible ally. Former State Secretary Meissner explains Hitler's motives as follows. At the conclusion of the Moscow Pact, Hitler was convinced, in so far as one can infer from his own demeanor and his own comments, of the necessity and of a long continuance of German-Russian cooperation, and he was ready to subordinate the ideological differences between National Socialism and Bolshevism to reasons of political realism. I was witness to various discussions during which Hitler tried most insistently to convince leading party members of the soundness of his decision. In a like manner, the former Counselor of Embassy, Hilger, stated. As for Hitler, I can say the following, both when the treaties with the Soviet Union were concluded and in the subsequent few months, he appears to have believed firmly that the German-Russian agreement not only fulfilled their immediate purpose but would for a long time to come form the basis for a relationship that could benefit both partners. I have reliable information to the effect that Hitler repeatedly voiced this opinion before his closest entourage in the fall of 1939. Apparently Hitler was not at that time worried by the idea that Stalin might put a Germany weakened by the war under pressure. On the contrary, he seemed to be convinced that Germany's military superiority was secured for a long time and that, for that reason alone, Stalin would feel obliged to adhere to the existing treaties. Marching orders of August 23. The situation was indeed changing decisively because of the agreement. The treaty, which of course sealed the failure of the British-French-Soviet negotiations, was bound to produce a shock effect in the countries of the West. Hitler was trying to take advantage of this situation by fixing, on August 23, the operation order against Poland with the completion date of August 26. Field Marshal Keitel stated in his account written in the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal prison, that the lifting of restrictions on troop movements toward the Polish frontier was so timed that, after marching during the hours of darkness, the actions were to start in the early hours of the 26th. On August 23, there was only ordered a moving into the initial positions for the offensive on August 26. In this connection, Hitler expressly commanded that there was to be a guarantee that a counterorder would bring operations to a halt. This counterorder was issued on August 25 at 18:15 p.m. Field Marshal Milch answered at the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg to the question of whether he had heard about the first order to attack. Yes, I did know about it, i.e. that no attack was to take place, to be perfectly correct, but there was to be a standby for an attack. With that, the word attack had not yet been given. There is still a difference. Since Hitler, just like every politician, who is in a position to do so, used to avail himself of the military form of pressure for achieving his goals, while concealing from his generals the political aim of the military measures, so this order from August 23, despite apparently being perfectly unambiguous in military terms, cannot be considered as a conclusive decision, politically speaking. But in the question of war guilt, the decisive factor is the judging of the political objective. Keitel gave an account of a letter which Hitler had sent to Mussolini at that very same time. Hitler was counting on the immediate transmission of the contents of the letter to London through his so trustworthy foreign ministry. The letter was to make clear there, in Hitler's estimation, the earnestness of his intentions. On the other hand, it was not to divulge the actual time of military operations, so that the Poles would, in fact, be warned, but the intended tactical surprise of the attack was maintained. By bringing forward the time schedule, Hitler wished to accelerate, in the last analysis, the hoped for British intervention for averting the war, which he was certainly counting upon, and for which he was expecting Mussolini's support. Hitler was probably also counting on his military decisions being transmitted to Britain. Germany, as an open country, was not at all protected against espionage like the USSR, and therewith was seeking to coerce London into making an earnest effort for a compromise solution. Also, One must take into consideration that Hitler might have wanted to test how the Wehrmacht would function when put on maximum alert. In any case, and in this the statements of all individuals concerned show a large degree of unanimity, Hitler had his military order of August 23 tied in with his political intention of inducing Britain and Poland back to the negotiation table. However, this arithmetic did not work out. Field Marshal von Manstein confirms this basic position. At all events, it was entirely conceivable that the military measures taken in August 1939, despite Operation Order White, were directed towards increasing political pressure on Poland. Since the summer, on orders from Hitler, work had been proceeding at feverish speed on an defensive Ostwall, an eastern equivalent of the Siegfried Line. Whole divisions, the 18th among them, were moved to the Polish frontier in constant rotation to work on this fortification for several weeks at a stretch. What was the point of all this effort if Hitler were going to attack Poland? Even if, contrary to all his assurances, he were contemplating a war on two fronts, the Ostwall would still have been quite out of place, since the only proper action for Germany in such circumstances would be to attack and overwhelm Poland first while remaining on the defensive in the west. The reverse solution, offensive action in the west and defensive measures in the east, was quite out of the question with the present ratio of forces, especially as neither plans nor preparations for an offensive in the west had been made. So if the construction of an Ostwall were to have any rhyme or reason in the present situation, it could surely only be to exert pressure on Poland by placing large troop concentrations on her frontier. Even the deployment of infantry divisions on the east bank of the Oder in the last 10 days of August and the movement of the armored and motorized divisions into assembly areas initially west of the river need not really have been preparations for an attack, they could just as well have been a form of political pressure. The big letdown of August 25 was for Hitler that Mussolini did not act according to the spirit of his intentions. Keitel recalls from memory. Only then was the most profound cause of his disappointment about Mussolini's betrayal revealed. He said something like, "Without a doubt, Britain is already informed that Italy is unwilling to render support. As of now, Britain's attitude will stiffen, and Britain will give a boost to Poland." The political effect of my letter is exactly the reverse of my expectations. Mussolini, meanwhile, had a reply delivered by Ambassador Italico to Hitler on August 25 in the afternoon, in which he made the honoring of his alliance obligations incumbent upon unrealizable demands for supplies from Germany, 6 million tons of coal, 2 million tons of steel, 7 million tons of petroleum etc., along with 150 anti-aircraft batteries. After this kind of response, Hitler had to be prepared for the fact that Britain had been informed of Italy's position and would, henceforth, reject every compromise even more emphatically. Indeed, straight afterwards, Hitler really did receive a telegraphic notification that Great Britain had linked her fate with that of Poland even more closely with an extended guarantee agreement. The political objective of the military measures was thereby rendered invalid. The marching orders were cancelled immediately. Hitler did not expect, nor did he want, Italy's military participation in a conflict over Poland, but was merely interested in the political solidarity of the Axis partner. The political snub from Italy, all the more grave as Britain was notified right away of Italy's absolute neutrality, did shake Hitler considerably, principally in view of the inevitable hardening of the British position and the resulting consequences. On August 22, Chamberlain had again underlined Britain's commitment to Poland. It was not this commitment which affected Hitler on August 25. From the start, Hitler was aware that he could not split up the Polish-British front. All the documents relating to this matter agree on this point. He had issued the standby order on August 23 knowing of these circumstances. He countermanded it, practically under the same circumstances, Italy's non-participation, Britain's alliance pledge to Poland, as well as an intervention from London failing to materialize. Yes, he did withdraw it, although on August 23 Poland had decided on bringing a great part of the army, 3/4, up to war strength. This state of things proves that the order from August 23 pursued the political aim to force negotiations with the leverage of military decision-taking looming ahead. After all, without this pressure, no negotiations had been initiated for many months, quite the opposite, Poland's provocations had been increasing constantly. Henderson, also, could no longer see on August 24 any hope of avoiding war, unless the Polish ambassador is instructed to apply today or at the latest tomorrow for personal interview with Hitler, which admittedly at this late hour he may well refuse to grant. There are further indications pointing out that the marching orders from August 23 were pursuing this political aim. While the Directive No. 1 for the Conduct of War of August 31, 1939 is available verbatim in its entirety and is, after all, quite voluminous, no written document for the order to attack from August 23 is known to exist. But in the German Wehrmacht it was not usual to issue such a decisive order merely verbally. Hitler's plan, Operation White, was intended for September 1, 1939 as the earliest date. To have brought it forward would have made many operative changes necessary, about which, however, nothing is known to exist. On August 25, for example, the German troops on the western frontier had not yet taken up their defensive grounds. This was only scheduled for September 1. No orders are known to exist that would have meant a premature occupation of these defensive constructions. Whereas advance measures on an increasing scale had already been set in motion on August 18, the order for mobilization without public proclamation was issued by Berlin only around midday on August 25. This camouflaged mobilization had to be undertaken in a way that could not give rise to an aggravation in the foreign political field as a consequence. Subsequently, it was thus arranged independently of the marching orders from August 23 and, thereby, was also pursuing a different political objective. It was not joined to an order for advance, while, on the other hand, the marching orders from August 23 were not linked to the camouflaged mobilization. There was no cause, then, for Hitler to call off on August 25 the marching orders of August 23, had these been meant seriously. After all, the stance of the opponents had not changed from August 23. If only a few days before he was prepared to march, then he should still have marched on August 25. Since he did not march, the political sincerity of the marching orders from August 23 has to be disputed. The question remains, would Hitler also have suspended the marching orders at the last minute? This was done on August 25 afternoon, if Great Britain had not taken any action whatsoever on August 25. There is no unequivocal answer, since there is no proof for this hypothetical case. The only indication speaking in favor of a cancellation of the order, even in this instance, should be Hitler's alliance offer that he made to Great Britain at midday on August 25. On no account could one have expected, after all, that Great Britain take up this offer, only to have it followed the very next day by German troops marching into Poland. Furthermore, in no way can this last-minute offer be interpreted as a tactical, military diversionary maneuver, as Britain was in no position, anyhow, to military intervene straightaway in an invasion of Poland by German troops and, besides, it was to be assumed that Poland already had knowledge of the marching orders of the Wehrmacht and thus could not be sidetracked. At any rate, Hitler told the British ambassador, Henderson, on August 25 at 1:30 p.m. that he would be approaching Britain with a generous alliance offer, after having settled the German-Polish problems. That such a plan could only be successful after a peaceable settlement of the German-Polish problem, goes without saying. Britain was meant to help, in view of these propositions offered by Hitler for a future German-British collaboration, to induce Poland to yield. Neither Chamberlain nor Henderson ever mentioned that Hitler had intended, or could have intended, a military settlement. These gentlemen were convinced, rather, that it was the Poles that needed to be brought to their senses and not the Germans. Incidentally, Chamberlain's biographer, K. Failing, confirmed that the British Prime Minister, too, had interpreted Hitler's offer to Britain of August 25, 1939, in spite of being aware of the military standby in Germany, on the understanding of a peaceful resolution with Poland. The communications with Hitler and Göring gave the impression, probably with intention, that it was possible to persuade Hitler to accept a peaceful and reasonable solution of the Polish question, in order to get to an Anglo-German agreement, which be continually declared to be his greatest ambition. The activities of the British government from 25 to 28 August. The reaction from the British government to the German-Soviet non-aggression pact and the news that Italy would stay away in case of a conflict was such that it could only lead to an intensification of the existing tensions. Instead of trying for negotiations on the matters of conflict needing to be dealt with, which most certainly would have prompted Hitler to withdraw the marching orders immediately, since Hitler did not want war with Poland, London hardened its positions by extending the guarantee to Poland, inclusive of vast contingencies, and failed to initiate mediation. The British government judged the German-Soviet non-aggression pact as a war pact, incorrectly with regard to Hitler's intentions, and got into position, i.e. prepared for an armed conflict. On August 23, 1939, the chief political advisor to the Foreign Secretary, Lord Van Sittert, referring to the statement about the cabinet meeting, told the Hungarian minister in London, "Britain would not yield in any event. Even if violence were not offered to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Poland, Britain would immediately mobilize and go into action." Winston Churchill writes impressively in his memoirs about these military measures, which were taken both by the British leadership and the Dominion governments and the colonies at the news of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact. It was a question of a worldwide mobilization, against Germany, not for instance, also, against the Soviet Union. Therefore, not morals and humanitarianism could have been London's motives. London failed to take into account that it was only the British-Soviet military negotiations which moved Hitler to come to an arrangement with the Soviet Union. One may accept extenuating circumstances for the British reaction to the events of August 23, but from the blame of having provoked the Stalin-Hitler pact in the first place, London cannot be acquitted. The British reaction made the situation even more hopeless and emboldened those powers that had an interest in a military conflict against Germany. Peaceful means of reconciliation were not at all considered. On August 26, on Hitler's advice, Ambassador Henderson took the German alliance offer of August 25 to London. There he was detained until 5:00 p.m. of August 28, a time span, which led to a stagnation of the talks. When on that August 28 Henderson presented to Hitler at 10:30 p.m. the British reply to his alliance offer to Britain and to his request for assisting him in settling the German-Polish differences, from August 25, Hitler was bound to believe that the British government had utilized the 3 days for intensive talks with Warsaw and had influenced Poland to negotiate now, under the patronage of Great Britain and France. Emphasizing that the situation was extremely urgent, Hitler was informed that the British government would be ready to proceed as soon as practicable to such discussions. His Majesty's government have already received a definite assurance from the Polish government that they are prepared to enter into discussions on this basis. In expectation of this mediation, thus confirmed, and of the now existing Polish readiness for negotiations, Hitler would now draw up his negotiation proposal, which he handed to Ambassador Henderson on August 29. Hitler, however, had no knowledge of what had really taken place during those 3 days, 26 to 28 August, in London. He was unaware that Lord Halifax had not taken advantage of these 3 days for making any effort at mediation, and that he had, with treacherous intentions, falsified the reply to Hitler, the most important démarche before the outbreak of war. The Polish readiness for negotiations, as asserted, did not at all exist and, furthermore, the British government was not willing to mediate, since, according to the statement made by the British Foreign Secretary to the Polish ambassador on August 25, any attempt to patch matters up was out of the question. This deception by Halifax, hitherto veiled in various ways, had also not been realized for a long time by historians, since they too had been fooled by several falsified documents, or rather, documents based on false reports, one of them in the documents on British foreign policy, the others in the Polish White Book, the British Blue Book, and the French Yellow Book. On August 28 Halifax fabricated an alleged telephone message coming from Kennard at 4:00 p.m., the subject matter being the Polish readiness to negotiate, and smuggled it into the British documents. For the historian today, it makes its appearance as Doc. 420 in the documents on British foreign policy. This document, cannot be genuine, and it is thanks to the historical contribution of a German to have discovered this, 20 years after the end of the war, and to have drawn the historian's attention to it. Here is the step-by-step proof. 1. The British Blue Book, published immediately after the start of the war, contains no evidence for this Polish assent for negotiations, although Prime Minister Chamberlain asserted to the House of Commons on September 1, 1939 that the British Blue Book, which, strangely enough, had been almost fully completed already before the outbreak of the German-Polish conflict, included all the important documents. 2. The Polish White Book, put together by the Polish government in exile at the beginning of 1940 in Britain, has under number 96 a notification from Beck to his ambassadors in London and Paris of August 28, 1939. The British ambassador has consulted me on the question of an answer to M. Hitler. I agreed to inform the German government that Poland was ready to negotiate, and asked him to define what the British government understood by the conception international guarantee. Please treat the entire question of the consultation as strictly confidential. This document, too, has evidently been fabricated subsequently, in consultation with the British government. Beck could never have chosen, on August 28, this kind of formulation for the British government, because a consultation about the note to Hitler simply does not correspond to the facts. But to mention this misleading basis in this note, moreover, not only once but twice, makes the falsification even more obvious. Halifax had the British note presented in Berlin without having notified Poland beforehand, never mind asking for requests to be conveyed to Hitler. 3. On August 27, Lord Halifax was sent this message at 10:46 p.m. from Warsaw. Mr. Beck has just informed me, Kennard, that, in view of the nature of Hitler's language regarding Poland in his conversation with Sir N. Henderson, August 25, the Polish government have decided on full mobilization which is to take place at once. Only on August 28, one day later, at 7:00 p.m., 3 hours after the ostensible Polish assent for negotiation. Doc. 420 to 4:00 p.m., and only after the arrival of a further communiqué on mobilization measures from Warsaw, Doc. 424, did he check back. I am at a loss to know what precisely in Hitler's language to Sir N. Henderson led the Polish government last night to take these measures of mobilization. Halifax did not endeavor to check how the Polish government was to reconcile these measures with the assent for negotiations, allegedly, given in the meantime. 4. The manifold evidence in the British documents, showing the intensive efforts made by the British Foreign Secretary for gaining a favourable world opinion with regard to the Polish attitude, sheds light on the drastic remedy that was used eventually, the deliberate false report, by a man who had described, since the conclusion of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, any attempt to patch matters up as being out of the question. Colonel Beck was apprehensive of negotiations, not because they seemed hopeless, but for fear lest Hitler really consented to a compromise, and also lest Britain perhaps show an inclination to impose the compromise on Poland. There was no chance of extracting concessions from the Poles once the danger of war was removed, and the British knew it. 5. Halifax arranged the facts according to his objective. Although Henderson, as already mentioned, was staying in London for 3 days, Halifax asked Poland for their consent for negotiations only then, August 28, 2:00 p.m., when it was quite certain that Poland would not be able to reply before Henderson's return flight to Berlin. It was not possible, within 2 hours, that Kennard could have been informed, could have had an audience with Beck and to have already forwarded his answer to the Foreign Office. The alleged answer, however, is already back again in London in 2 hours, at 4:00 p.m., Doc. 420, Kennard's task stated clearly, Doc. 411, to endeavor to see M. Beck, which was in accordance with diplomatic practice, although this could never have facilitated such a speedy reply. The actual answer from Beck to this British step was then only made on August 31. This delaying, on the other hand, would appear inexplicable, if Beck had answered immediately, already on August 28, as the Polish White Book, Doc. 96 and the British Doc. 420 claim. The German government was to be given the impression that the Polish consent for negotiations was available unconditionally. For this it required an ambassador who himself believed this to be so. Now, Henderson was critical, having urgently demanded, still on August 24, the immediate dispatch of a Polish plenipotentiary. He now was sent to Berlin at 5:00 p.m. on August 28, convinced that the British government had been sounding things out in Warsaw and was expecting, any minute, the Polish consent for negotiations. This was the reason why Halifax did not give him the British note to take to Hitler, but send it to him in a telegram 1 hour later. Once he was back in Berlin, he could neither question or check his foreign secretary's assertion that the Polish consent for negotiations had arrived in the meantime. The general disposition within the 3 days, 26 to 28 August, was absolutely strange during that critical time and has never been explained. 6. Ambassador Kennard was received by Beck in the evening of August 28. Only in the early morning of August 29 was the British leadership to learn of the outcome of the talks. Thus, they could not have been in possession of this answer already on August 28 at 4:00 p.m. For the rest, Kennard did not have any comment on the Polish consent for negotiations, nor could he intimate a new course in Warsaw, and he could neither give an indication that one was now awaiting Hitler's diplomatic reaction. But on the contrary, it was Beck to advise Kennard that for tonight a fait accompli was to be expected in Danzig, in the event of not receiving a satisfactory reply from the Danzig Senate. Thereupon Kennard felt himself obligated to warn Beck. 7. On August 28 at 2:00 p.m., Halifax had asked Kennard in Warsaw to convey the outcome of his talk with Beck not only to London, but also, simultaneously, to Berlin, Paris and Rome. In the reply, allegedly, transmitted 2 hours later, Kennard confirms, allegedly, the implementation of this task. The subsequent smuggling in of this telegram is also proved in that in reality neither Henderson, Berlin, nor Phipps, Paris, nor Lorraine, Rome, learnt about it. Also, none of the Polish ambassadors in these cities ever received this piece of news from Warsaw. All of Henderson's urging upon Lipski, the Polish ambassador in Berlin, right into the last hours of peace, turned into the realization, or rather proof, that the latter was so tightly restrained by instructions from Warsaw to the point that he was not to display any interest in any note whatsoever from the Reich government and was not authorized to enter into any definite negotiations. So that this fraudulent maneuver should not be noticed by the nations of the world at the start of the war, the concluding part of the task was not printed in the British Blue Book, Doc. 73. 8. On August 28 at 6:00 p.m., Lord Halifax telegraphed Kennard that he has informed the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, of the substance of the British note sent at 2:00 p.m. to Warsaw, with the request for the Polish consent for negotiations. Continuing, Halifax mentions, if a favorable answer to this is received in time, Halifax could really only put this passage into this telegram at 6:00 p.m., if the Polish consent for negotiations was not in hand at this stage. Hence this Doc. 420, according to which this consent had already come in 2 hours earlier, can therefore not be genuine. Halifax, in his deceitful conduct, had made a slip, just 2 hours after smuggling in the false note. This has likewise occurred to the editors of the documents on British foreign policy, because they provided Doc. 430 with a footnote 5, that this telegram was evidently drafted before the receipt of number 420, yet an explanation for this they did not give. 9. Halifax informed his ambassador in Warsaw on August 29 retrospectively on the kind of talk with Raczynski, August 28. Halifax stated that Raczynski appeared to be somewhat out of touch with his government and did not have any comment to make. No mentioning that perchance he had announced or confirmed the Polish consent for negotiations. Neither was he interested to know what Britain meant by an international guarantee. On the other hand, Raczynski did inquire about the British reply to Hitler and whether His Majesty's government would make any demand for a truce. I replied that there was nothing in the reply to this effect, but that His Majesty's ambassador in Berlin might be asked to impress on Herr Hitler the necessity for the cessation of provocation. Discussions were to commence. Count Raczynski thought that this would be helpful, as it was important to avoid any impression of weakness. Halifax had made no demands of Poland for a truce, but he did, on the other hand, name Berlin as the address which had to be influenced for provocation to end. Neither in his conversation with Raczynski or in his note to Warsaw did Halifax enjoin the Poles to talks with Germany, but instead he underlined: failure to secure a just settlement of German-Polish differences would ruin hopes of Anglo-German understanding, and might lead to war, with untold suffering and loss to many countries. In view of this and similar statements from the British Foreign Secretary at this stage, the following sentence could only have been written for the files. His Majesty's government have made representations to the Polish government that they should express willingness to enter into discussions on this basis. Truth is, Poland's conduct was once again sanctioned unreservedly for the past, the present and the future. 10. For an explanation, what the British government understands by an international guarantee, Minister for Foreign Affairs Beck only asked on August 31, which he would not have done, if he had already, according to Doc. For 20, asked about it on August 28, and if Halifax had answered this question, which the Poles, according to Doc. For 20, apparently considered to be urgent, and which Beck called on August 31, this fundamental question of the Polish government. Halifax should have answered this question post haste, having at the same time made Hitler aware of the matter of the utmost urgency. If one imputes Doc. For 20, August 28, 4:00 p.m., Polish consent for negotiations, plus the question about the international guarantee, to be genuine, one must then conclude that Halifax was working toward war, because he refused to give the Polish partner an answer to this pressing question. Either way, this Doc. 420 proves Halifax's policy for war. It is most strange to find that precisely those places in Doc. 609, Beck's reply of August 31, which could give information about whether Beck's inquiry, international guarantee, concerns a question asked for the first time or whether it was just being reiterated, are not printed, since, according to the editors of the documents on British foreign policy, the text is here uncertain. 11. On August 28, Halifax transmits, likewise at 6:00 p.m., the gist of the British note to Hitler, Doc. 431, to the ambassadors in Washington, Warsaw, Paris and Rome. He did state, it is true, that His Majesty's government had made endeavours for the Polish consent for negotiations, which is factually correct, but the ambassadors had kept from them the extremely late stage of this attempt. The telegrams, however, contain no comment about the Polish consent, ostensibly received 2 hours earlier, which should have been announced, after all the incidents and the months of refusal to negotiate from Warsaw, as a sensation precisely in this telegram. Only a day later, on August 29, at 10:50 a.m., did Halifax inform his ambassadors in Washington and Rome, of all people only these, that in view of the Polish consent for negotiations having arrived in the meantime, the British note to Hitler was altered. This communication was a lie, since the Polish consent for negotiations, as has been shown, was not at all in hand. The note to Hitler was not at all altered, but instead of giving it to Henderson to take with him to Berlin, as everyone must have expected, it was forwarded to him by telegram. It is not comprehensible why, with Beck supposedly having agreed to negotiate at 4:00 p.m., Halifax should not have added this important communication to the already outgoing dispatches at 6:00 p.m. Lord Halifax undertook a further step toward war on this August 28. Early at 9:30 a.m., he was informed by the charge d'affaires of the British Embassy in Berlin, Ogilvy Forbes, of the outcome of a talk between Field Marshal Göring and the Swedish industrialist Birger Dollerus, whose good offices for mediation between Germany and Britain had been called upon by Göring already since July 1939. Point 5 of this report to the Foreign Office reads: Field Marshal Göring, after consultation with Herr Hitler, requests that the British reply should neither be published nor communicated to Parliament until Herr Hitler has had time to comment on it and possibly suggest modifications. In the afternoon of this selfsame day, Henderson was on his flight back to Germany. Halifax conveyed to his ambassadors in Washington, Warsaw, Paris and Rome the gist of the British reply to Hitler, without the additional remark that the Polish consent for negotiations was in hand. However, Kennard in Warsaw received a separate advance notice telling him, among other things, that the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, had already been apprised of the substance of the reply made to Hitler, but was asked not to transmit it to Warsaw in cipher. While it was already unusual to steer this British reply along two different routes to Warsaw, it would have sufficed for Raczynski to have received just a copy for his own information. It had to be even more unusual to induce the Polish ambassador into an action that was quite uncommon, and could not only cause a public sensation, but was bound to do so. For the recipient of this information, Raczynski, did thereby not consider himself obliged to maintain secrecy. The receivers of his information, on the other hand, the journalists, naturally took up this piece of news immediately and made a big splash of this sensation. These journalists, the press, could hardly fail to notice the sphere of responsibility, but the Prime Minister, who was carrying the responsibility of the government, on the other hand, knew nothing of the arrangement. Inquiries into the source of the information would have led, in fact, to Raczynski, but, as a result of the now rapid succession of events, no further. Again, Halifax had outplayed the appeasement politicians in Britain, as far as they would still have been in leading positions, but also those abroad. How this manipulation even outraged Mr. Chamberlain, shown clearly in letters to his sister, though without recognizing the initiator and, by that time, no longer being one of the appeasement politicians, is attested to by his speech in the House of Commons on August 29, 1939. There is one thing that I would like to say at this moment with regard to the press. I think it is necessary once more to urge the press to exercise the utmost restraint at a time when it is quite possible for a few thoughtless words in a paper, perhaps not of particular importance, to wreck the whole of the efforts which are being made by the government to obtain a satisfactory solution. I have heard that an account purporting to be a verbatim description of the communication of the British government to Herr Hitler was telegraphed to another country last night or this morning. Such an account could only be an invention from beginning to end. It is, I think, very unfortunate that journalists in the exercise of their profession should take such responsibilities upon themselves, responsibilities which affect not only themselves, but the inhabitants, perhaps, of all the countries in the world. I should be glad if I could disclose to the House the fullest information as to the contents of the communications exchanged with Herr Hitler, but Hahn members will understand that in a situation of such extreme delicacy, and when issues so grave hang precariously in the balance, it is not in the public interest to publish these confidential communications or to comment on them in detail at this stage. The French government, too, did not keep, on 27 to 28 August, to their promise to Hitler of maintaining secrecy on the exchange of letters between the Chancellor of the Reich and Daladier, but gave the press fresh ammunition to play with in the form of possible distortions and aggravations. Thereupon Hitler felt compelled to publish his exchange of letters with the French Prime Minister. The Polish government knew, though, what this guideline indicated and in what direction the leading forces in Britain and France were heading. Furthermore, since the version that was sent on to Raczynski and subsequently published by the British press did not contain the passage that the Polish consent for negotiations was in hand, whereas, on the other hand, it was precisely on the basis of this passage that Hitler was persuaded to agree to negotiations at the earliest possible moment, Poland was bound to regard it as a cause for intensifying their provocations. Just how dishonestly Halifax was pursuing this game, can also be seen by the fact that he had not informed Warsaw of having asserted to Hitler Poland's readiness for negotiations, and that on Germany's part negotiations would be welcomed. This was all the more serious, since, at the same time, Halifax was passing on to Poland further alarming military news, apparently gleaned from German resistance people, August 28, and he stated on August 29 that he could not take the responsibility of advising the Polish government against any action which they consider necessary for their security. The result was the Polish general mobilization, for which London made no reproach to the Polish partner, not even subsequently. On August 29 at 4:00 p.m., Count Schembeck apprised the British and French ambassadors of the just then decided Polish general mobilization, which, however, only completed the military measures already taken at an earlier stage. As pertaining to this step, the Polish government referred specifically to the warning, forwarded from London the day before, about German troop movements and about Germany's intention to make a surprise attack on Poland. The general mobilization was to have been announced early in the morning on the following day. Because of the diplomatic exchanges between London and Warsaw, it was postponed for several hours until the afternoon of August 30, 2:30 p.m. The meeting between Hitler and Henderson on August 29. Meanwhile, Hitler had learned through the intelligence service about the further Polish mobilization on August 28 and about the concentration of Polish units at the border, but in addition also about the internal decree for a general mobilization taken in the afternoon of August 29. Hitler did not even try to hide from British Ambassador Henderson the fact that he had such far-reaching secret sources to Warsaw. 2¾ of an hour later, at 6:45 p.m., and fully cognizant of these military and political happenings behind the scenes in Warsaw that required immediate German countermeasures, Hitler asked for a Polish representative invested with plenipotentiary powers to arrive on August 30 in his reply to the British government, in consideration of the urgency of the fact that two fully mobilized armies were standing face to face and the Germans living in Poland were being subjected to atrocious and barbarous ill-treatment. Hitler stated specifically in this communication that Germany had no intention of attacking vital Polish interests or of questioning the existence of an independent Polish state. At the same time, Hitler gave to understand that proposals for a solution would be drawn up immediately. But what was the attitude and behavior of the British ambassador at this audience on August 29? Had he been inspired by the resistance faction from the German Foreign Office, who were trying hard, during this August crisis, to prevent another Munich or another Prague? State Secretary von Weizsäcker had often influenced him in this way. Henderson was well aware of the gravity of the situation and of the importance of this meeting with Hitler, i.e. of Hitler's response to the delayed British note. He himself admitted, in view of his meeting with Hitler the day before, that he was not without hope that Hitler would let reason prevail. Nevertheless, before these talks on August 29, that is without knowing how Hitler was going to react at all and how the German reply to the British note of August 28 would turn out, he had decided after careful prior consideration to let himself go with Hitler and to shout at the German Chancellor, since Hitler is an abnormality and it might do good to be given a dose of his own medicine. Henderson elaborated on these talks in a private letter to Lord Halifax. So when he gave me the opportunity on a minor point, namely our utter disregard for Germans murdered in Poland, I did fairly let him have it. He, Hitler, did not react in any noticeable way, but I have no doubt that it was a disagreeable and unusual surprise. I must add that after the worst of it I started to get up to go, but he would not budge. In another letter about these talks Henderson adds, I therefore proceeded to outshout Hitler. I told him that I would not listen to such language, reference, the murdering of minority Germans in Poland, from him or anybody. Such a statement, was intolerable and an example of all his exaggeration. He made no response, and I continued to use the same forcible language throughout the interview. Ribbentrop recorded that Henderson had even banged the table. With regard to the conduct of the British ambassador, 3 different points need to be established. 1. The assertion made by Hitler, this minor point, that I or His Majesty's government did not care a row of pins whether Germans were slaughtered in Poland or not, was factually correct. After all, Britain really was not concerned about that but had instead, already in spring of 1939, given Poland expressly to understand that, regarding the guarantee, they would ignore the question of the aggressor. During these decisive days, too, the British government had not even made any inquiries into the German grievances, let alone induce the Poles to yield, although they were undoubtedly fully informed by their Secret Service sources about the prevailing conditions. Anyone who takes, after careful prior consideration, factually correct statements as an opportunity to shout henceforth during a politically important discussion puts himself in the wrong and pronounces himself guilty. 2. The persecution of the German ethnic minority in Poland, which Henderson now trivialized as a minor point, had been commented on by him in telegrams during previous days as follows. On August 21 to Halifax. Fact remains that there are now probably at least 10,000 refugees in Germany, that German institutions are systematically being closed, German workmen dismissed, etc., etc. It must be realized that the conflict has now gone beyond Danzig. Patience can be urged on Hitler in respect of the Free City, but it would serve the opposite purpose to preach it in respect of the persecution of the German minority. I am not attempting to apportion blame but to state facts. For a settlement of the minority question, direct and immediate contact between Warsaw and Berlin seems to me essential. Also on August 21 to Halifax. I had tea with a friend of mine yesterday, X, or if you like W, meant was resistance member E. von Weizsäcker, and he earnestly harped on immediate action. While he admitted press exaggeration, he assured me that what was taking place was a form of enforced German migration from Poland, where no Germans were being allowed to find a living. That is the urgent question. I spoke of patience, and he said at once the very mention of that word would send Hitler into a frenzy. The crux of the question today is not Danzig but the minorities. The Times correspondent here has just told me that he telephoned yesterday to his opposite number in Warsaw who told him that the Poles were being incredibly foolish. On August 24 to Halifax. Herr Hitler's reply clearly indicates that the immediate question is not so much Danzig and the corridor, which by implication can wait for a later solution, as the persecution of the German minority. There is no doubt that there is much ground for German complaints in this respect. The expropriation law referred to in the Warsaw Telegram number 271 is to me, I submit, the basic indication of a very understandable but equally inopportune effort to get rid of the German population in Poland under cover of guarantees of the Western powers. On August 28, Henderson receives a circular dispatch from Halifax, which was sent simultaneously to Washington, Warsaw, Paris, and Rome. His Majesty's government agree that one of the principal dangers in the German-Polish situation is reports of the treatment of minorities. Thus Henderson had been put in the picture about the state of affairs by quite dissimilar and trusted informants of his. That he should then choose to trivialize as a minor point precisely this of all subject matters and to take it as an opportunity for provoking the head of the German government, makes the intended purpose of his provocation even more obvious and irresponsible. 3. To illuminate even more thoroughly the previously given explanations for Henderson's conduct during his talk with Hitler on August 29, one should call to mind the atmosphere in which the talk between Hitler and Henderson had taken place the day before, on August 28 late in the evening. Henderson himself wrote of it as follows. At 10:30, fortified by half a bottle of champagne, I drove down the Wilhelmstrasse to the main entrance of the Reichskanzlei. A good many people were waiting outside the embassy and a considerable crowd outside the chancery. No hostility so far as I could see, absolute silence, possibly uneasiness. I was received by a guard of honor in full state as if I had been presenting my letters of credence. I was ushered in at once, Ribbentrop being in attendance and the inevitable Dr. Schmidt. The Chancellor looked well, was absolutely calm and normal. No fireworks or tirades of any kind. Hitler registered no emotion on reading the German text of the British note. I am not unhopeful that Hitler's answer may not be too unreasonable. The general atmosphere was quite friendly even on Ribbentrop's part. Another point in my conversation was Hitler's insistence on the value to Britain of German friendship. In the face of Hitler's composure, Henderson's behavior on the evening of August 29 can only be described as irresponsible provocation, and it is irrelevant as to whether the British ambassador was acting on his own accord, on the orders of his government, on the advice of the warmongers in London, or whether he was lending his ear to the whisperings of the German resistance members in the Foreign Office. It is worth observing that Henderson had no success with this, because Hitler made no response, and would not budge. Collaboration between London and Warsaw from 29 to August 31, 1939. Whether it was Henderson, as is claimed in the French Yellow Book under number 285 and number 287, or another British or French diplomat, who passed on to Paris false information concerning Hitler's demands, all of the corridor, East Upper Silesia, made during the talks with Henderson on August 28, is an open question. All the same, this example also shows clearly how foreign forces, just in the last days of peace, had been adding high-handedly, but with the encouragement and safeguarding from their government, to the powder keg for war. Even more decisive, however, was to be the conduct of the British government. It fully backed their ambassador Henderson in his talks with Hitler on August 29. On top of this, the Foreign Office informed the French ambassador in London, Charles Corbin, on August 29, in an equally inflammatory way, about the meeting between Hitler and Henderson on August 28. The reason why this is not excusable is precisely because during this discussion Hitler never did give, and never could have given, a reply to the British note, since he had only just received it. There is also another reason making this inexcusable. In this communication to Corbin references were included which were deliberately warmongering. After adding Silesia to his former claims, the Chancellor gave clearly to understand that what remained of Poland could not count upon an independent future. He let it be understood that he would negotiate with Poland only if he were sure in advance that the Polish government would accede to all his wishes. It is to be gathered from the documents on British foreign policy that it was Henderson who sent the false information to London. Whether this is true must remain an open question. It is possible that Henderson had received secret instructions to act in such a way at the German-British talks, and consequently Germany's efforts about Poland were bound to fail. All the same, Henderson did not report anything about these alleged demands from Hitler to his French counterpart in Berlin, Calandra. The German documents of the Foreign Ministry, in any case, do not contain a single reference to these alleged demands from Hitler. These documents, in this instance, would merit all the more trust considering that they were published by the victors. Yet notwithstanding whose brainchild the claims about Hitler's alleged demands was, all of the corridor and East Upper Silesia, Halifax was the one who went beyond this, spreading information with ever more aggravating emphasis, without any documentary proof whatsoever. Moreover, he knew that the Polish foreign minister was most anxious to know the upshot of her Hitler's remarks by midday of August 28. Besides, he knew that Beck had already taken Hitler's language as grounds for the Polish mobilization. Chamberlain, likewise, spiced the communication to Paris with the purposeful reasoning. The Führer cannot fail to realize that disgust which has been provoked in the whole civilized world by the conclusion by Germany of an agreement with a power, which, on the very day before this agreement, was regarded by Germany as her worst enemy. Chamberlain did not ask to consider how much disgust in the civilized world the British and French political efforts over many months had aroused, which were to effect an expansionist military alliance with the USSR directed against Central Europe. Such pangs of conscience the British leadership at the time did not suffer. The attempt by Lord Halifax to play through to the end the deceitful maneuver with the British note to Hitler on August 28 and, for his part, to build in additional provocations, is demonstrated anew by this communication to Corbin, but also in his subsequent conduct, notwithstanding the information about the already decreed Polish general mobilization, which in the meantime had been transmitted confidentially to London, and notwithstanding that Hitler's reply of August 29 was in accordance with London's expectations from Berlin, i.e. the request for immediate talks, the British government refused to be in a hurry. Not once did they, not even at this stage, make the Polish consent for negotiations a condition for British assistance. Henderson outlined correctly the state of affairs, when he wrote to his Secretary of State on August 29. It is not without interest that, whereas every other diplomat has asked to see me, I have so far no sign of any interest whatsoever from the Polish ambassador, though my relations with him personally are excellent. If we allow the latter, Poland, to talk all the time of their amour propre, prestige and signs of weakening, we shall not be guiltless of some of the responsibility for disaster. The British ambassador in Warsaw, Kennard, on the other hand, was of the opinion that it would be impossible to induce the Polish government to send Colonel Beck or any other representative immediately to Berlin to discuss a settlement on the basis proposed by Herr Hitler. They would certainly sooner fight and perish rather than submit to such humiliation, especially after the examples of Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, and Austria. This point of view from Kennard did not at all refer to the short notice of the German proposal or its contents. He had, after all, told his Under-Secretary of State, Cadogan, already on August 26. I am sorry that I cannot agree with Henderson's proposal that Lipski should seek an interview with Hitler. Had Lipski been able to see Weizsäcker, something might have been done, but for Lipski or Beck to seek an interview with Hitler or Ribbentrop would be too much like Canossa. Kennard did not keep this opinion a secret from the Polish government officials. Furthermore, all throughout this decisive month, he never even once gave a strong warning to his government about Poland's mulish attitude. Yet he was as much aware as his U.S. colleague Biddle of the Polish fondness for war. It is true, Kennard did occasionally convey Lord Halifax's repeated reminders that Poland was to conduct herself in such a way that she would not take up the position of an aggressor, as this could have a negative effect in world opinion, yet he thought it quite appropriate to try to convince his foreign secretary that Poland's action was right. Kennard also knew quite well that it was useful for Poland, who saw her vital interests in Danzig threatened, to negotiate about an international guarantee protecting those interests. But with his stance he was reinforcing Beck's determination that, if officially invited to go to Berlin, he would of course not go. Kennard was further aware how anxiously Minister for Foreign Affairs Beck was awaiting information on steps taken by London, as Polish policies would be governed in line with them, yet he spared every effort to exert pressure in the direction of a peaceable settlement. True, Kennard did point out, after the announcement of the Polish general mobilization on August 29 at 4:00 p.m. that the word mobilization would create the impression all over the world that we are embarking on war. Yet in spite of this, he, as well as his French colleague, Noël, gave this piece of advice to the Polish Under-Secretary of State, Count Schembeck. Poland should take all military measures to meet any surprise attack, but we suggested, above all, that no publicity should be given to any extreme measures that they might feel it necessary to take. 1.5 hours later, Beck confirmed this wink by telephone. Lord Halifax limited his further activities on August 29 to recommending, without pressurizing, a postponement of the Polish general mobilization and was satisfied straight away with Colonel Beck's promise to delay the posting of mobilization notices for a few hours. For the rest, Halifax was supplying the Polish government constantly with secret information from Germany, according to which German troops were well on the way to attack Poland from all sides. At 11:55 p.m. Halifax ordered his ambassador in Warsaw to clarify that, although the German reply does not appear to close every door, he could not take the responsibility of advising the Polish government against any action which they consider necessary for their security. With that statement, he thus condoned, already on the very same day, the Polish general mobilization and was clearly contributing to furthering a warlike development. The Minister for Foreign Affairs, Beck, complained to Kennard on the evening of August 29, that is, at a time when Warsaw, because of the British delaying tactics, neither knew the contents of the German basis for negotiations or the deadline limitation, not about the urgency behind the German readiness for talks, but merely that Hitler would not renounce Danzig. Beck adhered to the viewpoint that the resumption of talks with Germany on the basis of the proposals made in March still meant war. Should Hitler within the next few hours of this night, 29 to 30 August, not give a reply that was positively favorable, that is, a definite disclaimer both of Danzig and of improving the transit regulations through the corridor, then it would be necessary, so Beck warned the British and French ambassadors, to proceed with the general mobilization. As this general mobilization, especially in view of Poland's strategic aims, constituted a decisive step in the advancement to war, Beck's demand clearly clarifies the question of culpability. Considering that the Polish ambassador in Berlin, Lipski, 2 days later called the German proposal a sign of weakness, how then would a German renunciation of Danzig have been evaluated on the Polish assessment scale? Every sign of German weakness was seen by the Polish government as a victory, while making sure, at the same time, that their own actions could not be regarded as a sign of weakness. In the process, they would go to such lengths at many times they would even incur the displeasure of prudent British diplomats. In fact, the visit to Moscow by the author of the Anti-Comintern Pact, Reich Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, and the signing of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact were described in the Polish press as a sign of weakness and showed how the ground burnt under Germany's feet. The Polish ambassador in Moscow, too, was optimistic. He is of the opinion that the German proposal and Ribbentrop's visit are evidence of the desperate situation in which the Reich presently finds itself. For August 29, there is another occurrence, slightly more removed, to be mentioned, while already previously the president of the World Jewish Congress, Goldman, had told the League of Nations High Commissioner, Karl J. Burkhardt. Your appeasement maneuvers in Danzig are damaging. Public demonstrations against conditions in Danzig are necessary for the good of the whole, because of the general situation of the Jewish people. So the Zionist leader and later President of Israel, Dr. Chaim Weizmann, wrote to the British Prime Minister, Chamberlain, on August 29. I wish to confirm, in the most explicit manner, the declarations which I and my colleagues have made, that the Jews stand by Great Britain and will fight on the side of the democracies. We therefore would place ourselves, in matters big and small, under the coordinating direction of His Majesty's government. The Jewish Agency is ready to enter into immediate arrangements for utilizing Jewish manpower, technical ability, resources, etc. Hereby did a force, whose immense power certainly cannot be measured in divisions, announce their readiness to fight before the outbreak of war and, in fact, did so likewise without any reservations, that is, ignoring the question of the aggressor. This note from Weizmann was not made public until September 5, 1939. In awareness of the new and, at the moment, still secret Polish measures, and in complete agreement of the Polish general mobilization, the British Foreign Secretary did not, and this was bound to have a fateful effect, inform the Polish government on August 29 about Germany's willingness for negotiations, but had this notification only passed on very late in the evening of August 30. While Halifax was transmitting information to Warsaw about a German plan for advance, even as late as the evening of August 29, so for August 30, too, the motto remained the same, not to advise Poland against any action which they consider necessary for their security. Having already delayed the forwarding of the German proposal for negotiation until 7:00 p.m. of August 30, Halifax then ordered Kennard to place this information into Beck's hands only around midnight, i.e. to delay it again. In the course of this, he was to indicate that Great Britain considered the German presentation of the case as indefensible and misleading, and have made an express reservation in regard to statements of the particular demands put forward in the German note, telegram from Halifax of August 30, 7:00 p.m., implemented around midnight. The British government never pressed for the Polish government to negotiate, not until the evening of August 30, after the Polish general mobilization had already been announced since 2:30 p.m. Thus Poland could not send a plenipotentiary to Berlin on August 30, at any rate not as a result of a British mediation effort. However, it has to be said in this connection that the British ambassador, Henderson, even as late as the night from August 29 to August 30, shortly before midnight on August 29, after the discussion with Ribbentrop, had called on the Polish ambassador, Lipski, and had told him that Poland should send a plenipotentiary on August 30. In this way the Polish government, therefore, had already been informed of Hitler's reply to Britain by midday of August 30. But here, too, the British ambassador was to encounter the increased hardening in Lipski's attitude. The French, Americans and Italians have been on my doorstep since I got back, but not a sign from the Polish ambassador, in spite of the fact that I am on quite good terms with him. Poland also has got to make her contribution to world peace, and it is in her interests more than anyone else's to remove as thoroughly as she can any possible causes for friction in the future between herself and her powerful neighbor. The British government has suppressed in the British Blue Book this supplementary communication of August 29 from Henderson, not without reason. Likewise, in the British Blue Book, they have deleted points 5, 6, and 7 from Henderson's report of August 29 to London. 5. I have communicated substance of German reply to French ambassador and urged him strongly to recommend to French government that they advise Polish government to propose immediate visit of Mr. Beck as constituting in my opinion sole chance now of preventing war. Herr Hitler is not bluffing, and at any moment clash may occur. I expressed opinion that Polish government by so doing would not only convince the world that they had done their utmost, but that, since others would suffer hardly less than themselves, it was their duty as well as in their interests to make this last attempt. 6. Italian ambassador who saw Hitler immediately after me also came to see me. Herr Hitler was, he said, quite calm and gave him substance of German reply to His Majesty's government. Italian ambassador also undertook to suggest to Italian government that they should make representations to Polish government in similar sense. 7. I trust that His Majesty's government will see their way to do likewise. Repeated to Paris, Rome and Warsaw. Cf. British Blue Book No. 80. Apparently these suggestions did not fulfill the official British purpose, since London took no such step and even tried to hide the fact that her ambassador was recommending taking just such a step. This should be proof, too, that the British government had neither done the utmost, nor had they been guiding their partner toward doing the utmost, in order for the world to be convinced of their desire for peace. Likewise did the British government suppress the fact that Hitler had answered in the affirmative Henderson's question of whether he was ready to discuss with Poland an exchange of populations, which was to have been exclusively to Germany's disadvantage. This dishonest game was continued with regard to the British people and, yes indeed, the entire world. In the early hours of August 30, at 2:00 a.m., Henderson received the instruction from Halifax to notify the Reich government that it was unreasonable to expect Great Britain to produce a Polish representative in Berlin today, and the German government must not expect this. Initiatives of the German government. A few hours later, Henderson sent a telegram to London, announcing that Birger Dollerus, a Swedish industrialist, who, on German initiative, had been active as a German-British mediator already since July 1939, was ready to fly to London, bypassing Ribbentrop, to discuss further possibilities for negotiation. Dollerus, who had still been conferring with Göring during the night, was received by Chamberlain and Lord Halifax on August 30 in the morning. Leaving aside the renewed frontier incidents and other Polish provocations, Dollerus expounded the essence of the German proposals. A telephone conversation with Göring during this talk confirmed the accuracy of the statements made by Dollerus. He, Göring, affirmed at once that the note was ready and that it offered Poland conditions still more favorable than those of which he had told me during the night. Hitler's proposal was to be in the form of a basis for discussion, but it was an absolute condition that a Polish negotiator vested with plenary powers was to receive them. The German documents confirmed that Hitler did not wish to present Poland with an ultimatum, but rather that he was considering for the negotiations to take place over a more extended period, since their most urgent point is named as being the cessation of the persecution of the Germans in Poland. At 3:15 a.m. on August 30, thus even before Dollerus had arrived in London, Lord Halifax already knew that August 30 is not an absolutely unconditional date. As a result of the discussion with Dollerus, Lord Halifax advised the Polish government in the evening of August 30, 5:30 p.m. A. Not to fire on fugitives or members of the German minority who cause trouble, but to arrest them. B. To abstain themselves from personal violence to members of German minority. C. To allow members of the German minority wishing to leave Poland to pass freely. D. To stop inflammatory radio propaganda. The reason given for this advice was the intention to deprive Hitler of the pretext to justify immoderate action. Since Britain's written guarantee covered without reservation any Polish action of whatever nature, and since Halifax had stated on the previous day his essential approval of the Polish general mobilization, one could hardly expect a change for the better to come from such a lukewarm recommendation as given on the evening of August 30th. The reaction from Beck was to be expected, August 30th, 7:15 p.m. The Polish foreign minister enjoins the British government to refrain from pronouncing its views and positions on purely Polish matters unless expressly empowered to do so by the Polish government. It is the most rude standpoint of sovereignty and of a self-perceived great power. The evaluation of Polish questions is the sole and exclusive decision of the Polish government. Poland's position now was much more rigid than in March 1939, before the British guarantee. If, over the 5 months from October 1938 to March 1939, she had shown readiness to negotiate, now she no longer needed fear negotiations, even less so, since the Polish military leadership was convinced of their forces' superiority over the Wehrmacht. Even with his allies, Beck kept his cards close to his chest. The Polish government, cold, haughty, rigid and fatalistic, had been tight-lipped for 4 months, only answering all urging from the Western Allies with empty promises. To them, fools of madcap heroism, the others are fools of faint-heartedness. Even on the eve of war, the British government is still not clear whether the Polish government's support for their negotiation effort is only somewhat feigned. On August 30th the British government had further aggravated the situation by not informing the Polish government of the German readiness for negotiations until the late hour of around 12 o'clock midnight. Poland, for her part, used the August 30th for worsening the situation by announcing in the afternoon general mobilization, which had been decreed the day before, and by stopping rail services to East Prussia at first in parts, then on August 31st stopping it completely by blowing up the bridge at Derschau. On August 30th at approximately 12 o'clock midnight, 10 hours after the public announcement and 34 hours after the secretly decreed general mobilization by Poland, Henderson presented to the Reich Foreign Minister a memorandum from the British government, which stated that while the German government must obviously, with all urgency, endeavor direct talks with Warsaw, it would be impracticable to establish contact so early as today. By this move it was indicated to Hitler that the British government, contrary to their assurance, was not at all making any attempt at mediation, had not even impelled Poland to the negotiation table, and was not able to suggest avenues of how the German government might move Poland to initiate a discussion, a country that, since March 1939, had considered any German approach for negotiations as a threat of war. Lord Halifax even rejected the German suggestion that he might advise Poland to send a representative for immediate German-Polish negotiations. With emphasis, but without an explanation, Halifax had instructed Henderson to schedule the meeting only for this late hour, although the details of the intended move had already been with the embassy in Berlin since 7:40 p.m. In his reply, Ribbentrop read aloud to the British ambassador the German negotiation proposals intended for Poland. He was later criticized for not having handed over the proposals in written form, having only conveyed them at top speed and unintelligibly. One cannot fabricate a case of wrongdoing from this oral presentation, though. The Minister Plenipotentiary and Chief Interpreter, Dr. Paul Schmidt, disputed the claim that Ribbentrop had been reading too fast and indistinctly. For the rest, there is the memorandum of Minister Plenipotentiary Schmidt in the German documents. It is stated therein that Ribbentrop had read, slowly and clearly, and had even given explanations on the main points. The proposals were ready. Their content matter had been known to the British government since the morning of August 30th, cf. Dolorus's talks in London. Hitler, though, had declined handing over these proposals in writing, since he wished to present them first to the Polish government as the actual negotiations partner. As Great Britain had up to now not been making any attempts at mediation, she could hardly expect to be given them beforehand. For the rest, had not Great Britain just this very moment given to understand that London is not prepared to mediate, even at this stage? The Foreign Office was displaying no sign of urgency during these last days. Just then, Henderson had conveyed during the same discussion his government's view, as set down in a memorandum, that it would be impracticable to establish contact as early as today between Germany and Poland. It was known everywhere just how sensitive Poland's reactions were, particularly in regards to the question of her sovereignty. For this reason alone, Hitler could hardly have passed over the German proposals to British hands. Reich Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop later wrote about this. The British government, it is true, had undertaken to use its good offices to effect such negotiations, not, however, to take the place of a Polish plenipotentiary. That an official handing over of a document that was meant for a Polish negotiator, yet before having been received by the government addressed herewith, could have provided the pretext for not sending a Polish emissary and to cover the sequence of events for the Polish general mobilization, with regard to time, in the undergrowth of delaying tactics. The proposal for negotiations to be discussed, as drafted on August 30 by the Reich government, contained the following points. The return of Danzig to the Reich. Nobody in Poland denies that Danzig is a German city from a national standpoint. A plebiscite on the affiliation of the corridor territory, West Prussia, under international control, not before a period of 12 months. If, as a result of this vote, the corridor were to return to the Reich, then Poland would receive the harbor of Dingen and an extraterritorial road through West Prussia. If, on the other hand, the population of the corridor voted in favor of Poland, then the Reich would claim the right to an extraterritorial road to East Prussia. A guarantee of non-aggression extended to a period of 25 years, indeed, a guarantee of the Polish state and thus of Poland's frontiers in general. The proposal, or rather claim, thus put by Hitler did neither contain the reintegration of the province of Posen or the valuable industrial areas of eastern Upper Silesia, arbitrarily and unlawfully detached from the Reich in 1921, nor any other rectification. Furthermore, such rectification demands have never been brought into any talks held by the German leadership, but this did not stop French or British diplomats or other forces, remaining anonymous, from including such false reports as authentic documents in the French Yellow Book, or to spread the rumors from London. The German proposal, a veritable League of Nations proposal, was based on the people's right of self-determination and, in respect to these two former German provinces, it even relinquished the application of this principle. The extent of the area involved in Hitler's proposal amounted to only 1/10 of the region that was appropriated unlawfully by Poland in 1919. That this 11th-hour proposal had been an extremely generous one was realized by each and every expert in 1939 as well. It did not require historians to discover this and to make a comparison with the claims advanced by the Weimar Democrats. In no way could this proposal be regarded, from a Polish point of view, as inferior to the plan which initially had even been discussed by Colonel Beck for 5 months, since Poland, after many years of ethnically cleansing out the German minority, was expecting a plebiscite victory in the disputed territory, or rather, was propagating this belief in victory. Shortly before his conversation with Ribbentrop, Henderson wrote to his foreign secretary, warning him, "If there is to be any genuine peace in future between Poland and her powerful neighbor, grievances of latter which are not of her Hitler's making but national, in nature, must be eliminated. In my opinion, in order to achieve this end, city of Danzig as distinct from port must revert to Germany, there must be direct and extraterritorial communication between Reich and East Prussia, and German minority in Poland must be got rid of by means of some exchange of population. On no other basis can there ever be genuine and lasting peace between the two countries. No diplomatic compromise has a hope of surviving indefinitely. If we are ever to get German army and nation to revolt against the intolerable government of her Hitler, it can only be so far as Poland is concerned on some such basis, since whole of nation itself and even most of moderate sections of it would not regard any other basis as fair to Germany. In the meantime, I can only urge once more importance of Poland accepting at once proposal for direct negotiations and thereby putting herself right in the eyes of the world." Having only just written that Hitler would refuse such a basis, Henderson must have been rather surprised in his talk with Ribbentrop that the German proposal contained precisely that which he himself had outlined as being the German minimum demands. Hitler, after all, did accept this basis, and Henderson even described, straight after the meeting with the Reich foreign minister, the German offer as not unreasonable. The lethargic Polish ambassador. That Henderson had understood and had also retained the gist of the contents follows from the fact that in the early hours of August 31, at 2:00 a.m., he informed his Polish counterpart, Lipski, of the basic outlines of the German proposal and recommended, in the very strongest terms, a discussion between Rydz Smigli and Göring, but also direct contact with Ribbentrop. Lipski, for his part, should at least make an attempt for the preservation of peace and to sound out the Reich foreign minister on the possibilities for negotiations. But in vain. In a note to London he gave vent to his exasperation. The German proposals certainly do not endanger the independence of Poland. The German acceptance of a plebiscite in the corridor is curious. The Poles must put themselves in the right by making a gesture of some kind, or else we must all fight. Henderson reported on the talk with Lipski. I then gave him following advice in very strongest terms. He should at once ring up Minister for Foreign Affairs and say he had heard from me that detailed proposals had been individually elaborated and that he would like to call on Herr von Ribbentrop with a view to learning and communicating them immediately to Polish government. I suggested he should do this tonight on his own responsibility. Lipski, however, did nothing at all, as Henderson reports. Polish ambassador promised to telephone at once to his government, but he is so inert or so handicapped by instructions of his government that I cannot rely on his action being an effective palliative. At 5:15 a.m. on August 31, Henderson sent a telegram with the main points of the German proposal to London, received at 9:30 a.m. In the meantime the Swedish intermediary Dolores had, in the early hours of August 31 at between 1:00 to 2:00 a.m., passed on by telephone the contents of the German proposal to the Counselor of the British Embassy, Ogilvy Forbes. At 8:00 a.m. Henderson gave Polish Legation Secretary Malholm the complete text of the German proposal. Warsaw received it at 10:55 a.m. on August 31. By 9:05 a.m. Henderson knew with certainty that the time period had been extended from August 30 to August 31, as he was now informing his French colleague Calandre of this news. But in the meantime he had learned from Göring via an intermediary that it would even be enough if Lipski could declare, within this extension, that a negotiator will be sent shortly. At 11:00 a.m. in the morning of August 31, Berger Dolores, accompanied by the Counselor of the British Embassy, Ogilvy Forbes, went to see the Polish ambassador, Lipski. Dolores wrote of this meeting. Upon arrival one already sensed very strongly the gravity of the situation. Boxes were lined up in the hall, and everywhere the personnel were busy preparing for departure. Lipski received us in his office, from which part of the furnishings had already been removed. Forbes asked me to read the German note addressed to Poland, and I did so. But Lipski soon said that he was unable to understand the contents. Forbes then put down the main points himself and handed the note to Lipski, who took the paper, hands shaking, and looked at it for a moment, but then stated that he could not understand what was written, whereupon I offered to dictate the note immediately to his secretary. While I was dictating to the secretary, Lipski had told Forbes that he had no reason to interest himself in any notes or offers from the Germans. He had had many years of experience of Germany. He stated his conviction that unrest would break out in this country in the event of war and that the Polish army would march triumphantly on Berlin. Lipski described the German proposals offhandedly as a sign of weakness. Polish leading circles were ridiculing the German readiness for negotiations, and it was not only Warsaw Radio that expressed such an attitude. Lukasiewicz in Paris. The German proposals, are so immoderate that the German government must have gone mad, or else is now pursuing an out-and-out provocation to goad the Polish government. Such a misinterpretation of Germany's willingness to negotiate embodied the very opposite of a peaceable attitude. Even Lord Halifax voiced his irritation, albeit too late, on September 1. On the other hand, I do not see why the Polish government should feel difficulty about authorizing Polish ambassador to accept a document from the German government, and I earnestly hope that they may be able to modify their instructions to him in this respect. There was no mention of any ultimatum in the report on the German proposals which has been furnished to us, and the suggestion that the demand for the presence of a Polish plenipotentiary at Berlin on August 30 amounted to an ultimatum was vigorously repudiated by Herr von Ribbentrop in conversation with His Majesty's ambassador. If the document did contain an ultimatum, the Polish government would naturally refuse to discuss it until the ultimatum was withdrawn. On the other hand, a refusal by them to receive proposals would be gravely misunderstood by outside opinion. I should have thought that the Polish ambassador could surely be instructed to receive and transmit a document and to say a. If it contained anything like an ultimatum, that he anticipated that the Polish government would certainly be unable to discuss on such a basis, and b. That, in any case, in the view of the Polish government, questions as to the venue of the negotiations, the basis on which they should be held, and the persons to take part in them, must be discussed and decided between the two governments. The line of Lord Halifax. Of course it seems reasonable to suspect that Halifax did not mean what he had said there, because 24 hours earlier he had passed on to the Polish government Hitler's basis for negotiations from August 29 only in the early hours of August 31, subject to numerous provisos, by which he practically invited Poland's refusal. In this telegram to his ambassador in Warsaw, August 30, 7:00 p.m., implemented in the early hours of August 31, Halifax admitted the line we have taken, regarding it as important that Minister for Foreign Affairs, Beck, will see the line. This is to be understood in the light of the delay in the passing on of the German proposal and London's provisos regarding the contents, but no less in the deceitful conduct of the British Foreign Secretary since 25 or rather August 28, with the unreserved approval of the Polish general mobilization included. To make his purpose still clearer for the Polish foreign minister, he added that he recommended discussions in view of the internal situation in Germany and of world opinion. So long as the German government professed themselves ready to negotiate, no opportunity should be given them for placing the blame for a conflict on Poland. After the delay mentioned, i.e. from the evening of August 29 to the early hours on August 31, Halifax told the Poles that the German proposals did not constitute an ultimatum, although having just previously for precisely those reasons refused to advise the Polish government in good time, 24 hours after the Polish general mobilization, that she should send an emissary with full powers to Berlin. Colonel Beck confirmed right away, early in the morning of August 31, that he had taken cognizance of the line taken by London. He seemed greatly relieved, as Ambassador Kennard reported. And he, Beck, fully realized the main importance which His Majesty's government attaches to the necessity of not giving the German government any opportunity for placing the blame on Poland in any refusal to enter into direct negotiations. At 11:00 a.m. on August 31, the Italian ambassador in Berlin, Italico, and the head of the Italian government, Mussolini, were taking action independently of one another. Both of them advised London that Lord Halifax must press the Polish government, for war to be avoided, to authorize Ambassador Lipski to hold negotiations with the German government. That an international conference should be convened for September 5. With the object of examining the clauses of the Treaty of Versailles which are the cause of present disturbance in the life of Europe. Mussolini decided to put this suggestion to Hitler only after obtaining the British and French assent to this. No light has been shed upon the reason why State Secretary von Weizsäcker, who was informed of it by Italico, did not pass on this proposal. In this way, as well as for the reason that the French Prime Minister Daladier called for convening the conference only after direct talks between Germany and Poland had failed. Neither Hitler nor Ribbentrop heard about these suggestions on August 31, but only on September 2 in the morning. On September 2, in the afternoon, Hitler accepted the plan of a general conference and the suspension of German military operations in Poland and agreed to have proposals for it completed within 24 hours. Hitler's willingness to use the mediator dolorous to the last and to send even on September 3, i.e. within the running time of the British ultimatum to Germany, Göring with full powers to London, is proof that he must have accepted Mussolini's suggestion for a ceasefire conference for September 5. At 12:50 p.m. on August 31, Chamberlain's first reaction was already, hardly 2 hours after Mussolini's suggestion, to refuse, under the threat of mobilized armies, to agree to such a conference. In the afternoon of August 31, Chamberlain, now was much less in a hurry. He was not to change his mind again. Britain, while not accepting Mussolini's proposal, stipulated, after the outbreak of war, the unrealistic precondition of immediately withdrawing the German forces from Poland, before a conference could be contemplated. This was tantamount to a refusal, particularly, since even in the event of this happening, no improved likelihood for negotiations, compared to the conditions on August 31, was proffered. Such a withdrawal was also impossible to implement, as a full-blown genocide of the German ethnic minority in Poland had been unleashed by a Polish mob at the outbreak of war, which could only be stopped by German military forces pacifying Poland by force. In addition, the Polish Minister for Foreign Affairs, on September 2 at 2:47 a.m., likewise rejected the plan for a conference. When passing judgment on these series of events, it should be remembered that British politics in the year 1939 had been focused on actually creating, in the first place, a threat of mobilized armies, courtesy of President Roosevelt's methods short of war, which had been advocated and adopted by him since January 1939. A conference, even with these preconditions not evoked by Hitler, since spring 1939 Poland had begun this unfounded mobilization, would have been a far greater act of peace than to refuse all negotiations and consequently accept a military conflict. Hitler, for his part, had not refused to negotiate, even with the already months-long threat of mobilized armies, namely of the Polish as well as the French. But back to the events in Berlin, London and Warsaw on August 31. Both the British and Polish government were, in the morning of August 31, in possession of the German proposals. London had received them 24 hours earlier than Warsaw, and had knowledge, or rather, should have had knowledge, of the extension for the negotiations. The two governments, however, did nothing to ease the tension, making no effort for talks or a further extension of the deadline. The British government neither reproached Warsaw for provocations against the Germans' ethnic minority, nor for actions against Danzig, nor for further territorial demands made for East Prussia and the Oder regions as voiced by Polish public opinion, nor for rejecting all negotiations, nor for the general mobilization, and, therefore, did indeed ignore the question of the aggressor. In addition, British government members were, in their policy regarding the press, adopting a deliberately war-promoting stance, particularly on this August 31, spreading news they knew to be lies. Thus, the Daily Telegraph of August 31 carried, how else, but on official instruction, the false report that Poland's general mobilization was only a consequence of demands from Hitler for territorial claims, or rather, of the newly put forward demands from Hitler. The British government had immediately passed on to Warsaw Hitler's reply of August 29. Great Britain had sent to Hitler, with all possible speed on August 30, a note by a special courier by plane. The German army commanders in the border regions had been given special powers. Not one of these accounts was true, but they were all calculated so as to provoke agitation and to demonstrate anew, especially to the Poles, the position of the British leadership. What followed was the unusual step of censorship in a country with a free press. This issue of the Daily Telegraph was confiscated by the British government before it could be sent out, and replaced with a version which was even worse. When the British government realized the inherent dangers of this publication, they arranged for this issue to be withdrawn. In the revised edition, the statements on German military measures take up 3/4 of the article, the reports on how Henderson had been received and the cabinet debates are missing, and the following untrue news item is repeated. After receiving a communication from London that indicated the kind of newly put forward demands from Hitler, the Polish government announced extraordinary defense measures. At the same time, August 31, midday, Sir Horace Wilson at the Foreign Office was refusing to give Dolores the opportunity, as had been approved by Henderson, to get in touch with London on the embassy line of the British Embassy in Berlin. When Dolores related Lipski's refusal to take cognizance of the German willingness for negotiations or the German proposals, and when he stressed the direct consequences this mulish stubbornness would have on the peace in Europe and then suggested that London influence Poland, Wilson put down the receiver with the words, "Shut up." The pretext that German intelligence might be listening in was without any foundation, given the topic of the conversation and the neutral position of Dolores as mediator. For Lipski's stance was bound to become known to the Reich government via a different route anyway. On the other hand, to break off a conversation so abruptly, especially if one suspects that German security services were listening in, was apt to confirm the leadership of the Reich in the conviction that in reality London does not want talks. But even given the case of no Germans listening in, the putting down of the receiver on this neutral mediator while talking was bound to give the clear signal that Britain did not want mediation. The mediator Dolores had not been impeded or doomed to failure in his mission by Hitler or Göring, but rather by the British government that, reiterating the words of Halifax, since the conclusion of the German-Soviet agreement of August 23 was no longer willing to patch matters up. August the 31st was the day when Lord Halifax sanctioned Beck's standing firm and his decision not to expose Lipski to extreme pressure and blackmail in Berlin, but, at the same time, was reprimanding Henderson for having taken matters into his own hands, when he, once again, had been putting Lipski under pressure through Dolores. August the 31st was the day when the Polish government, as Beck told French Ambassador Noël, arrived at the decision that as we are in the thick of war, it was time not to talk of conferences but of mutual aid in resistance to aggression. This was the basic position in Warsaw, to label Germany as had not acted aggressively toward Poland as the aggressor, so as to use this pretext to become militarily active while banking on foreign support. Göring's research department picked up at 12:40 p.m. an enciphered telegram from Warsaw to Lipski in Berlin, the gist of which was that the ambassador was to seek an interview with Ribbentrop, but under no circumstances was to get involved in pertinent talks. That this telegraphic directive, which is withheld from the Polish White Book, is authentic, might be demonstrated by the following. Lipski's attitude during the subsequent talk with Ribbentrop at 6:30 p.m. was in conformity with the telegram, and he had not been provided with plenary powers. Beck told Kennard in Warsaw on August 31 that Lipski would not be authorized to negotiate in Berlin. Poland has never rejected this account in the German White Book, and neither has Lipski himself. In direct correlation with this note stood the arrival in Warsaw of Prince Lubomirski, sent by Lipski as a kind of special courier. This counselor of embassy arrived in Warsaw before noon on August 31. Apparently, basing it on this initiative, Lipski was still too active for the liking of his Minister for Foreign Affairs. For a man such as Beck, for whom we already are in the thick of war, this telegram, which practically revoked the ambassadorial powers of his representative in Berlin, was merely logically consistent. Field Marshal Göring showed the text of the Polish telegram to Dolores and asked him to convey the information immediately to the British ambassador, Henderson, which meant that he was voluntarily divulging that the Polish secret code was known to Germany. Göring wanted to avoid war if this were at all possible. He liked to act as the mouthpiece of the German generals, themselves fearful of war, and maybe, as the supposed director of German economics, he grasped that Germany was not prepared to face a general war. The German approaches to both Soviet Russia and Great Britain came from economic experts, striking proof that the Second World War did not have German economic causes. While London let also pass by the afternoon of August 31 unexploited, the Polish ambassador, Lipski, in accordance with the instructions sent from Warsaw at 12:40 p.m., asked to be received for talks with Ribbentrop. The Reich foreign minister did check back, first of all, whether Lipski wanted to see him as a special plenipotentiary or in some other capacity. This was a clear sign and offered a new chance to the Polish government, now they did not have to send a negotiator but merely give special authority to Lipski so as to yet bring about direct talks at the 11th hour. Lipski understood the significance of this query, because at 3:15 p.m. he had the Polish Minister for Foreign Affairs informed by telegram and communicated to him that he personally had replied that he was asking for an interview in his capacity of ambassador to remit a communication from his government. So now it was up to Beck to extend this communication, in the sense that Lipski could act as special plenipotentiary. Ribbentrop took advantage of this opportunity also. So as to allow time for the Polish government to make such-like arrangements, he set the appointment for the Polish ambassador to come to the Foreign Ministry not before 6:30 p.m. Beck, however, did not respond. Thus, the Polish ambassador presented himself at 6:30 p.m., as mentioned before, without plenary powers. He also refused, in accordance with his instructions from Warsaw, to engage in pertinent talks, stating that he had no direct information on the subject, and that he could not accept any proposals. Even on the evening of August 31st, Beck still considered himself, apparently neither asked nor requested. Even for the British government the Poles were going too far this time, they regarded the position of the Reich government, at least to a certain degree, as justified, as is clearly shown in the already mentioned telegram sent during the night by Halifax to Kennard. At 6:40 p.m., after the talks between Ribbentrop and Lipski had come to nothing, not already at 12:40 p.m. or 4:20 p.m., as many historians have claimed by copying from one another without giving any references, Hitler issued the order to begin operations on September 1, 1939 at 4:45 a.m. For him it was a question of making use of the few hours that were possibly still left for the German armed forces, after more than 48 hours since the Polish general mobilization, to forestall an evidently impending Polish attack that, as must have been suspected in Berlin, could well have been aligned with a French advance, and to guard against the military disadvantages arising from such a war on two fronts. At 9:15 p.m. of August 31st, the German radio broadcast to the world Hitler's offer. Hereby Berlin once more gave the Polish government an opportunity to reconsider. But at 11:00 p.m., the Polish Broadcasting Service at Warsaw called it instead an impudent proposal, rejected each and every negotiation, found words of derision to describe the waiting in vain of the new Huns, and declared that Poland's reply could only be in military terms and, anyway, Poland's answer to the German willingness to negotiate from the days before had already been given, by way of the military orders. This broadcast was done at a time when the Polish government did not yet know of Hitler's order to attack Poland, but already for days they admittedly have had information about the German willingness to negotiate and about the extremely tense situation. The Polish decision for war is, therefore, proven also with this declaration of war via the radio. Poland decided on war at a time, when Hitler was still attempting to resolve the biggest territorial violation of the law of the Versailles Dictate without bloodshed, with a fair compromise and, in fact, with territorial renunciations of a magnanimity which no government of the Weimar Republic had ever been willing to make. Hitler had not attached any deadline or any ultimatum to his upheld claim for Danzig and an extraterritorial transit way into East Prussia. It is true that since April 1939 the Reich Chancellor had set the date of completion for Operation White, i.e. the military planning against Poland, to be September 1, 1939 at the latest, but he did not link this operative plan to any definite offensive purpose or to an aggressive order against Poland. This plan had been worked out, in accordance with orders, on the presupposition that Poland might adopt a threatening attitude toward the Reich and with the objective, in case of need, to eliminate any threat from this direction. Whereas Hitler, as already described, was making numerous minor diplomatic retreats during the summer months in 1939, the wave of oppression and persecution of the German ethnic minority welled up to such a degree, as even the resistance member von Weizsäcker stated, that it submerged the original problem, Danzig and the passage through the corridor. The ever-worsening crisis leading up to this date -1 September 1939, did not originate from Hitler's actions, as can be proved, but rather from the initiatives on the part of Poland and Britain. It was these two countries which in August 1939 left the leadership of the Reich with the only alternative of either choosing between humiliation beyond all reasonable demand, also in the form of relinquishment of Danzig for all times, and the violent expulsion of the rest of the German ethnic minority from former German territories in Poland, or the struggle for Germany's rights to exist. The Polish General Kazimierz Sosnkowski, minister without portfolio in the cabinet in exile, revealed on August 31, 1943 to Allied media representatives. Poland's decision on August 30, 1939, which was based on the decree for general mobilization, marks a turning point in the history of Europe. Hitler was now confronted with the inevitability to wage war at a time, and he was hoping to achieve further victories without bloodshed. It cannot be a punishable crime to attempt to win bloodless victories in the political sphere, to say nothing when it concerns the re-establishment of the law according to the principle of self-determination, and neither can it be a question, in this specific case, of it being Hitler's irrevocable determination to a bloodless victory in the height of summer in 1939. After all, the Polish question had not been exacerbated by him. Hitler contributed little to the course of diplomacy between April and August 1939. General Sosnkowski and the Polish government were fully aware that Hitler did not wish to go to war over the Polish question. Therefore, the creation of necessities was undertaken, which would force him into war. That it was not the fear of a strongly armed Germany, but, on the contrary, rather a misplaced belief in a rapid internal collapse of Germany, which was the guiding notion, principally in Warsaw, London and Washington, requires no detailed proof, since all documents testify to this. The British ambassador in Berlin was also aware of these facts. It is a horrible thought to think that Polish readiness to negotiate may save the National Socialist regime. If one considered only oneself, one would say, don't lift a finger but just see the whole thing through. But it is a terrible responsibility. When Hitler issued the attack order against Poland at 6:40 p.m. on August 31, to be carried out 4:45 a.m. on September 1, he still wanted to keep open the channel of a British mediation. In the statement about the 16-point proposal that was broadcast over the German radio, it did not say that the German proposals had lapsed owing to the non-arrival of the Polish negotiator within the time limit set for the day before, but it says that under these circumstances, meaning all those as described in the statement, as well as the negating attitude of the Polish ambassador in the afternoon, the German government cannot but regard their proposals as having been virtually rejected. Which was then, of course, confirmed by the Polish reply at 11:00 p.m. The German press was instructed not to talk of war, but rather about shooting back. What is more, everything was being done to confine the conflict, once broken out, to Poland. On September 1 at 9:50 a.m., or rather at 10:45 a.m., the British government was again informed by the Swedish mediator, Dolores, that Field Marshal Göring had received orders, in view of the Dessau Bridge having been blown up, resulting in an unavoidable suspension of the transit route through Poland into East Prussia, and in view of the fighting having taken place in the Danzig area the day before, August 31, to drive back the Polish army from the border region and to destroy the Polish air force along the frontier. Poland's refusal to negotiate with Germany was seen by the government of the Reich as proof that single-handedly nothing else could be done on their part. He, Dolores, had arranged with permission of the Führer a very friendly discussion with the British ambassador and the Polish ambassador. These pieces of information were opening up once more possibilities to intervene. Notably absent here was any mentioning of the destruction of Poland, but instead mention is made only of the border area, of the hopeless situation, as it was regarded in Germany, and of the intention to bring about negotiations. While, for this reason, no steps were taken on the German side that would cause the Polish ambassador, Lipski, to leave Berlin, so that, indeed, he remained in the capital of the Reich for several more days after September 1, Halifax replied to the mediation and discussion proposals, which had just been put forward by Dolores, 5 hours later, September 1 at 4:45 p.m., with a warning to Hitler. The next stage would be, if the German reply was unsatisfactory, and if the German troops were not promptly withdrawn from Polish territory, an ultimatum with a time limit or an immediate declaration of war. In this communication the British government made no mention of openings for negotiations in case of German compliance. During his entire period in office, Hitler had never taken any action that was directed against British vital interests, unless, of course, the unification and strengthening of Germany was interpreted in London as a violation of British vital interests. Great Britain, on the other hand, had done everything to meddle in affairs which did not at all affect her interests. They went so far as to announce Germany's annihilation, when Germany was no longer going to be humiliated by Poland, when Germany was no longer going to put up with Danzig being starved out, when Germany was no longer going to watch its ethnic minority in Poland being terrorized and ethnically cleansed, and when the Reich government was not going to wait until the first Polish military blow was struck, which was to be expected at any moment, with greedy Polish eyes set on Berlin, Danzig and East Prussia, which, considering the experiences of the First World War, would be synchronized with the advance of the French army, or so the German army would have assumed. Neville Chamberlain did, once again, deliberately misinform the House of Commons on September 1, when he stated, "We never got a copy of those proposals, Hitler's from August 30, and the first time we heard them, was on the broadcast last night." It was just as misleading, when he asserted that Ribbentrop had read these proposals to the British ambassador at top speed, meaning unintelligibly, and had proved with this that they were not at all meant to be taken seriously. This speech by Chamberlain, which once again contained thus, compare his speech of August 25, deliberate distortions, did not only expose the real power structures within British democracy, revealing that the people were not consulted on matters of vital importance to their existence, and in fact were not even given correct information, but it also exposed London's policy hostile toward peace. Because, as stated above, honesty is a precondition for a policy of peace. But the British government was not honest in the last days of peace. They did, without having been unconditionally authorized by Poland, dupe Hitler about Polish willingness to negotiate and the British desire to mediate, asking the Reich Chancellor to draw up his basis for discussions. But Halifax, in fact, was not taking any action commensurate with an intermediary. Indeed, he was fully cognizant that Polish government have not looked with favor on the possibility of mediation. This referred to the Roosevelt message of August 25, 1939, yet, nevertheless, he extended on this August 25 the unconditional guarantee to this Poland in a war mood, in accordance with his determination that any attempt to patch matters up had been out of the question since the conclusion of the German-Soviet agreement. As can now be proved, Halifax fabricated on August 28 a Polish assurance of readiness to negotiate, he deceived his ambassador, Henderson, and he added to his subterfuge maneuver concerning the note to Hitler of August 28 so much explosive matter by way of giving false news accounts to diplomats and the press that he had made it impossible thereby to reach a peaceable settlement. At the same time, Halifax was sending alarming messages to the Polish government without, however, informing them in good time of the steps they had taken in Berlin and of Hitler's reaction. He thought it more important that the Poles should perceive his guiding principle, i.e. his line. London did not protest about the Polish general mobilization, which had to be attributed in part to the Halifaxian alarmist news from the day before. Lord Halifax violated his own preconditions which he had conveyed to Hitler 2 days before, August 28, when he did not, for one single moment, take any action whatsoever as intermediary, not even at this point or beyond. The British government thwarted Hitler's expectation of a Polish plenipotentiary by delaying, from the evening of August 29 to the early hours of the morning on August 31, and they made so many provisos in the communication eventually transmitted to Warsaw that they were thereby provoking a rejection from Poland. They frustrated, thereby, a direct German-Polish contact that they themselves had recommended from becoming realized, and they made insoluble the, blown out of all proportions, question of procedure, i.e. how should the German proposals be imparted to the Polish government. The British government, therefore, was using these 3 days from 28 to 31 August for advancing the war, while simultaneously keeping Hitler in the belief that they were continuing with intensive mediation efforts. Lord Halifax also made use, during the last discussions between Hitler and Henderson, of unproved rumors according to which Germans were committing acts of sabotage in Poland. In this way he deliberately set out to also aggravate these last talks. Chamberlain and Halifax, to mention just the men responsible, misled and incited the House of Commons and world opinion on many particulars. This stance cannot be explained by saying that London took their bearings from Italy's secret affirmation to stay out of a war, August 18 and September 1, 1939, as well as from the information supplied by German resistance members, according to whom the majority of the German people was against Hitler, requiring only a display of firm language from the British government to bring about a putsch within the Reich. But the pushing for conflict by the conductors of public opinion, in Britain and the USA, as well as that of the advisers in the Foreign Office, but also the position and ultimate objective of the British government, had been decided before these pieces of information were known. Concerning the atmosphere in London during the last days of peace, there is a range of documents produced for the historian to see. Here are just a few. Chamberlain in a private letter to his sister of September 10, 1939. The final long drawn-out agonies that preceded the actual declaration of war were as nearly unendurable as could be. We were anxious to bring things to a head, but there were three complications: the secret communications that were going on with Göring and Hitler through a neutral intermediary, the conference proposal of Mussolini, and the French anxiety to postpone the actual declaration as long as possible, until they could evacuate their women and children, and mobilize their armies. There was very little of this that we could say in public. The Polish ambassador, Raczynski, wrote. Later that evening, September 2, 1939, Duncan Sandys came to see me at the embassy. He told me that he, Churchill and their friends would not give way and that they could count not only on moral support from the Labour Party, but on a large section of the Conservatives. All were resolved not to capitulate, and if Chamberlain were to weaken once again, he would be overthrown. Sir Horace Wilson, Chamberlain's closest collaborator, on September 2, 1939 to the press councillor of the German embassy in London, Dr. Fritz Hesse. England is resolved upon war, and is no longer keen on a compromise. That was the reply to a compromise request, which the Reich Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop had transmitted by telephone on September 2 to the press councillor of the German embassy in London. The Führer is prepared to withdraw from Poland and to offer compensation for damage done thus far, on the condition that we get Danzig and the road through the corridor, provided Britain takes on the role of mediator in the German-Polish conflict. You are authorized by the Führer to submit this proposal to the British Cabinet and to take up negotiations on this immediately. The British historian, A.J.P. Taylor. Ministers, led by Halifax, warned Chamberlain that the government would fall unless it sent an ultimatum to Hitler before the House met again. In this curious way the French, who had preached resistance to Germany for 20 years, appeared to be dragged into war by the British, who had for 20 years preached conciliation. Both countries went to war for that part of the peace settlement which they had long regarded as least defensible. Such were the origins of the Second World War, or rather of the war between the three Western powers over the settlement of Versailles, a war which had been implicit since the moment when the First War ended. The British Foreign Secretary, shortly after the ultimatum to Germany. We have now forced Hitler into war, so that he can no longer cancel one part after the other of the Versailles Treaty by peaceful means. The diplomat, Sir Yvonne Kirkpatrick, being in the immediate vicinity of Lord Halifax, could add his own witty remark. Lord Halifax seemed relieved that we had taken our decision, of September 3. He called for beer, which was brought down by a sleepy resident clerk in pyjamas. We laughed and joked. BBC London shortly after the outbreak of war. Hitler has started the war, but he cannot bring it to an end. Or to put it another way, one would not allow it that he should bring it to an end, no matter what the existing state of affairs. Had not Lloyd George been expounding, already on May 19, 1939 in the House of Commons, the strategy of a lengthy and ever-widening war? He was not alone amongst the British parliamentarians in holding this view. The main military purpose and scheme of the dictators is to produce quick results, to avoid a prolonged war. A prolonged war never suits dictators. And in order not to permit a quick victory of the dictators, Lloyd George thought it extremely necessary to bring into being as quickly as possible a triple agreement against them. One would do well to read the original version from Lloyd George, which Winston Churchill called Words of Wisdom. The main military purpose of the dictators and scheme of the dictators is to produce quick results, to avoid a prolonged war. A prolonged war never suits dictators. A prolonged war like the Peninsular War wears down, and the Great Russian Defense, which produced no great military victory for the Russians, broke Napoleon. Germany's ideal is now, and always has been, a war which is brought to a speedy end. The war against Austria in 1866 did not last more than a few weeks, and the war in 1870 was waged in such a way that it was practically over in a month or two. In 1914 plans were made with exactly the same aim in view, and it was very nearly achieved, and they would have achieved it but for Russia. But from the moment they failed to achieve a speedy victory, the game was up. You may depend upon it that the great military thinkers of Germany have been working out the problem: what was the mistake of 1914, what did they lack, how can they fill up the gaps and repair the blunders, or avoid them in the next war. In conformity with this strategy, Chamberlain and Halifax showed a complete disregard, both before and after the start of the war, for the Baltic states, for Poland, for Italy, to say nothing of Germany, but also treated France, willing for peace, in the same manner, when they caught France unaware at the end of March 1939 with the guarantee to Poland. Rejected immediately and with finality the mediation attempts on Mussolini's part from August 31 and September 2, for the convening of a conference for September 5, and, thereby, rendered ineffective the approval for this plan from Paris. On September 3, high-handedly, without consulting the ally, sent a 2-hour ultimatum to Germany and were urging Paris shortly afterwards to follow suit. 10 minutes before this ultimatum from London expired, at 10:50 a.m., September 3, Dolores in Berlin announced to the British Foreign Office that Göring had received formal permission from Hitler to fly to London in order to reach a rational resolution, suspension of all hostilities on the condition that the troops remain at their current fronts for the duration of the talks. Mr. Dolores telephoned to the Foreign Office at 10:50 a.m. to say that the German government had drafted their reply, which was on its way to us. It should reach us by 11, though he could not guarantee that. As a last resort, might he suggest that Field Marshal Göring should fly over to London to discuss matters? The Secretary of State sent a reply to the effect that our position had been known to the German government for some time, and we could not now delay our procedure. This telephone conversation took place half an hour after a previous telephone call, in which Dolores had told an official of the Foreign Office, Mr. Roberts, that the German side was most anxious to give satisfactory assurances to the British government not to violate the independence of Poland. However, never in world history had an army withdrawn before negotiations. Shortly after that Great Britain declared war on Germany, and at 5:00 p.m. France did likewise. Hereby was the Poland conflict turned into a European war. The same coterie, but also Stalin, the world revolutionary, would see to it that there would be a war of worldwide dimensions, that there would be an all-out war and that there would be an unbelievable brutalizing in the conduct of the war. On this September 3, 1939, however, Winston Churchill announced to his country and to the world. In this solemn hour it is a consolation to recall and to dwell upon our repeated efforts for peace. All have been ill-starred, but all have been faithful and sincere. This moral conviction alone affords that ever-fresh resilience which renews the strength and energy of people in long, doubtful and dark days. Outside, the storms of war may blow and the lands may be lashed with the fury of its gales, but in our own hearts this Sunday morning there is peace. Our hands may be active, but our consciences are at rest. As far as Lord Halifax is concerned, who, already on July 21 had rejected Henderson's suggestion of stopping or, rather, restricting press polemics, there exists a further incriminating quotation from the last day of peace. There was disquiet in the British House of Commons. A member of Parliament from the Labour Party met the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, in the lobby on September 2. "Are you still hopeful?" he asked. "If you mean hopeful for war," answered Halifax, "then your hope will be fulfilled tomorrow." "Thank God," replied the representative of the Labour Party. Chapter 12. War Guilt, before the Nuremberg Tribunal. When on January 30, 1937 the Reich government withdrew solemnly the declaration, extracted under duress in 1919, that Germany was responsible for the First World War, not one of the Versailles powers objected. This did not stop them, however, from once more dishing up in 1939, as in the years following down to this day, the worn-out lie about the war guilt of 1914, so as to create a Super Versailles that would exceed all the formerly perpetrated violations against justice, morals, sense of decency and truth. Here is what historians say about the Versailles Treaty. The enforcing of decisions with violence and destruction, making a mockery of the right of self-determination, this threat to world peace behind the mask of the peace treaty, which could become an even bigger disaster for the world than the war, which will destroy the idea of justice for many generations and render impossible a world order founded on moral principles. This system of treaties that produces a permanent state of war, which means the continuation of war under a different guise, these intrigues and dishonorable maneuverings, which have turned the Versailles Treaty and the other four subsequent treaties into the biggest fraud in history. But the same or even worse violations of international law were again, in Potsdam and Nuremberg in 1945 to 1946, put in the statute book for further political development. Instead of the 27 states standing in for the conscience of the world, this time there would be gathered an assemblage from the rank and file, even more ignorant, misinformed and hungry for the spoils, with the promise of henceforth playing a role in world politics, repeatedly emphasized by F.D. Roosevelt. Although after 1918 it had become more and more obvious over the years that, by solely charging the defeated enemy, the problem of war cannot be perceived, solved, or judged in a historically accurate way, these same victorious powers, in 1945 in Potsdam and Nuremberg, were basing their way of thinking once more on the vengeful, destructive spirit of Versailles, just as they had done once before after the First World War. Nothing has changed in the judging of the defeated adversary. Any doubts about his guilt were not to be tolerated. At the most a discussion of the prosecution's arguments was allowed. The Soviet prosecutor General Nikitchenko, described as a murderer many times over of his own comrades, stated at the time of the Nuremberg war criminal trials. The guilt of the accused has already been decided by the heads of governments at Moscow and Tehran. The one remaining task of this court is, therefore, merely to give them the punishment they deserve. The repeatedly made proposals from the Weimar government to have an international commission examine the question of war guilt by analyzing all the documents were refused by the victorious powers after 1919. In 1945, these selfsame allies, now together with the Soviet Union, nipped in the bud any such request from the outset. They imprisoned the German leadership in so far as their members had not been immediately liquidated, convicted them in accordance with the communist criminal justice system of collective guilt, dismembered and divided Germany, and made any tendency or stirring disagreeable to the occupation powers, also that of an oppositional intellectual spirit, a punishable offense. Propaganda and revenge justice transformed the war lies into historical truths, into purposefully crafted political dogmas. The war objective of the Allied camp, an even more ruthless Versailles, was put into effect also with regards to the defaming of the principles and morality of the German people. Slogans, expressions, errors of judgment taken to the furthest extremes, prevention of any factual criticism, the moralistic pariah treatment of the vanquished enemy and, for themselves, the obstruction of their own wrongful actions, nobody cared what means and methods were used to achieve their ends. If one did not support at full volume the dogma of sole German guilt, one had to face being sentenced as a fascist war criminal or have his professional occupation ruined for being incorrigible, a stick in the mud, or a reactionary. Nuremberg, city of party rallies and conferences held by the fallen regime, was the choice for the performance of sentencing the fascist war criminals, those German prisoners to whom the judges of the Inter-Allied Military Tribunal, IMT, were referring to as criminals, even before the start of proceedings. The charges to be brought were exclusively made against these, and only these. Given an interpretation of the law such as this, the historical task to which the International Military Tribunal laid claim was bound to be a failure from the start. The American chief prosecutor, Robert H. Jackson, declared unequivocally, "We must not let ourselves be drawn into a trial of the causes of the war. I believe that this trial would do much harm if it examined the political causes of the war." These and similar lines of reasoning were used during the years 1943 to 1945 by numerous British and American voices who, instead of having to bother with legal proceedings, wanted to seize hold of Hitler and his cronies for wholesale execution. U.S. Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, believed that in a trial, deceitful defense argumentation could still produce a dangerous propaganda effect. Yet in spite of this, the Allies decided, with the Moscow Declaration of October 30, 1943 and the London Agreement of August 8, 1945, upon holding show trials in furtherance of their political interests and by utilizing the courts of law for their propaganda. The jurisdiction of the International Military Tribunal for trying the major war criminals was defined in a statute, the Charter, in such a way that no other outcome was at all possible than the beforehand agreed-upon punishment of the defendants. In this statute it was stipulated, amongst other things, that the tribunal must reject objections raised on grounds of interest with regard to the judges nominated by the victor, Article 3. Had as their area of responsibility to charge exclusively members of the Axis powers, Article 6. Was to declare invalid the appeal of the defendants to the principle of acting under orders, superior orders, Article 8. Shall not be bound by technical rules of evidence, instead, it shall adopt and apply to the greatest possible extent expeditious and non-technical procedure, Articles 18 and 19. Shall not require proof of facts of common knowledge but shall take judicial notice thereof, Article 21, this would, of course, cover all propaganda claims. At this conference, London August 8, 1945, prosecutors and judge consulted before the trial upon the method by which the accused should be brought to punishment. The minutes of the conference have been published by the Americans. No effort was made to provide a general statement of international law by which the actions of the accused should be judged. Instead, these actions were considered and a law drafted expressly to exclude the defenses that it was anticipated the accused might advance. Such was the Statute of Nuremberg, the basis for the war criminal trials. The result of war crime trials has been not to create international law but to destroy that law of nations which our ancestors had patiently built up over the centuries. Irrespective of this statute that was perverting the course of justice, the distinguishing feature of the Nuremberg proceedings was the countless infringements of the law. It is in contravention of every legal norm. When the victor is both the prosecutor as well as the judge and has nominated himself for this office. When his function is prosecuting attorney and lawmaker at the same time. When he condemns actions which hitherto were neither provided for by statute or were in contravention of international law, e.g. the preparatory planning of a campaign by a general staff officer or the supplying of arms by a contractor. When he repeals legal clauses and systems of values which were binding on the defendants and the entire defeated nation and establishes arbitrarily new norms that fulfill his purposes, crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, support of an unlawful state etc., and then will interpret these norms dialectically. When he declares German reprisals in partisan warfare retroactively as crimes and punishable as criminal acts, while the causes provoking them are disregarded. When he withholds documents from the defense while serving other documents at short notice, refuses witnesses for the defense and rejects the motion to hear evidence, and when the defense is threatened also with arrest and, indeed, is taken into custody just as soon as they make a protest against some breach of the law. When he distorts the meaning of documents by means of shortening, by falsifying or by shifting of emphasis, and when he then adjudges as authentic these papers, so badly mangled were totally falsified. When he trivializes or conceals decisive interconnections and contexts. When witnesses are being kept in long-term imprisonment and are put under pressure with threats of handing them over to the Soviet Secret Services, GPU, or bringing charges against them, thus coercing them into making false statements and committing perjury. When he allows agents of the victorious powers to appear as witnesses. When he brings in procedures that label just about everybody as members of a criminal organization and, therefore, treats him potentially as a criminal offender. When he, after having availed himself of his newly created legal clauses for his vengeful purposes, cancels them again immediately, thus denying them to all other nations, and consequently to future international law. The fact that all these manipulations had to be carried out in order to justify the sentences arranged beforehand, although the biased makeup of the tribunal and the one-sided charges would already assure the outcome, is proof of just how shaky the ground was for the prosecution. When punitive actions do no longer require the proof of individual guilt as a prerequisite, but rather symbolize collective retaliatory measures, or when they are even meant to influence the entire sociological strata of a nation for political aims, then they become eminently political measures. Such disregard for the juridical character of a war crime punishment became very clear to the Allies in the conference year of 1943. When Stalin in 1943 in Tehran proposed the shooting of 50,000 German officers, making it into a war objective, he was not at all prompted by the aim of punitive action for particular crimes. He regarded this measure merely as an appropriate way of breaking Germany's military strength forever. By the year 1946, nothing had changed in this basic position of the Allied conception. During the 50 years before the Second World War, the German nation and their governmental systems have been appraised in extremely varied ways and, in fact, according to the momentary interests of several great powers, right up to the statement of Harry Truman, former senator and later President of the United States of America. If we find that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, but if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and in this way they will kill each other all the more thoroughly. Based on this attitude, the value judgment thus established was turned into a worldwide dogma in 1945-46 by changing this totally one-sided basic principle of the victorious enemy into an international legal title and historical truth, by virtue of force of arms. The contrivances that had become necessary in this way for the perversion of the course of justice also required from the Inter-Allied Military Tribunal an uncritical acceptance of the Allied war policies and war aims. In a like manner, this same International Military Tribunal had to cut off rigorously any references to Versailles, the root of the matter of the Second World War, as well as references to responsibilities which, in the period between the two world wars, are resting clearly on the shoulders of Germany's enemies. One had no hesitation about constructing international law on such artificially concocted premises, and this in plain view of the public at large throughout the world. Furthermore, the International Military Tribunal did not at all take account of the factors that had led to the collapse of parliamentary democracy and, consequently, the Weimar system in Germany. These factors were not ignored because they were issues of German internal affairs, though, because all the internal affairs that appeared to be incriminating in Germany between 1933 and 1945 were very well brought into play. How can it be reconciled with the maxims of the law if a country, the USSR, at the beginning of war, is on the side of the aggressor, Hitler's, holding his enemies, Britain, France, Poland, responsible for the outbreak of war, then, at the end of the war, turns 180 degrees and puts all the blame on this aggressor, but, sometime after the liquidation of the aggressor state, once more transfers a large part of the list of sins back onto those countries, Britain, France, the United States, that it had pronounced guilty initially? How can it be reconciled with the maxims of the law, when Germany is charged with a war of aggression against Poland, while at the same time the Soviet Union, having likewise attacked Poland in October 1939, having attacked Finland in late 1939, having occupied Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia and parts of Romania in 1940, and, after their victory over Germany in 1945, once more incorporated into her own territory eastern Poland, the Baltic states, and parts of Hungary and Romania, is placed on the bench as honorable judge. There is hardly a legal principle that was not trampled underfoot at Nuremberg. In the absence of a law there can be neither crime nor punishment, acting under orders or duress is not punishable, nobody must be removed from his judiciary, nobody may be the judge of his own case, nobody may be called to account for the deeds of others. After the unconditional surrender that was all yesterday's law, no longer valid for the judges at Nuremberg. Indeed, there never has been a victor, up to now, that destroyed quite so systematically and utterly the entire political literature of his defeated enemy and, consequently, deprived historical research of it, as was done with the National Socialist literature after the German surrender in 1945, in all occupation zones. The public at large throughout the world pass over this fact without any hint of criticism and with inconceivable self-satisfaction carry on with their hypocritical postulates, freedom of thought and speech, equal rights and the right of self-determination, democracy in a state under the rule of law. It matters not to them that at war's end and basically ever since almost every possibility of an intellectual defense was taken away from the prostrate German nation. Every fiber of our being revolts at the thought that highly civilized nations are allowed once more, 1945, to appeal not to the judgment of the law but to that of might. How true was the statement from the Indian representative at the war crime trials in Tokyo in 1947-48, Judge Rahabinod Pal. The farce of a trial of vanquished leaders by the victors was itself an offense against humanity. It is significant of the Nuremberg and Tokyo proceedings that not one single judge has, as yet, shown willing to answer to the serious criticism appearing in many countries with regard to this justice. Such a judge would have been obliged to discard the legal maxim, if a breach of the law is to be redressed, then the legal proceedings trying to redress them must be lawful themselves. The United Nations organization covered up this blindfolded law. It has condoned the extermination campaign against Germany along with the aims and resulting consequences, just as much as it condoned the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials, all in the name of world conscience. Having come of age since the Washington Pact of January 1, 1942, it simply sees itself as the child of the coalition forces against the Third Reich and Japan. Only those states were initially admitted to the club of hypocritical nations that would support, without any criticism, the war aims and the methods of Allied warfare, those that would fight against these enemies of humanity, and would recognize the United Nations Charter, including Articles 53 and 107, which expressly declared and still declare as lawful all wartime and post-war measures against any state which during the Second World War has been an enemy of any signatory of the present Charter. The General Assembly of the thus founded UNO, in order to safeguard against anticipated repercussions of the war criminal trials on future international law, has refused expressly, in a basic resolution of December 1948, to recognize that international military tribunal legal maxims as valid international law. But, to be sure, for the sentencing of Germany's elite after World War II, the United Nations sanctioned their use to this day. It is a grotesque reality that the law applied against Germany since that time has not only lost its legal force, but has even been explicitly denounced by the Universal Forum of its initiators, without, however, rehabilitating Germany's name or, rather, Germany's politics, or even just setting into motion a fair historical examination into the causes of the war. British historian A. J. P. Taylor expounded on the documents of the Nuremberg war criminal trials. Though these Nuremberg documents look imposing in their endless volumes, they are dangerous material for a historian to use. They were collected, hastily and almost at random, as a basis for lawyers' briefs. This is not how historians would proceed. The lawyer aims to make a case, the historian wishes to understand a situation. The evidence which convinces lawyers often fails to satisfy us, our method seems singularly imprecise to them. But even lawyers must now have qualms about the evidence at Nuremberg. The documents were chosen not only to demonstrate the war guilt of the men on trial but to conceal that of the prosecuting powers. A U.S. historian stated likewise, "Even more important than the travesties with respect to law and equity was the assurance that these trials make wars far more brutal and ruthless in the future. In all wars to come the losers will be regarded as the aggressors, no matter what the facts, and will be punished accordingly. Hence, no methods of wartime destruction, however horrible, can be spared to produce victory, at whatever human and material cost. The trials will, therefore, produce exactly the reverse of the results which were represented as their main justification." Chapter 13. Documents against Hitler. Demands for living space, Lebensraum, in Mein Kampf. The references in Mein Kampf, pages 732, 740 to 742, 757, to the question, yet to be solved, of Lebensraum, living space, in the East, Russia, are often given as proof for Hitler's belligerent intentions and long-term planning of conquest and, consequently, for the war guilt. It is ludicrous to want to assert that Hitler, onward from the time in prison in Landsberg in 1925 up to his death in 1945, was holding in his hands the initiative in the sphere of world politics, while all the other, considerably more powerful sovereign nations in Europe and throughout the world were only counteracting defensively to his moves, it being beyond their capability to take active measures. This, though, would be the cause and effect conclusion one would reach, if one were to offer Mein Kampf as a resource of evidence, in the area of foreign policy. If, on the other hand, one calls into play Mein Kampf as underlying the investigation for appraising the war guilt question, then this, too, would only be a meaningful testimony if one were to compare it, at the same time, with all the public utterances made by French, British, Polish and Soviet publicists and politicians during the 1920s. Only when put within this framework would it be possible to assess the level of agitation prevailing at that period in the area of domestic and foreign politics. Only when put within that time frame would it become clear that Hitler was not out of place with Mein Kampf. Taking the same measuring rod, by which nowadays is deduced, without further thought, Hitler's war guilt from Mein Kampf, as a basis for the former works of Winston Churchill, for the stated objectives of Poincaré or Clemenceau, Masaryk, Beneš, Pilsudski, Lloyd George, Lenin or Stalin, or even just of the representatives of the German parties during the Weimar time, then war guilt or, that is to say, determination for war, could be ascribed to these in much the same irresponsible fashion. In 1932 Professor Theodore Hughes commented on the aforementioned works. Bound up with the romantic memories of the grand colonization achievements of the German Middle Ages that were taken across the Elbe to the east, is the present, quite impossible, solution which the Versailles system has enforced upon the German eastern borders. Because there has been created here an unbearable source of irritation and friction, so the emotional sentiment would tend toward this direction all the more easily, recognizing the delicate nature of the European problems in the East. These reflections from a politician who was himself averse to the National Socialist movement show at least that in the Weimar Republic Mein Kampf, whose title was originally to have been 4.5 years of struggle against lies, stupidity, and cowardice, was regarded even by Hitler's followers as a temperamental outburst of an emotionally charged politician distressed by the pitiful state of his fatherland, not, however, as an agenda for a future belligerent policy. These were the utterances of a public speaker and young party leader, not of a mature statesman. As a statesman Hitler did not, until the outbreak of war, pursue such aims in any way. Even the prosecution at the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal in 1945–46 did not manage to prove from the German secret documents that the Czech crisis, or the Polish campaign, or even the Russian campaign were connected with German plans for conquest, for settlement, or for extermination, let alone to have been based on them. Rather, it could be proved that underlying all of these fateful stages were entirely different causes, reasons, motives and considerations. Hitler would doubtless have done well, as a statesman, to have expunged from Mein Kampf these utterances from that time. Nevertheless, it should be emphasized that he repeatedly had stated in public that he was not a writer but a politician and should, therefore, be judged on his politics, not by each word of his musings behind bars, originally meant to appear as a series of leading articles for the party newspaper, Völkischer Beobachter. I am not a writer, but a statesman. I shall write the revision of Mein Kampf into the book of history. Declared Hitler on February 21, 1936 in an interview with the correspondent of the French daily Paris Soir, and he then had this interview, together with the controversial parts from Mein Kampf, published on the front page of all the German newspapers. The publication of this interview was to run into unusual difficulties in Paris. That much I do know. Had I foreseen in 1924 that I would become Chancellor of the Reich, I would not have written the book. Hitler, without a doubt, had no time as statesman to rectify his book. Isolated corrections would remain incomplete. Mein Kampf had been written in the early period of the NSDAP, and it was closely attached to the politics of the day, the journalism and the agitation of its time. In the same way that the comments and observations regarding France were born of the post-war situation of that time and the French occupation of the Ruhr region, so, likewise, must Hitler's ideas about the East in Mein Kampf not be regarded as a definite foreign policy guideline of the Third Reich vis-à-vis a much strengthened Soviet Union. Mein Kampf was neither a catechism of the National Socialist worldview, Weltanschauung, nor a theoretical foundation stone for the domestic, foreign, economic, social or cultural policies of the German Reich. Rather the program of the NSDAP, which did not assume a more concrete shape until later, as well as Hitler's maturing stature over the years, one only needs to appraise his speeches made as a statesman, and moreover the many unpredictable influences from home and abroad affecting German politics. These were to determine the direction of the NSDAP when wearing the mantle of state, not the book Mein Kampf which, with agitating intent, had been hastily jotted down during a time of an internal political power struggle. As for the claims for Lebensraum in Mein Kampf, the following deliberations should be taken into account, which might have affected Hitler's world of thought. Hitler wanted, in this respect all contemporary historians are of one mind, to win over Britain. As a realist, he knew that he had better remove Britain's concern about a possible German threat by announcing, from the outset, that the German direction of interests lay in the East. Hitler also tried to calm any fears from the countries on the continent which could have arisen from the prospective argument of a demographic German population pressure for those countries. He wanted to make it clear that he was not even making any claims on France. He tried to moderate France's hostile attitude by orientating Germany's line of vision toward the East. In the face of communist ideology and Soviet might, the tenor and basic nature of which Hitler had understood much sooner than anyone else, he realized that he would not have achieved any more with a friendly attitude toward the USSR than he might lose with a determined policy of independence. It mattered to Hitler to gain some understanding in the world for Germany's shortage of space, for the crammed existence of her population and for the injustice of the Versailles deprivation of territory, especially in the East. Hitler's Lebensraum explanations were meant to counter the Weimar tendencies for relinquishment and appeasement. Expressed in figures, the German nation had trebled within 1 century, but the German Lebensraum, on the other hand, had considerably decreased. No German politician could overlook these realities. Still unknown at that time were the possibilities of feeding a growing population, even in a limited space, with the aid of industrial and technical means. At any rate, the dire economic straits during the Weimar period did not foster such hopes. And when, as a last resort, a French prime minister, such as Clemenceau, had declared that, planned within a program, it would be quite a good thing for 25 million Germans to die, since there were too many of them in the world, then such a recommendation would naturally have provoked in Hitler precisely the opposite reaction, namely, to attempt everything possible to secure for his people the essential means of existence and the claims to Lebensraum derived from historical rights. Key documents of the International Military Tribunal on Hitler's non-public speeches. At the so-called Nuremberg war crime trials in 1945–46, the prosecution submitted some documents which refer to alleged secret discussions held by Hitler. The Inter-Allied Military Tribunal, which called itself falsely International Military Tribunal, upgraded the status of these papers to documents, indeed to key documents, because they allegedly provide the key to Hitler's foreign policy, seeing that Hitler's politics and Hitler's real aims from 1937 to 1939 are reflected in these and only these. The German defendants were convicted partly on the strength of these documents. On all of the international military tribunals, key documents dealing with Hitler's non-public addresses, their origin, authenticity, contents and date are so very controversial that every objective expert from the outset, i.e. immediately after their discovery in the year 1945, should have rejected these documents as forgeries and falsifications, which in part has happened already, albeit couched in diplomatically guarded form, before the Nuremberg Tribunal. Although the victorious powers in 1945 confiscated all the files of the Reich government, took personal control of them and analyzed them, though refusing permission outright to neutral commissions to examine them and denying the defense in Nuremberg their frequent requests for access to any evidence to prove the origin of doubtful documents, this did not at all prevent the historians from uncritically accepting and disseminating that which the International Military Tribunal utilizes as incriminating documents, which they have included in their volumes of documents and passed off as documents from captured German files, irrespective of whether this is true or not. Consequently, the key documents had so much publicity that any historian striving for objectivity will need to tackle the problem. The first of these key documents is the so-called Hossbach Memorandum. The Hossbach Memorandum, Hitler's address to the commanders-in-chief of the Wehrmacht on November 5, 1937. The so-called Hossbach Memorandum is not available in any shape or form, neither as an original nor as a copy, nor has it ever been. There exists merely the photocopy of a typewritten copy which had been slipped privately, the source remained unknown, without a signature, to the Americans in 1945. This photocopy is since that time, contrary to the truth, accepted as, in the keeping of the German government in the archives and also captured therein. This photocopy was upgraded to prosecution document and was marked 386, PS, Exhibit US 25. The secretary, Colonel Hossbach, a member of the opposition against Hitler, does not vouch, according to his own statement, for every single word, and has refused to authenticate the photocopy of the typewritten copy, PS 386, that was presented by the International Military Tribunal prosecution as being identical to his original notes. When called as a witness during the International Military Tribunal trial, he stated, "It is beyond my knowledge as to how one or several typewritten copies of my one and only handwritten minutes could have materialized. To this day these curious events leading to those copies are still unknown. The truth is that no minutes were taken officially, and that Colonel Hossbach had written down Hitler's exposition, by hand and from memory, only 5 days after the meeting. His reason for doing so remains completely in the dark, he had no such orders. He could not do shorthand, he had not even taken any notes during the talk and, therefore, he was not in a position to give a verbatim and complete account of the meeting. He relied on his memory, as he declared in a notarized affidavit on June 18, 1946. These notes giving the gist are all the more questionable, since there existed already, on the very same November 5, 1937, differences of opinion between the Reich War Minister von Blomberg and the Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe, Colonel General Göring, as to what Hitler had actually said and wanted. Already before the start of the meeting, the Commanders-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe and the Navy, Göring and Admiral Dr. H.C. Raeder, had been informed that Hitler wanted merely to rectify more vigorously the deficiencies in armament. The Colonel General, later Field Marshal, von Brauchitsch only learned about these talks in Nuremberg in 1945. Neither the Chief of German Army General Staff, Colonel General Beck, nor the Commander-in-Chief of the German Army, until 1938, Colonel General von Fritsch, regarded the talks to be of sufficient importance to inform von Brauchitsch about them as the succeeding Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Hence any later overstating of the importance of the talks loses all credibility by these facts alone. Hitler's expositions are founded on hypothetical considerations which, in the event of a possible war between Great Britain and Italy, could affect German policy. There was no talk of planning an offensive war, much less a world war. That is why no decision aiming at an objective of that kind could have been imposed on the commanders-in-chief. A concrete plan was neither proposed nor was it devised. Not even any foreign policy guidelines for the coming years were laid down, but merely possibilities for development were written down, and any response to them was shown. For the rest, the Reich War Minister von Blomberg had taken over the initiative for the meeting, so that differences of opinion between the Reich War Minister and the Commissioner for the 4-year plan, with regard to the allocation of raw materials to the 3 branches of the Wehrmacht, would be settled by Hitler's decision. The assertion that Hitler had chosen this occasion and this panel, von Blomberg, von Fritsch, Raeder, Göring, Reich Foreign Minister Baron von Neurath, to arrange his testamentary estate, is not convincing. According to the photocopy that the International Military Tribunal presented, Hitler, by way of introduction, supposedly requested of those present to regard his exposition as testamentary estate in the event of his demise. It makes no sense, however, that Hitler, who used very few notes, should have chosen just this circle of 5, with Hossbach, 6, without even his deputy, Rudolf Hess, to impart to them, without having first recorded it in written form, a bequest, which, more to the point, did not even provide answers to essential questions. As Hermann Göring observed, as far as the word testament is concerned, the use of this word contradicts the Führer's views completely. Judging by the revealed contents, it is equally nonsensical that Hitler would have refused twice to sign Hossbach's minutes, as he, for the present, had no time. There were simply no minutes prepared to begin with. Further are there to be found, in conspicuous harmony, both in the Hossbach memorandum and also in the other key documents, interconnections which, at the time of the conference, were not as yet known, since they happened only later, when here in the Hossbach memorandum, for example, Hitler is purported to have said that a French offensive would probably be brought to a standstill on our western fortifications. Then he could only have said something like that after the completion of the West Wall, Siegfried Line. The undertaking of this West Wall got off the ground in 1936, and construction commenced in 1937, with an estimated construction period of 12 years. This was accelerated only because of the Czech mobilization in May 1938. There could hardly be any question of a protective wall at this point in time. A further means of identifying this photocopy as a forgery can be spotted, as regards contents, in that it cannot be identical to the original transcript of which no member of the government actually had any knowledge, let alone had countersigned, because it has been, apart from its distorted representation in several invented sentences, also shortened in its contents. So, for example, the discussion between Göring, von Blomberg and von Fritsch, is missing. Why then did Hitler hold this conference? This question was not asked at Nuremberg, it has not been asked by historians. The conference of November 5, 1937 was a curious gathering. Only Göring was a Nazi. The others were old-style conservatives who had remained in office to keep Hitler under control. All of them except Raeder were to be dismissed from their posts within 3 months. Hitler knew that all except Göring were his opponents. Why did he reveal his inmost thoughts to men whom he distrusted and whom he was shortly to discharge? This question has an easy answer: he did not reveal his inmost thoughts. There was no crisis in foreign policy to provoke a broad discussion or sweeping decisions. The conference was a maneuver in domestic affairs. This analysis makes it clear, the so-called Hossbach Memorandum does not furnish any proof that Hitler had been planning a conspiracy against peace. On the contrary, it is a classic example of how the post-war judiciary and their propaganda historians were forced to fall back on the notes of German resistance member and still had to falsify and exaggerate these in order to give such an indictment a veneer of credibility. Hitler's address to the German press. November 10, 1938. The contents of this speech by Hitler to the German media were allegedly kept a secret until they were identified only after the war. This document, was not available to the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg 1945-46, but was discovered only later. It is nonetheless part of the subject matter under discussion here, chronologically speaking and with regards to contents. It is in a like manner passed off as proof that Hitler had been planning war for many years. The following statements, besides others, are found in it. In this, we have set ourselves many tasks this year, which we aim to reach, with our propaganda. The gradual preparing of the German people is first. Circumstances have forced me to speak for decades almost exclusively of peace. It goes without saying that promoting such peace propaganda over decades is not without some risks, because all too easily can the view take hold in the minds of many people that the present regime identifies with the resolve and the intention to keep the peace at all cost. This, however, would not only lead to a false appraisal of the goals of this system. Pure necessity was the reason why I was talking for decades only about peace. They, the German people, must learn to believe in the final victory with such fanaticism. This document is possibly even more doubtful than the Hossbach Memorandum. Leaving aside the absurdity of announcing, a full year ahead of the ostensibly planned strike, to the press one's own intentions for war, a decision for attack is usually kept secret. There were at that time no references made to this speech in the entire foreign press, and the press at home published no provocative articles. Since all the German press had apparently interpreted this address by the Führer as moderate and had used it along these lines, this renders invalid from the outset all later attempts at trying to construe it as proof for Hitler's determination for war. It is superfluous to point out the explanations from the Institut für Zeitgeschichte, German Official Institute for Contemporary History, in its quarterly journal, Viertelgeschichte für Zeitgeschichte, No. 2, 1958, pages 175 ff, where it is admitted that the sound recording of this speech, the only tangible form of evidence, cannot be authenticated in regard to either its physical substance or to its language, and that the record under consideration contains only a part of the alleged speech anyway. It is also worthwhile to keep in mind that this speech was made on the day following the so-called Kristallnacht, the anti-Jewish pogrom in Germany which, as Hitler was well aware, sullied Germany's reputation internationally. Hitler's address to the senior officers of the Wehrmacht. May 23, 1939. Grand Admiral Raeder described this alleged document 079-L, International Military Tribunal Volume 37, pages 546-F, the so-called Schmutt Report, as the most abstruse document concerning a Hitler speech in existence, for a large part of the statements in my opinion makes no sense whatsoever. This sheet of paper, cover page with 15 pages attached, passed off by the International Military Tribunal as document from the captured German archives, has, with the exception of top secret, to be handled by officer only, no heading, no date, no official stamp to denote classified matter, no countersignature. It is handwritten, giving just the gist of the content, and it contains corrections in ink, which were later inserted at some undefined point in time, not by the hand of Schmutt. Schmutt had succumbed to his injuries on October 1, 1944, having incurred these during the attempted assassination of July 20. The authenticity of his signature is doubtful. The document has not been registered in the Secret Material Journal, although that would have been imperative for a matter of top secret, to be handled by officer only. Furthermore, there is no detail given about the number of copies. The supposed document is riddled with contradictions and inconsistencies, consists of statements that have no thematic link, and it has totally unheard of political targets. Contradictions. There are registered on the attendance list, among others, the names of Göring and Colonel Warlimont. Field Marshal Milch denied strongly that Göring had been present, since it fell to him, as Göring's deputy, to go to the Reich Chancellery. So Göring could most definitely not give an answer to this question. Warlimont's attendance would appear to be incorrect. Called to attend were the commanders-in-chief of the three branches of the Wehrmacht, von Brauchitsch, Göring, Raeder, the chief of the High Command of the Wehrmacht, OKW, Keitel, and their general staff chiefs, Halder, Jeschenek, Schneiwind, the State Secretary for Aviation, Milch, the chief adjutant of the Wehrmacht assigned to the Führer and Chancellor of the Reich, as well as several adjutants of the Wehrmacht. Warlimont, on the other hand, was section chief in the operational office of the Wehrmacht, Wehrmachtsführungsamt, in the OKW. Since the chief of the OKW, Keitel, Warlimont's superior, was present, this alone made Warlimont's attendance unnecessary. As well as Warlimont himself, all other witnesses confirmed that he had not attended the meeting. Also, Warlimont did not even hear anything later on about this meeting. Even the Department of National Defense in the operational office of the Wehrmacht, WFA, did not have Hitler's alleged remarks passed on to them. According to the Schmutt report, Hitler had been speaking of the essential need to get ready for a war within 15 to 20 years and to prepare a plan for an offensive accordingly. In reality, however, and this is also mentioned in other passages of the document submitted, he had kept to the meager armament program that was geared up to the years 1943 to 45 in unchanged form, and it has been proved that he was continually striving to strictly minimize an eventual conflict to the point that, after the campaign in France, he even began demobilization. Here are some passages of this document, which contradict themselves. The problem, Poland, cannot be disassociated from the showdown with the West. It must not come to a simultaneous showdown with the West and the East. If England wants to intervene in the Polish War, then the fight must be primarily against England and France, and we must make a lighting attack on Holland. It is better to fall upon the West and finish off Poland at the same time. We cannot allow ourselves be drawn into a war on two fronts on account of Poland. England is the motive force driving against Germany. It is not Danzig that is at stake. For us it is a matter of expanding our living space in the East and making food supplies secure and also solving the problem of the Baltic states. Food supplies can only be obtained from thinly populated areas. The populations of non-German territories do not render military service and are available for labor service. Leaving aside the fact that the undefinable and unspecified formula solution of the problem is used too often in this document to seem credible, the just quoted comments take it for granted that Germany wanted to incite a war in the West, which was totally incorrect as far as German foreign policy was concerned. Then it says in other places, quite unexpectedly, we are left with the decision to attack Poland at the first suitable opportunity, yet such a decision did not at all exist. Hitler's later order for attack, of August 31, 1939, had nothing to do, as has been explained already, with the intention to attack Poland at the first suitable opportunity. The aim will always be to force England to her knees. This is the program of attack. The setting up of a small planning staff in the OKW for maintaining secrecy. When it is implied that Hitler had already revealed his program of attack to precisely those people from whom he was now trying to conceal it with the setting up of a planning staff, and when, on August 22, 1939, he apparently elucidated, once more, to these very same people the very same program of attack in, just to crown it all, a rabble-rousing gibberish, so then the farcical nonsense of such addresses becomes evident, and with it the falsification of these compositions. The historian Michael Freund writes about this protocol. One cannot consider the report as an exact transcript of the speech. Also, it is not at all certain that Hitler wanted to announce his actual intentions and ideas during this conference. Some of it is obviously just saying the first thing that comes into his head. Yet in spite of this, Freund awards this paper the impression of credibility. What an unscientific way to give an opinion from the pen of an historian. In this meeting, of which there is not one faultless transcript in existence, were again described in theory merely the different alternatives that would be affecting German policy, and which would be brought about by a possible determination for war on the part of Britain, France and Poland. Since at this conference no minutes were taken either and therefore no copies were to be distributed, the deliberations on the situation do not constitute a conclusion reached by the Führer. The purpose of the meeting is the formation of a research staff within the OKW, High Command of the Wehrmacht, which will have to keep the Führer informed. Theirs was the brief to study and provide for all possible military contingencies to ensure military success in a confrontation, as it is practiced by every military leadership in the world. Not even from the document 079-L, International Military Tribunal Volume 37, p. 546, can it be deduced that this planning staff had been given a definite military decision for an operative planning. Had this been the case, then perhaps one could have inferred a determination for war. The Reich Foreign Minister, von Ribbentrop, stated before the International Military Tribunal Nuremberg. I know that he, Hitler, repeatedly told me that one had to talk with military men as if war was about to break out here or there on the next day. Yet the former Colonel General Keitel had left this conference on May 23, 1939, believing that there would be no war in 1939. He was not alone in holding that opinion. Just as an example, Field Marshal von Brauchitsch quoted before the International Military Tribunal Nuremberg Hitler's words from this conference. I should be an idiot if on account of Poland I were to drift into a war, like those incapable people of 1914. And when, in reply to the observation made by Field Marshal Milch that the production of heavy bombs was quite inadequate in the event of a war, and must be immediately increased, Hitler said that there was ample time for such measures, the military leaders were bound to conclude from this that Hitler had made military preparations only to support the initiated political moves, but that he would on no account risk an armed conflict with Poland. Of course, declarations such as these were naturally not in the submitted document. Consequently, they cannot be protocols, cannot be proper minutes. Further, contradictions. A number of alleged statements could not have been made, since they were not consistent with the conditions prevailing at that time. Refer to later events, as can be proved. Why would Hitler have emphasized that he, therefore, must reserve to himself the final order to strike, when, after all, nobody else but he would have been responsible for giving such an order anyway, and when he had not issued any directives preparing for an attack? Economic relations with Russia are only possible if and when political relations have improved. In reality, however, Hitler had still a very reserved attitude at the time of the talks toward a political rapprochement with the USSR, whereas economic ties with Moscow, concerning the Czech commitments, already existed, and on May 30, 1939 the resumption of negotiations on trade and commerce were proposed by the German side. As has been proved, Hitler had no belligerent intentions toward the West. Yet it is precisely this aspect, which the Schmutt report tries to make the center of attention by stressing Britain's might and minimizing that of France. Germany does not bleed to death on land. This sentence is nonsensical, if placed within the situation in May 1939, but would seem feasible when placed within the period after the campaign of France in June 1940. The same applies to the details given on the tactical operations of the Italian army against France. As for Italy, we shall continue to abide by the Maginot Line breakthrough, which is to be studied. The Führer thinks this breakthrough possible. Since Hitler had not made any preparations for war against the West and, since he endeavored to limiting a potential conflict with Poland to only that country, even excluding Italy from it, and since, furthermore, both Mussolini as well as Hitler were aware of Italy's inadequate preparations for war, such a remark from Hitler is nonsensical in May 1939. It would only have been conceivable in June 1940. Any further demonstrations of this kind, as contained in this protocol, are unnecessary. Subjecting this document to critical scrutiny will lead one to a devastating appraisal of its value as an historical testimony. The President of the International Military Tribunal must have been aware of this too when he, in carrying out his political assignment, cut short the person who had taken part in this very meeting, i.e. Grand Admiral Raeder, who was attempting to point out the inconsistencies and the absurdity of this document 079-L. Since then, apparently no author or historian has deemed it necessary to resume from where Grand Admiral Raeder had been interrupted. Hitler's address to the Commanders-in-Chief of the Wehrmacht. August 22, 1939. 3 different versions of this meeting were introduced at the International Military Tribunal. Volume 41, pages 16 to 25, Doc. Retter 27, signed Bohm. Volume 26, p. 338, Doc. 798, ps. Volume 26, p. 523, Doc. 1014, ps. Second address. The documents 798, ps and 1014, ps are written on one and the same kind of paper, with the same typewriter. They have no heading, no stamp indicating secret matter, no date, no list of names of those present, no signature. Even later on, the prosecution did not produce any established proof of origin, as had been requested. It was claimed that these two pieces of paper were taken from captured German files. If this were true, their form ought to be correct, but that is not the case. Since it has been established that no minutes were taken at this meeting either, the German archives could contain no such text. These actualities of the situation are proof, furthermore, that this address by Hitler was not in the form of a program outline and was not the basis of a decision. From that fact contradictions and inconsistencies emerge already. Document 1014, PS has the heading, Second Speech by the Führer, on August 22, 1939. It is a fact that Hitler made only one speech on August 22, which was merely interrupted by a coffee break at the Berghof. Mr. Dodd from the International Military Tribunal prosecution had to admit, too, that it was a question of one and the same speech, in spite of the different headings. The two unsigned texts have not only been prepared on the same typewriter and have been written in the same style, but both of them use the first person. As for Hitler, he cannot be the author, since he would always have a machine with special characters, and since it would not at all have been in his interest to leave for posterity a written record of bloodthirsty expressions, a style which, by the way, was totally contrary to his way of arguing. The closing sentence, Göring answers with thanks to the Führer and the assurance that the armed forces will do their duty, breaks with the style of the first person and indicates that neither Hitler nor anyone else present can have drafted the text, because a clerk of the minutes could never have chosen the first-person format. There was no need, on August 22, 1939, for any declaration of loyalty by the leadership of the Wehrmacht. The origin of the first-person format is, in all probability, to be traced to the author of the minutes of this meeting, which were forwarded to the British Embassy in Berlin already on August 23, 1939. In that version, too, so as to create a more savage impression, the first-person format were employed, and the remarks in question are the most primitive platitudes uttered. See the end of this chapter. According to the minutes submitted, Doc. 798, ps. Hitler had started his speech stating he wanted to give an overview of the political situation, in order that you may have insight into the individual elements on which I base my decision to act. After this, we will discuss military details. All surviving witnesses declared that military details had neither been expected or had they been discussed. Hence, no documentation on such discussions has ever been found. In any case, a Führer meeting was not, contrary to what the presented documents say, a gathering where a decision to act was meant to be taken or, indeed, was taken. Nothing was decided at this conference that was of any political or military significance. Although the essay, Doc. 1014, ps. is without any introduction, without any signature, without any date, etc., and is also much too brief to be an account of a speech from Hitler, and despite meaning and content being nonsensical, contradictory and incoherent, these two pieces of paper were also judged to be a document. Counsel for the defense of Grand Admiral Raeder, Dr. Siemers, had this to say about it. Most important words in this document have constantly been repeated by the prosecution during these 5 or 6 months, namely, the words, destruction of Poland, main objective. Aim, elimination of vital forces, not arrival at a certain line. These words were not spoken, and such a war aim the German commanders-in-chief would not have agreed to. For that reason it is important to ascertain whether this document is genuine. In this connection, may I remind the court that there is a third version of this speech as mentioned in this courtroom, namely document L3, which is even worse than these and which was published by the press of the whole world. Wherever one spoke to anyone, this grotesque and brutal speech was brought up. For that reason it is in the interest of historical truth to ascertain whether Hitler spoke in this shocking way at this time. Actually, I admit he used many expressions which were severe, but he did not use such words, and this is of tremendous significance for the reputation of all the commanders who were present. Let me point out the next words. They say expressly, close your hearts against petty, brutal measures. Such words were not used. Thereupon, Sir David Maxwell Fyfe, prosecution counsel, stated, "We cannot go into intrinsic comparisons to decide the admissibility of the document." And the court's president thus decided. It is a document in German, captured among German documents. The application to strike out document 1014 PS is denied. Grand Admiral Raeder stated the following. Dr. Siemers, in the version of the speech document 798 PS or Exhibit U, S, A, 29 it says verbatim, "I am only afraid that at the last moment some swine will offer me some plan of arbitration." Were those words used in the speech at that time? Raeder, in my recollection, certainly not. The Führer was not accustomed to using expressions like that in speeches which he made to the generals. General Admiral Hermann Bohm swore an affidavit before the International Military Tribunal at neither the sentence referring to the plan of arbitration or the one about destroying England's hegemony were ever spoken. It was a question of inventions, pure and simple, just like the word, swine. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Hitler's speech on this occasion was the subject of various prosecution documents at the Nuremberg trial of the General Staff. All this is quite untrue. It is equally untrue that Hitler said anything about his only fear being a last-minute offer of mediation from some pig dog or other. Grand Admiral Raeder described the Bohm version, document Raeder 27, which also does not constitute any minutes taken and also has no counter-signature, out of the three versions as that one which corresponds most closely to reality. While already origin and contents of Doc. 798 PS and 1014 PS have been disguised or rather falsified in rather an amateurish way, a comparison with the Bohm report, Doc. Raeder 27, shows how the accounts giving the gist, by omitting important ideas and concepts and by adding obscure material, have been formulated in such a way that from their distorted meaning the intention is becoming rather too obvious, to have here, at last, a document that is a whopping big confirmation of the Allied war propaganda theses, the theses about the unprovoked conspiracy against world peace. As example, two comparisons. 1. Example. Document Raeder 27, signed Bohm. The view held then in spring was still to put the resolution of the Polish question on ice, in order to deal first with the, in his opinion, unavoidable dispute in the West. However, as a politician one must not get tied to a rigid time sequence, but must remain elastic. The preconditions for his original intentions had changed. In any case, he never believed that Poland would keep to the non-aggression pact in the event that Germany would be otherwise engaged. That is already indicated by the map. Meant here is the map that was widely distributed in Poland in 1939, showing the Polish western boundaries to be at the Elbe River, but is especially noticeable from the press in the latter times, revealing the innermost thoughts of the Poles. Grand Admiral Raeder reproved the words unavoidable dispute and stated, "I am speaking here of an imminent dispute. An imminent dispute is not exactly something to strive for, it is rather to be feared." Document 798 PS turns that into. I wanted to establish an acceptable relationship with Poland in order to fight first against the West. But this plan, which was agreeable to me, could not be executed since essential points had changed. It became clear to me that Poland would attack us in the event of a conflict with the West. Admiral Bohm stressed most emphatically on June 13, 1946 in an affidavit, and his testimony is confirmed by each and every historical evidence, that a turn of phrase expressing offensive intentions towards the Western powers was never used, just as phrases like, "My Polish policy hitherto was contrary to the views of the people," or, "Our enemies are little worms. I saw them at Munich." 2. Example. Document Reader 27, signed Bohm. The conflict will be triggered with appropriate propaganda. Document 798, PS turns this into. I shall give a propaganda reason for starting the war, no matter whether it is plausible or not. The Deposition Doc. Reader 27, signed Bohm, is an assessment regarding a future contingency that bears in mind enemy actions, but makes no reference to any initiative on Hitler's part. Why would Hitler have made incriminating statements of such magnitude if four men whose passive resistance he is said to have recognized already for a long time? It is a fact that Hitler's instructions to the German press, which, after all, are documentary material, have never been consulted as documentary evidence by the International Military Tribunal, because they clearly refute the theories of these forged documents. Only such documentation, i.e. a definite Führer directive to the German press ordering appropriate propaganda for starting a war, was considered to have any value for the court. Since 1945, these directives to the press have remained withdrawn from historical research, not without reason. All the witnesses who testified under oath about this address by the Führer disputed, in more or less strong terms, the statements that were insinuated in the submitted documents. Field Marshal Keitel. When Hitler, towards the end of this speech, declared that a pact had been concluded with the Soviet Union, I was firmly convinced that there would be no war because I believed that these conditions constituted a basis for negotiation and that Poland would not expose herself to it. Admiral Bohm. There never was talk of the destruction of Poland or the elimination of the active forces of the Polish people as such, but only ever to smash the Polish armed forces. Colonel General Halder, former chief of the German Army General Staff. The meeting ended with Hitler saying that Poland was isolated and that negotiations would be continuing. Here, within the circle of those present, we were of the impression that the famous war of nerves would continue amid the favorable conditions created by Poland's isolation. No decision was made. Field Marshal von Lieb on Hitler's alleged decision for attack said regarding Poland, "No, quite the reverse." Regarding the Western powers he stated, "You mean us? We should first have attacked the West. I know nothing about that." Field Marshal von Kuckler. It should be added that, as Colonel General Halder has already said, this meeting was taking place in full public view, that most of the participants were arriving in Salzburg by aeroplane, via Munich, that they traveled quite openly by car, wearing uniform, to and from the Obersalzberg, an area which in August was thronging with tourists. I considered the whole thing a big bluff. Field Marshal von Manstein. As a result of Hitler's address, neither V. Rundstedt nor I, and presumably none of the other generals either, concluded that war was now inevitable. Two factors in particular persuaded us that, as at Munich, there would be an 11th-hour settlement. The first was that the pact with the Soviet Union now rendered Poland's position hopeless from the start. If Britain, virtually deprived of the weapon of blockade, were compelled to take the bloody course of attacking in the West in order to aid Poland, it seemed likely enough that, under pressure from the French, she would advise Warsaw to give in. Similarly, it must henceforth be clear to Poland that the British guarantee was now practically inoperative. If it came to a war with Germany, moreover, she must expect the Russians to take action in her rear with a view to accomplishing their old demands on her, Poland's, eastern territory, which Poland had annexed in 1921. What else could Warsaw do in this situation but give way? A further consideration. Hitherto, on the military side, the intention to attack Poland had been camouflaged in every possible way. The presence of divisions in the eastern areas had been explained by the construction of an eastern rampart, and to conceal the purpose of the troop movements to East Prussia, an enormous Tannenberg celebration had been arranged. Preparations for big motorized troop maneuvers had been going on until the very last moment. There had been no official mobilization. Though these measures could not possibly escape the notice of the Poles and were obviously intended as political pressure, they had still been enveloped in the greatest secrecy and accompanied by every form of deception. Yet now, at the very height of the crisis, Hitler had summoned every one of his senior commanders to the Obersalzberg, an action that could not possibly be concealed. To us, this seemed to be the climax of a policy of deliberate bluff. In other words, was Hitler not after all working for a settlement, despite his bellicose utterances? Was not this very conference meant to apply the final squeeze? Such were the thoughts of Colonel General V. Rundstedt and myself as we left Berchtesgaden. While he traveled on ahead to our Nysa headquarters, I stopped on in Liegnitz for a further day with my family. This alone was a measure of my inner disbelief in the likelihood of an imminent outbreak of war. Furthermore, the claim in these documents is also quite nonsensical that Hitler is supposed to have said, Doc. 798 P.S. One compromise solution suggested to us was that we should change our convictions and make kind gestures. Yet, in reality, all of his foreign policy had been geared to compromise and generous gestures. During the last few days of August 1939, he was waiting for a willingness for compromise from the others and, even at this point in time, still worked out a compromise proposal, whereas neither Great Britain nor France nor Poland had ever submitted, suggested or even only tolerated a compromise proposal in the German-Polish question. Quite the reverse, shortly after the Munich conference and on the suggestion of U.S. President Roosevelt, these countries had given up irrevocably on the policy of showing any inclination for compromise towards Hitler. Another reason making this supposed utterance nonsensical is shown by the fact that Field Marshal Göring, immediately after this conference, once again brought in the Swedish mediator Birger Dolorus, so as to make tentative moves towards peace with Britain, which had Hitler's fullest and unhesitating support. All of the German generals and admirals who could testify about this meeting, rejected unambiguously the contents of Doc. 798 P.S. and Doc. 1014 P.S. and approved of, albeit with reservations, the version Doc. Retter, 27, signed Bohm. It is indicative of today's historians that they publish these unsigned documents as authentic reproduction of Hitler's speech of August 22, 1939 and, what is more, without drawing attention to the fact that there is in existence still a third version, signed Bohm, which corresponds most closely to reality, and without pointing out the contradictions and absurdities of the contents and without any reference to the statements made by those that had attended the meeting. Even before the start of the war, the Allied atrocity propaganda against Germany had been trying to exploit this meeting. Or is it really feasible that a journalist from the Allied camp, on his own initiative, would have struck just the right note with these horror stories and to have chosen the subject with such unerring accuracy? Who, after all, would stand to gain from utilizing the Führer's meeting at the Obersalzberg, which had not been kept secret from foreign journalists, for warmongering? In any case, it is certain that the Berlin correspondent of the Associated Press of America, Louis Lochner, did on August 25 pass on to the British Embassy in Berlin the alleged contents of this secret Führer meeting. He claimed that a staff officer of the Wehrmacht who had received the paper from one of the generals present at the meeting, the sources should not be disclosed, had handed him the composition. This very paper, could it have originated, for instance, from a member of the German resistance? Found its way as Doc. 314 into the collection documents on British Foreign Policy 1919-1939, Volume 7, with the description from the British Embassy Secretary Ogilvy Forbes. It is interesting and tallies in several details with information from other sources. Since that time, this paper is therefore a document. The contents of it are grotesque, shortened version. SS death head formations in place with the command relentlessly and without compassion to send into death many women and children of Polish origin and language. Poland will be depopulated and settled with Germans. My pact with the Poles was merely conceived of as a gaining of time. As for the rest, gentlemen, the fate of Russia will be exactly the same as I am now going through with in the case of Poland. Then there will begin the dawn of the German rule of the earth. We shall continue to create disturbances in the Far East and in Arabia. I have but one worry, namely that some pig of a fellow, Sockerl, will come at the last moment with proposals. He will fly down the stairs, even if I shall personally have to trample on his belly in the eyes of the photographers. I shall let a few companies in Polish uniform attack in Upper Silesia or in the Protectorate. Whether the world believes it is quite indifferent, Skysigal. The world believes only in success. For you, gentlemen, fame and honor are beginning as they have not since centuries. Be hard, be without mercy, act more quickly and brutally than the others. The citizens of Western Europe must tremble with horror. I experienced those poor worms Daladier and Chamberlain in Munich. The speech was received with enthusiasm. Göring jumped on the table, thanked bloodthirstily, and made bloodthirsty promises. He danced like a wild man. This account forces one to these conclusions. The fairy tale of the Gleiwitz radio station episode was concocted even before any incident had occurred that could be used for this legend of the propaganda reason for starting the war, which Hitler is said to have promised to create, to grow up around it. The Allied war propaganda had started in peacetime already. The origin of the first-person format, as applied in the later forged account about this meeting, has, in all probability, been taken from this fabrication of atrocities from that time. The International Military Tribunal prosecution no longer paid any attention to this particular paper, because it apparently appeared too silly, even for them. But this did not stop them from accepting as evidence the somewhat toned-down versions which were presented as originating from the captured German archives, although it was plainly obvious that, as regards contents, the later falsifications had been taken from the earlier forgery. One did have, after all, several documents, and the many parallels were bound to convey the true core of Hitler's address. Who would ever dare to voice the suspicion of the Supreme Tribunal, making use of that is to say, or worse still, of forged documents, in general? Such brazen-faced arrogance could not possibly be the actions of the judges of these civilized and peace-loving nations. Hitler's address to the commanders-in-chief of the Wehrmacht. November 23, 1939. This document also has the same typical flaws in format and contents that characterize the other key documents of the International Military Tribunal prosecution: no date, no heading, no signature, so that here as well prerequisites for establishing a body of evidence elude the historian, and so there is actually nothing more to be said on the matter. But here as well is to be found an outpouring of transparently flimsy hypotheses of Allied war propaganda. The Sudetenland was from the start only a strategic and, what is more, only a partial solution. Conquest of the remaining Czech territory only starting point for a conquest of Poland. Building up the Wehrmacht always done with aggressive intentions in mind. The first and foremost fundamental decision to strike against the East and West. Pacts, however, are only held as long as they serve their purpose. I shall shrink from nothing. I want to annihilate the enemy, etc. None of these postulates is tenable, historically speaking. Out of all the thousands of captured German documents, merely these obviously falsified papers are the only ones containing outrageous statements of that kind. All the genuine documents that were found and were withdrawn immediately from historical research, but were published years later in the Akten der Deutschen Auswärtigen Politik (ADAP), refute these statements. Even the Bundeszentrale für Heimatdienst, German Federal Center for Regional Services, acknowledges in a book that the text that we have of this address is uncertain, yet nevertheless it was published as Document 798, PS in Volume XXVI, pages 327 to 336, in the official text of the trial of the major war criminals. The chief of the General Staff of the German Army, Franz Halder, is quoted here as the only key witness, but even he does not agree with all the imputed statements and, otherwise, only calls upon his memory. Halder was known to have been active in the resistance against Hitler and had been one of the initiators who wanted to arrest the Führer and Chancellor of the Reich already in 1938. Of the 4 documents which we have examined we had to reject, from a dubious source analysis point of view, 3 of them and had to register doubts about the 4th. From an historical point of view, the result is distressing, because what this example reveals is the fact that nothing of the historical findings of the International, Allied, Military Tribunal can be accepted without a further re-examination. Regrettably, not all historians have realized this. The result of this is the endeavor to write history according to the Nuremberg methods. This practice with its consequences will need to be thrown out along with the historical panorama of Nuremberg. Appendices. The Czechoslovak Memoranda at the Paris Peace Conference 1919–1920. In order to understand the tensions after World War I arising between Germany and Austria on the one hand and the newly created state of Czechoslovakia on the other hand, one has to understand with which intentions this new country was planned and then created. I therefore quote here in part the Czechoslovak Memoranda as presented during the Paris Peace Conference in 1919–1920. Just like the Polish memoranda which have been treated to some extent in this book, they aptly characterized the mentality of the Czech leadership right after the war, which was still prevalent in the year 1938, with the exception of the empty promises of a new Switzerland, made in Memorandum No. 3, Section 6. Which were violated the very same day that state was established by violently suppressing spontaneous initiatives of the German ethnic minority for independence and by step, implementing discriminatory measures against that minority. Memorandum No. 2, the territorial claims of the Czechoslovak Republic. These problems, which contain all the Czechoslovak basic issues, can be divided up in this way. 1. The question of the 3 principal provinces of the ancient Crown Province of Bohemia, Bohemia, that had always been Czech, Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia. 2. The rectification of the borders of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia at the expense of Germany and Austria. 3. The question of Slovakia, wrested by force from the Czechs several centuries ago, which had been separated artificially from Bohemia, and is now reclaimed by the new Czechoslovak Republic in conformity with the nation's right of self-determination. 4. The problem of the Ruthenians of Hungary. In view of the particular geographical stratification of this question, we consider that the best solution would be to attach them to the Czechoslovak Republic. 5. The problem of the Czechoslovaks becoming connected with the Yugoslavs and the necessity to claim for the Czechoslovak Republic and the state of Yugoslavia certain areas, where the majority of the population is German and Hungarian. 6. To make international the following transport routes. A. Elba. B. Danube. C. Vistula. D. The railways Bratislava, Pressburg, Trieste and the railways Bratislava, Pressburg, Fiume. E. The railways Prague, Fürth, Nuremberg, Strasbourg. 7. A. The problem of the Czech population in Vienna, constituting almost a quarter of the number of inhabitants of the former Austrian capital, and who cannot be left unprotected in the hands of the Germans. B. The question of the Wends of Lausitz, who are threatened with extermination by the Germans and whose lot imposes upon the Czechoslovaks, as their next of kin, the sacred duty to see to it that 2. Rectification of the boundaries of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia. If we put forward, as the basis of our territorial claims, the historical boundaries of our 3 provinces of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia, this does not, then, rule out the possibility of annexing to this territory those neighboring regions where a Czechoslovak population is living. Such is in fact the case in 4 regions, of which 2 are in Prussian Silesia and 2 in Lower Austria. In Prussian Silesia it is, first of all, a matter of a small area on the northeastern border of Bohemia, in the vicinity of Glatz. In former times this area was entirely Czech. At present, a large part of it is Germanized. But these regions could still be saved. We demand their annexation to Bohemia. 7. The Wends of Lausitz and the Czechoslovaks in Vienna. The Wends of Lausitz belong to a Slavic race which, by culture and language, is the closest to the Czech. They are the last remnants of the Elba Slavs that had become Germanized during the course of history. Over a long period of time they had been joined to the Czech state and had become an integrated part of the same. Today they are 160,000 in number and are in great danger of being completely Germanized within a very short time. Their spiritual ties with the Czechs are very close, and it is a sacred duty for the Czechoslovaks, whom the people of Lausitz have always considered their natural protectors, to defend today before the peace conference the case of this unhappy nation, abandoned by all the world. The territories inhabited by the Lausitz Wends are situated at the boundaries of Bohemia, Saxony and Prussian Silesia and include certain areas of the following districts: Lower Lausitz, Guben, Luben, Luckau, Kallau, Cottbus, Sorau and Spremberg, Upper Lausitz, Lauban, Gorlitz, Botzen, Kamenz, Lobau and Zittau. To demand their annexation to the Czechoslovak Republic could mean raising a problem, which is difficult to solve. Nevertheless, it is our unquestionable duty to protect them. Therefore, we must prepare at least a minimal program. Memorandum number 3, the problem of the Germans in Bohemia. Political reasons, the Germans of Bohemia are only colonists. It must also be taken into consideration that the Germans in Bohemia are only colonists or descendants of colonists. For many centuries the various ruling houses had German colonists come to Bohemia in order to increase the revenue of the royal treasury. 6. The fate of the Germans in the Czechoslovak Republic. It is absolutely essential to know exactly how the Germans are treated in the Czechoslovak state. Not only is the Czechoslovak Republic prepared, if need be, to accept every international legal regulation established by the peace conference in favor of the minorities, but they are also prepared to go beyond such regulation, and to accord to the Germans all rights which are due to them. The Czechoslovak Republic will be the very incarnation of a democratic state. All elections will proceed according to universal suffrage, directly and equally, all positions will be accessible to all citizens, minority languages will be admitted everywhere without exception, the right to have their own schools, their own judges and their own courts, will never be denied to whatever minority. The Germans in Bohemia would have equal rights with the Czechoslovaks. German would be the second national language, and no repressive measures would ever be employed against the German part of the population. The regime would resemble that of Switzerland. During the 19th century, the Czechs, kept much practical sense, but, above all, much political sense. Being far too much the realists and having far too much common sense, they have not failed to realize that acts of violence and injustice have been the reasons for the decline of Austria-Hungary, and that a similar policy would only be damaging for their own state and their nation. Memorandum number 8, Czech Upper Silesia. 3. Economic reasons. The Czechoslovak Republic lays claim to Upper Silesia above all for economic reasons. As an industrial state they need coal, in which Upper Silesia is very rich. Memorandum number 9, the problem of the Glatz region. The Czechoslovak and the Polish state cannot develop in full security as long as there exists between them a German enclave, which could obstruct direct communication between the cities of Prague and Warsaw, and which would furnish great strategic advantages to Prussia in case of attack against either of the two states. The Czechoslovak and the Polish state attach the greatest importance to ensuring that Prussia will not extend her territory south of the Nysa at Glatz and west of the Ulan Mountains. It would therefore be in the interest of the Czechoslovak and Polish state to solve such a crucial problem as that of the Glatz region. The majority of this territory is indisputably German. The Czechoslovaks demand a part of it. Memorandum number 10. Problems of the rectification of the Czechoslovak and German-Austrian frontiers. 3. Rectification of the frontiers with Prussian Silesia. We place particular importance in rectifying the frontier in the Riesen mountain range. The present border is indeed plainly disadvantageous to the Czechoslovak Republic. It runs over the peaks of the mountain range in such a way that the highest parts are in the possession of the Prussians, so that above all from a strategic consideration it would give to our enemies the possibility to exploit this against the Czechoslovak Republic. Rectification of the frontier with Bavaria. These rectifications are quite minor. They concern two spots and are requested for two reasons. The first one is the economic reason, on the strength of which we demand the town Fürth-Imwald, which has a considerable Czech minority and which is also a railway junction of international significance. The second rectification is requested for the same reasons as have been explained, when discussing the Riesen mountain range. We demand that the Czech-Bavarian border be moved further into the mountains so as to avoid having the Germans on the eastern mountain heights and on the slopes of the Bohemian forest, and in order to be safe from any possible attack. The Czechoslovak Republic and their right to compensation for war damages. Final result. 1. Apart from their struggle for freedom, the Czechoslovaks have tried to support effectively the Allies in their terrible battle against Germany. A. They had deployed 3 armies, in France, in Italy and in Russia, that have played an effective part in the fighting and have aroused general admiration. B. They have, first and foremost, kept Siberia as a sphere of influence for the Allies, thus having achieved a basis for the re-establishment of Russia. C. They have made the blockade of Germany possible by protecting these territories. 2. Today, the whole world recognizes these contributions and realizes the result of our actions. The leaders of the Allied nations have acknowledged these services on several occasions. 3. On the day of final settlement dealing with all the contributions made during the war, we appeal to these words in support of our claim. 6. While the Poles have been exposed to invasion and devastation, which is an advantage for them regarding the right to have reparation, so we, for our part, have also suffered occupation, invasion and impoverishment, yet we, on the other hand, have proffered active collaboration to the Allies. Furthermore, I want to state that all the inhabitants of Austria-Hungary, with the exception of our German and Hungarian enemies, i.e. the Yugoslavs, the Romanians, the Italians and the Poles, would be in a comparatively better position than we, were our rights not recognized. Romania will be indemnified, Serbia will be indemnified, likewise Italy and Poland are going to be indemnified, due to the fact that not only had certain parts of the old Austria-Hungary been invaded, but also their own territory. If satisfaction were denied us, then it would be a case of all the other nations of Austria-Hungary being treated proportionally better than we are being treated, and we had tried to do everything possible within our power. We would be put on a par with the Germans and the Hungarians. 7. We are undeniably a factor that has to confront the German threat, which continues to exist, in Central Europe, and that must also stand in the way of the push to the east, rather more in relation to the economical than the military sphere. What alternative would we have, in view of our geographical configuration and our central position, if we are denied the prospect of becoming economically viable? It would not be worth the trouble to resurrect this nation if, straight away, one were to kill her by imposing on her financial and economic burdens of that kind. This would be a service rendered to our enemies, instead of being of help to us and the Allies. France and England, above all, should understand this situation, having a direct interest in all the happenings in Central Europe. But the same applies to all our neighbors. It is in the interest of Italy, Yugoslavia, Romania and Poland that we should not be a toy in the hands of the great German conquerors. If Bohemia is not put on a strong enough footing, viewed from an economical and financial aspect, then the fight against Germany will not have achieved its purpose. Instead of reviving a nation, this nation would have been stillborn, and it would have been better not to have lent any assistance at her rebirth. 8. The Czechoslovak state, which will have to confront an intense competitive economy and the German pressure in Central Europe, is going to face total bankruptcy if they are not awarded the right to be given reparations. Escalating Czech territorial claims in maps. The increasing Czech territorial claims over the course of the First World War can be portrayed by the original maps in the political journal La Nation Czech that was published monthly by Eduard Benes in 1915 to 1918. To illustrate the absurd nature of the claims, Benes maps, here NOS 8, 10, 11, have been superimposed onto a map of ethnic majorities, showing where just borderlines should have been drawn, and were eventually drawn with the 1938 Munich Agreement. Statesmen and diplomats in 1939. Germany. Hitler, Adolf. Führer and Chancellor of the Reich. Ribbentrop, Joachim von Reich, Foreign Minister 1938 to 1945. Göring, Hermann. Field Marshal, Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe, highest-ranking officer of the German Wehrmacht. Weizsäcker, Ernst von. State Secretary of the Foreign Ministry. Ambassador in London. Dirksen, Herbert von. Paris. Welkseck, Johannes Count von. Moscow. Schulenburg, Friedrich Werner Count von der. Rome. Mackensen, Hans G. von. Washington. Diekhoff, Hans. Warsaw. Moltke, Hans A. von. Tokyo. Ott, Eugen. Charge d'affaires in Moscow. Hilger, Gustav. Washington. Thomson, Hans. Danzig. Forster, Albert. Gauleiter of the NSDAP, Head of State. Greiser, Arthur. President of the Senate. Burkhard, Karl J. High Commissioner of the League of Nations. Kodaki, Marian. Polish Commissioner General. Shepard, Francis M. British Consul General. Italy. Mussolini, Benito. Head of Government, Prime Minister, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. Chano, Galeazzo Count. Foreign Minister, 1936 to 1943. Ambassador in Berlin. Italico, Bernardo. Paris. Gariglia, Raphael. London. Grandi, Dino Count. Moscow. Rosso, Augusto. Washington. Kalana, Ascanio Prince. Warsaw. Valentino, Pietro Aron Baron. Great Britain. Chamberlain, Sir Neville. Prime Minister. Halifax, Edward W. Viscount. Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Cadogan, Sir Alexander. Permanent Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Office. Van Sittert, Sir Robert. Chief Diplomatic Advisor to the Foreign Secretary. Ambassador in Paris. Phipps, Sir Eric. Washington. Lothian, Lord. Moscow. Seeds, Sir William. Berlin. Henderson, Neville. Warsaw. Kennard, Sir Howard W. Rome. Lorraine, Sir Percy L. Perth, Sir Eric, Earl of, 1935 to 1939. Charge d'affaires in Warsaw. Norton, Clifford J. Poland. Beck, Joseph. Minister for Foreign Affairs. Masicki, Ignaz. President of Poland. Składkowski, Felician. Premier Minister. Rydz Smigli, Edward. Marshal of Poland, Inspector General of Armed Forces. Schembeck, Jan Count. Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Arsazuski, Miroslav. Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Ambassador in Berlin. Lipski, Joseph. London. Raczynski, Edward Count. Paris. Lukasiewicz, Julius. Moscow. Grzybowski, Waclaw Count. Washington. Potocki, Jersey Count. France. Daladier, Edouard. President of the Council of Ministers. Bonnet, Georges. Foreign Minister. Gamelin, Maurice. Chief of the Army General Staff. Ambassador in London. Corbin, Charles. Berlin. Calandra, Robert. Moscow. Nagier, Paul-Emile. Warsaw. Noel, Leon. Rome. François Poncet, André. Washington. Doinel de Saint-Quentin, René. Soviet Union. Stalin, Joseph. General Secretary of the Communist Party. Molotov, Vyacheslav M. People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Voroshilov, Clement J. People's Commissar for War. Ambassador in London. Maisky, Ivan M. Paris. Schuritz, I.Z. Berlin. Merkelov, Alexei, to April 1939. Schwarzer, Alexander, from September 2, 1939. Warsaw. Sharonov, Nikolai. Washington. Umansky, Konstantin. Rome. Maisky, Ivan M. Charge d'affaires in Berlin. Astikov, Georgy. United States of America. Roosevelt, Franklin Delano. President. Hull, Cordell. Secretary of State. Wells, Sumner. Under-Secretary of State. Ambassador in London. Kennedy, Joseph. Paris. Bullitt, William. Moscow. Davies, Joseph E. Warsaw. Biddell, Drexel A. J. Berlin. Wilson, Hugh, recalled in November 1938. Rome. Phillips, William. Charge d'affaires in Berlin. Kirk, Alexander C. Bibliography. Documents Collections. Document 1. Akten der Deutschen Auswärtigen Politik, ADAP, Volume I7, Baden-Baden 1950-1956. Document 2. Bilanz des Zweiten Weltkrieges, Bericht der Sachverständigen, Oldenburg, Hamburg 1953. Document 3. The Government Blue Book, Documents Concerning German-Polish Relations and the Outbreak of Hostilities between Great Britain and Germany on September 3, 1939, His Majesty's Stationery Office, London 1939, British Blue Book. Document 4. The Conference of Berlin, the Potsdam Conference, Volume 1, Department of State, Washington 1960. Document 5. The Conferences of Cairo and Tehran 1943, Department of State, Washington 1961. Document 6. Correspondence between the Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR and the President of the USA and the Prime Minister of Great Britain during the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Russian, Volume 1 and 2, Moscow 1957. Document 7. Department of State, Peace and War, United States Foreign Policy 1931-1941, Washington 1942. Document 8. Die deutsche Industrie im Krieg, Deutsches Institut für Wirtschaftsforschung, Berlin 1954. Document 9. Die deutsche Opposition gegen Hitlers Zwischen Polen, UND Frankreich-Feldzug, No. 8, Korsthorst, Erich, Schriftenreihe der Bundeszentrale für Heimatdienst, Bonn 1957. Document 10. Die Deutschen Vertreibungsverlust, Statistisches Bundesamt, Wiesbaden, Stuttgart 1958. Document 11. Deutsches Weißbuch No. 1, German White Book, Berlin 1939. Document 12. Documents on the events preceding the outbreak of the war, German White Book No. 2, Berlin 1939. Document 13. Polish documents relative to the origin of the war, German White Book No. 3, Berlin 1940. The authenticity of the documents published in the German White Book has been confirmed by Polish diplomats, in exile, see pages 105 to 106. The documents from the German White Books No. 1 and No. 2 also had to be acknowledged by historical research as genuine and unadulterated. Document 14. I Documenti Diplomatici Italiani, Series 8, Volume 12 and 13, Rome 1952. Document 15. Documents on American Foreign Relations, Volume 3, 4, 7, Boston 1941. Document 16. Documents on British Foreign Policy 1919–1939, Series 3, Volume I7, London 1954. Document 17. Documents on German Foreign Policy 1918–1945, Series D, 1937–1945, Volume I7, Washington 1953 in London 1956. Document 18. Documents on International Affairs 1939–1946, Volume 1, Royal Institute of International Affairs, London, New York, Toronto 1951. Document 19. Documents and materials on the period preceding the Second World War, 1937–1939, Russian, Volume I2, Moscow 1948. Document 20. Dokumenti der deutschen Politik und Geschichte von 1848 bis zur Gegenwart, Klaus Hohlfeld, Editor, Volume I8, Munich 1951. Document 21. Foreign Relations of the United States 1939–1945, Volume IV, 1939, Department of State, Washington 1952–1956. Document 22. The History of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941–1945, Russian, Volume 1, Institute of Marxism-Leninism, Central Committee of the Communist Party, Moscow 1960. Document 23. Der Hochverratsprozess gegen Dr. Guido Schmidt vor dem Wiener Volksgerichtshof, Staatsdruckerei, Vienna 1947. Document 24. International Military Tribunal, Trial of the Major War Criminals before the International Military Tribunal Nuremberg. November 14, 1945 to October 1, 1946, Volume IXLA, Nuremberg 1947. Document 25. Die Jalta Documenti, Göttingen 1956. Document 26. Le Livre Jaune Français, Documents Diplomatiques 1938–1939, French Yellow Book, Diplomatic Documents, Paris 1939. Document 27. The French Yellow Book, Diplomatic Documents, 1938–1939, London, undated. Document 28. OKW Trial, Protocol und Dokumenti de Falles 12 vor dem Amerikanischen Militärgerichtshof in Nuremberg, Göttingen, undated. Document 29. Peace and War, United States Foreign Policy 1931–1941, Department of State, Washington 1942. Document 30. The Polish White Book, Official Documents Concerning Polish-German and Polish-Soviet Relations 1933–1939, New York, undated. Document 31. Weißbuch der polnischen Regierung über die polnisch-deutschen und die polnisch-sowjetischen Beziehungen im Zeitraum von 1933–1939, White Book of the Polish Government, Basel 1940. Document 32. Wilhelmstrassenprozess, das Urteil im, der Amtliche Wortlaut der Entscheidung im Fall NR 11 der Nürnberger Militärtribunals gegen von Weizsäcker und andere, Turk, Ch. Editor, Schwabisch Gmund, Berger, 1950. Monographs and Anthologies. Item 1. Abetz, Otto, Das Affine-Problem, Cologne 1951. Item 2. Ehlers, Johann, Poland, Berlin 1935. Item 3. Andix, Helmut, Der Staat, Den Kiener, Wolt, Österreich 1918–1938, Vienna 1962. Item 4. D'Argile, René, Collective Work by 7 French Historians, Les Origines Secrètes de la Guerre 1939–45, Lectures Françaises, Paris 1957. Item 5. Aurich, Peter, Der Deutsch-Polnisch, September 1939, Munich 1970. Item 6. Baker, R. S., Woodrow Wilson and World Settlement, Volume I3, New York 1922. Item 7. Bardèche, Maurice, Nuremberg 2 ou les Faux Monnayeurs, Paris 1950. Item 8. Barnes, H. E., Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, Caldwell, Idaho 1953. Item 9. Beard, C. A., American Foreign Policy in the Making 1932-1940, New Haven 1946. President Roosevelt and the Coming of the War, Yale Up, New Haven 1948. Item 10. Bern, Jacques, Collective Work, by 7 French historians, Les Origines Secrètes de la Guerre 1939-45, Lectures Françaises, Paris 1957. Item 11. Beck, Joseph, Dernier Rapport, Politique Polonaise 1926-1939, Geneva 1951. Item 12. Beloff, Max, The Foreign Policy of Soviet Russia 1929-1941, Volume 2, London, New York, Toronto 1948. Item 13. Benesse, Edouard, Memoirs of Dr. Edouard Benesse, From Munich to New War and New Victory, London 1954. Item 14. Berber, Fritz, Deutschland, England, 1933-1939, Die Dokumente des Deutschen Friedenswillens, Essen 1940. Item 15. Bernhard, H., Gustav Stresemann, Vermochtnis, Nachlass, Volume I3, Berlin 1932. Item 16. Bewley, Charles, Hermann Göring, Göttingen 1956. Item 17. Bierschenk, Theodor, Die Deutsche Volksgruppe in Poland 1934-1939, Würzburg 1954. Item 18. Bachenski, Joseph and Niemeyer Gerhard, Handbuch de Weltkommunismus, Freiburg, Munich 1958. Item 19. Bondarenko, W. P. and Rezanova P.I., The Anti-Fascist Resistance Movements in the Countries of Europe During the Second World War, Russian, Moscow 1962. Item 20. Bonnet, Georges, Défense de la Paix, de Washington O. K. d'Orsay, Geneva 1946. Fin d'une Europe, de Munich à la Guerre, Geneva 1948. Vor der Katastrophe, Erinnerungen de Französischen Außenministers 1938-1939, German edition, Cologne 1951. Item 21. Bohr, Peter, Gespräch mit Holder, Wiesbaden 1950. Item 22. Borotunskij, Stefan, Diplomacy in the Period of the Second World War, Russian, Moscow 1959. Item 23. Breyer, Richard, Das Deutsche Reich und Polen 1932-1937, Würzburg 1955. Karl Gordeler und die Deutsche Ostgrenze, Special Edition from Zeitschrift für Ostforschung, Volume 13, NOS 1 and 2, 1964. Item 24. Brooke Shepard, Gordon, Der Anschluss, Graz, Vienna, Cologne 1963. The Anschluss, London 1963. Item 25. Brass, Werner, Gespräch mit Hermann Göring Waren der Nuremberger Prozesses, Flensburg, Hamburg 1950. Item 26. Buchheim, Hans, Das Drittreich, Grundlagen und politische Entwicklung, Munich 1958. Item 27. Buckreis, A., Politik de 20. Jahrhunderts. Weltgeschichte 1901-1936, Nuremberg 1942. Item 28. Burkhardt, Karl J., Mein Danziger Mission 1937-1939, Munich 1960. Item 29. Berg, J. G., Should und Schicksal, Europas Juden zwischen Henkern und Hücklern, 3rd edition, Munich 1962. Item 30. Burns, James M. G., Roosevelt, The Lion and the Fox, New York 1956. Item 31. Butler, J. K. M., Lord Lothian, Philip Kerr 1882-1940, London, New York 1960. Item 32. Salowski, Boris, Das Münchener Abkommen 1938, Stuttgart 1958. Item 33. Chamberlain, W. H., Amerikas Zweiter Kreuzzug, Bonn 1952. Item 34. Churchill, Randolph S., The Sinews of Peace, Post-War Speeches, by Winston Churchill, London 1948. Item 35. Churchill, Winston, The Second World War, Volume I6, London, Toronto, Melbourne, Sydney 1948. Into Battle, Speeches, London, Toronto, Melbourne, Sydney 1941. His Complete Speeches 1897-1963, Volume 1, 7, New York, London 1974. Item 36. Kolana, Bertram de, Poland, From the Inside, London 1939. Item 37. Colvin, Ian, Van Sittard in Office, A Historical Survey of the Origins of the Second World War based on the papers of Sir Robert Van Sittard, London 1965. Item 38. Costin, Henry, Collective Work, by 7 French historians, Les Origines Secrètes de la Guerre 1939-45, Lectures Françaises, Paris 1957. Item 39. Calandra, Robert, von Moskau nach Berlin 1936-1939, Bonn 1950. De Stalin à Hitler, Souvenirs de deux ambassades 1936-1939, Paris 1950. Item 40. Cousteau, Pierre-Antoine, Collective Work, by 7 French historians, Les Origines Secrètes de la Guerre 1939-45, Lectures Françaises, Paris 1957. Item 41. Cowles, Virginia, Winston Churchill, The Era and the Man, English edition, London 1953. Winston Churchill, German edition, Munich 1956. Item 42. Zarnomsky, F.B., The Wisdom of Winston Churchill, London 1956. Item 43. Dahms, Helmut G., Roosevelt und der Krieg, Munich 1958. Der Zweite Weltkrieg, Tübingen 1960. Item 44. Dolores, Berger, Der letzte Versuch, Munich 1948. Item 45. Dahlin, David J., Soviet Russia's Foreign Policy, New Haven 1942. Item 46. Das Drittreich, Jacobson, Huber, Muller, Besson eds, Munich, Vienna, Ball 1964. Item 47. Das Ostliche Deutschland, ein Handbuch, Würzburg 1959. Item 48. Davies, Joseph E., Mission to Moscow, New York 1941. Item 49. Delmer, Sefton, Die Deutschen und ich, Hamburg 1962. Black Boomerang, English edition, London 1962. Item 50. Dürrlein, Ernst, Die Einheit Deutschlands, Frankfurt 1957. Item 51. Deutsche Verfassungen, von Frankfurt nach Bonn, Frankfurt/M, Berlin, Bonn 1958. Item 52. Dmowski, Roman, Polityka Polska, 2nd edition, Warsaw 1926. Item 53. Duff Cooper, Alfred, Das Last sich nicht vergessen, Munich 1954. Old Men Forget, English edition, London 1963. Item 54. Durkansky, F., Die Slowakische Frage ein International Frage, Munich 1954. Item 55. Eckert, J., Schuldig oder Entlastet. Munich, 1947. Item 56. Europäische Politik 1933-1938 im Spiegel, Der Prager Akten, Essen 1942. Item 57. Fabry, Philip, Der Hitler-Stalin-Pakt 1939-1941, Darmstadt 1962. Item 58. Failing, Keith, The Life of Neville Chamberlain, London 1947. Item 59. Festschrift für Herbert Kraus, Mensch UND Staat in Recht UND Geschichte, commemorative publication, Göttinger Arbeitskreis, Kitzingen/M, 1954. Item 60. Fiedler, Rudolf, im Teufelskreis, Krieg und Frieden, der Zweite Weltkrieg und seine Folgen, Munich 1960. Item 61. Flynn, J.T., The Roosevelt Myth, New York 1948. Item 62. François Poncet, A. ALS Botschafter, in Berlin 1931–1938, Mainz 1949. The Fateful Years, Memoirs of a French Ambassador, in Berlin 1931–1938, London 1949. Item 63. Frank, Hans, Im Angesicht des Galgens, Neuhaus 1955. Item 64. Freund, Michael, Weltgeschichte der Gegenwart, in Dokumenten 1934–1935, Essen 1944. Weltgeschichte der Gegenwart in Dokumenten 1938–1939, Volume I3, Freiburg 1954–1956. Item 65. Fuller, J. F. C., The Second World War 1939–1945, A Strategic and Tactical History, London 1948. The Decisive Battles of the Western World and Their Influence Upon History, Volume 3, London 1956. Item 66. Gefencu, G., Derniers Jours de l'Europe, Paris 1946. Item 67. Galera, Karl S., Geschichte unserer Zeit, Volume I7, Leipzig 1933. Item 68. Gantenbein, James W., Documentary Background of World War II 1931–1941, New York 1948. Item 69. Gauss, Fritz, Deutsch-Slawische Schicksalsgemeinschaft, Kitzingen 1953. Item 70. Gerson, Louis L., Woodrow Wilson and the Rebirth of Poland 1914–1920, New Haven, London 1953. Item 71. Geschichtsforscher, AUS Geheimdokumenten über die Vorgeschichte des Zweiten Weltkrieges, East Berlin 1955. Item 72. Gilbert, M., and Gott, R., The Appeasers, London 1963. Item 73. Gorlitz, Walter, Generalfeldmarschall Keitel, Verbrecher oder Offizier. Göttingen 1961. Item 74. Gogol, Rudi, Polen, Deutschland und die Oder-Neisse Grenze, Dokumentation zur Zeitgeschichte, Volume 1, East Berlin 1959. Item 75. Grenfell, Russell, Unconditional Hatred, New York, 1954, 1958. Item 76. Grimm, Friedrich, Frankreich und der Korridor, Hamburg 1939. Politische Justiz, Bonn 1953. Item 77. Grimm, Hans, Warum, Woher, aber wohin. Lippoldsburg 1955. Von der Bürgerlichen und die Bürgerlichen Notwendigkeit, Munich 1932. Die Erzbischofsschrift, Antwort 1 Deutschen, Göttingen 1951. Item 78. Guderian, Heinz, Erinnerungen eines Soldaten, Heidelberg 1951. Item 79. Halder, Franz, Kriegstagebuch, Volume 1, Stuttgart 1962. Item 80. Halifax, Earl of, Fullness of Days, London 1957. Item 81. Handbuch, Das Ostliche Deutschland, Würzburg 1959. Item 82. Hedin, Sven, Amerika im Kampf der Kontinente, Leipzig 1942. Item 83. Heiss, Friedrich, Deutschland und der Korridor, Berlin 1939. Item 84. Henderson, Neville, Failure of a Mission, London 1940. Item 85. Herder, Helmut, Die Schuld der Anderen, Augsburg 1953. Item 86. Hesse, Fritz, Das Spiel Deutschland, Munich 1953. Item 87. Hughes, Theodore, Hitler's Weg, Berlin, Leipzig, Stuttgart 1932. Item 88. Hirl, Konstantin, Im Dienst für Deutschland 1918-1945, Heidelberg 1954. Schuld oder Schicksal? Heidelberg 1957. Item 89. Hilger, Gustav, Wirth UND der Kreml, Frankfurt, Berlin 1956. Item 90. Hilger, Gustav and Meyer, Alfred G., The Incompatible Allies, New York 1953. Item 91. Hitler, Adolf, Mein Kampf, Munich 1930. Der Großdeutsche Freiheitskampf, Reden von Adolf Hitler, Speeches, published by Philip Buller, Munich 1940. Item 92. Hofer, Walther, Die Entfesselung des Zweiten Weltkrieges, Stuttgart 1953. Der Nationalsozialismus, Documenti 1933-1945, Frankfurt/M 1957. Item 93. Hagen, David L., The Forced War, Costa Mesa, California 1989. Der Erzwungene Krieg, German edition, Tübingen 1961. Item 94. Holdack, Heinz, Was wirklich Geske, Munich 1949. Item 95. Holch, Christian, Die Weimarer Republik und das Ostlokarno Problem 1919-1934, Würzburg 1958. Item 96. Horak, Stefan, Poland and Her National Minorities 1919-1939, New York, Washington 1961. Item 97. Hausbach, Friedrich, von der militaristischen Verantwortlichkeit in der Zeit vor dem Zweiten Weltkrieg, Göttingen 1948. Zwischen Wehrmacht und Hitler, Wolfenbüttel 1949. Item 98. Hughes, Emrys, Winston Churchill, British Bulldog, His Career in War and Peace, New York 1955. Item 99. Hull, Cordell, The Memoirs of Cordell Hull, New York 1948. Item 100. International Military Tribunal, Trial of the Major War Criminals before the International Military Tribunal Nuremberg. November 14, 1945 to October 1, 1946, Volume IXLA, Nuremberg 1947. Item 101. Jacobson, H.A., 1939-1945, Der Zweite Weltkrieg in Chronik und Dokumenten, 5th edition, Darmstadt 1961. Item 102. Jacobson, Huber, Müller, Besson, Authors, Das Drittreich, Munich, Vienna, Ball 1964. Item 103. John, Hans Edgar, Pommersch Passion, Preetz 1964. Item 104. Jaksch, Wenzel, Europa's Weg nach Potsdam, Stuttgart 1958. Europe's Road to Potsdam, New York 1963. Item 105. Jedrzejewicz, W., Poland in the British Parliament, London 1946. Item 106. John, Louis de, The German Fifth Column in the Second World War, London 1953. Item 107. Jung, Rudolf, Die Sketchen, Taus und Jahr Deutschsketchischer Kampf, Berlin 1937. Item 108. Cass, George, England und Deutschland von 1900-1958, Berlin, undated. Item 109. Kaufmann, Th. Nathan, Germany Must Perish, New York 1941. Item 110. Keynes, J. M., A Revision of the Treaty, New York 1922. Item 111. Kirkpatrick, Sir Ivone A., The Inner Circle, Memoirs, London 1959. Item 112. Klein, Burton, Germany's Economic Preparations for War, Cambridge/Massachusetts 1959. Item 113. Kleist, Peter, Auch du warst dabei, Heidelberg 1952. Item 114. Koch, Hans, der deutsche Osten, Referat der ersten Ostseminars der Hochschule für politische Wissenschaften, Munich 1956. Item 115. Kort, Erich, nicht aus den Akten, Stuttgart 1950. Item 116. Korsthorst, Erich, Die deutsche Opposition gegen Hitler zwischen Polen, UND Frank, Reichfeldzug, No. 8, Bonn, Schriftenreihe der Bundeszentrale für Heimatdienst, 1957. Item 117. Krupp-Prozess Verteidigungsdokumentenbuch TUA NR 133, 2B NR 104, Krupp Trial, Documents for the Defense. Item 118. Lewin, Harold, Polnish Tragedy, Stuttgart 1958. Item 119. Laternser, Hans, Verteidigung deutscher Soldaten, Plädoyers vor Alliierten Gerichten, Bonn 1950. Item 120. Lectures Françaises, Les Origines Secrets de la Guerre 1939-45, authors, are, D'Argile, J. Plancard d'Assac, J. Bern, H. Costin, P. Cousteau, H. Libre, M. Demoni, Paris 1957. Item 121. Lenin, V. Ostwald Werke, Volume I2, East Berlin 1955. Ostwald Werke, Volume IXII Volumes, Vienna 1932 onward. Works, Russian, Volume IXVI, Moscow 1941-1957. Item 122. Times, Lenz, Friedrich, Nia Wieder München, 2 volumes, Heidelberg 1965. Item 123. Lidelhart, Basil Henry, Die Waren Ursischen des Kriegs, Zurich 1946. Warum lernen wir denn nix aus der Geschichte? Zurich, 1946. Why don't we learn from history? London, 1944. The Other Side of the Hill, London 1948. Item 124. Lochner, Louis P., Die Machtigen und der Tyrann, Darmstadt 1955. Tycoons and Tyrant, German Industry from Hitler to Adenauer, Chicago 1954. Item 125. Lowenstein, Hubertus Prinz zu, Deutsche Geschichte, Frankfurt/M 1950. Item 126. Ludwig, Emil, Roosevelt, Studie über Glück und Macht, Amsterdam 1938. Item 127. Ludwig, Gerhard, Massenmord im Weltgeschichte, Stuttgart 1951. Item 128. Lutz, Hermann, Verbrechervolk im Herzen Europas. Tübingen 1959. Item 129. Makiewicz, Joseph, Katten, Ungesensverbrechen, Zurich 1949. Item 130. Maisky, Ivan M., Who Helped Hitler? London 1964. Item 131. Manstein, Erich, Verloren Siege, Bonn 1955. Lost Victories, Novato, California 1982, 6th printing 1986. Item 132. Markert, Werner, Osteuropa-Handbuch Polen, Cologne, Graz 1959. Item 133. Martel René, Deutschlandsblattend, Grenzen, Oldenburg 1930. Item 134. Mao, H., and Krausnick, H., Deutsche Geschichte der Jüngsten Vergangenheit, 1933-1945, Stuttgart 1956. Item 135. Menck, G., Hitler und die Deutsche Aufrüstung 1933-1937, Wiesbaden 1959. Item 136. Meissner, Boris, Die Sowjetunion, Die Baltischen Staaten und das Völkerrecht, Cologne 1956. Item 137. Meissner, Otto, Staatssekretär unter Ebert, Hindenburg, Hitler, Hamburg 1950. Item 138. Michaelis, Herbert, Handbuch der Deutschen Geschichte, Volume 4, Der Zweite Weltkrieg 1939–1945, Constance 1965. Item 139. Millis, W., The Forrestal Diaries, New York 1951. Item 140. Miksch, F.O., Unconditional Surrender, London 1952. Donner Föderation, Salzburg 1953. Item 141. Moltmann, Gunther, Amerikas Deutschlandpolitik im Zweiten Weltkrieg, Kriegs, und Friedensziel 1941–1945, Heidelberg 1958. Item 142. Moravec, Emanuel, Das Ende der Bundesrepublik, Prague 1942. Item 143. Müller-Hillebrand, B., Das Heer 1933–1945, Volume 2, Darmstadt 1954. Item 144. Namier, L.B., Diplomatic Prelude 1938–1939, London 1948. In the Nazi Era, London 1952. Item 145. Nedorsov, A.I., The National Liberation Movement in Czechoslovakia, Russian, Moscow 1961. Item 146. Nekrich, A.M., The Policy of English Imperialism in Europe, Russian, Moscow 1955. Item 147. Nicol, P.H., Britain's Blunder, English edition, London 1949. England's Krieg gegen Deutschland, German edition, Tübingen 1963 and 1999. Item 148. Nitti, Francesco, La Tragedia dell'Europa, Che Farà America. Turin 1924. Item 149. Novikova, G. et al., Recent History, The Countries of Western Europe and America 1918–1939, Moscow 1959. Item 150. OKW Trial, Protokoll und Dokumente des Falles 12 vor dem amerikanischen Militärgericht in Nuremberg, Göttingen, undated. Item 151. Ostwärts von Oder und Nisa, Editors, Seraphim Morak, Wolfram, Hanover 1949. Item 152. Paget, Reginald T. Manstein, His Campaigns and His Trial, London 1951. Item 153. Papen, Franz von, Der Wahrheit ein Gas, Munich 1953. Item 154. Penrith, Esme W. Howard Barron, Theatre of Life, Volume 2, London 1936. Item 155. Platonova, Pavlenko, Peretkina, The Second World War, Russian, Moscow 1958. Item 156. Plotz, Karl, Aussage aus der Geschichte, 1939, Volume 2, 28th printing, Berlin, Leipzig 1939. Aussage aus der Geschichte, Bielefeld 1951. Item 157. Pospieszalski, Karol M., Sprawa 58,000 Volksdeutschschau, Posen 1959. Item 158. Potiomkin, V.P., History of Diplomacy, Russian, Volume 3, Moscow 1947. Item 159. Pizzorni, Reinhard, Were Such 10 Die Freiheit, Munich 1959. Item 160. Projector, D.M., The War in Europe 1939–1941, Russian, Moscow 1963. Item 161. RABL, Kurt, Das Selbstbestimmungsrecht der Völker, Munich 1963. Item 162. Raczynski, Edward Count, in Allied London, The Wartime Diaries of the Polish Ambassador, London 1962. Item 163. Redder, Erich, Mein Leben, von 1935 bis Spandau 1955, Volume 2, Tübingen 1957. Item 164. Raschhofer, Hermann, Die Tschechoslowakischen Denkschriften für die Friedenskonferenz von Paris 1919-1920 in Beiträge zum Ausländischen Öffentlichen Recht und Völkerrecht, No. 24, Berlin 1937. Item 165. Reck, Walter, Die Polnische Frage als Problem der Europäischen Politik, Berlin 1927. Item 166. Ries, Carol, Das Recht auf Deutschlands Osten, Lear 1957. Item 167. Reichenberger, E.J., Fahrt durch Besiegsland, Karlsruhe 1950. Der Ursprungskennst der Geschichte, Salzburg 1947. Weider Wilker und Machtrosch, Göttingen 1955. Item 168. Rain, Adolf, Warham, Furt England Krieg. Deutsches Institut für Außenpolitische Forschung, No. 16, Berlin 1940. Item 169. Rode, Gotthold, Die Ostgebiete des Deutschen Reichs, Würzburg 1956. Item 170. Ribbentrop, Annelies von, Verschwörung gegen den Frieden, Leone 1962. Item 171. Ribbentrop, Joachim von, Zwischen London und Moskau, Erinnerungen und Letzte Aufzeichnungen, Leone 1953. Item 172. Richthofen, Boko Baron von, Deutschland und Polen, Hanover 1959. Item 173. Robinson, Edgar Eugene, The Roosevelt Leadership 1933-1945, New York 1955. Item 174. Ronefarth, Helmut K.G., Konferenzen und Vertragsplots, Würzburg 1959. Item 175. Roos, Hans, Polen und Europa, Studien zur polnischen Außenpolitik 1931-1939, Tübingen 1957. Item 176. Roosevelt, F.D., Nothing to Fear. The Selected Addresses, 1932-1945, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Editor B.D. Zevin, Publisher, Houghton Mifflin, Cambridge/Massachusetts 1946. America und Deutschland 1936-1945, Aussage aus Reden und Dokumenten, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1946, also see Documents on American Foreign Relations. Item 177. Rosenman, Samuel J., Working with Roosevelt, London 1952. The Public Papers and Addresses of F. D. Roosevelt, Volume 1944-1945, New York 1950. Item 178. Roth, Paul, Die Entstehung des polnischen Staats, Berlin 1926. Item 179. Rothermere, Viscount, Warnings and Predictions, London 1939. Item 180. Rozek, Edward J., Allied Wartime Diplomacy, A Pattern in Poland, New York 1958. Item 181. Ruck, Fritz, 1919-1939, Fried und Sicherheit, Stockholm 1945. Item 182. Ruhl, Gerd, Das Drittreich, Volume I-7, Berlin 1933-1938. Item 183. Sanborn, Fr., Design for War, New York 1951. Item 184. Schellenberg, Walter, Memoiren, Cologne 1956. Item 185. Schmidt, Paul, Statist auf diplomatischer Bühne, Bonn 1949. Item 186. Schmidt-Prozess, der Hochverratsprozess gegen Dr. Guido Schmidt vor dem Wiener Volksgerichtshof, Staatsdruckerei Vienna 1947. Item 187. Schmidt Hanover, Otto, Umdenken oder Anarchie, Göttingen 1959. Item 188. Schumacher, Bruno, Geschichte Ost, UND Westpreußens, Würzburg 1958. Item 189. Schuschnigg, Kurt von, EIN Requiem in Rot-Weissrot, Zurich 1946. Item 190. Schwarzschild, Leopold, von Krieg zu Krieg, Amsterdam 1947. Item 191. Seidel, Alfred, Die Beziehungen zwischen Deutschland und der Sowjetunion 1939–1941, Dokumenti des Auswärtigen Amtes, Tübingen 1949. Item 192. Sekisto, W.A., The Strange War in Western Europe and the Mediterranean 1939–1943, Russian, Moscow 1958. Item 193. Semiriaga, M.I., The Second World War and Proletarian Internationalism, Russian, Moscow 1962. Item 194. Seraphim, Hans Gunther, Die Deutsch-Russischen Beziehungen 1939–1941, Hamburg 1949. Item 195. Seraphim, Morak and Wolfram, editors, Ostwärts von oder und Nisse, Hanover 1949. Item 196. Sering, Max, Germany under the Dawes Plan, London 1929. Item 197. Seaton Watson, Hugh, Eastern Europe between the wars 1918–1941, Cambridge 1946. Item 198. Sharp, Samuel L., Poland, White Eagle on a Red Field, Cambridge/Massachusetts 1953. Item 199. Sherwood, Robert, Roosevelt and Hopkins, An Intimate History, New York 1948. Item 200. Siebert, Ferdinand, von Frankfurt bis Bonn, Die Deutschen Verfassungen 1849–1949, Frankfurt/M, Bonn 1958. Item 201. Snow, C.P., Science and Government, London 1961. Item 202. Spetzler, Eberhard, Luftkrieg und Menschlichkeit, Göttingen 1956. Item 203. Springer, Hildegard, Es sprach Hans Fritzsch, Stuttgart 1949. Das Schwert auf der Weide, Heidelberg 1953. Item 204. Staatslexikon, Volume 4, Publisher, Herder Verlag, Freiburg 1931. Item 205. Stalin, Joseph, Works, Russian, Volume I-13, Moscow 1946 onward. Fragen de Leninismus, East Berlin 1955. The Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, in New Times No. 44, October 29, 1952, Supplement, Moscow 1952. Item 206. Statistisches Bundesamt, Die Deutschen Vertreibungsverlust, Wiesbaden, Stuttgart 1958. Item 207. Sunderman, Helmut, Alter feigned, was none. Leone 1955. Das Drittreich, ein Richtigstellung in Umrissen, extend. Edit, Leone 1964. Die Pionier und die Ahnungslosen, Leone 1960. Potsdam 1945, EIN, Kritischer Bericht, Leone 1962. Item 208. Swart, Friedrich, Diasites und Gensites der Grenz, Leer 1954. Item 209. Schembeck, J., Count, Journal 1933–1939, Paris 1952. Item 210. Tansil, Charles, Back Door to War, The Roosevelt Foreign Policy 1933–1941, Chicago 1952. Item 211. Taylor, A.J.P., The Origins of the Second World War, London 1961. Item 212. Taylor, Telford, Sword and Swastika, New York 1952. Item 213. Telpachovsky. B.S. Die Sowjetische Geschichte des großen Vaterlandischen Kriegs 1941–1945, published by order of Arbeitskreis für Wehrforschung, critical commentary by A. Hillgruber and H. Jacobson, Frankfurt 1961. Item 214. Templewood, Viscount, Sir Samuel Hoare, 9 Troubled Years, London 1954. Item 215. Toynbee, A.J., Editor, Survey of International Affairs 1939–1946, Volume IX, London 1951–1958. Item 216. Trukhanovsky, W.G., England's Foreign Policy in the First Stage of the General Crisis of Capitalism, 1918–1939, Russian, Moscow 1962. Item 217. Turk, Ch. Das Urteil im Wilhelmstrassenprozess, der amtliche Wortlaut der Entscheidung im Fall Nr. 11 der Nürnberger Militärtribunals gegen von Weizsäcker und andere, Schwäbisch Gmund, Berger, 1950. Item 218. Turk, K.E. Baron von, das Schulrecht der deutschen Volksgruppen in Ost- und Südosteuropa, in, Beitrag zum Ausländischen Öffentlichen Recht und Völkerrecht, No. 25, Berlin 1938. Item 219. Unser Europa, Kulturausschüsse der Beratenden Versammlung der Europarates, Paris 1958. Item 220. Utley, Frida, The High Cost of Vengeance, Chicago 1949. Item 221. Van Sittert, Robert Gilbert, Black Record, London 1941. Even Now, London 1949. The Mist Procession, London 1958. Item 222. Veal, F.J.P., Advance to Barbarism, Appleton, Wisconsin 1953. Crimes Discreetly Veiled, London 1958. Item 223. Vertragsplots, Konferenzen und Verträge, Würzburg 1959. Item 224. Wiefhaus, Irwin, Die Minderheitenfrage und die Entstehung der Minderheitenschutzvertrag auf der Pariser Friedenskonferenz 1919, Würzburg 1960. Item 225. Voices of History 1944–1945, Speeches and Papers of Roosevelt, Churchill, Stalin, Chiang, Hitler and Other Leaders, New York 1945. Item 226. Vorobeev and Kravtsov, The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union 1941–1945, Russian, Moscow 1961. Item 227. Wagner, Oscar, Der Slawische Vorstoß nach dem Deutschen Osten, Ulm 1956. Item 228. Wagner, Wolfgang, Die Oder-Isolini, Stuttgart 1959. Item 229. Warlimont, W., Im Hauptquartier der Deutschen Wehrmacht 1939–1945, Frankfurt/M, 1962. Item 230. Wiedemeyer, Albert C., Wiedemeyer Reports. New York, 1958. Item 231. Weizsäcker, E., Baron von, Erinnerungen, Munich, Leipzig, Freiburg, 1950. Item 232. Windsor, Otto, 12 Years of Struggle Against Fascism and War, Russian, Moscow 1956. Item 233. Wippermann, K., Deutscher Geschichtskalender, Berlin 1933. Item 234. Zawodny, J.K. Death in the Forest, The Story of the Katyn Forest Massacre, New York 1962. Item 235. Zentner, K., Illustrierte Geschichte des Zweiten Weltkrieges, Munich 1963. Item 236. Ziegler, Wilhelm, Versailles, Hamburg 1933. Wickham es zum Krieg 1939. Leipzig 1939. Periodicals and newspapers, single copies. Item 1. Christian Century, Chicago, April 1941. Item 2. Congressional Record, Washington, June 25, 1939. Item 3. Contemporary Review, London, June 1955. Item 4. Daily Express, London, March 24, 1933, September 17, 1936. Item 5. Das Neue Reich, March 28 and April 11, 1959. Item 6. Das Ostpreußenblatt, December 1, 1962. Item 7. Der Ring, Düsseldorf, April 1959. Item 8. Der Spiegel, No. 47/1962 and February 3, 1965, and February 10, 1965. Item 9. Deutsche Arbeit, Prague 1939/1940, p. 326, Monatschrift für das geistige Leben der Deutschen in Böhmen. Item 10. Deutsche Hochschullerzeitung, April 1961. Item 11. Die Tat, Zurich, November 26, 1952. Item 12. Die Welt, September 27 and November 12, 1958. Item 13. Frankfurter Allgemeine, March 11, 1959, March 15, 1965, August 31, 1979. Item 14. Hansard's Parliamentary Debates, London, Commons, January 31, 1939. Item 15. Information in AUS Politik, Wirtschaft und Kultur, PWK, Düsseldorf, December 8, 1961. Item 16. International Life, Russian, Moscow, March 1959. Item 17. Izvestia, Moscow, January 22, 1934. Item 18. Kölner Stadtanzeiger, July 17, 1959. Item 19. Communist February 1957, May 1958, April 1959, December 1960. Item 20. Monatschrift für Auswärtige Politik, Berlin 6/1939. Item 21. Nation Europa, Coburg, P.O. Box 670, Political Monthly Journal. Item 22. National Rundschau, March 27, 1957. Item 23. New Times, Russian, Moscow, 1952-1962. Item 24. Politische Informationen, Bad Godesberg, March 5, 1963. Item 25. Posener Stimmen, Lüneburg, March 1964, Heimatblatt der Hilfsgemeinden der Glieder der Posener Evangelischen Kirche. Item 26. Pravo Lidu, Prague Marxist Newspaper, September 18, 1939. Item 27. Tägliche Rundschau, May 11, 1919. Item 28. Westostliche Begegnung, August 6 to September 1959.